heard it from me, got it from me. All the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude, sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Try chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. Can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my, don't you know, Delilah.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over break beats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend, 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 yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they start. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexin' on, yeah. Flexin' on, lean. Flexin' on, yeah. Flexin' on, lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. These don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your man.
The rising tides keep getting higher. Warriors have come and go. We're ready to get to the next level, but there's one more hurdle in their way. Who will leap through it? This is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Asia Pacific.
Pero ngayon, ito si Trump ng magarang pagsisa at resin sa orang diri saja banget. Si Victoci abego esula koma gerai etarlam.
Use the drone information patient
On the board! And it's gonna fall, which is not the Oma. เยลโล่มา
They'll gamble and answer. We call quiet him. 后续 PPGL 的配合上就是做一个击杀之后。
Hello. Welcome to day number 1 of the group stage of VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. I can't believe we're finally here. The play-ins were amazing. Sad to see some teams go, but happy to keep the competition going. By the way, I'm Likeable. I will be your host here on the panel. We've got Trix, of course, and a random girl that I just saw on Twitch. Welcome.
Wow. Hello, everyone.
No, I'm just kidding, of course. Cash, you're new here on the panel. I'm sure our audience is excited to meet you, so why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. I'm not too sure if you remember me. I was casting on VCT APAC Stage 1, and I'm also a caster for VCT MYSG. This is my first time on panel, and I'm really nervous but excited to be here.
Lovely to have you here, though, Tash. It's going to be a long day for us, so I'm really excited how it's going to turn out. Again, it is the first day of the group stage. We'll be seeing the first batch of teams from each group today. And as confusing as that may sound, Mika Fabs has actually got us covered. Watch this video as she explains how the tournament format is for APAC.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 Playoffs. This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 Playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seeded in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Master Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
With Mika Fabs answering our burning questions, it makes things easier for us here on the panel to transition into the brackets. I want to let a little squeal out as we seg to this part because I am very overwhelmed at how everything is set up. But let's go right ahead to the brackets. Cash, I consider you to be the MYSG expert, so I think you can begin the discussion for Group A as Gaimin Gladiators is here.
Right, for Gaimin Gladiators, they are a team that didn't quite make it last stage. They were previously called Watsai, and then they changed their names to Lays, but finally got picked up by Gaimin Gladiators. And for a lot of times, this is a team that comes really close to making it to APAC, but never quite getting it there. They just made it like maybe in 4th place before, but for now, this time, they made it to 2nd place, taking over Bleed, which are like MYSG's 2nd best team, I suppose. And I have to say, the improvement coming for their team has been crazy. Their teamwork, how they communicate, how they play has been phenomenal. And thinking about how this change happened between stage 1 and now is not a lot of time. And it's just crazy how much they've grown since then.
After all, they are the top 2 team over here, and they were the team that actually beat Paper X in their own challengers, right?
Yes, so they are also a team that took out PaperX, and surprisingly, throughout this year, from stage 1 all the way until now, they are a team that hasn't dropped a single map. PaperX, I mean, and the only team that managed to take, a game from them was Gaimin Gladiators. Yes, we have maybe Bleed taking out like maybe one round from them, like one map, but taking a whole game from them is a whole nother story. So now this team, I would say, very flexible, knows when to go aggressive, knows when to step on the brakes, and also on top of that, they are definitely a team that is to look out for, because when you look at them maybe in the first day, I would say it would seem like they're a little bit like you wouldn't really see like the sparkle or the shine, but then suddenly you see a change in them, maybe in game 3, maybe in the next day perhaps, when they've really warmed up their engines, and that's when you really know, like, okay, this is definitely a team that I don't want to take my eyes off.
Me too. Especially after you hyped everything up. I'm really excited to see more from this team. Moving on to Group B though, Trix. We've got the familiar faces of Rex, Group Keon. I definitely enjoyed Enigma Gaming's run in the playoffs, and if Global Esports was the team that beat them, then I have high expectations from them.
I think Enigma did very well, but we've got here Alter Ego, Global Esports in match 1, and then match 2 we have Shersha versus RRQ. I think all teams are doing fantastic. I think all of their runs were amazing, but I can't wait to see what everyone has in store for APAC. Because as I've said before, nationals are really different from the APAC stage. We're finding the best of all of these countries put together, not just the best in their own. It makes me wonder what kinds of plays and styles that we have from all these different areas that'll assist in getting that APAC.
Group C though. Wow, a lot of superstar teams here, Tash. PaperX, right up your alley. I mean, if Fluffy were here, I'm pretty sure he'd have a lot to say about Oasis Gaming too.
Yeah, so PaperX, as I mentioned before, is a team that I think that is a team that really highlighted, APAC on the map. But I think like one of them, I remember last stage, I think the question was, minor region who? Because for a long time APAC was actually called the minor region, and we were all like wondering, minor region who? We have Xersha, incredible, we have PaperX who've just gone really far, Bleed even, and these teams surprise us over and over again. Usually when we first thought about like Valorant back maybe a year ago, you think NA, you think EU, but having APAC on the map because of the teams is amazing. And on top of that, from Malaysia and Singapore as well, these teams, it's rare that we actually have a really big team to talk about from this particular country, but it's always so fun to think about, like, okay, it's cool, like we have a team coming from there. And we just mentioned just now, how about Bleed as well? Like, I don't know why, but looking at this upper bracket right now, Team Secret and Bleed, like, I'm excited.
I'm excited too. I'm sure Trix is too. After all, it's the Filipino favorite, Team Secret, against the ever so limber Bleed Esports.
I feel like I haven't seen enough of Team Secret yet. Bleed Esports showing that they've improved just from the first time they played in play-ins. Then we've also got FW Esports and Fancy United Esports. So I'm excited how all the matches are going to go. I feel like Team Secret maybe has been a little inconsistent, especially at the start of this year.
I agree.
They've proven that they've learned from their mistakes. They've got their things together. So I'm excited to see what they have in store for us.
Do you mind if I add on for Bleed? So just now you said that Bleed was, fantastic, but I would have to say that I disagree slightly with you, just because for the fact that I think that for this, for MYSG, I think Bleed had one of their toughest runs yet, not because they're not good, but rather because of how many teams have improved and caught up with them so well throughout the MYSG stage. And I have to say, I really hope they recover mentally, because they are a team that I would say, I have told this to Raf so many times, that they are a team that brings the flavor of EU to Singapore, Malaysia, giving a nice little, kick in the fusion.
Yeah.
But I still wonder, can that fusion actually taste good?
I wonder what that fusion tastes too. But it seems like the brackets have been sorted out. It's time for us to find out who will step up first on our stage here in the group stage. Here is the match schedule. I feel like Tash is really excited to have a go at the first series, especially, again, since Gaimin Gladiators is here.
Yeah, so Gaimin Gladiators, I would say that they are definitely the underdogs. I mean, like last stage, we talked about how No Namers was the underdog. And I really, really want to see a Cinderella story kind of boom from Gaimin Gladiators. After all, they're a team that, as I mentioned before, always barely making it and finally make it here. I would say that they are a team that has had their hunger satiated because finally they came to APAC, but now they're here in APAC. Can they bring a name as impressive as what No Namers did when they did on the first round of APAC? After all, when you remember No Namers, you remembered, wow, they are a team that really catches everyone off guard. Wow, they are a team that really, really, you don't really expect what's coming out of their sleeves, but then suddenly they made it work. But after all, like remember, No Namers didn't make it too far. My question now is, can they bring that Cinderella story all the way till the end?
Absolutely. That is the question that's on our minds as well. Now, you talked about their local challengers or their national challengers coming into play, but we can't forget that just last week, we had a lot of action over here on the play-ins, and Gaimin Gladiators may not have been the team that participated over there, but I know that Trix has a lot of opinions about how things went down last week.
So as I mentioned, I thought that Blade Esports did really well because of the fact of how they played in play-ins, the way they adjusted themselves. We've seen some amazing things coming into the play-ins for the first time, at least for me. Seeing that fantastic Sky matchup with the Fade, being able to bait the utilities, bait the teams out. We saw the executions coming in from Boom Esports side. And although they didn't make it, Enigma also has some fantastic executions as well with the Omen flashes, with the Fade flashes, and with the Sky flashes as well, just being able to dictate the pace on the map. I think, although I would have liked to see more of Ghetto Esports, I find that every single team that has made it to the group stages deserves their slot here.
Of course, and lucky for us, we've got a taste of every single group here on the first day. And lucky for us, I believe that it is time for us to introduce the first series of the day. I'm really excited about this one. Give me just a second to just breathe in, breathe out. You guys might want to do the same because this is it. This is the first series. This is the first taste of action that you were talking about that we're going to be getting here in just a bit. But again, Trix, Tash, are you guys still good for today? Are you guys ready for this?
Absolutely. I think that this is a great way to start the day. Gaimin Gladiators as well as Griffin Esports is definitely two of the games that I'm really excited to see. I mean, personally, since I am from Malaysia, Singapore, I am going to be, just screaming my hearts out for them. And at the same time, I really want to see Griffin bring a really good game because after all, we're already here. We don't want to see a one-sided match. We want to see action. We want to see blood.
Yeah. I think definitely for everything that's going on, we've seen players and we've seen all of these teams really adjust from that one-man duelist show to really making those entry picks, really making everything work into that team kind of composition where everyone is playing together. They're supporting each other. They have those refrags, they have the executions, and I'm excited to see how that's implemented to all of the teams because as we have seen, sometimes having that star player just isn't enough anymore for the APAC region.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'm gonna have to agree with you on that because you have to remember, like Valorant is a 5v5 game. Yes, you have one player that's really good getting those picks, but what happens when you don't have that one player around? You don't want to have that star player around to be the win condition for your team.
Of course. And those are the burning questions that are on our mind now. But luckily for us, it's time to start introducing the teams. The first team we're going to be introducing comes all the way from Singapore. They wowed all of us, all of MYSG, as they successfully ended Paper Rex's win streak. Gone are the days that we've come to know them as the long, amazing zebra ears because here they are now, standing proud as Gaimin Gladiators. Art N, Frey, DZ, Styron, Neff, Please correct me if I'm pronouncing any of these names wrong.
You're saying it
Kat.
right.
You're the MISG expert here. I know we've been talking a lot about Gaimin Gladiators, but that's the perk of having an expert on these specific teams that we have here on APAC.
Okay, so there's a lot to say about these teams. Now, I really want to highlight Arten right here. So if you look at Arten, you think about insane Omen plays. His Omen plays, I would say, very comparable to Maxi's. Very aggressive, not afraid to come and backstab you from the back. It's just so fun. And then you have DZ, a very fast-paced, very fun, aggressive, jet player. And then after that, you have Frey, who is a player that is just so good. When you look at Chamber, you look at him and he never misses his shot. You look at Neff and you think of the most insane breach player you know, and that is exactly what makes this team.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward. For me personally, I was looking forward to watching both Frey and Neff. Frey on that Sentinel, as you mentioned, that Chamber, the Cypher, and Neff on that Duelist or Initiator, because I have seen him run sometimes on the Neon. So I'm hoping to actually see him on that Neon today as well.
Ooh, I love me a good Neon pick. I love all of these agents that are coming out, and we just get to see them in action here on the APAC stage. Now, of course, as far as the name is concerned, they're a little bit different, but in terms of viciousness, I think they're still one and the same. It's the same team, right? It's just, a little adjustment on the name, but doesn't make them any less of a team. In fact, getting picked up by an org just means all the positive things about them, right?
Yeah, I have to agree, because I think what's really great about what's going on here in Malaysia, Singapore, is that we're starting to see our teams getting picked up by big organizations. And I think that's a very big thing also to mention, because these organizations are starting to invest into a country as small as Malaysia and Singapore. And also, we haven't even talked about Long Amazing Zebra Ears. May the name rest in peace, because it was such an amazing name. I have to say that what Trix mentioned just now, just seeing how they play, is just mechanically, individually, they're good, and this is what really makes the team. Now, what about their teamwork? I think in terms of teamwork as well, we're seeing a huge improvement. I believe ever since Arten really stepped up, it really gave the team like so much breathing room and so much, I think, ideas on how to play things differently rather than before they came close. And I think he may just be the reason why they finally clinched it to get here.
I'm getting goosebumps the way you describe them. I'm really excited to see Arten play too. But now coming up next is a team that's no stranger to the VCT APAC stage. They made it into play-ins in stage 1, but fell short of making it further as Fancy United shattered their chances over there. The group stage may not have been for them back then, but it is now. Presenting the top 1 team from the Hong Kong-Taiwan region, it is Griffin Esports. Here on the panel, we've talked about the regions having their own distinct playstyles. So looking at Griffin Esports tricks, I couldn't help but wonder if Siufat PB has the same fearlessness that Baby Blue showed us.
I think watching the previous matches that Griffin Esports has actually run, they definitely have that kind of aggressive duelist setup. But unlike Ghetto Artists, they tend to have a duelist with utility. So they always have a Sova supporting them, or any kind of initiator that's supporting them. They have those bait setups set out for them in their attacker side. They like to overwhelm the sites, but they also push so that they can pinch the defenders onto whatever angles they want. And on the flip side, while they are defenders, they like to push up, get that aggression, get that information, but you also know that they're never alone. That whoever is with them, and I've said this before in the play-ins, there are too many times where you have a player out in the open, they have no refrag, they have no way of repositioning, but usually watching the way Griffin Esports has been playing, they always have a player on standby and able to get that bait or able to get that rotation out early.
Absolutely. I'm looking at their setups right now. You can just tell that Rainy does stream from time to time based from the mic setup that he has over there. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what Griffin Esports is going to bring onto the table. Like you said, you know, they're good at getting those prefacts. They're good at having those specific team plays that we really look out for over here. Now, there is so much to learn from these players, but I think it's really better to see them out in action. There's just a lot to talk about these teams, but I'm sure that you're not yet done. You still want to add more tricks, so let's go.
I think that one more thing about Griffin Esports is that they tend to run the fade, which I haven't actually seen from Gaimin Gladiators. So I feel like Griffin with that fade, that extra utility, extra addition to stopping the opponents from coming in or, you know, challenging them, I feel it could come to their advantage. But at the end of the day, it really depends on how both teams have done their homework and if both teams really know how they want to execute these maps that are coming up.
So earlier, Tash actually mentioned that she feels like Gaimin Gladiators is like the underdog, or at least in their league, right? Do you agree to this, Trix?
I would think so. I feel like when I think SGMY, I apologize, but I really think Paper X has been doing so well. They just outperform. I feel like they constantly are improving. They're constantly changing, and we see a lot of teams that have hit, or some people think they've hit a ceiling and they get complacent. They don't try to be as innovative as a team, and I feel Paper X is consistently trying to adjust to that, constantly trying to adjust to the meta, decide a meta of their own. And I feel like it's good to see teams that are constantly working on themselves and not just being satisfied with where they are.
Yeah, so when you talk about, I think they are definitely a team for Paper X. I mean, like, they are one of the teams that I saw actually had proper fade lineups, and she just came out maybe a week before the SGMY group stages came in, and they actually brought it onto the map. 2 players already able to really master her so fast. Now, when you come back to Griffin Esports, I mean, as a Fade main myself, I am excited because it's always fun to see, like, you know, what kind of lineups are going to be used. Is it actually viable for pro play? And how exactly are they going to be using that Fade? Because when you think about Fade, you think about like how you get the Haunt, and then you can actually chain it with the Prowler. Same goes for Nightfall. And her utility is just so good, so long as there is a follow-up from your teammates. Now, for SGMY, I saw a lot of people using the Fade, but for information, but never necessarily actually utilizing it. I want to see teams actually really take advantage of the deafen, of the blind that comes through from her.
Yes, I love me an aggressive Fade, but did I hear that right? You're a Fade main?
Yeah.
How did I not know this? I'm only familiar with you being a Sage main, and that's because I've seen the things you've posted, Tash.
Yeah. Oh no.
Quite scary. But you guys will have to do your own research over there, because for now, we are going to be moving over to our map vetoes to find out which maps we'll be seeing from these 2 teams. Okay, at the top of my head, I think Griffin Esports is set to ban Ascent. After all, Trix, I do think that this is a map that they've shown signs of struggle throughout the year.
Yes, I think the fact that they have played Ascent in their locals 4 times and not really being able to land that map, but Gaimin Gladiators doing a predictable ban because they have been banning it the entire time. I'm a little surprised though, because of the Fracture ban. I feel like Gaimin Gladiators haven't shown that they're actually too confident in that map. So I feel like Griffin could have swung the tide, because as I expected, Gaimin will pick that Ascent over Griffin.
No, I got it wrong.
I mean, there's a reason why Fracture is still banned. I feel like Fracture is a map that a lot of teams use to really go like surprise over a lot of other teams, because one thing about it is a very lurkable map, and for some reason it's kind of hard to really manage the timing for the lurks, especially on a map as you know, there's so many things to clear that rather than just have a headache trying to go through it, it's better just to take it out the way.
Absolutely. Now on our screens, we've got the Breeze and the Split bans. Oh wow, that's a lot to take in. Now Griffin Esports, they rarely step on the sand over here, but when they do, it's kind of breezy for them. So I don't think that it's working in their favor that Breeze is banned. Although on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, they've had limited experience, basically like 2 games in the past year. And they were both against Sodak. Both have resulted in a win though. So I was hoping that they would show us some strats over here, tricks, throw us a bone when it came to the newer maps.
I feel like in terms of the map pick, I'm actually surprised that Griffin decided to ban Split. Maybe they're a little concerned about watching Gaimin play on it, or maybe they're not as confident. But I feel like in terms of purely statistics, purely looking at the map bans and map pick, I feel like Griffin Esports might actually have an advantage aside from the Ascent, which we have seen them extremely struggle on, especially on their defenders.
Looking at this now, we're going to Ascent, Haven, and Icebox. A little bit tricky, and I don't really know which direction this is gonna go. I mean, after all, we did establish that Griffin Esports, they've tried switching it up. Sometimes pulling again the fade out, but they still have yet to find the perfect ingredients to prevent the recipe from disaster that is Ascent for them. But Gaimin Gladiators, again, really just showing something really good over here. Tash?
I mean, when you think about those 3 maps, I would say that they're the El Clasico, tournament maps. This is like back to basics when you think about it. There's a reason why Bind is always banned, because not everyone wants to deal with those teleporters. There's a reason why, you don't want to deal with Breeze because it's such a big map. So when you come back to these, I feel like Icebox throughout the end of stage 1 all the way to stage 2 are the maps that are constantly picked. And I'm actually surprised. I think back then, Icebox was one of the most banned maps, and PaperX was the team that really, really brought it to town. Like everyone bans Icebox against PaperX, but now everyone is playing there, especially with the changes from B side. And honestly, Haven coming in as well. Like usually for MYSG, we'd either see Haven being first pick or decider map, and there's no in between. So now, when it comes to Ascent, we've seen some good runs. I mean, as you mentioned before, from Gaimin Gladiators. But I'm really curious. I mean, I'm sure when it comes to this, everyone has done your homework. There are some perils to picking your best map, and because everyone can study you, everyone knows how you play on that map. So how exactly are you going to change your strategy to surprise people on a map that everyone knows you're good at?
Which is exactly why I think that Icebox is the perfect decider map over here. It's a 50-50 in my book. Really great performance on both ends. They have their own strong suits when it comes to the other maps, but Icebox is a really good decider map. But what do you think, Kirk?
I feel like in terms of Ascent, as Tash just pointed out, the fact that Gaimin Gladiators played so much on that map also means there's a lot to review and a lot of VODs that they can watch in terms of understanding the way they execute the sites, their defensive setup. While on the other side, Griffin doesn't have that much. Yes, we saw their weaknesses, especially when they played against Ghetto Artists. They just couldn't hold down the sites, but we've all watched Ghetto Artists. We know that their way of playing is really just to constantly overwhelm and rely on their aim duels. So it also depends if the team from MYSG is going to be confident in their duels against the team from Hong Kong that is generally known to be extremely sharp.
Yeah. That actually reminds me of Toda before in Malaysia, Singapore. They're a team that I would say very, very good at aim duels, very good at landing their shots. But when it comes to, the ability usage, there is a little bit of a disparity there compared to the other teams. Now, when we talk about these teams, for Lays so far, Gaimin Gladiators, still getting used to their new name. For Gaimin Gladiators, I feel like if so long as DZ can get onto the site, get those picks, and and just get so long as that happens, they're able to really, really, just really clinch it, because so far their post-plant defenses have been really good. And also in a lot of situations post-plant, you can always rely on Arten to really, really make sure that he can come back with those bandage clutches.
Wait, okay, I want to take a moment and just appreciate how fabulous it is to have 3 women in panel. So nice, very refreshing. I'm very happy. Plus, okay, I don't know if like Hash Bunny fans out there are flaming me for calling her like a random girl that I met on Twitch.
No!
I surely hope not, or else the auntie vibes are gonna get to me. Auntie Tash.
Yeah, Auntie. I'm changing my brand now. It's no longer Tash Bunny, it's Auntie Tash. gotta catch up. The age is catching up now.
No, I don't think so. For real. I really, before you disclose your age, which we're not gonna do on panel right now, I had no idea. It was not evident that was your age.
Aww.
I did not know you were... Yeah. Trust me, especially after seeing your impressions, which you might want to share with the audience that we have right now so they know what I'm talking about, then they would not know. They would not know your age.
Okay, so my age... Hello, everyone. I'm actually an old man.
Oh, wow.
It always catches me off guard.
Yeah, okay.
See?
Yeah.
Close your eyes and listen to that again, and you don't even know who's on the panel anymore. You'd be surprised that there's some other person who's here sitting to us and talking about Gaimin Gladiators and Griffin Esports.
I mean, when you come back to those teams, though, coming back to those teams, I'm really excited to talk about that. I mean, you know what's crazy? Like, just thinking about these players' ages. When we were on the topic, right? They're just so very young. I think some of them are like 16 all the way till 19. And I think a lot of them are still in their teens. And to be this good, this young, just really shows so much potential of promise when it comes to their careers and growth. But on the flip side, I mean, I don't know if you guys remember, but over in NA, FaZe just signed a 30-year-old player. And, you know, they called it a gamble. But what do you guys think about that?
I think that's insane.
I feel like age doesn't really matter too much. It also depends on the kinds of... At least when you're young, right? Coming into the scene very young, you're very impressionable, very malleable as a player. So it also depends on what kind of teammates you have. Do they really help you learn to be the best player that you can be? Or do they kind of crush your hope?
Ooh. Well, the way you said it earlier, I was like, Trick said, age doesn't really matter. You know, one of the orgs better pick me up. But then you said, especially because they're young. And I was like, oh, okay, so I guess it's just time for us to move on to the agent selection over here. Okay, goodness gracious. I love the maps, the atmosphere of being here at the group stage, and I love my co-panelists, of course. But what I even love more, Tricks, is the agent selection, because it always comes as a surprise for us.
Yes, that agent selection is fantastic. We have that Astro with the global presence, the KO on both teams. Flip side, you've got Omen there as well, and you have the difference between a Chamber and a Killjoy. And I'm not so sure how I feel about these agent selections. What do you think, Tash?
Okay, so now when you look at Gaimin's picks, these are I would say this is something that you always see them play and pick. So I'm not too worried about like what Griffin can expect. But I'm more worried about how scary it is to go against Frey, who is holding site as a Chamber. I wouldn't say that Chamber is the best on B site for Ascent, but mid control is something that is very important to have. And with a Chamber, that mid control is gonna be insanely terrifying.
I find that for here, as long as when we're speaking of win conditions, I think that Griffin Esports having that great attacker side, the duelists always have to have that support. Somewhat predictable though. I think Gaimin Gladiators definitely need to play more proactively than they have before, and with refrag. Because watching their previous VODs, I find that they like to play that aggressive side, but they tend to be alone. They don't have enough support to reposition. Or if, two of the attacker sides come in to try and pick off a defender,
I agree.
They're always by themselves. So I think that I really hope that's something they've picked over that waiting period up to this group stage.
Yeah, because when you think about that, it makes so much sense. Because the peak potential when you're alone is just not great. If you're not winning your duels alone, you are going to become a liability. And when you are down a man, like those actually matter. Your skills, your abilities, how you can actually help your team. And when you're down one person, you lose so much value, especially when you're playing a role that's needed to get onto site or at least hold it after. So like it or not, I'm really curious to see how this goes. I was surprised. I wouldn't say that I was surprised that the Astra pick is still a great pick, But, you know, we thought after her nerf she wouldn't be viable. But I guess people are starting to learn that she is still viable when you actually fuse her or use her with another agent to cover those holes that nerf made for her.
Yes, of course. And, you know, we've talked about it here on the panel, the Astra versus the Omen all the time. And it just has a little bit more of the mentality, or like you condition your opponents to like see that star over there, and you kind of just push back a little bit because you're afraid that you'll get through the gravity well and everything. So there's a lot of mental warfare going on once you pull out the Astra.
Yeah.
And that is what we always look forward to over here. But now we've got the maps covered. We've got the agent selection covered. What now? What now, right?
Yeah, what now? Just the game, right?
The game. Let's begin with the games. Well, then for that part, your panel will be signing off. Don't fret though, because we're passing you to the very capable hands of our casters.
Yet another exciting week ahead of us as we look at Asarai and his favorite ball cap. He was just talking about it before. He's like, I am capped today. What is that supposed to mean? We'll find out throughout the broadcast. But man, looking at the opener for our exciting week, Asarai is already keeping those pearly whites, or at least struggling to keep those pearly whites behind his lips.
I don't know, man. I just got myself a nice little breakfast of a chicken sandwich, so I'm feeling pretty hyper today. That's why I'm wearing my burger/sandwich cap. But yeah, this is going to be incredibly exciting because this is, I think, the first time that we'll be seeing for quite a long time Griffin Esports come back into the Southeast Asia to the APAC scene once again. It's been a hot minute since we've seen these guys. Gaimin Gladiators, as we already know, have been the stalwart, the sweethearts, I think, of the MYSG region, as they've taken away that one series from Paper Rex. We'll see if that is something that they have kind of built themselves upon in terms of confidence and whatnot. But for the moment, we are just about to start on the pistol already. Attackers, Gaimin Gladiators already looking for mid. Sufat does get a bit of a sneak peek about that. Backs away, doesn't destroy the recon, but at least he does get that bit of information, and Rainy will be the first one to swing, although he does have the fragment to at least stop them if they start to corral on short. Oh, a little bit bad for him, but he still gets away. Oh my goodness.
He does get an extra, and the rest of Griffin, they spread their wings, and they gun down GMN. Now we're up to Frey here, as he wants to land some shots, but no, Rainy gets a third for his own. And like you said, the confidence, it should be brimming for yeah, we saw that. Okay, the week just started. It's early in the morning, and sometimes your throwing arm's just a little, it's still asleep. So we just unfortunately couldn't get that bonus pistol. But again, back to the task at hand. Oh man, the Gladiators here already off to a good start, and like you said, or not the Gladiators off to a good start. It's Griffin. A lot of teams with a lot of them G's, getting me confused. But now, what is for certain is that the weapon advantage is going to go in the way for Griffin. The Gladiators, they go for something a little more conservative. They try to get an early pick with Neff. But Neff will fall, not even using that 0 point. Arn and the rest of the boys, they still try to hold on to main. They now have that orb, which is probably number 1 on their objective list here. Frey wants to take a bit of a fight with his headhunter. And is he going to find one? He even finds winner. Oh my goodness. And now they still shift their attention. Still want to get that orb again. Rainy wants to replicate the success in the previous round, Asarai, but so far no dice on the aggression.
I like the pop flash. It actually goes above his head. so that he can peek as the flashpoint does bang or flash out. Anyways, still a very slow round here for Gaimin Gladiators as they're looking for a little bit more. Maybe Anson is from the defenders, trying to see if there's a bit of a chink in the armor. Filling things out, as you saw with the spread that they've done. Is going to be the B-side take, but there's a nano swarm already at the swing, and as they cop out, Fung, he's gonna have to wait, and this is gonna fall in front of him. 2 kills already, looking for the third, and this should be an easy one. An easy takedown for the rest of Griffin. 2-0. Solid defense on this one.
Bonus time as Griffin, they have to prepare themselves. The Gladiators, they're gonna stock up their weapons, get those main rifles on board, then have the most successful endeavors trying to find those frags, barring Frey here, getting that opener. Aside from that, this is potentially the first time we're going to see a strat come out from the Gladiators, as gun round it is. One thing that I feel like we have to touch on, though, is that Griffin, this isn't their first rodeo, so experience might be the X factor here for them.
Absolutely agree. Again, we've seen, I believe, Rainy and Sufat, if I'm not mistaken, play on CBT. Rainy, I fondly remember him being on AHQ as well, when it was still very early in the life cycle of Southeast Asia. They were one of the more notable teams for at least a couple of months before they were dethroned quite, I think, during the time of Team SMG as well. In any case, you know that he's been in the scene for a very long time already, and he's kind of using that to help Griffin get farther in. Because I don't remember him being with the roster way back last year. Any case, Gaimin already showing a lot of force on mid, and Sufat, if he keeps jumping up, he might actually just entail the wrath of Gaimin if they're starting to push in through market, which they are.
That they do. A two-way B hit. The rotation is coming in, but they're going to be understaffed on the B side as winner falls. Neff with a beautiful flick, and we see a little bit of a weapon shuffle on the side of Z, but not needed. Rainy tries to find the timing. Luckily for him, he does come out unscathed. And not for too long, as Frey will fight him. Fung still trying to clear out B main here. See what he can do alone. Does have a nano swarm available, as most of his utility has been expended and still invested towards A. Frey holding on to Speedway. Wow, all that rhymes. Unintentionally, of course. Now, Fung, I think he's just going to play for exits here. Just wants to do a little bit of damage to their economy. It is not meant to be. As that glitch pop kill is going to be another one for Frey, who's been pretty active in these opening 3 rounds.
Yeah.
The Gaimin Gladiators, though,
that works.
look to take the swing, but look at that. Sufat BB already putting that operator to use.
You have to apologize. I keep saying Gaimins. It's supposed to be Gaimin. You know, it's like we're Gaming Gladiators. Anyways, with this replay, it really does show, again, really good utility usage there. Just 2-pronged. 1 recon dart, one paranoia was all that it really took to break down the defense there. I really like a 3-pronged approach from Griffin, but Gaimin just immediately able to dismantle that so quickly. And speaking of which, they're already working their magic here towards mid, as you can see, slowly creeping up. A double peek, if whatever. Maybe they get a pick or something. Nothing as of the moment. Something notable here is Winner did purchase an Odin. Could actually not be good if they are put in a position where, yeah, he's not going to be able to at least put a suppressive fire on. He does reposition to mid. I think going to short now to resupply, but this could be a mistake because they've given up control of a lot of mid. I mean, there is OIR Select that is going to be holding on here, but if he does get knocked off, this might put Sufat BB in a really awkward spot, especially now that doesn't have the dash anymore. I think they were able to spot him, and now they're going to start pushing in. And look at this, Gaming Gladiators, even with the recon dart, once again, who is this man that keeps putting it out? So good. And anyways, Fung and Winner to remain. They've already expended so much money into this one, and they might need to save up.
30 seconds left.
One thing that the Gaimin Gladiators, or at least what we can put under the microscope, is that I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is their first tour for APAC. So
yeah,
this is their building blocks. This is going to be the start of teams VODing them a little bit more. And I would say they still have that surprise factor over Griffin. Griffin might be struggling on that last round. At the very least, they do get that save. However, they're probably going to resort to upgraded pistols on the next, barring these two, of course. Gaimin Gladiators, though, so far what we've seen from them is that they've been taking this in a very disciplined manner. They're not really super gung-ho. They've been defaulting on a 2-1-2 split, and they've been just oppressing wherever they can find a crack in the defense. And I think that's also one of the difficulties when it comes to talking about APAC teams, right? We all know that they're incredible, especially in the group stages. They made it this far, so that baseline is going to be so high up there already.
I will have to argue as well that at least on our end, we do have this mental note of possibly a ranking within our regions, right? Where Hong Kong, Taiwan may be falling a tad bit behind against MYSG, but that is still yet to be truly seen, at least for right now.
I'm going above.
Anyways, this is such a weird position for Griffin, as they only do have the Vandal in the hands of Fun. I was wondering if they were gonna give it to maybe Sufat, but Sufat does get a pick off here on mid with this Sheriff of his, maybe two. Will give him the ability to pick up his blades up and ready very quickly. And again, I think we go back to my point, you know, when the panel was still talking, we also have our own little discussion here, Raph, where I didn't really feel too confident with the Astra anymore, especially with all of the new agents that have kind of come into the play fray as well, right? Not the chamber player, but the word. It feels like maybe a Fade would be a nice complement here than the KO, just because it does give you a lot more crowd control, even though you think that, you know, the Fragment and Flashpoint could be arguably really strong. Sufat, so risky. He's actually right there into the open, and the Flash just denies him any form of leeway onto Catwalk. He tries to jump up, but he's gonna get caught by the rest of Gaimin.
Like I said, they always approach this with a pretty disciplined and a steady default. Now they have that man advantage, and they're still trying to get that space. The dash is going to come from Z, but the support's going to be delayed a little bit. The molly is still there. Turning it up is Wire Select, though, getting some value off that Sheriff. Winner even gets one, but the advantage is just a little too strong on the side of the Gladiators. As the weapons, they still fall apart. I think GFN, they have a bit of an economy reset here, so they are able to buy up in stride again. And just to circle on your point, right, about the Astra. Sometimes I feel like when you get the Astra, since she's been relegated to a generalist of a smoker, because I guess that was her problem, right, before the nerf. She was a generalist, but she was amazing at everything, when typically you should be just okay. You shouldn't have the zoning of the Viper, you shouldn't have the speed of an Omen, you shouldn't have the lasting capability of a Brimstone all-in-one agent. But that's what Astra was. And again, just to go back, getting a little confused and getting a little sidetracked. Sufat is on the dot, focused to find his fellow Jet player. Now, Gladiators, they're the ones to start off with a disadvantage now. How are they going to recover from this? The 0 point tags 1, so the dash is not going to be available. But the swing, still mighty conservative, knowing that it's an operator to greet them.
I need an obscuring vision.
Ooh, I like the bounce on that one. Gives him a little bit of access onto A short. Still gonna get DE-9'd. And what's the answer here? Neff does finally get a pick. Rainy doesn't know about A main. It seems like Sufat was not able to assist his teammate in time, and because Neff did get the kill, he's gonna have himself the ultimate to use. The thing is, as the smoke dissipates, that will not allow the rest of Gaimin to just get into the A site freebie, as Sufat was holding it very strongly with the op. Good stuff. Very clean defense. And finally, this investment on the sniper raft starting to pay off for Griffin.
Truly, it does wonders against the defaults where the picking power is very much accentuated. Again, good frags across the board, but as you mentioned, that operator was just too much of a mental load on the side of Gaimin. The Gladiators, though, they have a task katana. I believe this is going to be their first eco. Oh, not at all, actually. Not even a reset point. Economy good enough to even go for a round after here. But Frame, he says, you know what, you guys want to play the long-range game? I'll do it for you. I'll bring out my tour de force, get a pick for myself, and see how this round is going to turn out. They still have a flash available here, but Rainy, despite getting tagged there, I think this step was actually audible. and they double up on that. But now we look at Wire Select, who I believe was the Sentinel player for Griffin way back when. Again, my memory could be a little muddy, but Wire Select gets his cranium absolutely annihilated by Styron. 2v4. The Gladiators, they have the upper hand here. Fun could easily change this in the course over a few picks, but he's all the way in B main. So now Winner has the task of holding this. He denies the spike. If he got that kill, then it would have been very much possible. But Fung is now going to relegate himself to saving duties.
Spike planted.
Well, I thought it was kind of awkward that he wasn't rotating as quickly as, but I forgot that he actually had the operator at hand already, so that's probably the reason why. Gaimin, really good adjustment overall, and Frey, is he going to be on the hunting party? Oh, I like this. He's going to try to take away the operator in the hands of Fung, which is not bad. All of them do have the Vandals. I think Z already know where he really is, but he's just waiting for his teammate to kind of clear more of these positions before they start creeping right in, and they know where Fung is. If you peek to the right, this is about as good as it takes. And Frey just waiting for the right opportune moment, and that was it.
That exactly was it. They remove that operator away from them, and well, they even get one for themselves here. No tour de force, but we'll still do the job as well. Now, Asar, what have we really noticed from these teams? Again, it's been mostly strong defaults. I feel like they're still hinging off that KO ult for set play, as I think we've seen once already. We still have the actually, no, we have quite a bit of ults across the board here. I am assuming YR Select is going to do something with his Cosmic Divide, especially in tandem with said Null Command. Not for now, as it is an eco state. They want to tie things up. Otherwise, the Gladiators, they might just get the first 2-round lead here.
Just waiting for the contact for the moment, but sometimes that is not what you want to happen. As operators, all they really need to do is wait for the angle, see a little bit of that body, and then take a shot, and you're almost always guaranteed a pick. Especially on the weaker buy here of Griffin, where they might only have the half shield. It's not really that good. But Sufat, always the deadly aggressor, looking to get a bit of information here, maybe even to get up a pick, but he's already primed the dash. He's actually expended it, and now he either has to play very far back, which you are seeing why he's there on the back of Generator, or very far forward to maybe just rally in some of these kills. Gaimin, though, they're kind of feeling that they don't want to charge in too much on A. And they're just going to wrap all the way around. Do they have something a little bit more special for the B side if they're going to try to get in a little bit nastier? It looks like that's going to be a no. Frey, I've never seen this actually be done, where it's Frey as a chamber playing operator on the lurk, right?
Alone. Yeah.
No way.
Oh, no!
Oh, Fung with the 2K. Okay, this is still pretty much manageable now for Griffin. In terms of the HP advantage, Frey is actually alone as a Broza, and Sufat, all he really has to do is make sure that they can take him down before they work on the other players of Gaimin. But Frey hits another nasty shot. That's a little bit awkward, I think, for Sufat. Just a little bit too antsy. Could have waited for his teammate to do something before he did it himself. The weapons, actually, I think still favoring Gaimin here. But they are dropping to the ops. Somehow, some way, this operator is looking so massive for the rest of them. And Select hits the shot. Styron couldn't do anything. Oh, what is happening? This has turned into a thrifty for Griffin.
So I was anticipating, right? Because you talked about it. The chamber on alert. Yes, that's honestly normal. We see that every single day in the pro matches. Even in pubs. The chamber lurking alone with the operator, I feel like could be a stylistic choice, maybe a comfort pick, because what I was anticipating was they might just roll B, but the moment that the eco players from A start moving, and if they so rotated from tree, the numbers would have just been too problematic. We just know the operator's just really not the quickest weapon here, but quick on the draw is everybody on Griffin with those 6 shooters. Now we have a bit of a duel here, all armory stocked, locked, and loaded. And mid might be the first point of contact again. Sufat BB wants to get lucky, but do they know that Neff has made his himself very, very close to them. The flash is going to be primed, but Z is going to be suppressed just for a tiny bit. We might see a bit of flash and dash action here. We don't have a dart to really get that information, but with Sufat BB re-aggressing on Z, he's not going to have the brightest of days or the brightest of rounds. Now, the Gladiators, they love to play slow, or at least that's what we've seen from them so far. Losing a player like that, especially to an operator, has not been too kind to them. But Winner does not get any W's on that spray. Neff with a 6 cents, finding one more. But the position again, it's very similar to what happened in the previous round. We have a Lurk again, unsupported, and we have the main brunt pushing towards the side. This time it's A. The utility from the KJ and the Astra still very much present, so any combos could prove to be potentially fatal for the Gladiators, as that 0 point. Does it actually find anyone? No, it doesn't. The null command, however, is going to stop any set play from happening. So the Gladiators, they have to make a choice. Either they run to B or just kind of force themselves here.
No time. No time.
No time indeed. Frey is on the charge with the operator. Again, an interesting choice. Rainy spots it, moves away in time, but the utility shuffle is just a little too strong. I like the decision here. Just save it. Yeah. I like the decision. They see it. They don't force the issue. But Arden actually is here. And the spike is down. Well, it was a valiant effort. But too much information already given on the side of Griffin. And too little space on the side of Gladiators to work with.
I will say, though, Griffin overestimated, I think, the willingness of Gaimin to push in on that. They've used both Astro Wall and KJ Ultimate just to dissuade Gaimin when they had literally 15 seconds onto the clock and haven't even touched the A site. So, a little bit interesting on this side for Griffin, but you know what? If it takes the round, they'll take whatever they can, right?
Absolutely. Rounds do still equate to round wins.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. Neff, this time getting the short end of the stick when it comes to blind fire. Still manages to find Seofat BB, so that's going to be a very important pick. As well as Rainy out of the board, we still have quite a bit of utility in the pockets of Griffin. But what can they do with it now, considering that they are down 2? Winner, waiting for anybody to aggress over A. And once again, the Gladiators showing their discipline here. They have their picks. They don't have to run amok, run wild. But Wire Select does find one on Arn despite having support. Now they back off. They have a little more manageable situation, manageable of a situation. As Neff is still quite low, so he has to play bait here. He has to be the first contact for his team. Fung anticipating that dart, gets it beautifully, doesn't avoid the flash, but still gets the dink on Z. So both these players now, actually no, it didn't really hurt Z here. Hunter's Sphere doesn't find any value to Aserai, so the plan is gonna go in a 2v4. Well, 2v3 now.
Wait, why? Did Gaimin have 2 operators? Because Neff is actually holding an op himself. This could actually still be workable for Griffin. If Neff couldn't hit this shot, this will allow them a little bit more leeway. And he's like 5 HP, and he's way out into the open. So if they're quick enough, this could really be a very usable round here for Griffin. They've already gotten themselves a little bit of control now here on the switch, but time is ticking, so they need to make things happen for the moment. Good shot from Winner. Able to isolate a little bit more of the fight, but not enough, truly. That fragment thrown out by Neff was absolutely perfect so that nobody can push through to fast lane. A little bit awkward, but still well done by Gaimin.
I think that operator was actually from Griffin, and then they picked it up. I like the choice there, considering Neff was very, very low, so any prolonged gunfight could have been the death of him. And it was actually the turret to dink Z there. I thought...
I was just going to say, that was kind of an awkward mixture on mid from Sufat, right? Where his Select made the budget smoke for him, and I think he was trying to maybe... have a little bit of window of opportunity for Select to pop out an op shot, and then it kind of just backfired in his face because he couldn't dash back into proper cover, unfortunately.
I feel like a lot of the Jets, or like no matter what region, the pitfall is always the same when you're opping on Ascent mid, right? Again, the prospect, I can get the early pick, I can stop the advance and potentially create a strong point for my team no matter what. So do I aggress? Do I overly aggress? Do I be passive? Because again, we've seen that so many times, not just in APAC, not just in our local region, but literally everywhere else, where we see a Jet just kind of overstay their welcome. Granted, they do have the dash away, but sometimes just better to pressure with presence is why our select this time is going to be doing the jump spotting. And Fat BB, oh boy, you are walking on a tightrope doing that, as he avoids a fatal shot, dashing away into the safety of heaven. Gladiators, they've somewhat already identified, or rather put an identity that they want to play this discipline game. They don't want to overextend whatsoever. 30 seconds on the clock. This time there's probably no ults to stop them. They pop the null command, so now they have free reign over the shuffle. We see the long range Hunter's Fury doesn't mark anyone. It even finds you, Fat BB, as Styron comes alive. And now we see the site overtaken, infested by the Gladiators as they make it their arena. And any Griffin who puts any presence here has been cut down so far. 3v5 now, but YR Select with a Bulldog. Hopes not looking too great. Odds not looking too great.
They still do have one smoke, so at least isolate site and A main. So it's not the worst of cases, but they're still very much outnumbered. I love this one-way smoke from Arden. This will not give anybody any confidence to push out through door. It's just a death sentence. You're gonna show off your feet and nothing else but that. Winner.
Oh!
Ooh. It was probably trying to stop Winner from picking up the operator, but he still gets the win in the end. Still a very close-knit fight. TBH. Out in the open. Great shot overall. Anybody from behind? Well, I mean, unless they can thread through the explosion of the spike, then nobody. So you're fine.
Exactly. You know, one thing that I'm very surprised about this game, we've seen more ops or opping rounds than eco rounds. It's, I guess, not the most common sight because it's been on both sides. It's not been the Gladiators nor the Griffins dominating that stat spread, but still, an even effort. Gladiators, though, they only have one round to really work with. Meanwhile, over at Griffin, they have, or at least they're suffering a little bit of a recession here. 2 upgraded pistols. Now we see a Vandal in hand, Operator, and a Phantom. Both main rifles being serviced, but that's all about their firepower cannon tail. So this side hold has to be amazing. It's too fat. He equalizes it with one shot. And oh my goodness, the Gladiators. They are reeling from that one as Griffin, they smell blood. And Fong, who's been fantastic on that Sheriff, continues his rampage as Fat BB gets the final kill. He has the divine right to claim that round as his own.
Woo. Okay, all right. Let's dissect that first real quick. People might say that Gaimin should have played to bait out Fat, but how can you bait out something like that when it was just a fraction of a second for him to hit that shot, and they lined up perfectly for the double? I think also Fung might have gotten himself a collat or a double kill with the Sheriff, but regardless of that, Fat, the true hero of the before halftime round, 2 kills for the price of 1 shot. You don't see that too often. But you know what? We'll take it. And Fat definitely giving Griffin a bit of bite coming into the second half.
Oh, boy. Now I'm awake. Thank you, Fat. You have...
It's not the coffee, man.
Going.
It's not the chicken sandwich. It's the Fat collab.
It's the Fat collab. The fattest of shots. Impactful. We are at the beginning of our group stages, yet the highlights, they keep on coming. Gladiators, now this would be an interesting look on how they approach the defensive side, considering, well, like we said, right, this is going to be their first tour in APAC. This is going to be where they find a base of an identity. But now we look at Griffin here. You did mention that you're not too much of a fan of the Astra pick. I said my 2 cents about it. Does feel like an incredibly generalist pick now.
Yeah.
I feel like Astra Sky has just left so much of an imprint, right? We do know the science behind the KO. Yes, the 0 point is there. Yes, the null command is there. But if you just go for full utility oppression, then Sky would probably be the more aggressive choice.
And maybe someone will argue that, oh, but, you know, you can always use... I forgot what it's called. Oh, Gravity Well and the Fragment, right? But when can you really use that in tandem to, like, flush out corners, if it ever, especially when your opponent, you know, is incredibly mobile, or you don't have the the really good instantaneous reconnaissance to know where they are to kind of flush it out, unless it's really is in your set plan. In any case, that's just me with my gripes with the Astra, not really with the team itself. But now switching the sides, maybe, I mean, 4 stars is still plenty to take in onto the side, but the thing is, you kind of want to use a little bit more of that spread, right? And you can see Griffin having to use the budget smokes to go get a little bit of map control, but Ascent is such a risky place to try to play slowly with smokes that if you're not careful, you're just going to give attackers so much leeway to go do things like this. And Siufat, you know what? Who needs to gripe about agents when you have Siufat hitting all of these shots? Remember fondly how this guy was playing massively as a Sage. Now here on this Jet of his, even better. What a 180.
Yes. I don't know how to link up from that one, Astra, but too fast. We can throw all the adjectives and throw all the compliments his way because these last... What? Okay, Frey. I guess we can't put all the compliments in one basket here. As the Gladiators, they do put up a good effort here. It's a 2v5. It is the pistol, so it's going to be all about those taps. The crossfires, the spider web has been set, making this incredibly difficult. Steeron gets one. Can he find another? Yes, he does. That's a third for him. 1v1 now, but time is winding down. This is pretty much the round for Griffin, but still a fantastic effort on both sides here as we stare into the void a bit. And I have to say, Asarai, this has been a pretty thorough round, or at least a thorough effort from both teams. We haven't necessarily seen too many plays that lack diligence or things that would be considered clumsy at the pro level. Both these teams, they are not phased whatsoever, considering that this is already the group stages.
And again, you know, since we do talk about the group stage and everything, each region feels like they have their undefeated kings of the region. You know, for Philippines, we have Team Secret. For MYSG, we have Paper Rex. I mean, Team Secret lost one.
They also lost one.
Paper Rex lost one. You know, almost undefeated. Fine. Fine. If you're going to be a stickler about it, all right? And
what is a stickler?
I'm coming to my point. Okay? Hong Kong, Taiwan has Griffin. This is the long-standing team that has been undefeated for the most part. Even with Ghetto Artist, one of the rising stars, having, I think, a good mix of new and veteran players of the region, they're still incredibly, I think, outmanaged or are having difficulties to manage the Griffin team. And it kind of shows as to how cleanly they've played, especially with Siufat just, again, an amazing jet player for them.
I could potentially be wrong, but HKT Dubs, as a region, has been known to be incredibly aggressive. But Frey doing a crime there. Hello, I'd like to... Well, you know Siufat. He's always there to quickly clean up for his team, but still an excellent shot from Frey. We can't take that away from him. The classics are all the Gladiator have. I mean, it's doable, right? But it's a bit of a long shot, unless everybody's completely paranoid. They do get hit by that Omen flash. They do find one, but again, the gun advantage just a little too strong. And just to go back to my point, we know HK Taiwan as a region, incredibly aggressive. If we remember in the previous stage, a lot of their strats and a lot of their personality came off from the fact that they love to play contact. They found a lot of success doing that.
True.
And it's great that they're not shying away from that, but they're expanding their depth and their range as a team. And I guess this is exactly why we like watching, and we're so lucky to have, you know, VCT, the evolution of the players, the improvement of the regions. It's just a treat to watch and watch unfold.
Well, this treat is not yet done.
Right here.
First gun round for Gaimin on the defense. Arden will be spotting a little bit of this. Supplement anything on the smoke, maybe? He did put a one-way somewhere on A main, and that still at least forced back the rest of Griffin. A little bit interesting on that smoke of his, but I do like it. If anybody peeks out in this straight line, you should be able to intercept or receive, whichever you want to call it. But Griffin already starting to work their way maybe through mid. They already put 2 people outside of B main. This could be a re-hit onto short. They just want to see an angle coming through tiles, perhaps, mayhaps. But with 1 minute, there's still a lot of options left for Griffin to try to get things started. Fung gonna clear out the angle first. Nobody will be spotted, and Frey loving the cheekiness of this off angle from him.
An off angle, indeed. Maybe potentially be only used once here. As we see, still a bit of a slow crawl, to be honest with you. Quite a bit of an innocuous period yet again on the side of Griffin. Again, they're still kind of poking and prodding. Can't really commit too much, considering the range. But they want to maximize this bonus as much as they can. They are going to spot out 2 players with that 0 point. Not entirely sure where, but that Killjoy utility, that Killjoy Molly, is definitely going to give them the allowance to do so. Now they move up. A has been all but taken. Jet anti-flank, interesting choice. Interesting choice. But we may see the fruits of that.
I mean, there is the trap that will spot 3 of them. So once that makes any noise, yeah, Sufat already knows. Oh, Free! How does he? No way he had the clairvoyance to check that, right? Anyways, Fung, if he doesn't show himself here on Wine, this could actually be a really good angle for him. 3 of them are right in front, but he only has the Sheriff. Unfortunately, Winner, last one to remain. He's going to have to fight tooth and nail for this, but there's still one holding the angle for Arden to keep the defuse almost alive. If he got Arden, maybe with just a fraction of a second. Possibly, Rav, possibly could have won them the round.
I was about to say, what a bonus coming in from Griffin. Stealing the round, getting the weapons, despite losing Sufat. But nonetheless, they still damage the economy, so their gun round might not look as impressive, whether it be armor or utility. But I love how close this game is, Asarai. Me personally, I thought that this might have a little more clearance on the side of the Gladiators, because if we're not mistaken, they're the only ones who did make a dent in the Paper X armor, which we know is mighty impressive. Griffin, they are no slouches themselves. They're totally keeping this close and doing above and beyond that. The blades are going to come out from Sufat BB once again, undeterred. Sees the trap. Do I keep going? Of course you do. No fear whatsoever. Now they have the middle line, the center line of the map. Styron has to be a little more cautious here, because if he does let his guard down, then he could potentially pay with the price of a rotating teammate dying. That's not the case though, as most of the players on the side of the Gladiators, they are already far forward trying to wrestle control for Tree. Griffin has not made any advancements other than putting Sufat BB in such a deep position. Styron could potentially be the first victim here, but he does play a pretty important role here. If he does fall, then he's going to isolate Frey from his team. But look at this, Asar. The discipline still to not overcommit to anything. Still very much alive, very much present.
Ooh, if Frey actually TP's back and Sufat's there on the swing, that could be something. Never mind, he's going to be playing on market first. Frey still has a perfect angle, and he's always good for the 2. Still, Sufat's position allows him a little bit more of freedom to get them that B site. It will be planted. That flash on Neff by himself, that is a made mistake, but pushing through the smoke is also something of a mistake there. Arden's going to be the only one to remain, able to maybe just sneak by through B main, but he's going to have to flush a 2 at the back of the site. Does he have the paranoia at least to make it a little bit safer, a little bit easier? Absolutely not. Will smoke at least one corner so that there's only one teeny tiny hole he's going to have to be checking out of. They spotted it out. That is not a defensible position. He's going to have to move forward here. And there's no absolute way he's going to be able to get this, because he can always just be shot through the smoke. Hits a good shot on select, but Winner at least gets the chicken dinner.
Or the Griffin dinner, as they take yet another round. Still, though, we do have quite a bit of ultimates here. If they want to force the issue, they can totally utilize that Hunter's Fury to give them a little space towards A, get that Blade Storm going for Sufat. Or rather, not Sufat, sorry, on the side of the Gladiators. You know, one thing that I've noticed too, Asai, they're honestly playing very similarly. It's crazy. It's like watching a true mirror match, despite the agent discrepancy, the agent difference. But here we have a very, very similar philosophy in how they want to approach this. This time around, the Gladiators, they have a more passive approach towards mid. As I say that, they do send Frey here to hunt with said Headhunter. But so far, Griffin have not been giving any opportunities. Not the Headhunter, sorry, the Tour de Force. And once again, peering his eyes towards tiles, this time to upper mid. He finds nothing, no information to relay. Griffin, they still take their time. You know, one thing that I find interesting to Aserai is that both these teams are relatively young, but to play with such discipline and to have such a measured approach, it's already such a great sign for what is to come. Frey, he did find success sniping in the previous half. He finds even more as Fat BB is going to be cut down where he stands. The drone is going to be there, but there is no tandem swing. He actually marches forward, cannot hit the shot. He even finds Rainy, and he even rendezvous out. A little bit of a freebie here, but Winner has something to say as they're running out of ammo, running out of shots in that tour de force to really anchor it down. The last one not even good for anything as Wire Select gets caught off guard by Z. And my, this round still looking much more perilous than it should have been.
Oh, this is bad. Fung is by himself. They know he's isolated on B main, so Winner's gonna have to make something happen right here, right now. Good shot for Arden. Z, as well as teammate, now trying to just overwhelm. Trade for trade. Does have to dash, but he's not yet onto the spike. He needs to hear that beep first before anything else. Fung, does he have anything to stop him? No! He's on the jump. He's not on it again, and he can just repeat this time in time. He knows he's off it. And Z, all he really has to do is have it for the moment, but no! Fung is playing this absolutely perfectly, and Z's time, his timer is running out. What a read from Fung. Z just he jumped twice. Fung saw it. Yikes.
Need a drop.
You needed nerves of steel to stick that. To be honest with you, it looked so good for the Gaimin Gladiators. But again, you can hinge off so much off one person. The gun advantage is eventually going to show itself despite the valiant efforts for everybody. I feel like he could have maybe hugged the corner a little bit closer there. Maybe give him just enough HP to tank it. But hindsight is 20/20, folks, and the decisions that are made in the heat of battle, definitely not, or at least you don't have the allowance to make the clearest of choices. As Griffin, they're probably going to run down the clock again. Now, the Gaimin Gladiators, all they really have to do is wait, but aggressive A main control seems to be the task at hand.
There's already one on the close swings. It's the double swinger. Oh! Arden gets back into cover, though. He is suppressed, so he cannot at least assist the site with something. Frey is going to be coming in through heaven here, but all eyes were already situated on him. One is hiding at the teeny tiny corner. That is going to be Neff on Dice. And if he times this perfectly, he might be able to spot out two. Excuse me. The fragment comes in online. Styron is here to assist. One more to remain, and Neff's position was never found out until it was too late.
Now Neff has that
great positioning.
Oh yeah, definitely great position. Now Neff has that null command here. They can honestly use it preemptively and maybe bait out a little bit of a retaliation for Griffin. But I feel like Griffin has been so passive on the early round that they definitely don't need to do that. And as I say that, this is definitely what allowed them to take A main convincingly, getting all those early frags. And with that being said, do you think Griffin should be a little more proactive now, at least moving forward? They have the ecos here, so maybe potentially at the moment they just kind of want to get this round over with.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, they have been very proactive with how they've been using their utility. I was again a little bit worried about the Astra pick, but you know what? They selected it for a reason, pun intended. And you see how good he can actually play that. TP's right in front of him. Just break it if you want to. No more escape for Frey, but does he really want to escape the situation? Because he is the one, I think, at the mantle of things, especially with Arden is right behind him, helping him out. Styron already good for two. Frey once again with another shot. And as they close the door, Z... he opens the door just to re-challenge. And Frey was like, peekaboo, I'm here to serve you. A nice full shot of Headhunter. 3 kills for him, and Gaimin starting to rally back up once more.
This could potentially be the round that Griffin takes back. They do have that lockdown available in their back pockets. So whichever side they want to take, it could potentially be that much more possible. Null Command is definitely in play still for the Gladiators here. They do have that Hunter's Fury, potentially even saving it for that lockdown play. Cosmic Divide on YR Select. And the rounds, they are honestly piling up on the side of the Gladiators. Z, very, very lucky that there wasn't any early peekers, and maybe potentially that's the reason why Frey has been so sharp. He even finds Fang. So now that lockdown I was talking about, highly Whoa. Is this a true trick play? Okay, that's interesting. He gets a free pick. That's all he needs. That's a lot of confusion on the side of Griffin. How did they get away with that?
They were probably thinking it's a one-off. It's a
like,
cheese strat. They might have thought that Arden made a mistake on the smoke.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Oh man, you love to see stuff like this even at the highest level because again we love creativity. We love shots landing. Arn is not a fan of it as of the moment because he was the one being turned into a pincushion. And the Hunter's Fury is here. Oh, look at that. But both of them get tagged up. Now imagine if they lined up for that one. Not the case. As winner, true to his name, will get that objective down. The Cosmic Divide is here just to equalize just for a little bit. They do get scanned out. But with this Nova Pulse, he could potentially find everybody. They don't check, but Z's too sharp. Griffin, they're down to the last person. It's Siufat. He finds Z, his fellow Jet player. But Frey, he has been a menace on this operator. Not necessarily the highest volume, but he will pull through when he is in the clutch.
Absolutely true. The reason why they couldn't react in time was Neff's flash was so well timed. Select was such in a good position, I think, if he just was not blinded fully by them. Look at this, man. We saw it coming. And they just gone. Look at that. There's the flash right there. You saw him just heavily blinded. Couldn't do really anything. Unfortunately for Sufat, he used his dash again before that in little 4v1 possible encounter. And couldn't really do anything too much. Frey forced out the TP. Ooh. Nah. It's not bangable at that position, unfortunately. Would have been fun. Would have been fine. Yeah.
Again, today's episode on Aserai is it bangable? And that was not an Aserai certified bangable wall, ladies and gents. Just to let you guys know. Just to really hammer the point home here.
Sorry to disappoint you, but you can't bang that wall.
It is not bangable.
All right. Let's see how Z goes about this lurk, because Select, ooh, that could have been a double whammy. Could have been. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Frey is backing into his position. They're not even gonna know about this.
Oh.
And they just run into his crosshair. He's like, all right, thank you very much, good sir, kind sir. He's not done just yet. He's working his magic, and Styron at least wants a little bit of that charm. Gets it in the end, and Gaimin Gladiators really rallying back. Griffin looking a little bit lost here, Raph. Their slow, methodical approach could have won when they have the threat, but now it feels like Gaimin have ceased and desist this threat that they are posing.
Exactly. They look at us. They look at the audience. You know, we were down a few rounds. Now we have the advantage. They ask us sincerely, are you not entertained? And Frey, nearing that 30 bomb, my goodness. I wasn't even completely sure he was nearing that mark. But again, his impact has been so, it's felt, but it's not necessarily like the eye candy, right? It's just been so stable. I feel like Frey has been, or at least the type of player that's very much like Tim Duncan. He's just gonna drop 20 and 10 on you. Like, oh, what? I'm totally dominating Timmy. What do you mean he has a double-double? Huh?
I love the comparison. Such a silent Reaper, as it were, right?
Oh, yeah.
Able to just get so much impact without you really feeling the the waves of his efforts.
Shadow operations, very slick, very smooth.
Stealth ops.
Exactly, very subtle. Griffin, as you mentioned, it seems that their pace and the rhythm has been adjusted accordingly, or at least that's what the Gladiators have done. To find out a way that they can crack this defense, because so far it's been pretty lopsided, to be honest with you, Aster. At least the last 2 rounds. And Arden already expecting. He does tag up Wire Select. Wire Select very, very lucky to still be alive. Today's episode on I Shouldn't Be Alive, we interview Wire Select.
Ooh, Sufat. Tag. But not flagged. Okay, he's good. Oh, that All right, Gaimin is just playing right now. Look at how the timing on these, man. They're feeling so much more confident. They know that they have all of the leeway to get this cheeky, even though there's just one round deficit. All they want to do right now is just create these vortex where they can pull in a lot of the attention and just catch Griffin one by one, which is now happening. Select, what's it good for? A Vandal, a Star, and his team winner does have everything, but yeah, they're gonna have to back away. I don't think they're good in terms of the creds as well. So with 30 seconds, they're just backing away onto their own side of the spawn. If Gaimin wanted, they could actually try to hunt them, at least maybe one person, but no, they're not even gonna give them that bit of solace. Is they don't want to charge anything. They don't want to possibly give more money in terms of kills. So Gaimin is just gonna take this into match point with relative ease.
With the greatest of ease, actually. With a flawless round on the board for the Gladiators, they truly are making their debut map much to be remembered.
Match point.
And like you mentioned, right, this is not looking too great on the side of Griffin. They will have a fairly healthy armory here. They might just have to settle with the Guardian. That they do. We still see the damage coming in from that bad boy, as we've seen in our play-ins. Now, what do they have in mind? They're still 2 away from that null command. They have that lockdown, but so far it's been pretty much non-existent in the game so far. This could potentially where they would want to use it. Styron doesn't have his ult available. They have no easy way of countering it. We see the Tour de Force come out on the side of, I believe that's Frey. Yep. I thought he had the operator there for a second, but it's actually Z who has it, so they have that double long-range capability. They already occupy the space in the lobby, which should be number 1 on Griffin's radar. And we see the Hunter's Fury on the side of Winner. If he can find one, just one, that would be what nets them the W, or at least a fighting chance. But with Arden fighting Fat BB just a little too aggressive, not being able to flush out Frey, and even Winner getting that trade on that. But now they don't have that 0 point. They don't have those flashes. Z already coming alive, finding said Winner. 3v4. Now we see the lockdown. They have to time this properly. Otherwise, that's yet another free pick for Frey. And he's still not undeterred. He might actually get locked down here. That could be the bait to set Griffin, or at least foaming at the mouth. He is here. He finds Wire Select. Now he's opening up the site. All Fun can do is watch in despair. And he is the final victim of the chopping block as he gets diced. And the Gladiators, Aserai, are we not entertained? Yes, we are.
Where did Z come from, dude? He just came out of nowhere, jumped up, got 2 kills. How are they even in his line of sight? I thought they were probably safe, but they thought that they were probably safe. But Z was like, nah, man. I got all the chances. I got my teammates. I got my confidence. And as you mentioned, that is what lets you survive. That's what lets you thrive. Nay, that is what lets you become a champion in the gladiatorial arena. As Gaimin Gladiators take the first map. What a sequence. I honestly thought that Griffin were in that trajectory to just win the first map straight up, because CFI was looking so good, especially on that second pistol round, but did not manage to happen. Anyways, we're gonna go on a short break. When we do come back, it is the panel to break things down even further in that very back and forth first game.
Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God with my... Faith is falling, put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude, sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth. too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Back at the panel with Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix. Oh my goodness, what a first game. So close. And I absolutely agree with Asura. I felt that Griffin had this in the bag, but Gaimin would just not give it up. It's a GG. Literally GG, Trix. Gaimin Gladiators.
Yes, I think Gaimin Gladiators just doing much better with those KO flashes. They both played the KO, but in terms of utility and capitalizing on what the kit KO has, I felt that Gaimin was able to do those flash peaks. They were able to suppress the Silver drones. And I felt that Griffin was kind of lacking in that aspect. You saw that they were doing a lot of dry peaks. I felt they had the right idea, but the execution was a little lacking.
Oh yeah, a lot of things happening over here. But Tash, I'm sure that you have a lot of insight too.
Yeah, so basically I think like what's going on for the team right now is that when you look at Gaimin, I mean both teams, I felt like in the beginning it feels like they're a little bit like, how do I say it, they were a little bit I'm not lacking per se, but I felt a little bit slow at the start, at least for Gaimin, and you didn't see the spike happening until a lot later.
It also felt that in terms of the retake, Griffin's retake was a little less coordinated. Gaimin, on the other hand, had that nice coordination. They had the recons ready, the flashes ready for that retake. They played it together, they had the refrags. Griffin, on the other hand, kind of going one-on-one, getting picked off a little too early before they can even set up for the retake, just putting them on that back foot. And it just felt like Gaimin just playing better, taking that early aggression, being proactive with the plays, which I mentioned on a win condition that I felt Gaimin required, which is being more proactive on that map, getting more space, getting that aggression in, really feeling out the map, pushing Griffin to certain sides, which allowed them to play for that retake faster and even stack the site.
Amazing over there. But oh my god, please, I have to point this out. Look at the average combat score on Frey over here. Remind me, So never, please. You should have given me a warning over here, Cash. I know that you mentioned.
I did.
Earlier, but you did not prepare me that is how the level of play from this guy is gonna be. Remind me to never pass in front of him when he holds an operator.
Yeah, I mean,
never.
We didn't really see him come online up until the last part of the first half. And then after that, it was just all him. But I mean, this was, when we talk about him, I really want to bring another Sentinel in to talk about Feng. And it's a lot of situations that you saw Feng holding the same angle over and over again as Killjoy and not getting punished for it. Every time he does it, he's good for 2, he's good for 3, and because the idea was, I think Trix mentioned to me, was that they threw out the flash, but the thing is they kind of messed it up. It didn't really hit where Feng was, so he was pretty much ready for it. But in a lot of situations there, what I was really concerned for Gaimin Gladiators was that you saw they ended the first half with 6, tying up with the other team. And then suddenly we were just worried. We were like, okay, how exactly are they going to do that when you have a team like Griffin Esports who are more, attack oriented? But then we saw our answer after that. They're just a lot more stoic when it comes to the post-plant retakes, when it comes to the defenses.
It really just felt like, at the end of the day, Griffin Esports losing those early rounds when they were trying to play that aggression. I was mentioning off broadcast that I felt like with that KO and Sova, you really want to be playing for those retakes, which is actually also what Gaimin started doing later on. And it just felt like if you start playing for those retakes with that kind of intel and the flushing out of the opponents that you can possibly do, and then also put yourself in an advantage with those flashes, it would be great. But then we kept seeing them try to force these fights, and then they finally pulled it back. They were able to start winning their duels, but then later on the attacker side, Griffin also slowed down their own pace, which I was concerned about because I know them to be better with those explosive kinds of plays. They overwhelm the opponents, they win with those duels. We saw Fat BB do that multiple times, but for some reason it felt they started to get concerned. They wanted to change up their play, and I felt they put themselves on a disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I really wanted to add, it started off really good for, sorry about that, how they wanted to take side. Like, Fat, I felt like he was really good at coming onto site, getting the site, but then Trix mentioned to me, whoa, he puts himself really deep into mid, into site, but the follow-up wasn't quite there.
I wanted to say, Jinx, you owe me a soda because I feel like we started off at the very same line over there. But I wanted to ask you, Trix, did you see some similar tendencies from Griffin Esports with ghetto artists? Again, they come from the same region, right? So there are similar tendencies, I think, that are at play over here.
I feel like what I loved seeing in that local area is just the sheer aggression they have on that attacker side. Griffin started off with it. They were very explosive. And again, because they slowed it down, I felt like they were playing against themselves. They weren't as comfortable playing that slow pace, that kind of pace that we see more commonly in APAC, where they take space, they take that execution. And the round that Tash is talking about is that round where we saw Fat all the way up pushed mid, but didn't move for the majority of the round.
Yeah, so I have a question for you here. I know that you mentioned that they are an attack oriented team. They prefer going on the attack. But do you think that the change of pace and change of aggression was Julie because of Frey? Because it felt to me that as soon as Frey got the operator, you saw this hesitation coming in from the side of Griffin Esports. Were they a little bit scared to challenge him? Because I feel personally that if they challenge maybe 2-3 people at the same time without Frey, the round will be a lot easier for them.
I would agree, but I also feel like a big part of it was the lack of KO flashes. I saw too many times that they were peeking an angle, somebody would die, and then a KO flash would come out, rather than starting to peek that angle with the KO flash to flush them out, get that Astro utility in, and then take the side. I just feel the order of utility was a little questionable.
Yeah, so speaking about utility as well, we were talking about the Cosmic Divide on the on the A side.
Love that round.
Yeah, and we were just like saying, like, you know, they had all the advantage in the world, but yet they still lost it. Why are they not playing with their utilities? Why was their utility so, I would say it's just like very straightforward, very one-sided. It didn't really give that space, I suppose, for them to really wriggle around.
Yeah, we were talking about that round. We were really eyes locked over there. And you were worried that the Jet was going to get knifed by the Astra. But because of that perfect timing on the KO with the flash, it just didn't happen. They were able to retake the site perfectly despite having the Cosmic Divide in play over there.
I feel the Cosmic Divide was a great idea. I actually wanted to see that happen. So Cosmic Divide, great. But then you want to play around the Cosmic Divide, you know? You put it out there not just to stop them from the pushes. You should expect the fact that the KO flash is going to come out. They have a KO. They might as well utilize it. You don't want to play too close. If you want to play behind the dice, just waiting for that sound cue, somebody else. You know, you have to decide who's going to be the anti-flash. And I felt like Griffin was kind of lacking in that kind of communication on who's going to be the anti-flash. Why do they have a Jet on A short? Are we going to wait for the Jet to do something? Are we going to do something on site? Well, on the other hand, you had Gaimin just being like, yeah, you know, we're going to flash, we're going to entry the site, we have the Silver Recon, so we're going to flush them out and know exactly where they are.
Yeah, I have to say that in a lot of situations as well, it didn't really feel like they were changing it up on the defense side when they were playing before. It felt like, I mean, like for Feng, I feel like he didn't really change it up because every time he plays in logs, he gets that value. But let's talk about A side, let's talk about mid. It feels like they lost mid so many times. And my question is, for Ascent, you know how important mid control is. Why is there no one monitoring that area?
I feel a few times they actually tried to take that mid control. We noticed that they were losing those duels. They were losing the KO, they lost the Jet. So it just seemed they realized, okay, you know what, let's play a little more passively, have those crossfires, and play for the retake.
Yeah, we're gonna be moving over here to Haven though, girls. And with the aggression that we saw on the side of Griffin over here, and of course the really good hold or the really good site retake of Gaimin Gladiators over here, how do you think, Trix, that this is all gonna play out on the ABC side?
I think that Griffin has a really good run on Haven. I'm a little concerned based on the way that they were playing, but I like to see that they're bringing out that fade and the KO. I feel like that gives them more mobility than the Sova KO combination did. While on the other hand, we have Gaimin on that Sova breach, which means I feel like it's a little flip. I feel like Gaimin might want to play that more explosive side. They take the sides, they anchor it down, they have that flank on the Frey. Frey has been phenomenal in the last one, really waking up at that second half. But I feel, you know, Griffin has a good record on Haven. They're playing something that's comfortable. And I always say, if you're comfortable on it, keep playing it because you just need to, you know, smoothen the edges, fix whatever is broken.
Yeah, so personally for me, I'm surprised that Frey decided to go for a Killjoy. Personally, I think on Haven, having a chamber has so much more value. The trademark, you know, it really catches people off guard, and the slows as well gives you so much value. And on top of that, your, you know, the tour de force can really hold a site and help for retakes as well. I'm not too sure what they have in mind with Killjoy, but every time he did play Killjoy before, he can, you know, really get those picks if he wants to. But now the question is Arton. We didn't really see him super pop off in that game. I'm wondering if he can bring it now because there are 3 sites. It's basically a haven for lurkers.
I mean, you were really looking forward to seeing Arton.
I'm sad.
Yeah, and you were hoping that as they got onto the defender side, that the lurk potential was really gonna pop off for him, but that wasn't necessarily the case over there. We want to see him shine, especially on a map again like Haven, where there's so much lurk potential coming through. And Arton, you know, this is a call to action on the side of Tash Bunny over here. She's really cheering for you.
I'm a big fan!
The satisfaction of your lurk plays. Let's go. I mean, of course we know you to be the pop-off player over here, but we gotta bring it here. Gotta give that bigger smile on Tash Bunny's face over here. Now, I do love the tension that we're feeling over here. Just the first game, it's such a slow scoreline already. And I can't wait to see more. So no more dawdling around, ladies. Let's get on with game number 2. Casters, take it away.
Don't need to tell me what to do, like I will take it away. We will take it away, me and Raph, because we are excited to get into the second game already, as this has turned into such a banger of a start for the first map. Again, it was a little bit slow moving, but all for the right reasons, as we really did see the culmination, I think, of what Griffin and Gaimin wanted to do on their own ends. And now we'll see if Haven is going to be the final resting place here, at least for this first game for Griffin, or do they have something else in the tank? Because it seems like Sufat has been the factor for them, and when he's offline, it feels like Griffin struggled to do something more than that.
Oh yeah, and just to, you know, I did see, I think those were also Zowie bungees. I have the same one. Maybe that's why I'm not like, I can't get anything anymore. Right here. There we go. This has become... This is now a Bungie stream. I'm kidding.
Oh, you want me to show
guys,
my collection?
No. Relax. You have too much. Nah, I'm kidding. There's no such thing as too much. But again, guys, going back to the game, this is definitely much more competitive than a lot of us would have assumed. Again, it was... I would say, at least the story, right, is with Gaimin Gladiators, a relative newcomer, versus Griffin, who was... in all honesty, and being very candid, was a middle-of-the-pack type of team in the previous APAC. But it seems that those power levels, they've shifted upwards, and it's provided us with some great matches. And as we see Griffin this time, they gear up, right? Like you said, they might have just a little bit more in the tank. But the Gladiators, they are very, very used to situations like this, apparently.
Loving the one-way smoke, but it's rather been countered by this quick little smoke in for the attackers. They charge right through. Sufat, always the deadly player, and with 22 HP, he's still always good for the one. Could find a third here, but just dashes back to have the numbers with his team. Select was thinking maybe he'll double up there in position on the backside, because nobody knows that he might be able to get it, but well, he just tries to just jump right through. Neff hoping that maybe a couple of pop shots will be enough, but the defense not really going to have anything other than Sufat is hitting every single shot. This is kind of nasty, with Fung wrapping all the way around from double doors, and Neff could actually get stabbed to the side. Oh. Winner was already looking for it. He got 2. Griffin will still be able to secure it in the end.
So, if I'm not mistaken, it's the Gladiators who did choose the defending side, considering this is a Griffin pick. But mechanics of the matchup, Griffin has been absolutely explosive on that attacking side. We talked about the identity of HKT Dubs as a region, which is very aggressive, very high octane, very fast paced. And we see Sufat BB really thrive under those parameters. See, we saw a little bit of defense on the side of Neff, but the pistol round yet again going in favor of Griffin, which is also very similar to the previous story. They won that opening salvo. The Gladiators, they had to buckle up and get those recovery rounds back, but so far, not a lot of damage has been done at all to Sufat BB, and winner might just actually have a free stroll here, Asarai.
Could be. Neff pop-shotting for himself, but yeah, that Prowler is so good. Saving its trainer. Now it's only Arden. And you're absolutely right, Raph. Just to add, both pistol rounds from the last map were actually won primarily by Griffin. Cheeky little drop there from Arden. But there's just too many to fight against, and this is always the perfect thing that you want to go for, right? For the bonus, all weapons in hand, nothing lost, the elements. And they're going to have so much to really threaten the buy round here for Gaimin Gladiators. And again, Sufat, always the lover of the Bulldog. He likes to go for this aggressive buy, and it's always worked up pretty well for him. And what's kind of good about that as well is if he's on a rampage, you can see that he's already so near to his ultimate once again.
None of the weapons lost to the elements indeed. Earth, wind, fire, and precise gunplay. Now we have Griffin They do lose Fang early, so that's the Killjoy, the stopping power for any of the flanks, would-be flanks, already eliminated from contention. They do lean their attention towards Garage here. They will find out one is here, but do they know how close? Frey's turret is going to be disabled just for a moment here. It will come back up momentarily, but Neff uses that distraction to perfection. Despite dropping that Vandal, giving a little bit more firepower on the side of Griffin, but they've not had the chance to pick up that gun. And now we see them still going into this. It seems that they played into the range of... Wait a minute, though. The Gladiators, they reply with a quick double. Movement is here, but Styron, he puts all his bullets into YR Select. Although that was an incredibly expensive roundhouse, right? They lost nearly everybody.
And that they did. Look at how just quickly they wanted to stop Gaimin from taking a breather. That would have been so much more deadly if Z didn't get those 2 kills as he was coming out through the spawn and placed himself on logs. Now, it's not ideal, but they still do have somewhat of a buy around here from Gaimin, as you can see. The only one who's going to be somewhat shorter is Arden because he needs to go full util. But you mentioned how Griffin, Hong Kong, Taiwan is a region that loves to contact. Well, they're dialing in the numbers, man, and they're starting to call people. Hey, let's go for a fight on A long. Why not? Neff, oh, what a shot. He's not going to find Sufat, though, who's just cheeky enough to hide there on the rice bags? The sacks? I don't know what you call it. Stacks? He gets the pick. You know what I'm saying.
Here? On the sandbags?
There you go. Yeah, sandbags.
Yeah,
I thought it was rice
sandbags. I mean, you know, here we are, though. Still, the sacks have multiple uses and can have many things inside them. Rice and sand are just obviously... 2 of many choices. As we see a very full contact play, honestly, on the side of Griffin here. They don't have any flashes to take him to the side.
Ooh.
And with Fang swing onto Arden like that, they do find Sufat BB, but that's all they're getting as Frey is on the coattails. Could potentially deny a plant. That he does. 30 seconds is still quite a bit of time. He has to play this patient. No, he does not. He finds Rainy in a very proactive peak, but now the mix-up has been set. Is he going to go high, mid, or low? Oh my goodness, here we have a bird's eye view. What might happen as Frey, he's gonna be spawning out first, but no! It's actually YR Select! Not hitting the option select. And that is another round on the board for Gladiators. Beautiful patience by Frey there. He knew that they had to plant one way or another. Just held his own. Oh dear, what a harrowing experience for Griffin.
Okay. We've talked about this many a time, Raph, that Valorant compared to its predecessors, to its counterparts right now as of recent, is in terms of the map has very, very deep pockets. So you either have to full clear it or use a utility to help you clear it a little bit more easier, because things like that tend to happen a lot more than you think it would.
What's that? Map design that really focuses on the strong points of what you should do in a tactical shooter. Color me
Check
surprised.
Oh, okay. Nice paranoia, though. Counter paranoia from Arden. That's going to hit about everybody. And look at how these line up in Gaimin. The Gladiators are here to play. As only Rainy to remain. He might dampen your day, but maybe not. We'll see. That Recon Dart is going to expose him to the elements. And now Rainy has all but been evaporated. There you go. Frey 4K. Wow. He's the hero right now for Gaimin.
The Gaimin Gladiators definitely off to a very strong first 3-round swing for them. Could potentially build a bigger lead here. I feel like the feeling out process has been potentially subdued on their end. Griffin, they want to hit the sites pretty hard here, but maybe if they just add a little more lurk presence, it could change their fortunes for the better. So far, they are now resorting to a 2-1-2 spread. They have one more round available for a healthy buy with a little bit more insurance. But moving forward with this, their margin for error is growing thinner and thinner. We see Gaimin now. They have that typical B setup where they always have that breach. Again, breach just has so much impressive range that he can pretty much be effective as long as he's just on B and not being flushed out. But they could potentially be walking into this. The null command is gonna help. That's not the alarm bot eliminated. Gunfights must be the #1 priority here. The Gladiators, they play this patient. They want to wait for this null command to disappear.
Well, they do have a lot of ultimates for a retake. Mind you, they have a lockdown and the Rolling Thunder. If they actually throw the Rolling Thunder somewhere outside of grass, they're bound to hit at least 1 or 2 people from Griffin, which is actually absolutely perfect. Frey doesn't even care. He just peeks it right back out. And again, this lockdown is going to force them into such dire straits. We're only left with Rainy and Fung. They can throw out their utilities for a little bit more of that post plan, which actually is starting to work. 2 versus 2. Fung now having to try to stop the defuse on that spike. Half it already. There's the challenge, and somehow they still manage to win it in the end. Even through all of that, the Gladiators have thrown in their direction.
Gladiators, they did play a little more compact, had a lot of presence towards Garage. But once again, maybe potentially a lurk threat on both ends could really favor these teams. Looked really good initially, Aserai. But where it went wrong, it's kind of hard to pinpoint considering they did get everything they wanted off of that. Rainy, very, very sharp on those. I actually thought it was Fung who landed those shots, but
yeah,
it was him on mid-box.
I do have an idea as to how that maybe have flopped for them. If you think about the Rolling Thunder, it is a wave, right? That, again, rolls from initial point to final point. And it does feel that could be a good utility to flush out window. But because the last spot to get hit is window, somebody placed right there, which is Fung, could actually still hit a couple of shots before the Rolling Thunder actually connects on him.
Here we go. Without the assistance of said ultimate, doesn't seem that things are going swimmingly in favor for Griffin as Gladiators. They rectify whatever mistakes they found in that previous round and swiftly behead anybody in front of them. That was incredibly convincing from them. We were still dissecting what happened, watching the replays and all, and then Gladiators like, hey, guys, check this out. And then we saw what happened there. Griffin, now they're suffering the consequences of having a shoddy economy. They go for the upgraded pistols. I think Rainy can still actually go for a hero buy here, but instead he goes for the more altruistic route, dropping for his teammates. Valorant. It's a team game, guys. Remember that.
Are you dropping for me? Thanks so much, man. Yeah, your money is my money. Yeah. Take that.
Okay.
Cred. That, you know. I don't think you can call it street cred here. Maybe if you're on Split, you can call it street cred, but maybe here it's like...
Wouldn't it be more of an alley... I don't know, man.
Exactly. So alley cred.
Remember not to walk into dark alleys, kids. Those are pretty dangerous.
I mean, you can turn into Batman if you do that, though.
Do you know how Batman turned into Batman? Don't do it. Don't actually do it. But...
Unless you have billionaire records. Alright, anyway.
No, don't do it at all. That's what happened! Don't walk into dark places, especially this place called Crime Alley. As Arden finds you Fat BB and his Joe Chill cosplay gets eliminated, removed from contention. Oh my goodness, YR select. Just couldn't hit the shots here.
Yeah. I guess the Cowboy wasn't strong enough. You know, because he was using a sheriff.
I don't know, man. This has turned into a dangerous mix of words. All right, let's reset.
All right.
Cowboy up.
Yeehaw.
That gear up. Was it you who yeehawed last week? It was you,
yes.
Right?
Yeah, it's obviously me. I don't think Dax or Black and Blue will ever yeehaw. Neither will the MYSG casters and the OC will do that.
We could be proven wrong, honestly.
Are we ever gonna hear it? Okay.
Is this their first time out of the series? I think so, right? I believe this is their first time out of the series.
Second for Griffin.
Okay.
Yeah, because they did a timeout on the second half of game 1.
I see. Well, in any case, very timely here as the formula has to change here. They did get off that round off Rainy's back, but so far, we've discussed this many times. We talked about how clutching is really not the most reliable source of success. It is really cool and all, but at this level, you really have to lean on towards something else. The Gladiators, they're very comfy. I feel like everybody's been performing to a T, at least this first half. But what can Griffin really do, though? Killjoy, yes, a very popular choice, still. Maybe they're suffering with the fact that they don't have the long-range utility that the Breach provides, the Sova provides. Maybe range is really something that they're somewhat... Yeah, but then again, they play really close. They play really fast.
I think it's the deception of the KO being a good flusher initiator, right? Because we've seen other teams actually forego the KO and go for the Sky alongside the Fade, because especially on Haven, yeah, it's really good for corner clearing. You could argue that maybe you have the Blade, you can always dismantle the utility of somebody, but if you're gonna rely a lot more on your utility to clear out these corners, the Blade isn't really the best. It just disables what the opponent was kind of thinking for. How did Styron manage to hit that? That was already a pre-prime shot from Winner. Still not actually able to hit it in the end. Arden anticipating a pop flash or something, but he's just going to be stuck in Garage before anything else. The delay push from Fung could actually work out in his favor. And out to the back of the site, Neff is going to get spotted and gutted. Styron comes out, goes for a swing. Again, here comes Arden, repositions, but not able to get out as Fung finalizes the shot. Styron one more shot away from an ace, and now it has turned into the 1v1. Z, though, just on the operator, will have to try to pick up the spike now. Get planted down, no dash on him, and he cannot cross this or else he will get detected by that turret. He tries to go a little bit closer. Yep, there it is. Tries to go around, does he know? Oh, he tries to pick up a weapon, but Fung was already super close.
Again, I like the confidence bringing the operator into the retake. Again, that is something that you want to be present in all your players, no matter what the situation. It's confidence. But that's just the problem, right? You kind of tunnel vision on what's ahead of you as a sniper player. Styron, like you mentioned, that was a very, very bedazzling shot. Just to go back to... KO has one big weakness that a lot of people seem to overlook, and it's the anti-flash angle that becomes increasingly common the higher we go when it comes to pro play. You can't necessarily anti-flash Sky because of Dog, because of Seekers, and it just becomes that much more difficult, right? Again, KO is not a bad pick at all. It's just his situations nor his strength. They lie somewhere else, and that's dismantling the utility shuffle into a hard gunfight. But here we are, both Griffin and the Gladiators, they don't seem to be interested at that asset. They're just kind of poking and prodding everywhere in the map, see if there's anywhere they can really squeeze themselves into.
Well, seems like they're going to try to eke out through C site here. They do not have the Blade from Winner now, so it's all going to be hard contact coming in from them. Oh, Arden is reloading. This is actually pretty bad, but Sealfairy misses to right-click on the Blades. This is absolutely horrendous for Griffin now, as only Rainy and Wire Select to remain. They're coming out, but they're full blinded. And as the smoke dissipates, Rainy was like, well, here we go again. He's done for 2 more rounds. Gaimin, that was so lucky for Arden. Something... Sufat doesn't usually miss those, but when he does, you really do feel the lack thereof explosiveness from Griffin.
Seaside home. At least it was before the Gladiators fragged everything up. As Griffin, they looked very impressive in the opening swings, but this time they are relegated again to upgraded pistols, the Eco Buy. It's been pretty friendly to these teams, to be honest with you. We've seen some success on those thrifties, but so far, that is a question that has to be answered by Griffin here. They walk into this site completely blind, but for some reason, Arden can't land a shot to save his life. Hasn't been hurting too much, but Wiresuck is already here finding Frey, and Arden's like, you know, I'm just doing it for the drama. Let me just get 3 for you, ref, real quick. You want a 4th? I'll give you a 4th.
Last round in the half.
All right. Last round, still money to buy for Gaimin, or rather for Griffin. But yeah, they're just going to keep battering their heads here as I feels like there's not really many options now for Griffin, but just to play the contact. Again, try to go with what you're good at and see if something changes. It's not insanity. It's more of them just trying to test out the weaknesses of Gaimin here, if there are any, at least on the C site. Great little flash does give them a little bit of leeway onto A long. But with Z having the operator already primed and ready, he's going to try to maybe get a peek here and then dash away. Styron very close to actually go for the swing. He is so aggressive that it actually just botches the situation for a short. Fung though, Neff does have an aftershock. Yeah, he's already prepared it. It will destroy the lockdown so quickly. Still, numbers are in the favor of the attackers, but they're trying to swing on Z when Z is able to hit all of these shots. Still though, the numbers work in their favor. Frey to remain. Gonna have to come through mid here. I think he had a glimpse of Select, so he's trying to at least catch him on the swing. Yeah, especially when Select did just pop a couple of shots, but this is a 4 versus 1. He needs to get the pick first more than anything else. If he pops the ultimate, that would signify his presence to the rest of the squad. He needs to be a little more cheeky. But it's still not gonna happen, not gonna be enough.
I did say that Killjoy is quite popular here, but at the same time, I know a lot of coaches and a lot of analysts, they're not too big of a fan of it because of the prominence of breach picks. And typically speaking, you only really get Killjoy if you also have a breach yourself. This was case in point, the lockdown, which is something you build up round after round, which honestly, Griffin didn't really have too many problems working without. Got just absolutely obliterated by an E. Like, oh yeah, no, if there's a Sova, he can still Hunter's Fury it. Yeah, but that's also an ult. Oh, but he can double Shock Dart. Yeah, but those are very specific lineups. But if you're a breach, you just E. You're like, yeah.
Yeah,
you know.
you just aftershock.
It's
It's that easy.
It's that easy. It's so easy! Quoting Eris. But again, going back into the game, right, just the range and the impact Neff has had, aside from the fragging, has been put front and center, especially with, or was it Neff? No, not, yeah, it was Neff. With that denial, right? Now we go into the half. Typically, we know this as a very attacker-sided map. But Griffin, they're stumbling just a little bit. Although, granted, a lot of the teams have been better at this map, defending this map, making it just that much more even, I would say. This time around, though, halftime pause still lingering just a tiny bit, Asurai. So far, it's been quiet for Z. Frey has been Frey, well, you know, for as long as we've known him, which is, for us at least, a map. Actually, no, 2.5 maps. No, 1.5 maps. How do you even measure what is half a map? What is not half a map?
Halftime, is it? I don't know. I'm starting to lose my train of thought here. I'm trying to figure out what is needed to be done now by Griffin. Again, just to kind of see what the mid-game win condition is for this particular team, right? It really seems like contact is the name of the game for them, but now that they've been relegated to the other side, what's left in the chamber? Well, I do still like the play that they're actually going for. It is the three-pronged approach on A main or A long, but look at this. Gaimin, they kind of bypassed that and went straight for short, forcing Griffin to just like, okay, we're going to just go far away now and try to split up. This line, it's actually pretty risky because if they do get spotted where they are, this could get a little bit hairy. Now, the question here lies, do they know how many are actually playing on A? And if so, why is it only Z? But that being said, the repositioning to the B site. He's really challenging Seufat here, but none of them connecting any of the shots. They're a little bit of good on the tappy toes, dancing feet. And while all of that noise was happening on A, well, it's B, where they've planted basically everything they wanted to.
Popular strat here, considering that Both teams not that equipped when it comes to pistol. Doesn't matter though, the frags are coming in, but the great equalizers aren't apparently. Now suddenly a 2v1, but Sufat BB, he finds a shot onto Arn. Frey is here. I think Frey's already making a mad dash here. Automatic fire into the side of Sufat BB's head. Just to make sure that the zombies don't come up. He hits him with the double tap. That is a rule, by the way, guys. There is a rule book in handling the zombie apocalypse. Yep.
Yeah. Whether it's by random citizens or Boy Scouts. Huh. Thought that would actually ring anything with you, Rap. Okay, never mind.
What?
No. Okay. All right. I'll tell you later.
Well, that is definitely how you keep a conversation going. I'll tell you later. Yeah, but right here. It doesn't really matter though. Z tries to get a little bit of a verticality there, Asarai, but it's actually Styron getting the frag onto Rainy. The defense not looking too good, considering that they didn't have the weapons. They explode from that smoke, giving Styron a bit of a shock. But to his success, it's his teammates holding. It's like, yeah, you know what? You're fine. Don't worry about it.
And again, it's the zombie rush. So how do you stop that? Do not split up. Group up, focus fire, hit it at the bottleneck. But yeah, this is more of just, you know, going back into legitimate discussions. Just a catch off from Griffin. Again, they do have the utility, some utility, but in terms of retake, I don't really know. So they're gonna have to go at this, I think, 2 ways, and it's the simplest of, which is either to just stop them from coming into the site, or pushing up from their own end to the part of the map of the opponent.
Defensive lines, something that Griffin had to figure out. Because even on this attacking side, the Gladiators have been pretty impressive. They do have the weapon advantage here. Nev losing a considerable amount of health to an inanimate object. But we know how deadly that turret can be as Fang finally finishes off what his turret started. Frey tried to create a lurk. YR select, just a little too sharp for something of that nature. Gladiators not looking too good on this bonus. Not even finding a single frag. Not a gun to take into their hands. As Griffin still tasked to find 2 more players, which is Arn and Styron. They are far away from each other, so there is definitely no trade potential. Whatever might happen. Arn has been discovered. Styron might actually have a free pass here. And Sufat didn't have an idea. But now with that gunshot ringing from his Spectre, absolutely knows. Sufat still gets Arn, who try to pincer him in. Styron all alone. Can't get anything, Asarai. Griffin finally get a round on the board. And a very well done one at that.
Yeah, not just that. Flawless and a good amount of charges on their ultimates. Everybody from Griffin is halfway there in terms of being able to use that for their ult economy plays later on.
10 seconds left.
I mean, Griffin's not gonna get pushed over that quickly by Gaimin here. That being said, though, as you mentioned, that was still the bonus round for Gaimin. So they still have the full force of the Gaimin roster that is yet to be unleashed. The triple on A, just so that, again, they can play a lot more fight in this particular map on the defense. So I was wondering what the adjustment was, right, when we started the defensive side for Griffin. And it's this default of 3A, 1B, 1C, because they do have that Killjoy to at least spread the utility just a tad bit more, which, again, in practice is really good. But if the attackers know about this, they can always just go like this. Still, though, lapse of judgment in that smoke allows Select for the 1 pickoff onto Styron. Frey, or rather Fung, is incredibly low, but again, they're going to have to go through this. Little pop flash onto the 1. They'll wrap around. Good positioning overall from Gaimin, and Frey. Oh, this timing is going to be absolutely perfect. Spots out 1 already. They're going to have to challenge him first and foremost. Fung is down. And now Rainy to remain. One in the front, one in the back.
Find you.
Does have some utility. Gonna try to challenge first. He's actually gotten through, but Aftershock, as some sort of bodyguard, hits the shot onto Frey. One headshot is all he needs, but Neff has already gotten the position. And Rainy couldn't really do too much, especially with the timer just ticking down ever so slightly.
The timer. That sound has grown all too familiar to all our players, and some could be relating to the sound of a death bell. Especially when the lead is being run up like this, Asteroid. Griffin, still they have to find some sort of consistency with their defense at the moment. Another gun round in hand. They do have that Nightfall if they ever want to go for a retail-centric defense. But the spam is coming through. And Frey, the moment he put that turret down, I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm sorry. I am sorry. But he will re-offend, try to find a duel here. And Fun has probably wondered, I thought this dude was sorry. Apparently not. A minute left in the round, quite a bit to play. And it seems that no matter what happens here, the Gladiators, they are fully invested into taking this side of the map, which is the Alpha sites. And Styron, oh dear, you saw that Siufat BB had that dash prepped, but it was not giving him the room to really dash out. And now 2 picks on the board for the Gaimin Gladiators. They have full control of the site. What can they do? They still have Wire Selects from the shadows, and they have Rainy's Nightfall.
Ooh.
Well, never mind. As Rainy gets quelled, Wire Select all alone. Not for too long as Styron gets a 3rd kill and the 11th round on the board, Asarai. What is going on?
Man, I gotta say, that was a well-placed paranoia by Select, but unfortunately, just not fast enough to get more kills than what is necessary to retake the site completely for them. You saw this one off of the paranoia, but unfortunately, again, just a tad bit too short. The refrag game for Gaimin, especially as you mentioned with Styron, just so good. There's really no threat, I think, on the defense right now. Again, Killjoy utility is used more for passive map control to allow a little bit more flexibility on certain portions of Haven for defenders. But other than that, there really is no threat. It's all about the contact for them. And I think it is safe to say that you saw how Griffin won that bonus round was purely from contact as well. And now that they can't really fight against that with Gaimin having these utilities and everything, it has become an absolute nightmare for them, especially now that Gaimin do have 5 of their ultimates. This is one step further to maybe finishing off this series. The peekaboo there, right as Zia's already gotten for the forward push. Great little flash overall. But still, look at this. Gaimin just knows contact is the name of the game for them, because if we can fight Griffin against that, they have absolutely nothing else to stop us with.
One enemy remaining.
This is truly something that Griffin fans will have to watch with a grain of salt, because typically we see Griffin being the team to be the aggressor, to be the ones to really push the tempo, right, when it comes to contact. But Gaimin Gladiators already showing signs of being one of those teams that are very, very adaptive. And they've identified that weakness on the side of Griffin, which is, again, a lot of their set play has been hinging off that successful first duel. And you see that so much utility is loaded into some of these first peaks. Some of them, especially opening this round, I believe it was Styron and... Or was it the round previous? Was it Styron and...
That was the round before that one.
Yeah,
so
they found those initial kills, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Griffin, they just have not enough support on these aggressive takes that they want to do. And it's really been biting their behind, for the lack of a better term.
Yeah, whether it's the composition itself or I think just Griffin's lack of... yeah, you mentioned like willingness to fight for that map control, it really has put them in a weird spectrum. I think it's the same sentiments that you would probably think with Fracture, right? Where it's a map that you need that active map control, especially with, but oh, that was timely drop, by the way. But on Haven, it really depends. So if you have a composition like this, I feel like a lot more fight is what you need, especially when Rainy isn't always getting a lot of these frags, so he can't really optimize his utility and whatnot. Aftershock being used, Paranoia being used, everything just to delay the defenders even further. The Nightfall has been activated, but Frey is on the really big flank. Arden is still here. Look at Frey. No one is actually looking on him because there's just so much noise happening all around that, again, Griffin just cannot encapsulate all of this information. And now they lost the round, they've lost the game, and they've lost the first series of the day.
Oh, dear me. Does that actually put... Oh, man, that would have been a crucial win on the side of Griffin. Really, anyone who takes any of the maps or the series here, something to take home. But wow, what a debut for the Gladiators here. Once again, they set the stage, they set the arena, and they let their names be known to everybody. That must be a warning. They're not here to mess around, to mess about.
Well, I guess you could say they were glad to have won that series. All right, we're just gonna pass it on to the panel because it seems like I've broken Raph once again. So we'll reset him first. Boop, boop, boop. So see you guys in a bit. We'll be back with the panel and the second series after all.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. You can't get up.
Wow! Here we are back at the panel of VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, and hello, what a way to start the group stage. First 2-0 over here.
Yeah.
Are you glad, Tash?
We're Gladiator Gaimin that it happened. Yeah, I had to. I'm sorry. But honestly, Gladiators, first game, close one. Second game, pretty big gap. What do you think?
Pretty big gap indeed. I was not expecting it to go that way. After all, the very first game on Ascent was a really close score over there. But Haven, something else, clearly up their alley over here, Trix.
Yes, clearly up their alley, the way that they were playing those rounds. The fact that the Omen also was not being punished for the positioning. You know, Gaimin Gladiators, not exactly unpredictable in terms of where they're playing, how they're playing, but Griffin just not understanding how to counter that, how to punish them for their mistakes, only really punishing it at the very end of their attacker side, and even then when they switch to defender, just unable to hold those sites.
I mean, back in Ascent, we were talking about 3 chilling on certain corners of Ascent, but Arden, again, is the counterpart over here. Tash, it's just different when he's on Haven.
Yeah, so I believe that some teams take a while to come online, and I would say that was absolutely Gladiators. They took, I mean, we didn't really see, you know, Frey and Archon really come online toward the last half of the first map, and then they absolutely killed it on map 2. And this comes down to reads. So when you talk about reads here, because of how there's 3 sites, you saw how they put most, like I think 2 players on B, and then you saw the rotations toward sites was just so good. And on top of that, the lurkers coming in from Frey, coming in from Archon was just I would say spectacular. They never really expect them, and in a lot of situations as well, even though we have only Styron on A, I believe Trix and I were talking about it during the game. I think we only saw Styron punished once or twice. In a lot of situations when Styron doesn't overextend, he actually is good for 2 or 3, so by the time his teammates already rotate, all they had to do was just do DBKL, which is like the I would say a term which is for cleanup here in KL, Kuala Lumpur.
It really felt that Griffin just wasn't optimizing the sheer size of the Haven map. They weren't pushing the angles, they weren't punishing certain angles that Gladiators were in, and it just felt like Gladiators had so much space and so much information. We saw their Jet pushed up in A short once and immediately stacked 2 on B side, 2 on C side, and so when Griffin tried to take that side, they were punished by a crossfire and the ultimate coming in from Neff.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, what did I say about Neff on Breach? Come on! Yeah. I mean, you always
you
would
saw this
say,
coming.
yeah. I mean, like in a lot of situations here, Neff is just so versatile when he uses Breach. It's either you have his teammates swinging out with him, or he plays in a more aggressive, selfish way, which I also like. These possibilities allow him to either really bandage situations where you already lose a lot of your teammates, or in a situation where it just really sets it up. Now you see that little corner behind that generator on C side. That's, I would call Archon's little corner, where in a lot of situations Archon just crouches there, and they're just so distracted by Garage, by CT, that they don't realize that there's a little cute Omen playing in that corner, just getting those picks one by one from the side. It is only until it's too late that you realize, like, oh my god, we did not flush out that corner.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were talking about the Omen sneaky plays that we really wanted to see over here from Arden. It may not have been the lurk that was pulling this guy through, but hey, the way he holds an angle over here, spot on. Did not see it coming from the side of GFN over here. Now, I know, Miss Fade, that you have a lot of opinions with Rainy on the Fade, so go ahead. Go at it.
Okay, so personally, I mean, like, we were just talking to Trix about that, like how I said, like, okay, why am I not seeing this high-impact Fade plays? And I think it's because it wasn't really focused on her a lot of time, the observers. But in a way, though, like, I mean, we saw how he used his prowlers is not being utilized with the haunt, with the nightfall. Rather, he's using the prowlers for information gathering. And in those situations as well, like, okay, I don't mind you clearing corners with your prowlers, but if you are going to be clearing corners with that prowlers, you have to be, like, you know, swinging out with it, because you have to take advantage of the blind and the deafen it gives. So when you're not utilizing that, what's really the point?
It definitely felt that Griffin had this amazing lineup. You know, they had that KO, they had the Fade on there, but it just felt like it was coming in short. And being, you know, seeing the MVP being Frey from Gaimin Gladiators, you have that amazing game sense, that knowledge of where they might be. He was able to flank them multiple times, able to get those picks, and it just felt like, you know, Griffin falling a little short in terms of having a high utility agent pick, but not really optimizing on the utilities that were actually there. I didn't feel, you know, the actual impact of a KO knife even.
Yeah, okay, so coming back to Frey, remember in the beginning I was saying like I would rather see a chamber because I didn't understand what exactly Frey had in mind when he chose Killjoy. But now I see it and it makes total sense how he played it. The idea of having two lurkers, especially on defense, has been incredible, I feel, because you come in from two different angles. Like say A side, you're coming in from A main as well as hewers. You don't really expect it. And in a lot of situations there, you see that Team Griffin got isolated so many times when a 1v3, in a 2v4, and I'm just shocked that with these sheer numbers, why are they not pushing together? But I think it's more of just outplays and overthinking at this point because you don't really know where exactly they're going to be. But with a Fade, I would expect you to be able to counter that, but I think by the time that happens, Fade had no more utils to utilize.
Yeah.
I think that was around round 3 or 4, the round that you were referring to earlier. You know, Griffin initially had a good cover for A side. They were able to get in as we begun the game. But Frey, timing, lurking, execution, perfect. He was able to isolate all of the players over at A side, get the picks, and just win the round, which is what we love to see here. The players, especially clutch rounds, clutch situations, wherein they just shut the round down. Now, I do want to mention for the audience, I know you guys probably heard that they were talking a lot behind the scenes, but that was because I was being a good spectator, getting my food in and just enjoying the games because they were so good overall. And I was just listening to these two amazing lady panelists over here that we have here and all of their insight. I was just trying to absorb everything. I was like, I love it. I love having this girl energy over here. Don't get me wrong. I love having Fluffy. Raph, not so much on the panel, but but the energy today is just insane, and I think it's just fitting because after all, it is the first day of the group stage. But hey, we talked about Gaimin Gladiator having a lot of retake potential tricks. Did you see this applied here on Haven as they did in Ascent?
I think so. The fact that they would strategically give up space, they would give up certain areas only to have the flank ready or the refrags already in set. They had the right amount of utilities. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, or at least I like to think they knew exactly what to do because they were just playing it very well. The amount of bait setups they had also, it was fantastic.
Absolutely. Now, great show from both of these teams, but now we have the great pleasure of introducing the next series. So let's go ahead and do that. Coming all the way from Indonesia, this team was not only breaking barriers in their own country, but also international waters. They were the top 3 team back in the SEA Challengers Stage 3, overcoming the teams like Big Bam, Team Big Bam, CBT Gaming, and Full Sense. Their dedication to team play and control have landed them a spot here on the group stage. Here is Alter Ego. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome here on the APAC stage, Alter Ego. Trix, did you know that Alter Ego means like a second or like a different version of oneself? I wonder who these guys really are outside of their IGN.
Wow. Okay. I mean, we've got a Dren King who I'm honestly looking forward to watching. I've seen him on the KO. I hope to see him on the KO again. We have Delby as well on that duelist, usually on the Raze or the Jet. So I'm hoping that they're going to bring this out. Now, I also know that they like to play Fade in a couple of the maps, and they like to run that double initiator sometimes. So hopefully we're going to see more utility come out, considering that they've had a very good run since before up until now, although they only lost in the grand finals on Onyx G for their local qualifiers. So it's true enough. I hope that I won't be disappointed by the utility that they can use. I know that they have some great team plays. They have good bait setups. So to see that it's going to come to fruition against a team that, you know, is also very good at countering that kind of team play as we've seen on their local stage, I can only wonder if Alter Ego is going to step it up this time.
I wonder that too. You know, we have these arguments here on the panel, not necessarily arguments, but, you know, we've seen teams who don't thrive as much in their local competition, but when they come to APAC, I don't know what it is. They're more explosive. They have an impact over here. And maybe that's what it is. That's their alter ego, the Bruce Wayne to their Batman of some sorts. Their alter ego in their local challengers may not be as effective, but on this level of play, they are. I don't know what it is. Now, they are going against a team that's literally esports on a global scale. They're the superstar team from India. Now, we've seen the magnificence that we like to call Enigma Gaming, right? Well, they won up this team 3-2 in the finals of the Sky Esports Champion Series. And if that isn't telling to their strength, then I don't know what it is. Here is Global Esports. Okay, a little bit of off topic over here, but can I just say that I absolutely love the player intros over there that we have every single time. The music is just so enticing, exciting. All of the adjective, just put it there. Exactly. But Trick, since you're already hyped up, oh, sorry. I meant to say Tash. It's the letter T's over
right.
here. Tash.
Yeah.
We're already hyped up over here. Why don't you go ahead and talk about Global Esports?
Okay, so when you talk about Global Esports, there's only one player, not only one, but there's one player that stands out in particular, and that would be SK Rossi. Mostly because of how impactful, high impact, duelist players he plays. You see him on Jet, you see him sometimes on Reyna, but personally really like him more on Jet. So now I think the idea, I think Global GE or Global Esports is just like basically like a name you really know coming already in from over on SA. Now, while I think that recently what's really crazy about SK Rossi is the Sentinel, but now when you come back to to this team, however, I think in stage 2 over on their latest tournament, I think there was a little bit of a power struggle where Orangutan came really close to taking them down. I think a lot of people were very disappointed that Orangutan didn't really make it, but this also shows that the competitiveness of that particular region is just getting more and more exciting. And on top of that, if you were to look at the stats of this team, they are one of the teams that is just they had so many, like if you look at every map they played, it's just so many maps played with so many different agent compositions. So now this leads me to believe that they are a very, I would say a very not only unpredictable team, but also very flexible. And in a way that's also really good, because if say that you have a team that's playing something very unusual, or maybe a team that's making use of agents like say Fade perhaps, and you don't really know how exactly to work with her, you say, okay, that's fine, we can counter this agent with another agent because of how flexible we are using it.
Perfect time to talk about flexibility. Well, we're not into the compositions just yet, but we are here at the map predictions. Now, when we talk about the maps, compositions also come into play. And I know for a fact that Alter Ego loves pulling out the Fade over at Vine, so I'm really hoping to see that here, Trick.
I think so too. I think both Alter Ego and GE have been performing very well on Vine, so I'm wondering if they are able to pick that map, how it's gonna go on that head-to-head. It seems that both teams are doing well on those tighter maps, as you see the Banning Breeze and Icebox, which I feel are the larger ones that you have to worry about the angles that you're fighting, the lurking as well, and both teams here having those strong sentinels enable them to do that retake to punish the opponents for overextending as well.
Perfect read over here though.
Oh!
And Icebox, really good
Wow.
plans, but now we got Bind and Fracture. We don't normally see a Fracture map over here because, again, this is one of the newer maps, a lot of adjustments being made over here. But for Breeze and Icebox, again, those were kind of predictable. Like, we don't have a lot of information for Global Esports with this map, and then Alter Ego just generally avoids this. But now, Cash, more and more maps come into play over here.
Okay, so for Global Esports, personally, I don't really, for looking at the stats here, they don't really have a lot of, stats when it comes to playing on top of Fracture. Like, you think there are 12 games and only 2 types of agent lineups going on. But they do have, but personally, the agent lineup that they have, in terms of what they played most, would be a Brimstone, Breach, a Chamber, a Raze, as well as a Sage. Personally, I'm not a big fan of their Sage lineup. I would personally rather see for Smokes, Viper. There's so much value in a Viper going on top of Fracture. Either way, though, a team that has mastered Fracture early will be the team to come up on top. And because, as I said before, Fracture is a map that a lot of teams use as a trump card because it's so new and it takes time to learn. And if, say, Alter Ego hasn't learned that map, it's going to be a free win for them.
So normally we get to see the Breach plus Raze combo for Global Esports on Fracture, which is really good for clearing corners, especially in a map that's as tight as Fracture. But we also have the Sage and Chamber combination over here, Trix, which I think is very good for limiting the entryways that we have on this. How many entry sites are there? How many entryways are there for a Fracture? There are a lot.
There's a lot.
There's a lot. Entry points, in my opinion. I think that Fracture really comes down to a team's ability to set themselves up together at the same time, even though they're so far apart. You know that the refrags are going to be a little more difficult. If the defender's side decides to go a little more aggressive on one area, you find that you might just lose your entire attacking side on the other end of the map.
Yeah, that's also very interesting as well because when you mentioned that as well, it's also a lurking map. Because when you think about how when you're on defense, rotating is just so quick. You can either go like, okay, they're pushing onto A side before you just kind of stall before they get inside, and you can already have maybe 2-3 people pushing out on the other side. And in a lot of situations, you see fights happening outside of the site itself, over on the spawns even.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, again, we are going to be going to Bind, Fracture, and Ascent. Potentially Ascent at that, because we don't know how the first 2 games are going to go out. We did have a 2-0 in the recent series, but that could happen again today. I don't know. We'll have to see. But Trix, with the maps right here, who do you think will win this series?
I think Alter Ego might do very well. I like the way that they play. I think Global Esports does very well on their own terms, being able to hit those sites. But at the end of the day, Alter Ego seems to have a lot of experience and they constantly are improving. And I know I say that a lot, but for me, Alter Ego might just take this.
You agree with this, Cash?
I absolutely agree. They're a team that's just not afraid to take risks. They love those high risk, high reward plays. And in those situations, if they do get punished, they always have a plan B, a plan C, all the way to a plan Z. So because of just how do I say this? Because of because they have so many plans, right, going on there, because they can just kind of like say, okay, we have one person going out, let's kind of like change up how we play. Because of how they're flexible, this is why it's very scary going up against this team. I did talk about how flexible, the team Global Esports can be, but end of the day, they have so many agent lineups. The question is, are they able to really utilize their abilities against this team? Are they able to win their aim duels against this team? Because for as far as track records go, Alter Ego has a little bit more of an edge, and they're constantly improving, like Trick said.
Yeah, I have to agree with that 100%. But if we do put into the equation like Enigma Gaming, they had the same statistic. There were a lot of flexibility from that team, and we were wondering how it was all gonna go down in the matches. But surprisingly, they weren't as nitpicky, or like they weren't as random as we thought they'd be when it came to agent composition streaks. They were more linear, they had more stability when it came to the picks, and I guess that really caught us by surprise too.
I think on top of that, just the way it seemed Enigma was playing with those executions, it was fantastic to see the way they would blind the opponents as well, the way that they were able to flush them out of those corners. They fell a little short, so I'm thinking that Global Esports will know how to adjust mid-round, or at least adjust mid-game. And we've mentioned it before on the desk actually. As we get into the APAC region, it now matters on the teams that are able to adjust their playstyle in the middle of the games. They're able to read their opponents. They can't be too predictable, but they also can't push themselves into positions where they're too uncomfortable as well. So at this point, I'm feeling like when we get into Bind, both teams have performed very well on that map. So at the end of the day, it's which team's playstyle will prevail and which one will adjust, in the middle of that series, in the middle of that match.
Okay, now, so, in case you guys missed it, I also locked in Alter Ego. You guys might have seen it on the graphics. I don't know if you guys are superstitious. I'm not exactly sure what that entails, because some of the panelists prior to us actually believe that whenever the panel has the same prediction, that team usually loses. But at the same time, again, we've set our points for Alter Ego. We believe that they have the upper hand over here, and which is why we locked them in. Another thing that I wanted to point out, although Raph, I don't think he's going to be casting the next game, is that I have Bind, Raph, in your face. Okay, Tash, please say your piece.
I wanted
get that out there.
I wanted to say that in this situation, as analysts, we love patterns. We love seeing track records, and so far the track record is just looking a little bit better for Alter Ego. I wouldn't say that numbers don't lie, but in some situations, this random wild card happens. But I have to say that when I was casting Global Esports last stage, it felt like they fell short. So, but now, we have teams that really surprised us in this cooldown period between stage 1 and stage 2. I'm looking forward to seeing Global Esports prove us wrong, just because I want to see how much they've changed. After all, they're a team that's unbeatable over in South Asia. They're a team that still managed to hold their position as the best one there. So they really, I think that they want to come back here and really prove something to everyone.
And building on the fact, that we say stats don't lie, it's true, we see the stats, but as some casters have pointed out in the middle of matches, stats don't tell you everything. They don't tell you exactly how the rounds went. There are some things, some situations, those split decisions that we can't see, or how close it might have gone down to a 1v1 or a 1v2 that turns into a 1v1. People able to clutch those rounds, getting the thrifties. So remember, as much as us analysts look at those numbers and be like, it just leans towards this side, it feels like it might be better there. At the end of the day, it's the players that are going to tell us the story.
Exactly. Personally, I am looking forward to seeing those big high impact plays, especially when you think about Bind. So now for me personally, I think that Bind is a map specifically made for Fade. I mean, I know Fade came later, but rather she's just so good on that map. I'm just curious to see if anyone will be bringing her in. I mean, when you look at Global Esports from their stats, they don't really have any Fade picks for Bind. But I'm really hoping that this time I just kind of be like, okay, this is our secret weapon. Let's bring her in, because she just gives so much value, clears so much corners as well.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you can throw her. It's kind of like a Fade. As like a Sky as well. How you can throw in your Prowler through the teleporter, just get so much information for it. Very, very similar. Imagine if you throw your Prowler out, it catches people right outside of the teleporter, and you rush in as well, and they can't hear you. Ouch.
This seems like you're talking based from experience, to be honest. Miss Fade, by the way.
Fade bias.
You know what, Tash? I'm telling you, Alter Ego is gonna pull out the Fade. I'm telling you. They always have this like Brimstone, Chamber, Fade, Ray, Sky.
Yeah.
Alter Ego, if you're listening to me, please
bring the whole zoo.
Don't embarrass me over here. I'm cheering you guys on, and I really want to see the Fade play as much as the next pair. It's really amazing. It's a game changer, honestly. Like, whenever people bring out the Fade, it's always different. The information is always different. And even of course in our own ranked matches, we've experienced the difference of having a fade. Like all of a sudden you can't hear anything, you can't see anything, you're kind of bound to one area. But here it is, Cash, the moment of truth. Will we see fade on bind? Please, Alter Ego.
It's Alter
For
Ego.
my name's sake.
It's Alter Ego.
Please.
I mean, they haven't locked in, but still, I'm seeing the both.
Okay, looking good so far.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
this is
2 and 2.
predictable. This is predictable, but
big moment of truth. Have you breathed?
Yeah, yep, there we go. The zoo strat is here. They have the whole zoo. Okay, let's talk about these agent compositions. Trix, what do you think of both teams' compositions?
I think Alter Ego has that aggressive composition that they can really pull off. The fact that you've got that fade and the sky, if they're able to utilize the combination of those utilities, will make it easier for that Raze to flush out those angles and entry the site quickly. Global Esports seeming to go for this more burst approach, this more, they might be playing for those retakes more than they will taking those early fights, because as you have that breach, it's great for that early info, or if you have information to get that flash peek in. But just the sky mobility with the fade and with your Raze, I just feel it's gonna give them that edge that they need to close this map.
Honestly, think about it like this. You don't have to push onto a site with yourself for information. You have the Trailblazer, you have the Prowler, and in that situation, if say the Trailblazer manages a concuss, you get a flash, or you get someone hit by the Prowler, they have to give the space over on over on the sites. And when you're already on site, it makes it a little bit easier for taking, especially when you think about a team like Alter Ego who are already aggressive as it is.
Okay, I'm just thinking that you guys are hyping up the fade execution.
I'm
over here.
sorry, she's new and it's fun.
Of course, I completely understand. But I'm a little bit concerned because we have seen the fade being pulled out in the previous series, and sometimes it just does not work. What are the mistakes that you guys do not want to see, or like the hesitations that these players might bring into this map?
I think in terms of what I hope to see from Fade, I don't want them to use it just for blind information. I think information is great, but you want to push with it. You want to aggress with that information that you're getting, give yourself that advantage, fall back, don't overcommit. I think that might be the mistake that Alter Ego will get punished for if they overcommit or overextend, and Global Esports on the other hand, they might be punished for being a little too passive. If they give up too much room for Alter Ego to just play the way they want, they might see themselves struggling on all fronts.
Well, hopefully that's not the case for them. Now, folks, nothing too out of the ordinary here. I mean, we did call out the compositions just the way that we planned it. It's all about the execution from here on. Now, let's send our audience over to our casters so we can dig in the games, right?
Yeah.
Let's go!
Thank you so much, Laika. And you just gotta admit, I mean, come on, Trix and Tash, they are so likable, but they're absolutely right. We can talk about agent compositions, we can look at stats, but when it comes down to it, it's all about the execution. And here we are on Bind. Hey, I'm Quack. This is Marquis. Dude, it's Alter Ego versus Global Esports, and they might have all predicted AE. I'm just gonna for the sake of it, go with Global Esports.
No, I mean, they've been having a good showing. SK Rossi, the gang, they've been really coming together, and I actually think that they do have a chance against Alter Ego. But you know what? Alter Ego, Indonesian, Global Esports, Indian org, don't be confused about them because people tend to get confused. But the two teams will be facing off, and I'm actually really excited to see because this is a chance for us to see how far South Asia has come. Because Alter Ego and Southeast Asia been storied for a while, been fighting for the top spot ever since. But for Global Esports, they're the last chance for South Asia for champions. Even for circuit points, it's going to be Global Esports that's the only chance to represent the region.
Yeah, dude, you're absolutely right. I mean, they're the only team left. Enigma came really close, but unfortunately were eliminated during the play-ins. Like I said, this APAC rising tide, sometimes it falls and sometimes it crashes and it claims a victim. No victims claimed yet so far for today. We're in the group stages and we're just starting things out. But again, like you mentioned, Global Esports, all hopes and dreams are pinned on them, on their shoulders right now, and they are starting things off on the attacking side. SK Rossi already getting a little bit aggressive, a little bit inquisitive, checking out Showers. What's interesting to me, though, is that he didn't buy up on Headhunter at all. It's just a Rendezvous, the Ghost, and they're already onto site.
I agree. The Ghost actually gives you a little bit of more flexibility in terms of shooting, like you shoot through boxes and not waste bullets. But it looks like Alter Ego Celeste are going to hold this site, and it's an immediate just finish off of Global Esports. They just got massacred.
We didn't even get a chance to cast that. What the heck? How did that just happen? It started things off with Skills just completely smoking out the entire site. But as soon as Global Esports started to get maybe even just a little bit comfortable, Alter Ego went in, executed, and just took everyone out.
Yeah, they just got completely decimated there. I think Global was trying to get a feel for the defense, but as they executed, Alter Ego was ready to pounce, and they all just got punished.
That's just crazy to me. I mean, you really have to know how to dissect the site in that sense. But whatever it is, this is also interesting because it's a force buy coming in from Global Esports. Look at how fiery they are. Already onto site again. They can't afford to make the same mistakes though, and Axel is already looking to counter smoke and play off of the same stuff, but this time around, SK Rossi's on the other side, gets a little bit of a trade though, and now again, numbers advantage, suddenly back towards Global Esports. They're inside of Lambs, but here comes Kush, he's gonna spray all over the place, and Noxy able to find yet another. It's all up to Hell Ranger, and I'm pretty sure he's been spotted as well. Kush just finishing things off. They give the defuse over to the Fade. Man, our panel might have been hyping it up, but this is definitely really exciting to watch.
Yeah, it's a big risk as well for Global to have bought there. It was a force buy, they got the spike down, but it looked pretty good. 4v3, and then all of a sudden Kush just going into Lamps, going to U-Haul, completely decimating everyone with a triple kill. Alter Ego Celeste, they know when to just push the brakes. They also know when to put their foot on the pedal and just go for the retake all in.
Man, Sleepy, if he's watching this right now, Sleepy Studios, he's like a really, really proud ex-coach of AE right now. That said, it's partially because of that force buy that they didn't really have the armor to sustain all that damage. This time around, just going off of upgraded pistols, SK Rossi still as deadly as ever, able to find yet another one. Thing is, look at how safe AE are playing.
Yeah, they really are playing very disciplined. They know they have the lead, and they're trying to keep Kush getting one kill. SK Rossi, of course, with the Headhunter. Extremely sharp, but lightning fast as well. With the Sheriff, gets the headshot onto the A site. A site is actually completely open as Alter Ego Celeste are starting to push forward, trying to pick off Global Esports one by one. And they're getting their members, but the spike, I believe, is going to be planted for Global because it's completely open.
So that's the question now. How lightning fast can you really be in setting up your post-plant positions? Because these sheriffs, these upgraded pistols, and whatever utility you have left, you're going to need the prime spots in order to land some perfect shots. And right now, just strafe shooting might not really work out. You know that Delby's going to run into you with the Spectre. He can run and gun with this. He doesn't have to care. And that's exactly what he's looking for. A little bit of a fault line, and that is where Hell Ranger will strike. He leads the way, and now down to the 1v1. 1v1. He does have the Spectre in his hands. Goes in for the quick peek. He's already been spotted. Has to play around with the timing. Kush looking to pick it, but here comes Hellranger looking for the headshot, and he cleans it up for Global Esports.
That was great patience by Hellranger. He called the fake. I think that if Kush stuck it, he would have gotten the defuse the first time around. Even in the second time around, potentially would have gotten that defuse as well. But Hellranger, very patient in bats, just waited, called the bluff, looked for the fake, had confirmation of the spike half defuse, and swung out just exactly when he needed to.
And that's just really beautiful. It's such a careful timing. They knew they had the advantage because the spike was planted. And of course, now this resets the economy on both sides. Force buying, you have sheriffs, and they still work out. That's just how aggressive they can be, Global Esports. They're already going in for control over Hookah.
Yeah, and SK Rossi, aggressive as ever, as you mentioned, playing that chamber like it was a duelist, but Noxy is going to be able to get the best of him this time around. As the first spraying on the floor. What's up with that?
You know, just sometimes you just gotta play the mental game a little bit. Whatever it is, though, it's presence on both sides of the map. So now, Global Esports, they're going to have to be very careful about how they want to approach this. They don't have that much map control, and they need to find some kind of a duel, some kind of a numbers advantage. And the first one to go up against them will be Noxy. Instantly TP's back, though. And here comes a little bit of an info play. The fade. Haunt gets shut down. Noxy just back into the fray. Hellranger takes him out, and it's just a constant back and forth for the duel of the sites. Skills is able to hold it down with a little bit of support as well. And up close and personal, Axelovia just goes into his face. Hellranger with 14 HP can't do much against that. And this just turns things to Alter Ego's way. 3-1.
The bloodbath at U-Haul. That was a triple kill for Axel. Well, his name is Axel, but of course Axelovia definitely loves that triple kill, and he also has his ultimate up now. Ultimately, they reset Global Esports economy as well, because Global Esports, they won their previous round. They could not do anything about this Hall's hold, and they just beat one by one, and Axel just brings out the axe and executes all of them.
Yeah, Global Esports are just playing this incredibly aggressive, up-in-your-face style of continuously pushing and peeking to get control over parts of the map, to get control parts of the site. And sometimes it just doesn't work out too well, especially when Alter Ego are expecting some of these plays. Now, Noxy, tour de force, he's looking for a head, but they are all snuck underneath, and SK Rossi, what a peek! Oh my goodness! Kappa from beneath as well? Who cares if they're in an eco, because they can land such accurate shots. Now back into this. A little bit of info has been given up towards Lance. They were looking for the peek. The fault line goes through, but Kush is already pushed up front. They might have to spot down, but here comes the orbital strike, and SK Rossi getting taken out all of a sudden. What's going on? Skills, he's only got a frenzy. How does he do this? Goes in for the peek, and Delpy gets the headshots. Alter Ego in the lead.
What a massive round for Alter Ego. They lost so many members to start. SK Rossi with the heroics, with the peak as well. I think that was a pre-fire with that shot. Nope, it actually gets tagged. So he scopes in, gets the pre-fire headshot off of that tour de force. They got the kills, but this is where it breaks down for Global Esports. Where were they looking? No one was watching lamps, and Kush just pushes forward. Even is able to take SK Rossi down right before the orbital strike hits, and eventually dies to it, but it doesn't matter. He got all the kills that he needed. Actually, Kush, right now in these 5 rounds, is my MVP of this first early start for Alter Ego.
He really is, and that's just the thing. It's kind of like what Sleepy tweeted a while back. As a pro, we can always talk about stats, we can always break things down, but Fluffy also mentioned Valorant is not exactly like chess, right? You can talk about, okay, this scenario, you kind of need to do this, but there isn't one textbook answer to every scenario. Sometimes you just need to know when you can or cannot push. And Kush is a player who has absolutely demonstrated that, knowing that, okay, I know he's on the other side. He's not peeking yet. He's probably setting something up. I can push in this scenario, and he does. Finds those 2 perfect frags and instantly breaks the formation of Global Esports.
I agree, and it's really about the aggression. We're talking about how Global Esports is aggressive, but Alter Ego Celeste is countering it with their own levels of aggression. And in fact, I dare say that when Global Esports takes an inch, Alter Ego Celeste takes 2 inches. They're a lot faster. They actually stop the aggression from Global Esports, and I think Global are not ready for that just yet. There's a showstopper being committed. Not any damage done though, just a little bit onto Axel, and it's not enough to really warrant that ultimate.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, but the value wasn't really garnered on that. And, well, maybe you don't need an ultimate. Maybe you just need SK Rossi with his heroics. But again, Kuch just comes back in. He sends out the Nightmare, and that's big info. And also deafens all of these players. Doesn't matter for Lightning, though. Comes back in, finds a quick couple, but Axel just trades it back even. Skills finds yet another one, and now it comes down to the duel of the fate. Skills! Already pre-aimed, already knew where he was, gets the perfect shot and puts Global Esports back on the board.
Played that 1v1 to perfection, got the jiggle, got the information, peeked and pre-fired straight onto the head of Adren King, who was even crouching. Tried to dodge that headshot, but just wasn't enough. Great start from Alter Ego. Kush really holding things down, but lightning fast here. They did not expect him. He was actually definitely lightning fast. Was able to get a double kill, letting Skills have this opportunity to win the round.
I mean, you gotta love that movement of how he consistently strays back and forth inside of showers, and he's just able to find duels that way. This time around, though, despite breaking Alter Ego's economy, take a look at their positions. Really forward up front, looking for some kind of a setup in case Global Esports actually pushes out. But Global is going towards B site, and that is where Noxy is headed towards now. He's trying to set up a flank, but he has to be very careful about this as well. SK Rocky going on a bit of a lurk. Adren King all of a sudden into guard and finds a quick double. Not that much of a trade as well. It's Lightning Fast is the one who finds something inside of Hookah, has to back off. It's just a huge back and forth tug of war scenario right now on both sides.
Yeah, and definitely going to be pretty scary for Global. They've already lost some members, and Lightning Fast is also really low. They're looking at each other on this corner. Axel might be able to find 1 kill, might be able to get a second as well, and the third does not contribute, but Hell Ranger is going to be having to fight this 1v2.
That was the perfect positional play with a Spectre.
30 seconds left.
And all of a sudden, Hell Ranger is alone. The lone survivor for Global Esports. And he has to find something. 20 seconds left means he has to commit to this site. He doesn't have a smoke, so he's just trying to block out as much area as possible with his utility. Trying to find something. 5 seconds now. Can't really stick the plant any longer. He has to get the duels. And here comes Adren King playing off his teammates' contact. Getting the 3rd kill in the round and putting AE ahead once more.
Great ego from Alter Ego. I actually think they didn't need to peek out because they didn't even hear the plant sound. They could have played it safe, but they at least won a duel. It was pretty dicey though. I think if Hell Ranger found a connection there from the Vandal, it would have been pretty dicey for Alter Ego. Axel here getting a double, wasn't able to connect the 3rd. And here Noxy actually missing the shot was pretty dangerous, but Adren King was there to deliver.
Man, it just shows how, I don't know, in control Alter Ego Celeste are, because even in that round, just because they were pushing out back and forth, able to find things, they managed to keep Global Esports at bay. This time around, though, they're getting information. There was that fast, lightning fast play with the judge in towards Lance. He's able to shoot a couple of pop shots through the sky. Smoke can't quite find anything just yet. Just playing for info because they want control over the site.
Oh, SK Rossi with a headhunter as well.
What?
Finding heads left and right. This is why he's a star player. This is why he's been keeping Global in this game. Lightning fast, also finding a kill. But Adren King and Axel, 2v3 right now. Will they be able to rescue this round for Alter Ego?
I don't know. It's not going to be easy. Kappa has the Hunter's Sphere to play post plant as well. Excuse me. This is getting too exciting. And he's just waiting for it. They managed to tap it, but here comes Lightning Fast all the way from Labs. He He drifts out of there, and point blank range, the judge executes.
I can't believe, of all things, it was the judge that won them that round. They knew where he was. That's the thing. You know, that's the scary part. They knew where he was from the beginning. They saw him. They just backed off of Lamps, and then all of a sudden, for some reason, they somehow forgot that there was a raise with a judge and Lamps. Look at Kush. Not sure what he was doing there. I think throwing some utilities, did not expect the peek out from the judge. Then the last two players for Alter Ego as well, pushing forward, but Lightning Fast, of course, living true to his name, just swings out and shoots the judge against the last two players of Alter Ego. And this game is going back and forth.
Go get it.
And you gotta love it. Again, it's just showing that you know exactly when to push, when to pull back. And Lightning Fast in that situation, after hearing the tap on the spike, instantly went for it. This time around, though, here comes the Dren King. Oh, it's just a perfect heads-up duel. Gets a quick double, looking for the third. He collects on that skull, and then Delby with the boom bot finishes off on Hell Ranger. Oh, no. Someone call the EOD squad.
The exact same scenario. A Dren King with a triple yet again on yet another eco. That Spectre. Octagon is his spot. It's Sky's Garden, and she will not have anything to do with your pushes.
That's just crazy as well. I think it's so unfortunate because they had 3 players there. One was collecting up on the Alt Orb, but they all had to turn away because of that one guiding light. And it's just so perfect. A Dren King now putting up numbers as well, along with Del B. And all of a sudden, Global Esports, they might just have to reconsider their approach, but they're not backing down without a fight. Showstopper into play, and a couple of them are low now. Lightning Fast still going up front. He's able to get the quick double, and all of a sudden only has to focus on what's in front of him. Noxy comes up, Skills gets the trade, and they are going all in. Axelovia, unfortunately isolates himself and now gets taken out, so that leaves a Dren King alone.
I think it's pretty good for Global. They only use 2 ultimates to get in, and I think that's enough. They don't need to pour all of it in, and they still find the control in this game, even though they're on the back foot. Alter Ego, though, it's still a Dren King that you have to face against, but Skills is going to be ready for that. Takes away his head, and Global Esports make it interesting still. 6-4 right now.
Mate, it's already round 11, and it just feels like
we just started.
I know,
we
right?
just started.
And it's all because these two teams right now, they're not backing down. Both of them are consistently pushing in again, and again. Every single round is the green light. Go, go, go. And whatever happens, Global Esports, they take the site. Alter Ego are going to try to contest for it. When it comes down to some of these situations, Global Esports already knows, and they are prepared for them after the spike's been planted. So I think Alter Ego also might need to reconsider their approach a little bit. That's why they brought up the operator in this round of all rounds. Noxy washing the angles, blocking off showers. We've got a Dren King, Axelovia. They've got some ultimates to spare as well.
Yeah, but Global Esports are also trying to re-strategize. They're taking it slow, which is actually uncharacteristic. Watching the first 10 rounds, everything was just high octane. Everyone was just slamming the gas all the time, change of sight here and there, but never this slow. And Global Esports are trying to control the tempo, trying to see if they can control Alter Ego.
It's a sudden change of pace. It's definitely putting question marks in their heads, but oh my goodness, question marks don't matter if you're just watching all the way from heaven. Kush gets a quick double now, looking for a third again, and he will collect on it again. Delby finds yet another, and all of a sudden, Global Esports has nothing left of their name. Hellranger's the only one. He jumps up. It's an easy headshot for Delby, and Alter Ego, they just collect on that 7th win.
Kush is definitely riding that high. 16 kills already on this Fade. You'd think Fade was a duelist at this point. Getting triples left and right on this A site. An absolute anchor for Alter Ego. And A is his domain. And Delv also finding the kills here. Cleaning up shop.
I think they just weren't really aware. They didn't really have information of how AE were positioned on the A site. Maybe they thought that they were able to bait out some rotations over onto B, but as soon as they pushed through that sky smoke, you just start to see heads rolling. This time around, round number 12, the last one before the swap, and Global Esports trying to do whatever they can. SK Rossi on an operator now as well. You take us, you hit us once, we're going to hit you back.
Ooh. Yeah, and SK Rossi ever so sharp with the operator. Shining light for Global Esports along with Lightning Fast, who's already in lamps. They're already pushing this and they really want to make this happen, but Noxy is going to shut Hell Ranger down. That's already an advantage, but SK Rossi responds with his own operator. There's the orbital strike as well, and there's the utility being used. They're going to try to find more skills. Gets the kill onto Kush as well.
Just like that, they might have a little bit of control, but no, the counter orbital strike pushes him out of position, and now the spike's been dropped. Delby's just waiting for them to peek out. Of course, Kappa retrieves the spike, however. Here comes the showstopper, and Lightning Fast tried to stop it, but could not. He has to take that blow. We're down to a 2v3 now, and Global Esports, they have the option to take the teleporter. They're gonna go right through. Kappa has to go in fast as well, though, and now they're gone. It's the quick rotations, and now it's just a race to the base.
It's definitely going to be a retake situation right now. As like you mentioned, Lightning Fast tried to stop that showstopper, but instead he stopped it with his face.
SK Rossi. He's holding with the upper. What a shot! That flick! And now the control over Hookah, it's a little bit tougher, but AE still with the peaks, they are able to burst it down. The Death Squad, the duo, they managed to clear out the site, even with the spike planted, even with the angles being held. AE just decimates, and now we are 8-4.
Massive retake for Alter Celeste, and even the shot from SK Rossi, that wasn't enough. That flick was absolutely insane. It was a flick towards a bouncing raise. You see the showstopper from Delby, like you mentioned, SK Rossi able to hit this flick. Delby did not expect that at all, but Axel and Adren cleaning up shop, finishing off the half. 8-4, big lead for Alter Ego here.
They peak into these duels. They are that confident, and they want to take AE down, or at least chip them up in their approach towards retaking the site. But in doing so, unfortunately, they exposed themselves to AE's line of sight, and that's where they were able to burst them down. I don't know what it is, but AE's crosshair placement today is just on point. Every single shot is hitting someone from Global Esports, and it's really unfortunate, but here we go. Now that Global Esports is on the defensive side, things could be a little bit different. This is where I'm interested to see how this agent composition plays out, because it's something that they played so much, especially throughout the Sky Esports Championship. We see Kappa on the Sova, which is a huge contrast to what we see with Dren King and Kush on the Fade, on the Sky. I mean, how do you think this could play out on defense, Marquis?
I expected more from Global on the attacking side because of that Sova pick. The Sova recon bolt really gives you the information off the defenders, and then normally you make plays off that to execute on the site. But Alter Ego, they're so good at holding, they were so good at denying that information from that Sova that it felt like the Sova recon bolts weren't really giving them much information. Like we saw once or twice SK Rossi was able to get some kills off of that, but the real heroes were actually the ones holding the post plant. Skills, Lightning Fast, and even Hell Ranger in some rounds. They're the ones that were able to get the rounds for Global. But for Alter Ego Celeste, what they were so Alter Ego rather, not Alter Ego Celeste, which is their women's team. It's just a different lineup, right? We talked about this. The initiators are the ones that's different between the two teams. It's Sky plus the Fade as well. They're so good at using the utilities for the retakes. They know that they can use the utilities for retakes. They know that they know how to actually decimate Global Esports' hold off of that plant.
And they are so fast as well. I think it is worth calling out the female team, Alter Ego Celeste, just because, I mean, first of all, Game Changers Global was announced. I mean, even with only one slot, I think it's pretty huge. Alter Ego Celeste, we're huge fans. But that said, they really are that fast in these retakes. They really know how to read the situation well. They know how to rotate just as fast. And once they're in position, it's really tough for Global Esports to hold, especially when they keep peeking them. And right now, slightly different because they're on the defense. Global Esports are waiting for a move, waiting for a mistake, some kind of an opening. But Alter Ego are taking their time as well. Look at Delby's positioning.
I'm actually really interested here because we don't see SK Rossi peeking like he normally would. Look at what he has. He has a shorty.
Yeah. There's that sky smoke though, so it's actually blocking him off. Shorty, Headhunter. It could work.
It's really interesting. You know how it works? You get a shorty kill, and then you immediately use your rendezvous. Play from heaven, use the Headhunter. It's actually really cheeky. But it looks like Alter Ego are going to go to B side instead. They actually find Kappa. But Skills is there. There goes the kills. There goes the trades. It's now down to a 2v2 right now as Delb finds one more kill. Looks like Lightning Fast going to go from Hookah. There's the double push as well as SK Rossi is going to finish things off with that Headhunter.
That is just the fattest recon bolt on the B side throughout this entire game, and Kappa just increased his value by twofold because of that one play. They knew that AE were streaming outside of Hookah. They maybe didn't know that someone was pushing outside of B long, but still those two shots, those two headshots to start things off were absolutely perfect, gave GE the numbers advantage, and of course, once SK Rossi starts to peak, once he's in his element, with the Headhunter, the master of arms, it's just pure destruction on the side for Alter Ego. That said, though, we come back into this, and Alter Ego, instead of going for the force buy, they are saving up.
Yeah, and I like that. You know what, Global, they really need to win that round, because if Alter Ego lets win the pistol round, it's just going to snowball from there. It might have been a 10-4 at this point if Alter Ego just won. But Global, they were able to get that pistol round, and they might have a chance to close the gap right now, because a 4-round gap, difficult. If you make it even bigger, if Alter Ego Celeste had won the pistol, even crazier. But right now, Global are within striking distance. They have the guns, they have the weaponry, they can go to 6.
And that just closes the gap. Talk about striking distance, which is why it's incredibly important for Alter Ego just to find as much as they possibly can right now, deal that economic damage, and increase that gap even further. It's the paint shells, it's a frenzy, and they are still able to take down 3. This gives them some weapons to work with if they can pick them up, and Delby has the upgrade now. Holding up close and personal, he's just waiting for them to push out. Lightning Fast, he might want a double satchel, but he has to reconsider if he can even go for that right now, just because he doesn't know what's on the other side. SK Rossi goes for the peek, doesn't quite find anything, and Lightning Fast just takes it all the way home with the ghost. But here comes AE, just because of the numbers advantage. They make that thrifty win possible, no longer in striking distance.
Definitely not. They just said, oh, you got one round, that's all we're giving you. The usage of utility, the paint shells, they got a paint shell frag off of someone who wasn't really seeing it, because as soon as the paint shells come out right here, you see it, they actually run to the side. He wasn't expecting it. Skills just ran into the rest of the paint shells. They overwhelmed the defenses of Global. Global did find a few kills. Sliding Pass gets one. SK Rossi, in true SK Rossi fashion, still takes a few before dying. Those headshots are so crisp, but the numbers, just too much for them to overcome.
Man, as crisp as a Granny Smith apple, you love to watch that, but when it comes down to it, you have to admit, Marky, Alter Ego are playing a slightly better team game right now. That's why they are 4 rounds ahead, which is why I think this timeout being called by Global Esports, it makes sense. They are incredibly sharp players. They are incredibly strong, but something is not just gelling well yet. Keyword being yet.
I would say that Alter Ego is doing what Global Esports thought they were doing, especially on the attacking side, like when they were ecoing and everything. Alter Ego are just playing Global Esports game, which is we'll run at you and take the duels and we'll overwhelm you. But they're doing a slightly better job at it. I think it's the utility usage. That's a little bit of a difference there. The utility usage from Alter Ego is a little bit more on point, a little bit more in sync with their duelists going in. No free kills. That's what's going on. What we saw for Global Esports, whenever they went to a side, sometimes they lose one member, like Skills would die, Hellranger would die. But for the side of Alter Ego, when they go in, they somehow get in intact. And that's the scary part.
Just absolutely terrifying. It strikes fear into your opponents. Hence Global Esports this round. Only one sheriff, the rest all on classics. They have to play very unorthodox positions. Unfortunately, the off angle will not work out for Lightning Fast, and this gives control over the site to Alter Ego. GES. They might have arrived on site, but I don't think they can really find these duels. Kush going in for the run and gun. It's just not good enough for Global Esports. They can't really hold up against this, and Kush is looking for the almost ace. Delby, how could you?
How could you, Delby? That was free for Kush.
Well,
that was so free for Kush, but what a monster! Look at him, he's a fade, and look at him duel. He's like, he's not even using utility, he's just holding W. He's able to mow them down, get the fourth here. It was almost, I thought he got a fifth, but the bullet through the wall from Delby. The nice ace. He's like, no, young blood, you're not getting that ace, but good job anyway.
Good job anyway. He's earned that 21 frags already on the other side. 5 rounds ahead of Global Esports, and now it's do or die for Global Esports on this map. They've got the full buys, they've got the operator in SK Rossi's hands, and they need to make it work, because if they don't, economy's going to be shattered once again. Kappa starts things off with the perfect one-tap to Delby's face, all the way from the tuna can, all the way from Tube itself. SK Rossi finds another, and that just locks things down. If you were Alter Ego Celeste, I would not re-peak this.
Definitely not, and they already took down 2 members, and Alter Ego, they're looking for answers here. They can't find anyone.
Ooh.
And they try to even push through smoke. That's a bit too risky right now. And Alter Ego Celeste, their risk appetite is huge because of the lead that they have. And they're just gonna get punished for that. Kush, the last one remaining, but SK Rossi is gonna be there to triple kill for him. And Global Esports try to take control over this game.
SK Rossi makes shooting with an operator look like Duck Hunt. And that's coming from me is absolutely scary. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Wow, the marksmanship on these GS players is absolutely insane. It's unbelievable. And when they are in their element, when they get to do things like these, when they have the information and the control over the map to be able to pull off such plays, it is perfect. It's just the best defense that you're looking for, because you know, it's a bit of an offensive defense, especially when they go for these really quick peaks. And that's why Alter Ego playing a lot more slowly this round.
Yeah, SK Rossi actually saw a shoulder there.
Oh, wait, what?
It's
What?
a triple teleporter play! Global! Oh my god! Alter Ego was not ready for that. They immediately get decimated. They even put down a smoke to boot to ensure that there would be no trades. They get 2 players for free!
Who does
SK
that?
Rossi, on the other side of the teleporter, really making use of bind, finds yet another kill.
Who does that? And now moving up front, look at how they're peeking together as a squad as well. Noxy, no chance in hell he survives that. Axel, he's the last one left. They might not know where he is, but he's got so much pressure on his shoulders. 40 seconds and he's got the spike. He wants to put it down somewhere. Spots SK Rossi's barrel, takes him down. And now with the recon coming for Kappa, still able to land that perfect headshot. Goes back around. He's been stunned. He's been concussed. He has to reconsider his options. GES are splitting up 1-to-1 on each site.
What a fake.
And this...
He faked them out.
This isolates the duels. Oh, this is possible, Marquis.
This is definitely doable to be 1v4, but no, the timing did not favor him. He wasn't able to cross to the tube. Was looking for the members of Global Esports, and Skills had an itchy feeling. His spider senses were tingling.
That's smart positioning, in my opinion. He could have been holding, like, the most generic thing to do would be to hold on the site itself, or hold from halls. Instead, what he did is to hold in this forward position all the way over by B-Long, the least expected spot for Axel. That's it, though. Insane effort by Axel, and still the gap gets a little bit closer.
A little bit, and Global Esports started to find answers yet again. And I think for Alter Ego, they're a bit scared now. They're like, well, why is their attack not working? Like, what's going on? The timeout is very good, so you can figure out a little bit, maybe share some information about how the defense is kind of playing out for Global. And they need to break that down, because right now it seems like Global have found a setup to stop Alter Ego. And first, it was just a hold. It was an SK Rossi hold on the B site. This time around, it was a push from the teleporters. There was someone watching B long, but I think they watched it a bit too late, to the point that they were able to set up a triple teleporter play and take 2 members off of Alter Ego. Crazy plays from Global, by the way. It's just, where do you see that sort of aggression?
You never see. You have to be a little bit crazy to to go in for that triple teleporter push like that all the way over to outsider showers. And that's why look at Kush's positioning right now. He's expecting them to come out again. That's paranoia without an omen. That said though, the round begins and Alter Ego now are holding angles. Whatever GS has done, it's working.
Yeah, they're playing scared. They're not even looking for the duels. They're slowly checking angles now. And look at Global Esports. They already have 4 members on B. There's the amount of trust they have on SK Rossi too, by the way. Always playing that anchor. Single anchor on that A site. And this just might be able to catch Alter Ego off guard as well. 4 members on B, 2 playing Octagon. It's just absolutely crazy. And SK Rossi, you know what? I'd say he's even capable of getting 2 kills before dying here, if he even dies.
If that's the operative word. But look at how AE actually executes onto this. Oh no, the corner was not checked! Sleepy's gonna be so disappointed now, and here comes the sprays, GES! They retake the site, the spike wasn't even planted, and we're now 10-8!
And G are so pumped for that. You're right, the corners were not checked. In fact, 2 corners were not checked. And all the ultimates were for naught. They used a showstopper, they used an orbital strike, 2 ultimates, and they netted nothing. 1 kill maybe, but that's really not enough. And that's not what you want from 2 ultimates from your team. They did not see skills. They did not take a look at that corner when Kush was actually going to find it. Hellranger was already there to pounce. And look how hyped Global Esports are.
Hellranger, you gotta love the aggression, but that is just so unlucky. I think they had the paint shells initially, and that's why he thought it was clear. But oh, it's so unfortunate. They had the showstopper. Everything was thrown into that round. They were meant to regain the momentum off of that one play, but it's not meant to be, because this is Group B, start of APAC Stage 2 group stages. And we are looking for banger matches only. Alter Ego now. Ultimate in hand. Noxy, he's looking for an opening pick. Whiffs the first shot, whiffs the second shot, and allows for GE to get onto site. They are looking to reclaim this land. And SK Rossi with the operator tries to lock down, but gets shot out by Del B. He's been redeemed as far as I'm concerned. But here comes the lurk from a Dren King. He's been holding on to that Vandal for quite a while. Here comes the fault line as well, and Hellranger 1v3. Sends out the flashpoint, but no, they weren't quite blinded. Kush comes in with a peek, and that's a thrifty win for Alter Ego.
It feels like there's so many thrifty rounds won by both teams here in this game, and this is just the first map. And the level of aggression from both sides, the tempo changes, just catching each other off guard. Sometimes it's Global that's more aggressive, sometimes it's Alter Ego. And it feels like whoever just decides to attack first sort of wins, and somehow it's just working out for both teams. Alter Ego though, they're still keeping that distance. It was 10-8 right now. That was the closest that Global got, but they're increasing the distance yet again. And if Global cannot catch up, Alter Ego will just run away with this game.
That's just this back and forth again. I mean, Alter Ego, because they've won that many rounds, they have the potential to stop this right here, right now. And of course, Lightning Fast wants to stop as much as he can. Pulls out the showstopper. Skills comes in with a quick double. A couple of trades again, and all of a sudden, Global, they have numbers advantage. They cannot afford to let this slip. They have this. They have information over the site. They know the bottom of heaven is clear. They know that they can push up to at least triple. And Kappa's got some maybe lineups. It doesn't quite land. He goes in for the peak, but does not expect Noxy to be holding him from lamps. It's the operator again, and SK Rossi isn't quite in position to do this alone. Here comes an incendiary as well, but he continues to push up front. Even with the Vandal, he's still deadly. Gets one more headshot, and Noxy down to 50 HP. Operator in hand, tries to look down the angles, but SK Rossi is just too deadly, too sharp, too accurate. And Global Esports are once again 2 rounds away from equalizing.
SK Rossi is the legitimate reincarnation of Chamber. Any gun you give him, a Ghost, Headhunter, a Tour de Force,
Shorty?
a Vandal that he picks up, a Shorty, doesn't matter. He will make it work. He will find your head and he will find these rounds as he saves Global Esports here. Noxy though, commendable hold from the commendable round from Alter Ego, but
wow.
Look, it's the SK Rossi show pretty much. Avoids the op shot, gets the headshot anyway, and Global Esports are again within 2 rounds.
You gotta love it. You gotta love the guy. I mean, just taking a look at the numbers on the scoreboard as well. SK Rossi, maybe not fully top fragging, but so many impactful frags that reclaim these rounds for Global Esports. And all of a sudden, we're back to a bit of a reset as both sides want to play safe about this. A single slip-up and Alter Ego could lose their momentum. Global Esports, they might just lose something as well. I mean, 1 round and that's match point. SK Rossi, he's got the operator and he's looking to make it work. And he knows that there isn't a push coming towards B long. They're sensing the hit coming towards A.
Yeah, that's a great flash, but unfortunately Skills couldn't capitalize on it. It just wanted to be a bit safer. Thor has the utility to stall this push though, as Kush finds the first kill, gets the second as well. Kush and Adren King just open things up, but there's the judge coming from Lightning Fast. Does not find a second though, as Noxy is faster on the trigger, gets the headshot, and Alter Ego, they might just hit match point here.
They really just might. What a push coming out of showers, and they did it together as a squad. I don't think Skills was expecting them to push out of that sky smoke. Another guiding light just to push them back a little bit more as well. Buy a little bit more time. That's like maybe 5 seconds. And all of a sudden, Global Esports, oh my goodness. Yeah, they have to go in for the save. They need to buy up weapons for their teammates in the next round, or they might be going in with a force buy on match point of all things, especially with an operator in SK Rossi's hands. So, unfortunately, they have to forfeit this round, and this puts us at a 12-9 match point marquee.
And Kush and Adren King, that was a nasty push from the smoke from them. They better stay in bats because that was filthy. The way they entered, the way they took 2 kills, opened up the site, and Global Esports, because of the game state, did not want to try that 2v4. It was too risky to lose all of the guns. I think in any other round, if they weren't going to match point, I think they would have tried for that 2v4. I think SK Rossi had it in. I wouldn't even count him out. I think he probably has a 20-30% chance of actually making that happen. But because it's match point, they actually just decide to save it.
It's a little bit unfortunate because they can't afford to lose these credits, these rounds any longer. And now with match point looming over their heads, they have to play that safe, that careful as well. And right now, SK Rossi already gone off the roster. It does not look good, but you have to believe in some of these players. Lightning Fast is still alive. And sending all of these utilities out just pushes AE back a little bit further. A bit of a recon, and Noxy's thinking twice, but now he's pushing into the sky smoke. Uh-oh. Oh, I don't like this.
Noxy 2K, is that you? Oh my gosh, he almost had to jump on it. Unfortunately, he was confused. I think he saw 2 members through the smoke, and a little bit too target-rich environment for him. Was not able to get the shots as Global. Oh, they actually lose SK Rossi on the other side on bats.
It's a great idea, but we won't be seeing any smoke criminals today. But here comes the push. Oh, Skills! The sudden orbital strike just buys enough time, and they might just consider the fact that push is coming in towards A, but they did not expect Kush to be coming all the way up from the other side. Just like that, AE has claimed A for themselves. The spike goes down, and it's a 3v3. The Nightfall does so much as well, because they have to think twice about how they want to peak right now.
Yeah, bought them a little bit of time. Enables Alter Ego to go for the post plant as well. They still have the orbital strike as well on Axel. This is going to be a nigh impossible task for Global Esports because they can't even find Brim. And if they can't find Axel, they won't be able to win this round because that orbital strike is just gonna deny any defuse. And there's gonna be the first kill coming in. Delby actually gets the kill. There's an orbital strike coming out as well. That's gonna be the second kill for Delby. And that's gonna be the air fryer, denying any hopes for global esports as Kush actually gets the headshot onto Kappa, and Alter Ego Celeste close out map 1.
Just completely fried to a crisp. Alter Ego in that final round read them like a book. The moment Kush was able to slip the net, the moment he was able to sneak onto the site, that was it for Global Esports. The spike was down, the orbital strike was prepped and ready, and all they had to do was to push the final button. And just like that, first map goes to Alter Ego. The next one's gonna be Fracture Marquee. That's Global Esports map pick, and if they don't win that, then that's unfortunate.
With the round differential, I would say that it's really just about the comfort, and I think that right now, for Bind at least, Alter Ego was just slightly more comfortable than Global Esports.
They really do look that way. But that said, we have seen how sharp these Global Esports players can be. Will they still remain their sharpness as we move over onto Fracture? Stay tuned after this break to find out.
we are back again on the panel of VCT APAC Stage 2 challengers. It's the likable Cash Bunny and of course Strix, alter ego, showing their best self after all here on Bind. Cash, can I just say, no money, no problem. That's it.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. There's so many rounds that AE actually took, which are thrifty rounds. And in those situations, and even if they lose, they make it very, very expensive. Regardless though, I am actually very, very impressed at Global Esports as well. The growth we saw from the team has been phenomenal. And in so many situations, it's not only SK Rossi that we really spent time looking at, it was also Lightning as well.
I think Global Esports just being able to play that defensive side, especially with AE starting to go more on that passive when they were on attacker. GES started punishing them for that. We saw them do that teleport where they just killed the Sky on the back line. We see them play those angles, the triple B side. Actually, at one point, they were 4 on B side, leaving their chamber to just anchor on A because they figured that they could just TP, rotating that operator around. But finally, AE catching up at that end when they started to play aggressive, it was great to see.
Absolutely. I mean, GS, so horrifying, so mortifying. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you have skills with a Crazy Frenzy, SK Rossi, of course, with a Headhunter. That's how they started out as defenders over at B side. And I was just taken aback, like, oh my goodness, if this is how this half is gonna go, then I don't know what's gonna happen. Obviously, I was cheering for AE over here because they were my prediction. And I think, in a sense, the panel just wants to shove it into the English casters' faces that, hey, we're having our predictions right so far, right, Tash?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, when you come back to GE, I have to say that, MVP being skills, I'm not surprised because in a lot of situations, while we do see SK Rossi and Lightning just doing a lot of work, skills is always that person who is just in those unsuspecting corners, just clutching out. You never really expect. And in a lot of situations, I feel like AE, they think that they cleared out corners with the Trailblazer, with the Prowler. But sometimes you see those corners where they didn't properly clear. They just walk through it, and then surprise, there's Lightning there. Surprise, skills is still there. And I feel like those situations are really used against them in a lot of times. And this is what begs the question. You still have to check your corners.
It is true. We still have to check our corners. And we were talking about this, that we wanted to see the Fade really capitalize and get utilized. And I feel like, true enough, that Fade and Sky combination, I love seeing so much. They pulled it off well on Bind. It feels that on larger maps, however, it's a little more difficult because at least on Bind, you have those close corners. You can really capitalize. We see the angle isolation that Adren King is showing us right here that we don't really get to see on, those maps like Breeze or on Haven, where there's a bit too many angles for the defenders and attackers to pay attention to.
Yeah, but one thing that I have to say though, we didn't really see the chaining of the Prowler to the other abilities, which I was kind of looking forward to, but I'm not really complaining, I have to say, because in a way it is still used in the right situation, the right advantage. But because they're not utilized with those other abilities, you notice those corners will not be properly cleared just because they didn't get tagged by the decay or the mark.
I mean, you know why that wasn't the case? Because Kush was out here playing like a duelist.
It's true.
Like, is Fade even an initiator at this point with the way that he's playing it, unafraid, going into site, going backside, going into pipes, and just pushing the enemy team all together, catching them unexpected. And of course, you have the Prowlers, you got the Hunt, you got all of these skills that are just able to fight the teams a little bit better, give you an advantage. It's just take all of the picks that you want, right, Trick?
Really exactly how it was. I felt that Fade, although maybe not paired in terms of Fade's skills itself, it was always paired with the Sky utilities, paired with also the paint shells coming in from Raze, really giving that damage
the C's, so
the
good.
opponents. So I feel, although we didn't see that combination we would like to see from a Fade solo player, we definitely saw it in team play, which is always what I'm looking forward to in the APAC stages.
I mean, when you think about it as well, you saw a lot of those situations where you saw another player pushing out with the Prowler, pushing out with the Trailblazer, and that's exactly what you want anyway. Technically, it does give you a shield as well, and they got so many picks out of it. But the comeback from GE was so refreshing and nice to see as well. Like, seeing how they play is just very different. We saw a more sort of like a nicer sort of gameplay from the team, more like for the refrags. We saw that coming in from AE. We mentioned that early, and then after that we started seeing that for GE as well, where we're seeing like a chain of like refrags on refrags on refrags, and that was honestly kind of fun as well.
Of course, the refrags are there, but you did touch up on the utility usage earlier. Trix, I know you have some opinions on how GES has been using their ultimate abilities round per round, so let's hear it.
I feel like GES capitalized on having that ultimate, not just in the sense that we need an ultimate to win the round, clear the corners, but in the sense that, okay, we have the ultimate, we might as well use it. There's no point in always just trying to save that ultimate.
That security.
Yeah, some ultimates are a lot better saved, obviously. Like, you have that Breach ultimate that's great for reach. You have the Brimstone ultimate that's also great for, securing that site or that plant, post-plant situation, as we see on the last round by AE. But I find that the nice thing about GES is the fact that they're not afraid to use their ultimate abilities, because they figure it will come back up. You just need to get those frags, you just need to get the orbs, get those plant downs as well. And it just felt like, in general, GES, especially when they went on that defender side, not afraid to fight AE where AE was comfortable.
Now, global esports, I think that comes into play, the fast decision making that they really put into play over here, making it through all of the rounds and just making it a little bit more difficult for Alter Ego to push through. But Cash, I do wonder if there were signs of hesitation as the rounds progressed, especially after AE started calling that timeout and they were kind of adjusting at this point.
Okay, so prior to that, me and Trix were talking about how Alter Ego was not playing their usual fast-paced play. And it felt like when they slowed down, GE really took advantage of that situation, just pinching them from so many different angles, just because they took so much time to push onto site. It wasn't until one or two rounds after the last timeout that we saw the speed finally coming in from AE, and then that was when GE was caught off guard. And thankfully, they managed to close down the game. And I feel like this speed really allows AE not only to take the site, also to prepare for those post-plant situations. We saw them actually play Protect the Brimstone. He had lineups with his mollies. He had his ultimates. We had those situations where they were able to just make sure to cover all the corners, and as well as kind of like react if, say, that one teammate went down, you saw a quick reaction coming through. And this is why it's really important, not just to not only just clear out the site, but also have time to prepare for the post-plants. So that's to make sure that you're able to really protect the spike while they come and do retakes.
I feel like GS also should have capitalized on the fact that, AE likes to play on that aggressive side area, which also gives them the opportunity to flank them or to push from the back line. But I felt that more often than not, the backline was always clear for AE. AE only ever had to focus on the defender spawn because they knew that nobody else was there. So if GES also kind of put that kind of pressure on AE, I feel like they would have been more split up, which would give more room for GES on that retake. And I mentioned it on a win condition that if you give too much space to AE, they're just going to take it.
Yeah, and on top of that, I think when they were playing slow as well, it felt like a free-for-all at one point, where everyone was just scattered throughout the map, and we're seeing skirmishes, one skirmish here, one skirmish here, one skirmish here, and I was a little bit confused. I understand that you want to play default, but GE knows how to punish those defaults. They catch you off guard, they really take those picks, and in a lot of situations, AE, without the potential of refrags or playing together, I felt like that was kind of like their weakness. They're not able to win those little skirmishes, so they get whittled down in terms of numbers.
So we're talking about how the scattered of players was actually the downfall of one of the teams, right? But we're going to be moving on to Fracture. And again, we touched up on how you kind of gotta isolate the entrances over here. You gotta do a lot of the work, or like some of the battles have to be offsite. So there's just a lot happening on Fracture over here, which begs the question, what is it that global esports has to do in order to secure the map like Fracture? I guess I could they ask us to trick for this one?
I think Fracture in general is one of those maps where you need to have better execution, and in terms of that, you also have to be able to force a rotation from the defender side. If you are too predictable, the defenders can easily stack aside, and they know exactly where to look at, they know exactly how to counter you. So it's also a matter of, are they able to get those early picks? Are they able to push them off the angles? Are they able, after they get the site, to flush them out of those cheeky angles, especially if the opponent is playing with a chamber? Because the chamber, more often than not, will always get that one pick, TP out, and they're extremely safe. So are they going to push the chamber out, and then on top of that, take more space when they get those sites?
Yeah, so there's also these situations as well. Well, when I saw in Malaysia, Singapore, Paper Rex Mistral, how he used Viper on that map, he just can anchor B site all alone without anyone else. So that's the value that can come in as well when you have a good anchor for a site. And also when you think about that, when you look at these agent lineups here, you see why a Neon, because Neon is just so good just to cover, not to flank, not to lurk, but rather to flank. Just the speed that she can bring in, and how small the site is, which means that her fast lane can really take up so much space as well. And why do you want to see Brimstone on this map? Because his ultimate really just covers the entire site. And of course, you know, why not what's another great agent than Raze to clear out corners with the pain shells, with her ultimate as well. Regardless, when I look at these lineups here for both teams don't have a wrong lineup. It comes down to execution, what they can do. When you have a Sage, the wall can give you a lot of value. You can either play it defensively or aggressively. You can use it to just buy time or play for post plant. You also get survivability as well because of the heals.
It also seems to be that at the end of the day, you know, as big as a map Fracture is, the sites themselves are small, as Tash just pointed out. That's why you like to have these kinds of agents. So seeing that KO and the Breach paired, I feel like that means it's a lot of execution that we're going to see on AE side.
I'm excited to see how this is all gonna play out. Like, Find was already exciting for me. I absolutely love the map, absolutely love the Fate on Kush over there. But again, we're moving on to Fracture, another not a new thing that we see around in Valorant. Not super new, but a lot of adjustments all the time from these players. And I'm sure the tides will shift the other way. We'll have to wait and see. We don't know what the future holds for the series, but we do know that our casters will be with us every step of the way. Hopefully, they don't flame me for shoving it in their faces that so far in Game 1, the panel has got the prediction right. But again, we'll be passing it over to them. Hopefully, they don't get mad at me, but casters, please take it away.
Thank you, Laika. What, Laika? Why would we ever get mad at you? You're so likable. That's your name. But you know what? We like our panel. Okay, I'm cringe. But we also really like what we're seeing from Alter Ego. And I think you got a point about that, right, Marquis?
Yeah, I want to talk about it. We keep saying Alter Ego Celeste because that's their women's team, and they win every single tournament they play in that we cast. So it just rolls off the tongue for us, and it's the same style of aggression that we're seeing here. It's all too familiar, and it's all too good. And you know what? I'm happy that the panel is right. Like they're proving it, our predictions wrong because we disagreed. But you know what? We'll have to see because Map 2 is coming up shortly, and on Fracture it might just be a different story because it was still pretty close. And the first map was actually Alter Ego's pick.
Yeah, now we're moving to Global Esports' pick. It's a little bit tough because if they don't win this, they get sent to the lower bracket and then they become in danger of elimination. And you definitely don't want that. Global Esports, like we're just saying again, all the hopes of the South Asian, hopes and dreams of the South Asian teams, all the players, all the viewers, it's all on Global Esports' shoulders right now. They're the only team here, and if they lose out that early, if they don't even go deep enough into the brackets, into playoffs, they don't get that many points to play for APAC LCQ, and that's why it's so important for them to win this map right now. It's their pick. They're on the attack, and they're playing 4 out of the 5 same agents that they played on Bind. They should be comfortable enough. They're sending out the flashpoints, and they're streaming onto site.
Yeah, but I like the double initiator lineup from Alter Ego. They also have the Neon. Quick rotations from them as well. And it's ironic how Lightning Fast does not like playing Neon, it seems. But it looks like Alter Ego still are going to find a first kill. It could be a trade, though, as SK Rossi finds Crush 4v4 right now. But Skills holding strong for Global Esports. Delb is going to find one. Those frenzies are putting in the work. 3v3 right now.
And it also causes him to sustain quite a bit of damage as well. I mean, he's going into such aggressive positions, still able to find frags though. And the relay ball plus a Dren King coming up from the other side of the tower. Oh my god, Global Esports, they kind of just got suffocated in that round. And AE, they take the pistol.
Yeah, it looked like they thought they had control over that, but Alter Ego were just so ready for the retakes. They came in at random points in time. I think it was just really well executed here. Look at this dash, slide into the frenzy kill. They knew what they were doing. They had 3 frenzies. They knew they wanted to go for that fast retake, and it's just working out. You could see the planning. You could see that, okay, let's just let them have B, but we'll win the retake.
And it's, again, just that fast reaction that we're seeing from Alter Ego. Like you said, it's planned. They knew exactly what they were going for. The moment they get a bit of information, they know which site GES is about to hit, maybe they get in. But AE are already just prepared to go in for that contest. And right now, they're contesting for A main. They're pushing them back with the relay bolts. Both already sent out, and Delby has repositioned. Global Esports, if they want to reposition and push back into A main, they've got to think twice about it.
They do, and they actually force bot as well. So similar to the first map, trying to get the other team not ready, I guess, or trying to catch them with their pants down, but it's just not working out because Alter Ego, they know what's up. They're buying on every single member. You know how sometimes maybe a chamber or like your dedicated operator might greed on the second round just to buy the op on the third round?
Ooh.
That's not happening. Alter Ego are ready for any circumstances.
And it's also really terrifying as well. I mean, the last time that Global Esports forced bot, they kind of lost. They won on the Thrifty on the next, but if they don't make this one count, again, it just hurts their momentum. They just lost their star fragger, and now even though they're on site, the trades aren't really favoring them just yet. Here comes Axel as he comes out and swings from the top of tower. The incendiary on the ground burns lightning fast. He's still alive though, and that is where they have the potential for damage. A Dren King, they're going out to clear all the way from the back, but lightning fast holding the off angle. He swings, he strikes, he gets a quadra. I ran out of words. But it's just so good, and Global Esports, the force buy works out for them this time.
It really paid off, and that gamble didn't pay off for the first map, but it did this map. It looked pretty dicey after losing 2 players, but Lightning faster than that trigger, using that Spectre, getting a 4K, pushing through the smoke here as well. And they didn't check their corners, like you mentioned. Sleepy would probably be not happy about this because look at that, just hiding in that corner, able to get those 2 kills even though he only had 22 HP left.
Yo, Marquis.
Yeah,
I think we can give that one to them. You really don't expect people to be in that position, and you don't expect SK Rossi to land such nutty shots. Here comes the flashpoint. They push up front, but all of a sudden, Alter Ego with the frenzies, with the classics, they're still able to do so much damage. What is this? A Dren King. He's falling back, but it's still so scary. He goes in for the peek. Notes are pushing him. He sends out the fall line. Repeaks again. Skills. He's trying to spray, but okay, we turn our backs around, and that's where Skills will be able to pepper him full of holes.
It was a 5 stack for Alter Ego. They made it expensive for Global, but they do have the money to buy this round. It's like you mentioned, I disagree with you though. I don't think it's unexpected for SK Rossi to pull this off because he's absolutely nutty.
Okay.
But that still, what a shot. I completely agree that it's just so nice to see. Like, he finds heads, it's a headhunter. No matter what gun he has in his hands, it's a headhunter.
That was mid-teleport, you know? He was just about to make it out of there. Noxy, I mean, this is the chamber diff right now. Like, the true difference in these 2 players. They're both playing the same agents, but SK Rossi just has a completely different playstyle. Something that really is so wondrous that you have to watch in amazement every single time you see him peak. This time around, though, they have the weapons now, but AE also has the full buy, a bit of a reset on both sides, and Global Esports are looking to keep and maintain this momentum that they have. That's why they're playing a little bit more careful this time around.
Yeah, they definitely want to keep that momentum. They also have slightly smaller buy with the 2 Spectres that they saved from the previous round. So they have to be a little bit careful there. They have to vary their attacks a little bit because they've been slamming on the gas every single time. And right now it looks like they're gonna go for a burst instead. Alter Ego though, they know what's up. They're already rotating. All 5 members are already here.
That's so fast. The thing is, you still got 40 seconds, so does Global Esports actually want to commit into this? Because if they do, it could be a big trap. Hellranger, though, denies that right, and he gets a quick double. Axel trades back, but here comes SK Rossi. 2v2, and these guys are still alive. The spike not planted yet is the problem, though. Sky Smoke blocks it off. Skills trying to spray through, but he has to be very, very careful. Kush, he's the one to deny, and he will get that frag onto Skills. SK Rossi, can you do this? With 8 seconds remaining, he can only go for the frags now. Goes in for the peek, but Kush led the shot first, and AE are at 2-2.
Alter Ego reading the situation, rotating all players on the periphery of that B site. And Global Esports, they didn't have an answer. They wanted to go for the spike plant. They were denied that. They wanted to go for the spike. They couldn't even rescue it from the hands of Kush, who was just holding that angle. And there was just a struggle for Global Esports. They couldn't even get to the spike after getting the site.
Man, it's just absolutely crazy. I mean, SK Rossi, definite star fragger, but Kush with that previous map, landing closer to 30 bomb, 367 ACS. You really have to be very careful about how you want to repeat these guys. And Alter Ego, my God, just pushing out, clearing out the entire site now. They have position. It's almost as if they are the ones that are attacking. We just swap sides now.
It kind of worked out for them as well because that Rolling Thunder was completely useless, but Lightning Fast gonna be traded as Kush lands a quick headshot onto him. 4v4 right now, but Global, they're lacking a little bit in the gun department. They have 2 pistols.
Oh no.
They do have the rest though. Del gets 1 kill, Kush gets another kill as well. Delby with a stun gets a triple too, and Alter Ego after the first 2 rounds it didn't look so good for them. They look so good right now.
Incredibly sharp. I mean, the reads, the plays, the strats. It's this beautiful pincer maneuver coming in all the way from B, rotating all the way over to A, and then coming in from the door as well as the site itself. It just keeps you pinned down. And with the way that Global Esports are playing this, they're calling the timeout now. They have to reassess and rethink how they want to approach this. They're like you said before, they're slamming the gas paddle, and it almost looks as if it's 2 bulls locking horns going face to face every single round. The difference being, Alter Ego Celeste are the ones that are changing things up every time they do so, and it kind of keeps Global Esports guessing. I mean, no way you would have expected Alter Ego to already be on A site as soon as the spike even touched the ground.
I agree, and it's like you mentioned, it's a little bit of the variety as well that Global is lacking. Whenever they push aside, it's just a full-on execute. They try to look for as many kills as they can. Well, I haven't really seen like a split push from them. They don't really like going on the opposite side of this map. And on Fracture, that's sort of like this. That's why this map is unique. So actually sending Lightning Fast right now on that opposite side, but I actually think they're just too concentrated on one side. And in fact, he's going back. So they're too concentrated on one side, and for a map like Fracture, you really want to take advantage of those multiple angles. The Alter Ego, they're doing the same thing. You know what? Until Global figures this out, they can do this exact same thing over and over again. Once they clear one side, here's the thing about defense. Once they clear one side, they know where Global is going to come from. They're going to know it's only from one side, and because of that, they only need to watch one angle for both sides.
Quite true. But slightly different this time around because they've split up back to default positions. If Global times this just right, utility sent out just beta rotations. And look at Del B all the way inside a tunnel. He's calling that B side is entirely clear. They know the hit's coming towards A. Global Esports are playing into Alter Ego's hands right now. This is not good.
The fragment, the molly, it's just too much right now for Global Esports. They're gonna try to get onto that site. They are in it, but the spike is not. They're not even gonna get that spike down, as Noxy is gonna come out from doors, and everyone is just dying. SK Rossi trying to hold it, gets 2, but 1 man on an island can't do 5, and there seems to be some beef against SK Rossi here.
We call that victory crouching. It's just, you know, it's a celebration of the dub sometimes. Okay, but that said, I mean, wow, Alter Ego. First of all, SK Rossi, of course. I mean, despite being the last guy alive, still able to take down 2 with him is quite amazing. But of course, he cannot do these things alone. Alter Ego are just making the same plays. If Global Esports actually holds and expects the push, though, they might be able to turn this around, but they're pushing up as well. In towards Dish they go, and they're able to take down Noxy. Now it's just a back and forth dancing and trying to bait out these peaks. But here comes Kush. This guy doesn't stop pushing. He's got his teammate Axel to back him up as well, and now they have control over Dish. They have control over Spike. What just happened?
That is such a tilter. Like you could see the wind coming out of Lightning Fast as he shot that showstopper, as he shot it a little bit too low. SK Rossi finds one though, but gets traded immediately. The rest is ready for Kappa, but all of his teammates are not in safe positions, and Kush just swats him like a fly in midair. Quick headshot before he even landed.
Kush, daddy, chill. Dude, this guy, every single round, I mean, the way that he positions himself, he's already in the thick of it. He's already in the hot zone. But he still moves around that thing like he owns the place. And it makes you think, if you're in Global Esports shoes, you're not quite sure where he's about to show up from. And that is the worst possible thing on a place, on a spot of the map, such as Dish. Because, you know, it's kind of like this one rectangle, and he could pick up from either side. Alter Ego sending the same play again. This time, Global Esports trying to hold, but they got stunned. They got concussed, and oh my god, even on the zip line, there's just no chance, no hope. It's 5 wins already, pretty soon the 6th, and Noxy is looking to claim more hits. Skills takes 1 skull. He's looking to pick up the weapon, smokes it off, and still holding the Sheriff, waiting for them to drop. It's a pop flash, and he has to turn tail and run.
Oh, they're so aggressive still. 4v2, they know they have the advantage. They want to push forward. They're just looking for these pests. They're just looking for Global Esports. They know that they're hiding around somewhere, so they're gonna find them. They're gonna want to execute them.
Oh. Well, Global Esports could use this to their advantage, though, but it's just even these duels, he got him down to 1 HP. SK Rossi, you can do this! Delby's on the other side, he's looking for him, but stuck behind the fast lanes. Delby's already repositioned. Oh my god, and as soon as the curtain drops, it's the pin on the hammer! He gets the head, and Alter Ego still, with the tapping of the crouch button, they go to 6 and 2.
Yo, there is just something about Alter Ego. It feels like they've downloaded Global Esports right now. They just know everything that they're doing. Look at Delvy here, just pushing out, punishing them anywhere. They just have such a great read of the situation, and everyone just got decimated. And this is such a heartbreaker. Delvy, 1 HP, they couldn't even finish the job, and he even gets the headshot here. Unfortunately, SK Rossi runs into his crosshair, and you know what? They seem to only have beef with SK Rossi. No one else on Global Esports. What's up, SK Rossi? What's up with that?
Because SK Rossi is that good, you know?
Yeah,
sometimes
respect.
Yeah, haters gonna hate. And again, Alter Ego plays the same strat, but this time around, Global Esports just slamming it onto the A side. This time they managed to make it work, even with Kush and the null command and the pop flash. You get denied. This time, Global Esports are the ones in control just because they split pushed all the way from door, all the way from main, and as much as Alter Ego wants to come into contest this, they cannot because of the utility, because of the holds. Here comes Del B, even with the fast lane as he tries to strafe onto side, he cannot do it, and Lightning Fast with the quadruple kill will be able to deny them that right. It's 6-3 and Global Esports are back on the board.
Such a well-timed, well-earned win for Global Esports. They finally cracked the code. They finally went, hey, you know what? We're an aggressive team. Let's just aggress. Let's just be faster than Alter Ego. And doing that is great because this is where you need the confidence. This is where you start stopping the bleeding, rather, because you can't just cede more rounds to Alter Ego. You need to start winning them, and this confidence is great for Global Esports, and with Lightning Fast leading the charge as well. Great to see from them as they continue that. Skills takes down Delby,
my God.
starts punishing the aggression from Alter Ego.
This is what they were looking for this entire half. Alter Ego, they've gotten a little bit too comfortable, a little bit too cushy, you might even say, and now they have the numbers. Well, this advantage. Global Esports, they might just be able to slam this site, overwhelm it, and take full control. And now with the utility coming in, they will be able to claim it.
And there's the execute coming in. They're clearing the site, being a little bit more careful this time, which I like to see because what they weren't very good at was setting up that post time because Alter Ego are playing too fast. And it looks like Alter Ego are the ones with a step slower because they're respecting Global Esports a little bit this time. Noxy a little bit slower on the trigger. SK Rossi with the tour de force. That gun scopes a little bit faster, moves just a little bit smoother. Skills gets a triple kill, finds all the heads, shows off all of his skills with a quadra kill.
Hashtag skills, dude. Oh my god, the quadra kill. And it just starts off with them gaining control of the site, with them denying that aggression from Alter Ego. Like you mentioned, Marquis, it's almost, you could just picture them being Dikembe Mutombo, wagging their finger like, this you can't just run the same strat again. Do something different this time, Alter Ego, because they've been trying to push out of Dish, trying to push out of Arcade. It worked out for the longest time, but now Global Esports has adapted.
They're really adapting. Global has found a solution. They know they can punish aggression coming from Alter Ego, and they're not gonna let you do the same thing over and over again. And now they have the counter flash as well. SK Rossi leading the charge. That chamber is a duelist. 2 heads right now. Trying to look for a third as he pushes forward, and Global have control over. Might be able to find a third as well. Has to reload though. Adren King finally puts a stop to this onslaught, but at what cost? 3 members dead, and Global Esports have 4 alive. They have the spike, and it's going down.
The A site is now the Alter Ego graveyard, Marquis, and it's all at the hands of SK Rossi. They've managed to claim a bit of vengeance, and now they're looking for even more. And here comes Kush, all the way from A main. He's the last one left. He's been concussed. He's falling back. Hellranger, he's going in with a flank, but Kush expects it. How did you know? He's looking to the front.
Oh my god!
Lightning Fast is gone, and Kush, he gains that lead. It's now 7-4 as we go into the last round before the swap.
Looking like the Terminator there on that KO. Very robotic, very clean. That flash, finding the flank and finishing off the clutch, pulling off the almost impossible. Their odds were all against him, but he makes it work. Kush, what a monster.
Did he hear like footsteps or something, or did he just go full Terminator Arnold mode and just like, our target acquired, I'm gonna do this, and he just does. I mean, look at this. It's a 1v2 clutch. He might not be at the top of the scoreboard right now, but oh my god, you're right, 1v3. And what is this now? Rolling Thunder? SK Rossi's stunned. He's still tracking the hit though. But here comes that onslaught again. They just send that Fury down.
God,
and what is
look at
this
that.
BM? No!
All of them are shooting his dead corpse mid-round.
Wait,
what's going on here?
It's an all-out brawl, and Global Esports wants to fight. Unfortunately, though, they lose their IGL. Hellranger's gone.
Just like the emotions getting to Global, I think they were looking for that revenge kill. That's why the spike didn't go down. Emotions running the best of them. Alter Ego are living their heads rent free, but Global are turning things around. They get 3 kills. They peek out of the corners at an opportune time, and Kappa is gonna get a triple kill. All down to Axel right now. We haven't really seen him in these clutch situations, but he gets the first one. Uses the molly to buy some time. The showstopper though. Oh, he gets a kill, but the showstopper well aimed, and he gets the kill anyway from the grave.
And that's how you get the last laugh. Lightning fast. Lightning McQueen. He goes by, jumps through the air, ka-chow. I pull out the showstopper, and all of a sudden you thought you got the frag. He had to run away. And things are just turned around. 7-5 now as we go into the second half, Marquis.
Such a great play from Axel, but lightning fast. Recovered from that blunder earlier on, finally finding the right angle, just finding if he shot that half a second later, I think it would have missed. I think Axel would have lived. If he were just off by a few degrees to the left, it would have missed. He shot it just at the right spot. And Axel, great play from him. He still found a headshot off of that flying raise, but it didn't matter. Global Esports, they get round number 5, and this second half, coming to the second half, is still pretty close. But Alter Ego, I'd say they still look like they're poised to just take this map too.
It starts with one thing, the showstopper, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. That's it, though. I mean, it's still incredible feats, and this is peak aggressive Valorant right here, Marquis. Both teams non-stop pushing pedal to the metal. They just don't stop.
It's such a nice game to watch. And you know what? They're both playing aggressively, but it's such a nice type of aggression. They're just not going in blindly. They're taking duels they know they can win. SK Rossi is taking the charge as a chamber. There's no way to run when you're a chamber on attack. There's no set rendezvous. They're just holding W and finding the kills. On the side of Alter Ego, they feel like they're a matador. They're just letting Global Esports in, and then they just pounce right after. Global Esports are the bull, and Alter Ego, they're the matadors. They just let them into the site, and then they go in for the kill. That's what's happened time and time again, but sometimes the bull gets the win, gets the jump on the matador, and especially when they're not ready. I think that's why Global Esports was able to make it this close.
You're absolutely right. We started things off thinking maybe it's like bull versus bull, locking horns, but actually, yeah, I think the matador metaphor actually makes a little bit more sense, but we might have just swapped things around because Global Esports are now on the defense. They might be the matador this time because they've got a slightly more defensive composition. And just like that, because of the control over the door, they managed to pull off a trade. SK Rossi pulling the Zeta Division shorty angle right now. He just dashes in though, but SK Rossi still locks it off. You shall not pass. But still, they managed to gain control of the site, but they have numbers advantage.
Completely stunned, and it still wasn't enough. He was able to turn, like you mentioned. It doesn't matter that he's stunned. He's able to track you still. Even the dash was not enough from Delby. It took a fistful of bullets to the face from that shorty. SK Rossi, what a monster. Got away to safety as well. Teleports back though. That was a bit too risky. Might not have intended to do that as Adren King finds some kills and Alter Ego. They just finish off Global Esports.
Oh no! I could see the idea that he was going for, because if he TPs just in time, if there was no one behind that rendezvous exit, and his teammates were coming in from the front, it's the perfect pincer, it's the perfect sandwich. But unfortunately, Alter Ego had more players inside the tower. I think they just weren't really expecting that, and out of all that chaos, Global Esports unfortunately won they drew the shorter straw.
Yeah, I don't like this. Coming into the second half, you're already at a disadvantage, and Alter Ego win a pistol round this time around. It's gonna be scary. The flash. Oh, that's a classic. That was, I believe, a right click onto his face. But the rest of Alter Ego, they're not stopping. They're not gonna let one death stop them. They're going all the way here.
They really are. Like, what are they? They just don't stop. They're accelerating every single round, and Alter Ego right now with the Spectres, even up front and close approach. No, Kamba can't quite land a shot. He got the first one, but here comes Adren King. How? They're just not slowing down.
There are no breaks in this show. There are no breaks in this game. Both teams playing on full octane. They're both just W. On defense, Alter Ego is holding W. On defense, Global Esports holding W. They tried to push forward, catch them by surprise. But it's like you mentioned, Alter Ego just have a slightest bit more control. They held W all the way. They knew something was up. They slammed the bricks, turned around, found Global Esports, and they look like deer in the headlights there. They got caught. They got punished for pushing forward.
This time around, though, hopefully, I don't know, SK Rotzi's pulling out the judge. Master of Arms, he's looking for a couple more. And again, the Vandal skills! He's able to burst them down as they try to slide on through. SK Rotzi might be cut, but this is big information. They know they're coming. And Kappa, he's looking for the trades. He got the first, but here comes the Dren King swinging right back at him. 2v1, and a Dren King looking for a safe plant. He's trying to bait out some peaks. The fault line confirms that they're coming from A main. It's the rolling thunder that sends them back from whence they came. Is he going to be able to hold them off, though? It's still a 1v2. He needs to be very careful about the timings. Sends out the fault line. Does not hear lightning flash from above. Oh! How did he do this? A 1v2 clutch to 1 HP. He still flinks back and forth. This is insane.
How does he pull that off? He did not see the Rays walk up. He did not see lightning fast go up those stairs. He finds Hellranger. He finds Lightning Fast as well. I'm not sure where or how he even found that angle onto Lightning Fast. As his first kill goes down, left with 1 HP. I don't know how he pulls this off. And Alter Ego, they're getting away with everything.
Oh my god.
The transfer. I'm tilted.
Dude, 1 HP. 1 HP.
It's one of those things, right? It's one of those things, like you experience it in your game, you're just throwing your headset down, you're throwing your keyboard, your mouse probably is on the floor already. How does he do that? How does he pull it off? This guy is one of the most experienced players in the Indonesian scene, and he can see why.
That's bananas. It's just crazy. Like truly, this is why Alter Ego are here to play. Global Esports had that. They played everything right. They were doing so well, but just down to that one less player, down to 1 HP, and somehow a Dren King still has that star power in him to truly claim this throne, to truly claim this title of king. We're at 10-5 now, and off this timeout, I sure hope that Global Esports has it in them to come back because they need it.
It was a 1v2, 1 HP clutch, and you know what? You know what even hurts more? That was a bonus round for Alter Ego. They survived with one player, 1 HP. Global couldn't even convert that, and Alter Ego, they're not stopping at all. Nothing's gonna stop them, and they're just gonna dash into the site.
Oh, Marquis, we are just stepping on the gas, and now they're on the site. They're running in the 90s. If you're Global Esports, how do you stop this? How do you guns and Drifto? You just can't. They don't have the guns this round, and they're looking for some duels, but look at how he's peeking back and forth. The Dren King, a second frag, the orbital strike. You are completely overwhelmed, and Hellranger, despite picking up the Vandal, he can only get 1. It's a good bit of damage, but it's not enough. 11-5, and they just might, Alter Ego just might send Global Esports down to the elimination bracket.
A Dren King finding all heads that round still, coming off of that 1v2, continuing his heroics. Look at the way he aims. It just snaps into their heads, just completely obliterating Global Esports there. 2 kills from the previous round, 3 kills from this round, virtually an ace to me.
It's yeah, I guess I would say so. Global Esports has been trying everything in the book, though. Now they're pulling out the big guns, the operator. I certainly hope they can hold it down this time. SK Rossi's doing his thing, watching down the trees, making sure no monkeys swing towards him. Oh, look at Del B, my god, making so much noise on that ice. They're not slowing down though. SK Rossi turns and veers his head. He's able to snap onto Kush. Gets the first one, but oh my god, a Dren King Axel! They just push up front! A couple of trades, but they still claim the site, and they were down to a 2v3 retake with AE on the advantage.
And that's something to counter SK Rossi, the numbers advantage. SK Rossi might be able to find that first kill, but Alter Ego, they're ready for that. They're ready for the trades, and they just run into the site, rush him, don't even give him a chance to go for a second frag, just completely take him out of the game. And this fracture map is starting to look like it's gonna go towards Alter Ego's side. They can't even find anyone on Alter Ego. Global, they're just looking for kills here, and they're giving up on his retake.
They have to save, because if they don't, they just don't have the economy. They don't have the creds for guns on the match point round. And that's the worst possible scenario. My heart aches to say this. But this is all... Oh no.
What?
Oh, he got clipped. He got clipped by the spike. I think he was holding for exit frags.
It just was at the edge of it. Like, this is such a heartbreaker. He needed to save that gun. You know, one more gun right now would be awesome. But because he lost that, they're left with 2 judges. And it's going to be Kappa and Hellranger to use their judges. And if they don't get the kills at the beginning, they're going to be useless guns. And that small blunder just might have been a nail in the coffin here.
It really just might be. It really just might be. The graves have been marked. And Alter Ego Celeste, the Undertakers, they are looking for them now. They stream onto site, but here comes Hellranger. Who's the one who controls this? Who's the one that's coming in from hell? You might plant the site now, but if they just play retakes, they could hold this. And Lightning Fast comes in from behind. The save worked, but here comes Kush. He swings onto the first, and Hellranger leads the way once more with the judge. It's Global Esports as they save themselves for one more round.
They live to tell the tale for yet another day, but right now, Alter Ego still has the economy. Great hold here from Hellranger. The judge eventually kind of worked out for them as they get all the kills. Lightning Fast with the Lightning Fast flank as well, getting the final kill. Funnily enough, I think SK Rossi had a chance to recover a gun there, but he just walked away. I think probably forgot that. You know when you're playing Chamber and you feel like, yeah, I got my gun. Guns. Wait a minute. Whatever. No, it's my tour de force. Wait a minute.
He's got the operator now, though, and it's worked out quite well. He's always very accurate. He's at least gets 1 kill every single time. This time, though, firing out the 1 shot. Now he has to reposition. And there's a threat of a null command coming in as well. But wow, SK Rossi re-peeks, takes down Noxy, goes in for another. He takes down Kush! Oh!
It's gonna be the SK Rossi show, keeping them alive, keeping Global Esports dreams alive, and the series alive as well. South Asian Esports lying on his back, and he finds the double to open this round up.
Come on, Global.
Still a mountain to climb for them though, still 6 rounds, but it's just starting to look a bit more doable whenever SK Rossi does these things. Well,
SK Rossi might not be on B site. Hellranger is. They know that they're headed towards this way. Almost saw the head coming out of tower through the narrow edge of the sky smoke. Orbital strike is the thing that keeps them trapped in. And here comes the fault line just to hold them back a little bit further. Of course, though, Global Esports, with all the ultimates in their arsenal, with all the angles being held, they know they have this in their pockets. They just gotta be a little bit careful on the approach as they don't want to lose too many players in that process. The Dren King and Del B, knowing this, just hold all the way from the other side of Arcade, and they're still able to put one along the way. Del B gets a quick double. SK Rossi shuts it down, and a Dren King, aggressing off the tower position, has no choice but to give up the spike.
They might still get him, and they do. They find him, and for Global, they really need to save as many guns as they can because they have no chances. They can't lose. So they have to buy every single time. They still have the economy for it, and they're starting to build it up, which is great. For the side of Alter Ego, they're the ones hurting a little bit this time.
Like shields.
Yeah, like shields. And SK Rossi with the heroics here. This flick awesome. Onto the KO. I didn't even see. He flicked to the right. I thought that was it, but he flicked to the right and then left. And then got the kill. The way he plays the operator is just so smooth.
The micro adjustments are just so perfect, so fast, so sharp. And I dare say his lone presence all the way from A main pushed Alter Ego all the way to the B site. This time he gets the opening pick as well. And if you're Alter Ego, you're not pushing A main again unless you're doing it as a team, unless you got utility to waste and dump. They don't really have that though, and that's why going through the door now, just being careful, playing around the sky smokes instead. They are trying to find some kind of a counter pick. Pushing up towards tower now, and Kush is able to get the first one. Kappa, unfortunately not able to hold his ground. This just might allow for Alter Ego to go from spawn to A? Wait, spawn to B, excuse me. They're running on their side. Lightning Fast is trying to hold them down, but no, he loses his head. Noxy gets one as well. SJ Rossi comes back in, but jumping around is Noxy, and he takes him down. Oh my god. It's all up to Hell Ranger now.
Yeah, they're gonna take the time. Oh my god, they actually took the time to dance over his dead body. So look at Delby.
I can't believe
He's
this.
dancing over his dead body.
This is
Talk
disgusting.
about adding salt to injury. It is
You can't do
disgusting.
that.
1v3 right now. Hell Ranger, the last one left alive. It's all impossible as Noxy is gonna be the one to eliminate Global Esports and send them to lower brackets.
Shot through the heart. And I don't know. I'm the one to blame. I don't know.
I'm not blaming anyone here.
It's so unfortunate. Alter Ego just plays so incredibly well. I'm not a big fan of all that shenanigans. It's kind of funny at first, but sometimes I don't know. Global Esports, I really hope that they will sit down and just like regain their mental game, because they need it. Up next, they're not out yet. It's elimination bracket, and along with that, maybe their chances of getting into APAC LCQ. But if they can win against either Xerxa or RRQ, which is who they're playing against, they could continue to go forward, and that's the hope of this Group B right now. But that said, Alter Ego, what a game! They just saw red.
Yeah,
they just saw red.
It was insane, and they had complete control over the game from the beginning. Built up a huge lead. Coming to the second half, it looked pretty close, and then all of a sudden, they just turned things up. Like a huge lead coming into the attacking side. Their executes were just a lot cleaner. I would say that Global Esports, they have it in them to stay in these playoffs, but they just had the unfortunate matchup to have to go up against Alter Ego. And Alter Ego, they're playing the same game, but faster.
A lot faster. I don't know. They had some nitrous in them or something. They were so good. That said, though, we're going to toss it to our panel after this break. So don't go away, guys. We will be back.
running in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm like.
What is going on today? What a speedrun for this series. I want to welcome you guys a little bit more properly, but I'm just dumbfounded at how the series are going by so fast. But again, this is VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Here on the panel, it's Likeable, Cash Bunny, and of course, Trix, and Alter Ego getting that 2-0 against Global Esports. I feel like for the play-ins, a lot of adjustments and like the testing of the waters were happening, but here on the group stage, you can't be shy. No first stage jitters, send your best foot forward, all ready, and keep on going. Now, can we please talk about how unforgiving Delb is over here? My god, Tash. He sees Kappa, kills him, sees another one on the zipline, no escape for you either.
Yeah, so we talked about how this map is Global Esports pick, and I was really curious per se because like if this is your map pick, I was expecting something out of the box, some really insane lineups or strats or plays, but from the side of Global, it was a very, very predictable play, and on top of that, it was AE who was more proactive and coming up with these really, how do I say this, pinch sort of mechanics happening where they come in from two different angles.
Yeah, I think that, you know, in terms of AE's playstyle as well, I was talking about win conditions for something like Fracture. You really have to get that early advantage as a defender side. You got to get that pick. You need to make more proactive plays because that map is primarily needing to split people up. I liked one of the adjustments that were made on AE's side. They couldn't really take the side that they wanted to, so they ended up just rotating from the defender spawn, which is exactly what teams need to be doing more often because I find that it's not a play we typically see on a map like Fracture.
And you talked about the aggression, right? You were hoping for more of that defensive aggression coming from either of the teams. And again, AE was the team that was able to pull this off. But Trix, I think that it's also important to note that despite the aggression, there was always discipline right behind it.
Yeah. There was always somebody supporting that aggression. I would see Neon trying to get that early peek and Adrian King right behind them with a flash ready. And I love seeing that because some teams make that mistake. Like there's no noise, they think it's a safe peek, and then they just dry peek the angle, no support whatsoever. And sometimes they get picked off. But in this one, in AE, they weren't afraid to make any noise. They weren't afraid to let their presence be known because they knew exactly how they were going to take that information properly and safely.
Of course. Now we do have to give credit where credit is due over here. Hash, you remember SK Rossi with that disgusting push? Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Turning up from sand, WE into spawn and kill 3 people along the way. How does that even happen?
Personally, I think it was more of just confidence at that point. I felt like at that point, SK Rossi was just like, I need to make something happen. I can't just keep letting them get away with all these aggressive pushes. And that situation, yes, it was very valid because it's in a way like it kind of felt like AE kind of overheated there, rather. But if you look at how it was again, you always see AE, if they overheat, immediately they pull themselves back and they say, okay, we're overheating a bit. Let's be a little bit more disciplined when it comes to that. And in that situation as well, just because of how AE is just so proactive in taking these sort of like aggressive stances, aggressive fights, where we say that this map really gives so much value to lurkers and flankers, AE, in a lot of situations, you are going to be finding them in so many different angles that you might not even be expecting. And it comes to the point you're thinking, is AE attack or defense? How did they come up from that side? And in a lot of situations as well, you see that these fights don't even take place on the sites itself. Sometimes it's on the spawn, sometimes it's on maybe even on A main or even at dish. And it's a very tricky situation here where you see, because of what Delby is playing, which is the Neon, how fast he can cover so much ground gives a lot of advantage when it comes to just kind of pinching them from 2 different angles.
Of course, we got Alter Ego's push being the series MVP over here. Now, my god, Trix, I can't get enough of this guy. His utilities are just timed so perfectly to a science.
He was amazing on Bind. We saw Kush on that fade and just the way that they were playing aggressive. And I think it really fits into Alter Ego style, that explosive, aggressive playing, the way that they clear the angles. Granted, in Bind, it felt like they were off to a little bit of a shaky start. They weren't clearing all of the angles very well. They weren't exactly, they didn't seem to capitalize on the information they had, and sometimes they got false information, which can happen in situations where you're the initiator because you're just so certain the angles are clear. And then moving on to that fracture map, you could just see the way that they would play so safely, the way that the flashes would come in, and I don't even know sometimes where the KO is placed, but he ends up getting a flash in for that duelist to just kind of go at it.
Oh, there's so much to dissect when it comes to this team. I don't even know where to begin. But Tash, a little bit less serious on the side of the game over here, and I feel like I have to point it out. It's like the elephant in the room, right? What the hell is going on with these tactical crouches or victory crouches, as Quack would say it?
I mean, like, in general, I thought it was more of like banter between the two teams, but I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't say there's beef or anything between them. I think it's just literally just competitive, how do I say this? Competitive, feelings about each other. Because in a lot of situations, a lot of these players are friends, and I think that sometimes there are a lot of situations where like you kind of get carried away by the adrenaline, and that's probably what happened. Well, I hope that's what it is, because after all, this is a professional competitive scene, and you want to see it, be carried out that way. For now, though, I really want to talk about the next upcoming match. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, after all, we do have a PH representative on the line over here. And as we move on to the next series, I think that Fluffy would have loved to introduce the first team on this series, which is why I personally asked him to make an introduction for this. So all of this is verbatim straight out of Fluffy's mouth. The first team is the lower bracket Warriors of PH. Almost all of them are VCT champions already. Majority of them have had APAC experience in the past, and they actually had their exposure back in SEA Stage 3 with their coach, Wacky the Gamer. And he's back in there. So a lot can change over time because of his addition back into the team. Now, they did have their ex-feeling coach, Fluffy02, who did play some ranked games with them last night, which I have no knowledge if they won or not. But here they are, Oasis Gaming. Where do I even begin with the Oasis boys over here? I mean, what's not to love about these guys? They're young, they're flexible, their mechanical skills are on point, and over here we've got Coco in the Marky Ripperoo Wild Oreo. Honestly, Trix was banking on me to try and introduce these teams as best as I could, but I don't even know where to begin, Trix. All the time, I mean, we see Marky, one of the most, how should I say it? One of the most fitting Jet players. Like, once you've seen this guy on his Jet daggers, it's just impossible to escape the wrath of the daggers. Like, I would hide as fast as I could. And of course, the rest of the team, just amazing. Coco being the team captain and just being the more mature one who really guides his team to victory. I just love seeing this team go into action. But again, Trix, we already know this is a team that's very close to Fluffy's heart.
It is. I think this team is very close to a lot of Philippine viewers' hearts. And I find that, looking at their run in the local qualifiers, we find that they were up and down during it and ultimately losing to Team Secret, another team that a lot of us know about. They don't seem to have a particular map that they find to be their home. Necessarily, everything is not exactly 100% win rate, but they do seem to excel in maps like Breeze and Fracture, which I'm not surprised by because of how mechanically skilled and talented these players are. I am excited to possibly see them run that triple initiator, as I've said before. I really hope to see it, but it didn't exactly turn out too well for them. Maybe they're going to change the lineup, maybe they'll fix it and do something different with it this time. But I would imagine that they might not enjoy playing on Bind, even though, it's one of those maps that we love to see. But Bind itself might not be the best pick for a team like Oasis Gaming. Except, just the sheer mechanical ability that they have, the teamwork that they've built over this time, it's just fantastic.
I am so sorry for laughing. But, okay, during the PH finals, Fluffy was like, dear God, Oasis Gaming, please do not pick out Bind. You guys have lost consistently on this map. And Fluffy was like, well, I don't think we're going to be seeing Bind, which we did not during the grand finals of the PH Challengers. So I'm certainly hoping that it's either they stepped up from that experience, like they grew from that, or like they don't show it at all, because otherwise Fluffy would be really, really sad. Now, Oasis Gaming, as much as they are that fertile spot in the desert where we find water, they're hoping to keep their opponent high and dry. They don't want to share anything, especially the win. So their enemy better hydrate for their own good, of course, if they want to survive. But hey, they probably come here prepared. These guys come from the land down under, which is relatively hot as well. They're not as hot as the desert, of course, but I'm pretty sure that they're ready. They were the top team from the Oceania Tour. Despite the team name, I think that these guys are just about ready to wreak some havoc and mayhem. This is Order. Now that I think about it, Tash, we've all had our fun over here. You had your fun introducing Gaimin Gladiators. I'm sure Fluffy would have loved to introduce Oasis, and even though they're not here, I'm sure Conky and Komodo would have loved to do the same for these guys. But instead, you're gonna be standing in their place for them this time.
Okay, so now let's talk about Order. So a team from down under, and I wouldn't say I haven't seen some of the players in here before, but I have actually casted for RDW previously from Bonkers. He is definitely a player that you want to keep your eye on, because when he's on Chamber, he is someone that is kind of like reminded me of who was it just now from a chamber from Gaming Gladiators just now? Frey. Yeah, Frey. Yeah. He is somewhat an unmovable force that when you want to think about it. So now for Disco, Maple, Texta, and Roski, I think that they are definitely a team that is very, very interesting. Because when you think about them as well, like these players are definitely not new. Because when you think about, say, Ronski, he has played in 6 different teams prior to this. And on top of that, when you think about the other players as well, we can already say, like, yes, it sounds like they're definitely players with a lot of, I would say, flexibility as well as value when you think about it. Because when you look at their player history, they don't necessarily play only one type of agent the whole time. You will see them play Initiator, but at the same time, you'll also see some of them already running on Duelist. You'll see some of them playing on Initiators, but also running on maybe, a Sentinel. So that's how flexible they are. And it's a little bit hard for me to really pinpoint based just on like their careers, what exactly or what role they're going to be playing, just because of how flexible it's going to be.
It seems that both of these rosters, whether it be Order or Oasis Gaming, are coming in with these players that are just so malleable and able to adjust to what the team actually needs. So I'm wondering how it's going to turn out today on their map picks even.
Oh, me too. Fluffy actually told me a fun fact.
Okay.
Some of the players of Oasis Gaming actually came from a team called the First Order.
Okay.
Isn't that interesting?
It is interesting when you think about it. But when you look at trends before this, when you look at how Oceania plays, I really like how they're kind of like orderly, chaotic. But back in stage 1, from what I saw from Bonkers, and I'm really excited to see that maybe perhaps happening again, just because RDW moved into Order.
Now, I have been looking at Order's team statistics over here, and it's crazy. Is it just me? Am I looking at the statistics right? Or have they just been winning all of their games, like, across all maps? Like,
They have definitely dominated the region, in my
Right?
opinion. And so I'm so excited to see how they're going to fare on the rest of APAC. I have heard a lot of praise on Order, but I've also heard a lot of praise on Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, I have to agree
Wait a
with
minute,
you.
we're not banning Bind?
Wait, no way! I can't believe this is happening. Okay, I'm wondering.
Fluffy mad?
I'm wondering, like, what's going on
I'm
here?
not mad. I'm surprised, just to be clear.
Okay,
well,
please.
I would be incredibly surprised if they actually pull it out. I'm sure that the next pair of casters are gonna have a strong opinion on Oasis. Okay, they still have a chance to ban it. It's not too late. It's still possible to not have Bind on the decider map, but like, this is unbelievable, Tricks.
I'm wondering.
Oh!
Okay, I'm
Oh,
wondering
there's
if
like a
Order
Messiah
did their
belief
homework.
happening here.
Like, I'm wondering if Order did their homework, if they actually checked out, how Oasis plays, or did they just decide that they're not confident going against Oasis Gaming's Bind because perhaps they've watched the VODs and decided that that's not a map they want to fight on.
Honestly, when you think about Bind, a lot of, in MYSG, I understand. Like, when you think about it back in stage number 1, a lot of teams banned Bind. And I was asking the other casters, why is this a thing? And because there's not exactly a middle area, and sometimes some teams don't want to deal with not having that pressure coming in from its side. So, honestly, I'm not surprised. But Fracture as decider map, interesting again. Personally, I would say whenever I see Fracture, I have yet to see a team that has really, really brought some innovation into that map other than Paper Rex as well as SMG from Game Changers. But for now, I am keeping my fingers crossed that we might be seeing that.
Oh, you're in for a treat. The fact that Oasis vetoed Haven over here to make sure that the decider map was going to be Fracture says a lot. And I've seen their performance here, really good track record in their battles here, especially on attacking. They seem to show a really huge comfort over here, so I'm really excited to see more of that Fracture play on the side of Oasis Gaming. Now, I feel like the information with Order is very limited because most of the time we talk about their region or like their local tournaments coming into play. But again, a lot can happen as they progress here on APAC. But as far as I know, Honka and Komodo speak very highly of this team. So Oasis Gaming better watch out.
I feel like on top of that, as I mentioned about Fracture, it's being a large map. One of those things that maybe Fade might not be as great on large maps, but we have to consider that the sites themselves are very small on Fracture. So hopefully Oasis Gaming will actually bring out a Fade in order to play against Order today.
I really want to see a Viper. I really want to see a Viper because when you think about it, it's been a while, but there's so much value in a Viper. The toxic screen, you have the toxic orb as well that gives those decays, and on top of that, her ultimate can cover the entire site. Especially if you ulti on a site, you can cover top and bottom of the site as well. And you've seen Paper X Mistral actually just anchor all alone in a 1v4 on the site. Even before his teammates got there, he already pretty much annihilated the entire team. So this is my question, like, why are we not seeing more Vipers when she has so much value?
Maybe because the players get too distracted by how beautiful Viper is.
Or because of the KO, they feel that it's not as viable anymore.
True.
Yeah.
It's a huge adjustment when you get suppressed. It just goes down from time to time from there. But again, this is something that we have to watch out for, of course, the agent compositions, everything. But here on the panel, we better watch out too, because coming up next is our ever-dreaded prediction.
Oh no.
Predictions. Now, I think I owe it to Fluffy, because he's not here on the panel, to predict on Oasis Gaming on his behalf. He's not here, so I will do it. But what about you, Tash?
I'm going for Order, just because of the representation. I've seen RDW's performance previously. VCT APAC, and I still believe in him, and I want to see him actually just bring in those big plays, and I want to see Australia actually make it all the way up there if possible, because I don't think we've seen them there yet.
I think I definitely want to see Australia make it, but I do think that Oasis Gaming might just have that edge. They have been a fantastic team, extremely malleable team, playing against others that have been considered the top as well. So I would vote for Oasis Gaming.
Wow, it's okay.
Love it.
I'll be the only one for the
Totally not
representation.
biased.
I got you guys. I got you guys. You guys on Down Under, you guys on Oceania, I got you guys, alright?
Totally not Filipino pride over here. But for real, if you've actually seen, there we go, the predictions are locked in on our screens right now. No going back there. But if you've actually seen, Tash, some of the comms that the Oasis boys have actually done, they're just a treat to watch.
I'm excited.
There was actually one scene during the finals game against Team Secret wherein I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, Coco on the Viper. I could be totally wrong with the whole representation, but Viper, it was like a 1v4 or something, and he had to run away because Jesse Vash was running at him as the Sova with a knife in his hand and was just ready to knife the competition out. And the communication of the team behind it was this: if you clutch this round, no 1v4, we're all gonna shave our heads bald. Crazy. And this was happening in a finals match.
Wow.
Can you believe that? They were just having the time of their lives. Probably a part of it was like, you know what, guys, we already qualified for APAC. We're gonna make it into the group stage. Why don't we have a little bit more fun here? Like, we're gonna give it our best. Obviously, we're not gonna cut these enemies some slack. But I love the energy. I love seeing players just bring out a little bit more of their personality despite, having this serious whole competition in front of them. But as I say that, we're ready to go into Agent Select. I'm ready to see more of the personalities also pop out as we find out what kind of compositions they bring out, if they're going to be on the more aggressive personality over here or maybe a little bit more defensive. But what do you think, Rick?
I think that both teams are probably going to feel each other out first. We have an idea that both teams are able to adapt and change depending on how their opponents are playing. So as we see here, you've got the mirror lineup actually. You have the exact same agents. We have that KO, which has a great knife ability. But again, I've said it before and I'll say it again, it really depends on if they're able to utilize that in Breeze. It's such a large map and sometimes it's very difficult to capitalize on it.
Hey, again, I wanna point this out. Breeze, looking really breezy for Oasis Gaming. They've beaten the likes of RRQ, they've beaten Team Secret after all. And it's just an amazing map for them, and I really look forward to watching them get the rounds in. But Ash, you're the order enthusiast over here. What do you think is gonna go down?
Honestly, their lineup is absolutely solid. You have RDW on chamber, great for holding mid, great for holding A. Heck, even if you want to hold B, it's also good too. It's very, very good. And on top of that, if he can put his teleporter a little bit far off, he can teleport and make really, really quick rotations just to kind of stop people coming onto the site. Viper's not surprising, both taken. There's so much malleability coming through. But I have to say, despite the differences in the composition or lineup, this comes down more to execution. I would say just because of how almost similar their lineups are. Now my question is, when you have a chamber who is so strong on this map, my question is, what exactly has Oasis have in mind to counter chamber on RDW?
Well, that's a question that's gonna be answered as we proceed to this series. That was quite a discussion. I actually just realized that the day has been filled with double letters. I mean, got Gaimin Gladiators versus Griffin Esports. That's PG, so the G's, right? Now it's Oasis Gaming versus Order, the O's. Not really relevant, just wanted to point it out there. My brain does that sometimes, kind of sneak in some patterns over there. But what is relevant though is that our game is about to start. We've had our fair share of fun for these teams. Now it's the casters' turn to enjoy it too.
potential waiting to be unleashed. And for these two next teams, it's up to them to rise through APAC and look to go ascend even to higher heights. Will we get the best that OCE has to offer, or will one of the squads, the PH side, be able to take that step that they were destined for? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Order versus Oasis Gaming. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue, and here we have it, man. This series absolutely hyped up for, because you have on one side the squad that was promised by OCE, Order finally making their debut on the international stage after being stifled last year because of a few issues there with NALCQ. In the meantime, Oasis Gaming, they always felt like they were at the cusp of greatness on the PH side. They made a splash in APAC last year at the very end, but this time they got the revenge against local counterparts, and they're here to play for the region as well.
You know, both of these teams, Dax, have very kind of similar arcs around them. They both are teams that you look at and be like, what exactly is missing from the team for them to make it to that next step? Because they always had the proper pieces, the perfect pieces to really make things work on out. And now it finally does for these two teams. Order getting themselves here with a lot of the veteran experience that these players do have amongst themselves. And then you look at Oasis once also, who we saw last time around during APAC Stage 3 last year, be able to make it decently into the tournament, but not far enough to really make enough noise. They failed last stage, but this time around, that's going to be not the same result at all. Moving on forward here, my thing is, they both got O's for both of their names, and I think it's appropriate because we're going to have our mouths agape just at how exciting and how I'm expecting to be amazed at what we're going to see, especially starting on Breeze, which is, I think, a very curious map for Oasis to be picking here in the first place.
I mean, this is really for Oasis a map wherein they got so much better this stage. Only problem is, on the other side, Order has been one of the most exceptional squads on Breeze, bar none. Many in the OCE scene see that Breeze has to be one of Order's best maps, if not the best map. Their attacking side, absolutely overwhelming. And it's time to see if OCE can prove what they have and what it takes to compete with the rest of APAC. Look at Ronski. Keep an eye out on this guy because he is absolutely lethal. But Marky already infiltrating. Ronski, though, doing no wrong, already getting to a quick push here from the side of Order. Wild Oreo ready to contest. A good call from Oasis to actually keep the fight going. But Ronski is still at it. And hello already, courtesy of Order, a splash made into the mid.
The dust settles, but this time it's Ronski for the fourth. An ace he is on pace to doing. And courtesy cannot land the shot as a spike will be the ace here finally for Ronski. As you said, Dax, everything going right for this man. And Order put down their first command.
Okay, so quick little background, guys. If you aren't too familiar with the OCE scene, Ronski has just become one of their, I'd say, pillars of the community. One of the best, if not considered the best duelist this side of Australia. He was MVP multiple times in the Valorant Oceania Tour. He was pretty much the bane of many existences, and despite not being part of that Order roster last year, he was able to qualify alongside the rest of the team of Peace, if I remember correctly, that became Chiefs. So he was supposed to make that splash on the NA side, and right now, these waters are drowning Oasis Gaming. They had a good idea to contest early on. They know that Order will try to go for the quick executes, and here we go yet again. RDW finding Coco. He was proper for that bonkers roster. This time he's back on the APAC stage. And Order again, an A take, the possibility. Flank though coming in from Oasis through the cave.
This flank goes right for them, and things could turn sour for Order, but that doesn't seem to be the case, as Order doing a good job of shutting down here the push on the flank. Envy flashed out, but still cannot get a single kill with a mere classic in hand. It's all down to Wild Oreo to try and bring this one back, but this round is done. Conceded. Maple finds a third, and sweet end here for the second round of Order. Flawless, they get it. You really see that for a team like Order with the experience that they have, we've seen players in the past like RDW do huge things in the past, and we also know, the coaching staff that they even have behind them, a legend in his own right, Dick Stacy, brings a lot of veterancy that this team already had within their individual players, but it really just helps catapult it and elevate it even more so.
Yeah, but Oasis now, they're going to have those guns, and let's see what they can do versus the, I'd say, torrid waterfall that is Order. You can see as soon as they get that first kill, it's suddenly that site being taken over by Order, but courtesy
at least taking a bow there, finding Ronzi to start things off. Marky again though, just pushing forward and getting into the back lines here of Order. Texta though finding Marky in now with a trade, and Wild Warrior trying to play the anchor, snaps away before he gets overwhelmed and finds Disco in response. A great play here from Oasis. Not only do we see Marky decide to push the limits of where he can really go, but also if Oasis is willing to contest and get that first kill against Order, then things are going to be a lot easier for them coming into these rounds.
And we know, Dax, that, on a map like Breeze, it is typically a bit more difficult to try and convert these bonus or especially eco rounds, considering the range of engagement. A lot of times these fights will happen in. Now, he's been found out. Maple, they know he's here towards that halls, and he's trying to maybe isolate the fight here. Get that 1v1. Coco, seeing that first contact, just be careful because of the spam coming on through, but Courtesy on the flank secures it on the opposing Sova. Oasis start with their first round here on the anti-bonus, but Order, they've got guns once more. And as we've said and as we've noted earlier on, Dax, that a team like Order, they are very, very good in playing a map like Breeze. Are one of the best, if not really, here that we have in this entire group at playing this Breeze map. So even though Oasis have found newfound comfort in this, for the longest time, this is one of those maps that Order have been quite proficient at.
And not only that, you can see the proficiency with the composition here for Order. Coming into stage 2, they really hunkered down on the comps they were running. They look to enable Ronski and RDW as much as possible, let them play that Jet and Chamber, and you can see that the adjustments there for Order helping out the team in the long run. Outside of Oasis though, playing Courtesy into this round, but Ronski now fighting while Order. Courtesy though, still making an impact anyway for the 6th man of Oasis Gaming. Oasis, a myriad of compositions brought out on the PA side, looking to see what sticks, but Envy sticking it towards Texta. 3v3 scenario. Marky yet again though behind enemy lines. He's a saboteur here for the side of Oasis. Spike is planted though, but look at the angles of opportunity for Oasis. Nice escapade courtesy of Disco. He's pushing past the arches. We also get the fragment and RDW burnt down.
Perfect positioning on that, perfect placement here coming from Envy. Impeccable timing as well. Maple from the flank here on the half wall. They know where he is. He's got a full commit to it though. On the flank back, Envy finds the third in the round. They know he's here towards McDonald's, and the drive-through, they send him out past. Oasis tie the game up with a second round and an impeccable retake as well versus the post plant here of Order.
Yeah, Oasis Gaming, they still are able to play the backline as much as possible, and it becomes problematic here for Order because they want to commit for the push. They want to get towards that site and push beyond their expected angles. And case in point here, it was Texa trying to find an angle there towards this. We also had Disco by the arches, but Oasis getting the raid and getting the flank on is becoming a little problematic for Order so far. One interesting thing I want to say about these two teams is Black and Blue, they actually both like to play that flank. For Oasis, usually it's Ripper or Coco, or in this case, Marky doing the damage that needs to be done. On the other side, Texta, RDW, Ronski, those guys can come from an off angle and just pinch you where it hurts. But here comes Order yet again. Blades are out for Ronski. Marky though missing the mark. Ronski finding walled Order because of that. And Texta, even with a classic, Shorty surprised though, trying to play right behind the Cloudburst. But Ronski, does he have a sniff on it? Envy protecting his teammate. Here we have the tour de force. Blades are out too. Spike's planted though for Order.
Great backup there coming from Envy. So reliable, but Texta's got even more to say here. He knows where Envy is. Has a great position to try and halt this from happening, really. And on the contact, Coco and Envy still win it. Oasis, the gunfight's going to their way. But still, the eco here, quite deadly in the favor of Order. They do have a Marshal, and of course, the tour de force is going to be very, very difficult for the Oasis side to flush on out, especially with how open this B site is on the retake. Coco crawled his way to the back lines, could potentially find the kill here on the Maple waiting in songs, but RDW's found them. They almost line up too, but Maple follows up with a Marshal, and the eco here converted by Order successfully.
He threaded the needle for that kill. Found Envy instead of Coco after seeing the barrel, but doesn't matter. Oasis, they were just skeet shot there by Order. A great opportunity through the window, and this is what Order can do with the space that's created by Ronski. So you see how far Oasis has to play over onto the arches and cannot get any real sight lines towards the site, towards that main angle, because Ronski is already there putting the flag of Order. Given that situation, the backline can be covered by RDW. He's ready with the force as much as possible, and since he's feeling it now, the op is in hand. So Order trying to find a few picks as much as possible. They realize that Oasis is willing to contest them as close as possible, and truly a heat check for the Aegis round after round. Aldro though getting a spot. Bronski seen here by Marky, and he's sharp enough to get that takedown. Dash though getting ready. He wants to go in here, but Maple will shut the door on him. Texa now setting up the wall towards the arch, just blockade it. Maple with a second though. This is a story we're trying to tell it, but out in the open, Texa, he doesn't fall. Envy tried to make the share report, but Maple yet again, another one for the sofa, and it's Order putting it down here towards the
Totally crucial moments here that don't work out for Oasis. A kill or two there could have really turned the tide of this round, but they go down, and Disco continues to light that ball up here for Order above Oasis. Attacking side of theirs looking quite proficient, 4-2. Though we saw there that Marky was able to maybe back on off from that committed position he had, since he already had Tailwind prep to try and burn, smoke his tunnel out, back out to the back of the site. Who knows how things could have gone, especially there with Envy as well, trying to connect the shot when they were still trying to pop over that Viper's pit here on the side of Order. So things don't go their way, but not a bad eco. Problem is, rather a forced buy. They're going to be on an eco right now, as the state of their economy has not been looking too shabby.
This goes to show how sharp this Order squad has been all throughout their Valorant careers. If I remember correctly, 2 championships from last year, and of course Stage 2 that brought them to that one single slot. OTE has this time. Disco though getting tagged on around, but turns around to get rid of Courtesy. Doesn't like what the Sova's doing to him from the gates, and Ronski now pushing yet again. Quick little drop down. Envy gets a quick surprise, but Texa with a trade suddenly. It's 4v2. The gates have been shut in front of the Oasis. They thought they had the all-access pass, but it's Order making a reservation towards the pyramids and that A site. It's Order's world, and we are living in it right now, as Oasis cannot even find the angle here.
Very nice round here by Order to convert if they don't lose another player in this fight. Marky trying to contest, almost lands a shot, but Maple will make sure that it won't go untraded at the very least. It's all in Coco's hands, but he can't really do it. There's been sought out, spotted out. This Texa finds him, takes him down. 5-2. Order continue their lead even further, but now Oasis have the guns. They don't really have enough for an operator here, so that shouldn't be coming anytime soon, and the tour de force way far out of reach for them to pop in this case. Breeze, as I said, as we talked about Dax, not a map that Oasis has always been good at, but in the recent times they have been a bit more proficient at it. But this is kind of falling to the hands of Order, I think. I do think in their veto as well, they kind of played a risky gambit to ban Split first and foremost, maybe anticipating Order would want to ban Bind, but there's just a lot of risks in this map veto in general that I'm not too sure how it will fare for Oasis.
I mean, it panned out slightly in the end for Oasis, as you mentioned, that Bind, the Bind ban rather from Order coming out there in the end. We have Ascent as well for the second map, and that's pretty much a classic for Oasis, but then you look at the Order statistics, and there on Ascent, the defense gets really stifling, to say the least. So truly, Order right now, given a good chance to keep bringing out what works for them. I mentioned a while ago that they have really just looked to enable their newish additions into the Order roster. They let go of some of the core members they've had for so long. If I remember Autumn, I remember Tux, longtime members of that Order roster, to give way to the golden boys really of the OCE scene right now. And they have just adjusted completely to enable them as much as possible. So flash compositions, utility compositions, to allow Ronski and RTW to do the damage that needs to be done for Order's success. And case in point, Bronski yet again leading the charge. Marky though on the board versus Disco. Flat versus there into the corner. And Courtesy cannot secure the kill. A dash on the way from Bronski. He got a little dicey there, but Coco now rolling pretty much the jackpot versus RTW. Envy finding Texa 2. Oasis right now going for the shots. Bronski though still willing to fight despite the HP disparity. But Oasis this time finding their markers, finding Order, and finding effectively around in their favor.
They collapse down on Order in the scramble. Get a third round here for the Oasis' side. He'll be finding 2 in that round he gets himself. That will allow them to build up some economy to try and come back in this game. But Order, they're the ones who are setting the pace here. And the attacking operator now coming up from RDW. We saw what he could do on that bonkers squad in the past, and this time trying to lay everything on the line in the final stage here. of the APAC scene. Once again, showing what he's got, and for him to be on this op on attack could actually really throw off Oasis off guard. They don't have any real way of counter-sniping this, but Oasis want to go on the aggressive, trying to take that mid and elbow control early on, but they might just find the flying knee here coming from Order if they're not careful. They've taken the B site already, no one to defend it. This will be a round conceded potentially as Wronski opens things up here, and he gets a spam through the half wall as well. RDW, great shots into the site, and that leaves things so dire for Oasis. But Wild Oreo going even bigger, digging and dumping. Courtesy, last one left alive.
Courtesy trying to play all the way in the back line, but that was crazy from Wronski. Broken wall for a reason, breaking yet again the Oasis defense, but Courtesy is not done. Showing order. But Oasis still has some fight left in them. RTW don't get tagged on the round. It only takes a single shot here for RTW. Jump peeks here and there. Rendezvous right now, but Courtesy has an inkling of where he is from afar though. Shakhtar still gets the connection. Courtesy holding in front, and this is dangerous game to play versus a man named RDW. 6-3. Order getting the range that they need to get the next round.
What a dicey situation for both of those teams, and really huge plays being done by a lot of the forward presence here from either side. Wronski going big, but so did Wild Oreo to find 3, tapping away in that bout. They get it going, but the postman here played too well from RDW.
RDW always so reliable there at the end, man. And on the flip side, just Wronski again, he is just the space maker here. You look at the stars, you look at how much constellations there are. Probably the space in between those stars made by Wronski by this point. He's making magic happen here for the side of Order. And yet again, the site is taken by his mere presence. ViperSpit into play. Disco though with the groove over onto Coco. Marky trying to find the target. He brought out the operator this time, but truly the counterplay here with a ViperSpit. But Marky, how did he find Wronski there? He was just jiggling, trying to find the shoulder peak. But in the end, the tag does come. Envy though decides to play it close. Disco though with a third. We're back already into the 80s because this is the groove from Disco. The Aces there dance the night away for Order as they get another round.
Disco showing them the steps, the moves to get into the groove. And he's grooving the night for sure. Order, it's only June, Dax. But he's definitely showing us the nights of September. Marky still gets that kill in the end, in the start of it rather, but Disco just playing from the Zombs, making a complete mutiny out of the intentions here of Oasis. And Order have secured that advantageous half. 7 rounds they've gotten now, and will probably extend that into an 8th, considering the economy situation here, or rather the lack of economy, if anything, from Oasis.
And Oasis love the squad. One weakness that they have is when they get overwhelmed by that momentum, communication does fall on the parts. Wronski Texta on the board, but here comes the hero plays from Wild Oreo and Marky. Some of the sharpest shot away his side, but Disco is still not done. He's continuing on from where he left off into another decade. It's still Order supremacy. 8-3. Order with just such an overrun on the offense.
You know, Dex, nobody really were too sure what the OCE scene could bring last time around during APAC, right? During APAC Stage 1 with Bonkers, but that one seed of theirs has proven to be just such a formidable piece of this entire APAC puzzle that lots of teams do struggle with. And once again, this time around, it's Order for showing what OCE has got to bring to the table, what they can offer here, the local brand, the Valorant. Now, final round of this half tour de force pulled out here by Oasis to try and shake things up, but the hall control once again being fought over by Order. No real contest here coming from the Oasis' side, and that lets them open the door for a possible A split, but Coco finds Wronski a bit too overeager, a bit too overzealous on that peak. The Disco will get the trade at the very least, but the damage has been done. Now the tip of their spear has been blunted, and Courtesy finds a kill on the Maple.
The problem here for Order, double-edged sword sometimes. They lose Wronski early, they lose that space, and someone else needs to play the hero, but it's all zeros now for the side of Order. RDW though tracking Marky down, tries to use that momentum versus another one, but it's not gonna happen. Oasis, at least recovery there at the end, but Order have made their mark from that first step. We started this game with an Order ace. These guys are hungry for international competition, and case in point on a map that absolutely suits their playstyle. They have that advantage versus Oasis Gaming, and while Oasis has had the right idea, to go for the contest, to play that KO. I think playing KO is absolutely essential if you're dealing with Order, because that Jet, that chamber, if the knife connects, it's a big bother with the suppress as much as possible. But Order's just so sharp right now. When you lose Ronsky, there's still so many other backup options here for Order. And you look right now, who's at the top of the scoreboard alongside the Jet of Order? It's Disco. He has hammered down on the agent pool that he's been playing. He's been more of the flash initiator, playing something like the, if I remember correctly, Breach, KO, perhaps even some Sky in that kind of configuration. But this guy used to be that second duelist here for Order. He used to play a lot of Raze for the squad, and his potency is still as sharp as ever. Oasis, they know that they are a team that can heat check the opposition, but Order right now is blazing in their debut here in APAC.
They might just be adding more fuel to the fire here. And as he talked about, a player like Disco, he can certainly shake things up and bring the retro to the new wave. It doesn't really matter because he's got a lot in his toolkit to be able to be that flex player that really a lot of teams desire. And for a team like Order, it's a very important part of this team that they know just how much he brings to the fold. Ronsky as well, super potent in a lot of those entries, just going straight in and no fear really at all when he goes and dives directly into the site. So for a team like Oasis, it's their turn to try and turn things around. 4 rounds on the defensive side here in Breeze. Not a bad scoreline at all, but it is in the favor of Order right now. Still, things could be changed. Doesn't matter what it's written on paper, because that can be torn apart here by Oasis if they're able to get this opening pistol round. But Order looking to try and stop that from the get-go, contesting here towards mid. We're going to expect a very heavy push coming from both sides, and Order are going to fend them off.
This is going to be fun. Order, they know how to play the C-scrap. They have had those hyping scrims from before. And here we go, a tango in the middle. Shall we have this dance? RDW extending that hand towards Oasis, and Coco, the first partner, will be first. He fell there by that first step. We're not done though. Envy finding Ronsky in response. And look at how offensive this Order defense can be. They're already deciding to try and get as much map control as possible. But a great call from Oasis to group on up. Overwhelm one single site. Catch them out mid-rotation as much as possible. But these angles, the timing there from Marky turning on the way leads to their demise in the hands of Disco. And he's going nuclear yet again. Ghost in hand, gets the 3. Wild Oreo, the only one left. But he has been tamed by Maple, and Order wins the second pistol here on Breeze.
Man, the footwork here coming from Disco, the steps that he's got have been completely juking out Oasis over and over. An answer here that has not gone retaliated by the Oasis' side. And RDW opening things up there, even though they kind of equalized it immediately here, Oasis 4-4. That still makes things so much more difficult, considering that Disco was able to stay alive here in the elbow position for so long. You saw that he teetered with a thought. Does he fall on back? Does he go back towards that tunnel and fall back towards the site? He committed to stay, and that gambit of his paid out tenfold really at the end.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for Oasis. When Marky looks away, it's the Angel of Death just right beside him, and from that point on, Order finding yet again some structure into this game. Marky, he has been quite contentious into this matchup though. A while ago we saw it on their defense. He was willing to be amongst Order. But Wild Oreo, there's the one over RDW. People though, with the Bulldog, Disco as well. So some investment here for the side of Order. This can be some good damage done by Oasis. But Ronsky will try to fix it with a little bit of duct tape and the Marshall Envy though. Classic in hand. 2v2 scenario. Already not a bad eco state here for Oasis whatsoever. Order still having that angle towards the nest, and look at Ronsky prioritize targets from afar. Marky will fall. Envy now towards the side, but he's getting pitched, he's getting flanks, and there is just no escaping the eyes of Order. 10-4. Not too shabby for Oasis, but this is double digits for Order now.
All seeing and all knowing here, all powerful it does seem. The first Order, well, their first decree seems to be map number 1, Breeze, to be taken by them. See how this bonus goes.
Did you just say the first Order? Wasn't that the team, like half the team of Oasis back then?
Oh, you are actually right. I didn't make that connection.
It's like, So if you guys didn't know, Oasis used to be two Oasis teams. They were Chimera and CT and X, and then it became Oasis Gaming and the First Order. Now we have Order. Interesting. You know, sometimes things are just meant to be, and we are meant to see what RDW is going to do here with a third round operator. Quite the investment here for Order. Marky tried to climb the castle, but Disco will just fend him off yet again. Disco has just been absolutely immense here for the side of Order. RDW even finding courtesy in response. Invi though shutting down the lone command, but he's still suppressed because of the presence of the robot. Invi though finding RDW Coco on the board, and Oasis shooting out of this situation, but here comes Rocky! Decides to confirm it onto Coco, but that split second that he ended up taking a little bit more allows Invi to be prepared and get that takedown. 5-10 by round for Oasis, leading to their victory. And I'm gonna be real here, Black and Blue. It's okay for Oasis to win that way because Order did invest a little more than expected.
I was gonna say, not a bad bonus from Order, but then I realized, wait, they actually did spend quite a bit. They bought rifles, some bulldogs here and there, but just enough for them to have the eco in this next round. So great round by Oasis, all things considered. The Blades should be up for Ronsky very soon. They do have that Hero Vandal in his hands. The wall here being placed. The B site is there. It's right for the taking. No one really to stop them in that harvest that Oasis are trying to pull off on Order. They try and go for the flag here, pushing that elbow position, trying to bend the arms here from the side of Oasis on the retake, but they fall on back. The 3-man push going to be shut down as Oasis make sure that there is no such hijinks coming from the behind. RDW, he's got a big task to do. Cannot even land the shot, biding his time. The time runs out for him. Sixth round here for Oasis.
I thought you jinxed it because you were talking about shenanigans from behind, and then we watch RDW try to track someone. Almost. And speaking of almost, that could have worked out for Order, but the fact that Oasis was able to scare off Order just a little bit to allow Wild Order there to rendezvous was all the reinforcements that Elbow needed, basically. So just a matter of timing right now for Oasis. Hesitation means defeat in a series like this. And in all honesty, Oasis and Order can somehow look at each other and think that perhaps they're looking at the mirror with some similarities here and there. But RDW, no one can match him right now with whatever the operator or the Tour de Force can bring. His range has been value here for Order, and Maple and Disco also adding to those stocks. Invest now in Order because they're rising to the moon. RDW trying to find one more. In control here for Oasis. They're a little stuck right now. Ronsky and RDW will at least break that chain and break the hold. 11-6. Order now 2 away from getting their first international map win.
Disco, perfect fragment there towards that hall's door. As soon as it opened up and threw that fragment, it sent Envy here and Marky into a scramble, not really sure what to do in that moment, and especially tagging them up quite painfully. That is one of the most painful mollies you have in the game, aside from maybe Brimstone's molly, and it can really shake things up in those kind of scramble situations. So Order, as he said, that's a single round away from match point. This is very much so doable for them. I don't think Wild Order is going to expect this. He has to be careful, but neither of them connect the shot.
Well, Order at the very least, they do respect the tour de force that's coming out here from the side of Oasis. They also have this toxic screen, which is a little bit more far forward, so they are expecting at least to break those sightlines if ever this B take is a possibility. Still, it's all about yet again making the splash in this pool, and we'll see who can wade these waters yet again. Aldro now into play, dash on in, standard execute here from Oasis, pretty much the bread and butter as a unit. And it's a 5v5 situation. It's a plan here looking to come together for Oasis. Invi though able to infiltrate, and it's Order unexpecting the Oasis fall to be right in front of them. They get the plant down, they get the Viper spits, and this is a good setup for Oasis so far.
They have a lot to work with here at the very least on the Oasis' side. 4v3, and that post plan is going to be ever more so secure with the jazz hands being thrown up here from Coco. Maple, the rest of Order do mention that the orders are basically to save, retreat, retaliate, to live and not fight another day, really.
Yeah, and for Order, they should be keeping up with this momentum, in all honesty. One of the biggest strengths for Oasis Gaming is if they have the setup towards site, if they have the full roster still available, they're one of the most execute strong teams in the PH side, that it becomes very, very difficult for you to deal with the oncoming take. And we've seen from Order that they have the ambition to go for those picks. We've seen RDW do it, we've seen Bronski do it, and players like Disco as well as, I'd say, Maple find a way to hold down the line. But if Oasis is giving free reign to play setup, then the knockdown is more in the Oasis ballpark rather than what we've seen so far.
Well, what is in the park of Order is really this map. We've seen them play this exact same composition decks versus, I believe it was like Fun Crew the last time around, but only that one time have we really saw it. It was quite a one-sided show, so Oasis, okay fight they're putting up here right now, but one that Order are gonna show to be not quite enough. RDW, man, what an opening shot he finds in Disco, hampering the push here from the double doors of Oasis. Courtesy and the rest of them trying to push on in. Blind ultimate to try and find him, and that he does. Disco goes down here to Courtesy. Texa, though, he's completely taking him all down. A Texas Chainsaw Massacre really coming from him. And Maple almost securing the round. It's still on a Courtesy, but he won't last too long. Match point secured here by Order.
Yeah, it's a horror show here for Oasis. They tried to play all those different angles, but look who's awaiting that. RTW, perfect sightlines, perfect control, and Order yet again showing that this is their court so far. It all starts with the amount of range that Order can really get here, and while there was a stellar Hunter's Fury here from the side of Oasis, it just didn't really provide as much cover as they wanted, because the sightlines are still clear with the double doors, with basically the stairs in position and in possession for the side of Order. They're gonna have any of those off angles against the site take that Oasis was trying to get, and they couldn't get enough cover to make it to the default of the pyramids. It was just easy, slim pickings for Order. From that point on, it works out yet again for them. Timeout now called by the Oasis. Envy has been absolutely incredible here for the squad. When you put Envy on Braze, he does not disappoint. We remember many ace clutches that he was able to do on the PH side for his team. But really, Order is just having a field day right now. It's like they brought in the beach balls, they brought in the towels, and they're just absolutely having a whale of a time, able to play really a map pool that can suit their strengths as much as possible.
Well, not too sure if there's going to be enough chum in the waters here for Oasis to try and turn up. We have to try. Operator out for RDW. It's been a problem that hasn't been a super big issue, but we have seen some kind of qualms about addressing this from Oasis. And RDW finds a proper timing here, and he does. That gives him even more advantages here. The Viper's Pit is going to be such big proposition for Oasis to try and deal with. Will they even commit to this site still? They can go towards that elbow and try and flank around around, but Maple's making sure that flank is being on check. He does get the kill on the Coco, and things are much made more difficult here for the side of Oasis. He can actually ult this if he wanted to. The lineup is there, but holds on to it for the meantime, realizing he could find a better opportunity to use that exact piece of his utility. While Oreo flanking here towards mid-decks. If he can get a kill, this is doable.
Yeah, but look who's laying down the law right now. Disco on the outside of doors, and RTW playing Protector still. Effectively a crossfire if I've ever seen one. And 100 now gonna be into play. Courtesy getting tagged. Marky just absolutely suppressed, absolutely cornered right now. And Ronski coming in from behind. They are trapped here. And any objection Oasis tries to make is absolutely overruled. Order's courts and Orders win 1-0 now into the series.
Man, what a win here from Order. Definitely seems to be a new commandment, new regulations set in place, and the ordinance says map number 1 is to be done by Order. Map number 2 could be a very different story, but the way that they took this, Medax, you know that they came here to play. It's Oasis who struggled to get really anything ongoing. Even in the rounds where they seemed okay, they weren't as convincing as Order have pretty much been this entire map number 1.
Yeah, a long time coming for Order to make this kind of impact into the international scene. unable to make it to that NA side. They make it here to APAC after everything is said and done, and this is truly a superstar squad in the making from the OCE region. Oasis still on the flip side. Some great ideas, some great plans to actually contest, but just didn't work out to the overwhelming force that is Order. So for now though, guys, we'll be taking a little bit of break. Panel gonna break down everything that's happened there on Braze. That's it with Black and Blue. You guys are tuning on into the group stages of APAC. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
Rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then they straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me in. Something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend.
Welcome on. Oh my god, I got a little bit tongue-tied with my intro over there. I was gonna say welcome one, welcome all once again here on the panel of VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Cash Money, and Tricks once again serving you the stats and the storylines. Order, just like I said earlier, was not very orderly. They wreaked havoc all over Breeze. Also, Cash, I know you mentioned about RDW, but you were holding back on us. How dare you not tell us about Disco? A warning would have been nice. He was dancing all throughout the game.
I mean, I did make a joke just now. That's the reason why he was playing KO, because it's like the fragment's kind of like a disco ball. But coming back to Order in general, I would like to disagree with you about what you said was like Order was not orderly at all. They are orderly. It's chaotic Order. That's exactly what they brought to the table. Is very aggressive gameplay, but very, very orderly at the same time. Every time they come through, you can see how many angles they hold. They're not afraid to push forward through smokes and everything. They're a team that's just very, very, I would say, very ballsy. But when you look at the other side for Oasis as well, I would like to give the ballsy play award to Wild Oreo, who was just not afraid to push forward either. Like when I was comparing both Wild Oreo and RDW, both of them are basically on the same level when it comes to their plays as Chambers.
Yeah, Order just being able to take that information and really push up. They kept punishing Oasis for not adjusting to their playstyle. We could see Order doing the same things over and over again, slight variations to what they were doing, and Oasis seeming to want to play their game and not adjusting to the way Order was playing. Essentially, I believe was their downfall.
Well, we did begin the game with like a tug of war at the scoreline, but again, like you said, Order just started getting the momentum in, and they were doing something or slight variations to that one thing that they kept doing over and over again. So in your opinion, Trix, what should Oasis Gaming do, or like what should they have done in that scenario?
I felt like there were variations of what Oasis could have done. They did one round where they took that mid control, which I was hoping to see, because they were giving too much space to Order to move. When they heard that take on halls, where they have the KO in there, they have the jet smoking, and they have another jet smoke when the door is opening, I feel like Oasis should have been more prepared in order for that retake, or they should have considered, okay, if Order is playing this aggressively and this fast, they have to decide which space to give Order and which space they're going to take themselves. So a counter aggression in that defender side would have been nice, taking that A main and setting themselves up for that retake. Although I see here that Disco and Envy, doing well, both MVPs on their team, I felt Envy's aim definitely was shining, but in terms of support towards Marky, I felt it was a little lacking.
Oh my god, I'm looking at the numbers on the board. Not too shabby from one another. It's not too far when you look at the combat score. Really, really close. Good job on both of these KOs. I'm really proud. And it looks so cool. Look at that. The lighting and everything.
I mean, when you look at the numbers in general about how you want to see them play, it's in a lot of situations, I mean, I would say that Oasis did come close in the beginning, but after a while, Order started to gain a lot of momentum, especially during the round switch, where suddenly Oasis wasn't able to take control of the situation at all, where we see them just kind of go crazy, where we saw Ronsky was just W gaming going in hit and just taking up so much space, and by the time Ronsky is already taking this space, you already also see that follow-up coming in from the rest of the team, and I felt like for Oasis's side, their rotations in terms of timing wasn't really syncing up. I don't know if you noticed, but sometimes you have one person on the site. They don't necessarily go down, but because of the timing about how this, it is a big map after all, I don't blame them, but perhaps if they know that they're not going to make it on time, perhaps they should sync how they come into the site together would have been a better situation rather than getting caught out one by one.
Exactly. The way that Order plays, and we've spoken about this prior, is that it's kind of chaotic, but it's calculated chaos. And the fact that they keep pushing up, they want to choke the defenders to certain angles that are to their advantage. I felt like, Oasis could have adjusted to it in terms of, okay, give it up, because you're not going to get there in time. So rather than just putting yourself on the disadvantage consistently, set up for a good retake. You have more time to get to the site. You can let the clock tick a little longer. You don't have to take the duels all the time, especially on a map like Breeze.
Absolutely. And now we did switch sides, and Oasis Gaming was finally showing signs of life. They really struggled on the first half, but as we switched Tricks, what was it in their attack that was kind of throwing Order off?
I think the way they were playing it just as aggressive as Order started it off. They just kind of went in on the sites and been like, okay, you did this to us, so we're gonna try it on you.
Taste of your own medicine.
Yeah, but the thing is, it seemed that Order was also anticipating this. That's saying we've we've exploited this before, and we've learned how to punish the exploits we're doing ourselves. And the crossfires that they had, I remember one round where they had an operator that's just looking at double doors that stopped the push from Marky, and that's where I was saying I kind of wish they had a KO flash to pair with it, because otherwise, you should expect that somebody is looking at the doors, or you should expect maybe another person to close angle rather than just going all in.
Once again, that is where the utilities come into play, right? Now, I do want to touch up Tash. You also already mentioned Ronsky and his like opening picks on everything, but I gotta say that guy is nasty with a Marshall. Please, get away from him.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. In a lot of situations as well, I feel like even like when you come back to just go back to like the core or just the basics, which is just gunfights or even skirmishes in general, I feel like when it comes to that, it felt like Order was a little bit higher in terms of that skill compared to Oasis when it comes to those situations. And that's the reason why they're able to come up on top even when they're on Thrifty, just because of how great they are with that first contact and how they utilize each weapon to its maximum compatibility. Now, when you think about Oasis, I feel like maybe you didn't mention toward the last half that they finally showed signs of life, because I like to believe that for the side of Breeze, it is a little bit more skewed toward attacking side, so it does give you a little bit of an advantage. But if you're already in a situation where, like you mentioned, you are already exploiting the same playbook style that was already in Order, it's gonna be a little bit hard, even if you do have that advantage, because you are already playing it very predictable. This was kind of like the match earlier where we said that they're playing it very, very predictable. It's so easy to read where everything is. I mean, we did see Oasis try to play on mid, but because of the chokehold coming in from Nest that they had, as well as someone watching from elbow, it's so hard for them to really just take up middle side. They couldn't even go past pillar.
This is where you want some more team plays, some more kinds of plays where you have that flash peek and you know exactly what angles are open to you, so you know how to block those angles off. I feel like that's essentially where Oasis was lacking, because we saw their mechanical skills, which we talked about when we talked about Oasis. They have that aim, they have that accuracy, they have the reaction, but I feel now is the time for them to say, okay, we need more structured team play. It's okay to be predictable so long as you do it right.
Yes. Oh my goodness. I'm learning a lot from this panel all the time. I love it when I hear your input, but I do gotta point it out that, there were moments, again, as Cash mentioned earlier, when Oasis Gaming was trying to take control of mid. But again, the team play comes into the action over here. And I guess when it comes to a map like Breeze, it's very important for that team play to really reflect on itself, because you can't be far from each other too much, right? Because then the pick potential is just too high, but you can't also play too close together, because that's when the utilities will really bite you guys in the dust. So it's a lot to consider. But hey, we're gonna be moving over to Ascent over here. Ripper locking in that Killjoy, and Ronsky once again with the Jet. A good start, I think, for predictions of composition. But what do you think, Tash? Is this all just a regular day for these guys?
I think I'm not too sure exactly when you want to talk about these teams, because these teams do have a lot of lineups going on when you look at their careers, or even their your VLR. But now I just really want to talk about, like, in general, like what exactly we can expect here on Ascent. Now, okay, Order 1 is their map, fine, but now this is Oasis's map, and Oasis, they need to win this. So now when you think about them, we have Ripperoo on Killjoy, and we know what Killjoy can bring to, just to hold off in terms of anchoring a site. A or B, I think B is just the best of her. For her, that's why we're seeing her. But meanwhile, if you look on the other side, you do see a Fade coming in from Maple. Now, Fade, we did talk about her earlier. There is a lineup here for B main that you can do with the KO. Fragment Seize is just so good. If you want, you can go ahead and do Fragment Seize as well as a nanobot if you want to. It's something that's very, very viable. When it comes to Ascent, mid control is very important. I am curious to see which team will be the one proactive enough to take control of that, because earlier we didn't see it from one team, and the team that didn't take mid control was the one who did not win that map.
I feel like also having that Fade in the lineup of Order goes to their advantage. We've seen what a Fade can do, but we've also seen a Fade that has lower impact. So it really depends on how they're going to pair the Fade with that KO. I'm not so confident in that combination of a KO and a Fade. I do think you can flush out angles. And Order starting on that defender side, it really depends on whether or not Oasis Gaming is going to play that aggression, play, as Tash pointed out, that mid control, because it's so important since it's where you can pivot from both A and B.
Again, you mentioned this earlier, how you prefer that they're a little bit more aggressive, the utilities, and of course the execution. All of that is just a recipe that we need. I don't want to say disaster, because again, these are the two orders that we're talking about, but you get my point. Like, we need to execute everything in an orderly fashion. No pun intended, maybe a little pun intended. But for both sides, again, they have a little bit of background for the word order. How many times can you say that word over and over again in one sentence? But yeah, it's something to look out for. It's something that the executions will have to be a lot cleaner, especially on the side of Oasis Gaming, because a lot is on the line. This is just day number 1 for them, but this is going to be a reflection of how they're going to be moving forward throughout this competition. So now, goodness gracious, the Battle of the O's is something else. And the Australian firepower is a lot to handle, but the Filipino power is too. Let's keep the ball rolling and watch this series unfold before our very eyes. So casters, take it away.
Orders up by 1 over the Oasis, serving a platter of the best that OCE has to offer. But now we take a flight over onto Ascent, the place the Oasis has called home for very long. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another map of this amazing series between Order and Oasis Gaming. That's here with Black and Blue, and let's just say it, this map pool right now allows Order to make the splash that they want on the APAC scene. But on the flip side, you look at the composition right now by Oasis Gaming, and I think they really have looked at what happened in that map number 1, have decided to take the steps against it here. The second map, we get the raise for the first time in a while on Ascent for Oasis on Marquee, but we also have the Astra, we have Ripper back in on the Killjoy. There's so many ways for Oasis to just stifle the Order push, and if they can get that separation, that might be the key to success to force out the third map.
Very different philosophies they're bringing into this game here, Dax, in this map. With Order pretty much sticking to what they know, barring the difference with them switching up that chamber to now a Fade. And they also have, on the opposing side, Oasis, a bit more innovation. They do pull out that raise, which we did see on Ascent as well from another Philippine team in RRQ during the play-ins. It worked out to great effect, but what they do have to supplement it to really support that is quite different. No Omen, no real, I guess, initiator in the same way as a Fade might be, but they do have that KO, which can bring a very different look here as well. We know it's something that has had great effect here on Ascent, but Texta trying to go on in while Oreo not able to fend off the push from Texta. He does keep his teammates together, but he's the one who falls.
And Texta has a habit to do that, just lurk all the way, push all the way, advance as much as possible, and get a kill, and then get the hell out of there. Not only that though, I'm looking at this Order composition right now, and seeing RDW back on the Killjoy brings back probably shades of the past here for Order. Our year past, he has been pretty much on exclusive chamber duty here on the side of Order. Once played Neon on Fracture, and we might see that if we go to a third map. But Oasis now, the execute is clear towards that A side. Marky trying to go to the page, nice pass, but Texta and Ronski, the straight shooters yet again. Ronski, he speed ran the ace a while ago. Now he gets 2 from above, and it's Order ahead yet again, winning the pistol.
Man, Bronski, the sharpest shooter in the West here right now. Maybe the east side of the coast, but it's Texta who gets things going. Once again, starts his massacre off up close and personal. The shutdown here on the push. They peek on dryly through the smoke. They fall to their own demise. Order, great opening pistol round here. And now it's Oasis who's going to try and make a splash. Marshals, Spectres, and even an Ares out here for RDW. See what they do with this, but it's Oasis who really have to make a play here. Looking to try and contest A main early on. But Bronski, it's hunting season for him. He's got a pass. He finds Ripper Roo. Able to stay here on Broza. Not able to land the shot just yet. He has a tailwind to burn. But with Disco backing him up, it's going to be way too easy for Ronski. The 2-0 secured.
They decided to form a Congo line and started dying to Ronsky 1 The Cloudburst there to break the darts, prevent the pre-fire angle for Oasis, and Order making quick work yet again of these first 2 rounds. Now, I have seen a few people asking, where is Order playing from right now? So just like Bonkers last time in APAC, they also are in Thailand right now. So ping isn't a problem. These guys are unable to be the best that they can be coming into APAC. But now, talk about the enablers, we look at Oasis. They have the guns in hand, and in all honesty, I kind of do expect them to struggle a little bit here on the attacking side. It does feel like they want to get that separation later on for defense. And speaking of the defense, Order has had the best defense on Ascent this side of OCE, and they're looking to prove it yet again. Bonus time though for Order. Boombot bouncing on around. Texta though will be spotted, buying a bit of space for Marky, but look at the repeat here from Texta. He's still happy to take command towards the tree area as much as possible. Captain Man watching out for anyone to come that way, but it's B looking to be the siege here for Oasis.
Order still have a good position to try and shut this push down from Oasis. Coming from that B main spot, you have a Nanoswarm to fend them on off, and this potential triple stack towards that B side could propose big problems to Oasis. We're buying their time, slowing things down. You can see Marky trying to lurk there towards a short position, but his time might be short if he continues on this stead. Texter trying to make sure that no one's lurking there, no one's really wading in the waters towards that short position. Now they commit here towards B. Position here by RDW is going to have to be crucial. That Ares could really rip him apart, and that it does. He does get the kill through it, while Oreo fended off. The Nanoswarm keeping them at bay. Could find the follow-up when they do push through. Maple, he gets another kill. Things at a standstill here for Oasis. And Order making sure that they can really put their foot down on what's happening right now. The decree here coming from Order is a round potentially secured as Invi finds 2. Order and Maple get it. Order's up, put it on the tab because they convert the bonus.
Yeah, just hit that bell and serve it on silver platter. Order yet again, forcing Oasis to play red light, green light, and the red light was blasting there right in front of B main. The stopgap method here, courtesy of RDW. That Killjoy gonna be a big bother so far. And as soon as the rest of the Order squad was just in position, they mowed down Oasis, reminiscent of what just happened in that second round. So Oasis right now, when they feel that they are stuck, it's hard to get out of that rut. Then again, they get that momentum, they get a chance to fight on back. That's when they'll get that ball rolling. The question right now, I feel Black and Blue is, will Order let go of the reins of this vehicle? But right now, Ronsky in behind by Pizza, finding in to get to the slice, while Oreo trading it back and allows Oasis to push a little bit deeper towards B. Maple now the next one here, and he's able to avoid the fragment anyway. Ripper though, seeing the retreating Maple, good utility from the Kilo at least before he dies. But Hexa, he is prepared. Call me, beat me if you want to reach me. And looking pretty impossible right now for Wild Oreo. 20 HP, a Phantom in hand, a chance though still. But the wraparound right now to move towards A sites. Look at Order play together though as much as possible.
Possible. But how is the probability of it? Oh no, he's going to get out as he goes up. Could have went into that grass to tuck tail and make it potentially to that A site, but the Eco shut down here on Oasis. They're able to buy up this time around, but Bronski, he's got his blades and the op to really be that, not even a thorn, but basically a big spike to the side of Oasis on this push. Maple did a great job of holding things down here. Oasis, great response. One that they couldn't convert into the round win, at least just yet. Defensive side could notoriously be a lot more difficult here for Oasis to try and pry open an Order. Let's see how this necessarily goes. Ronsky able to dodge that 0-point in time dax, and he can go for a peek here, and that he does. Connects on a Coco.
Yeah, usually he's that entry point with the rifle, but the up in hand still as potent as ever. Especially RDW on the Killjoy of every other agent. RDW, speaking of the man, the myth, the legend himself, consistent shots, as precise as can be. Order just coming out of the woodworks here to surprise Oasis as much as possible. Peak potential for Order to be one of the strongest, well, tools they can have right now, but Wild Oreo, a face full of RTW, gives him the fist. Wild Oreo is not done. Rocky though with the third, and here comes the darkness towards the side. Nightfall is there, and it will be the Crescent Moon watching Oasis fall. Maple with the final kill. A great effort there from Wild Oreo to make it towards the site and even catch out Bronski. Removing the operator from the equation now, but Order still ahead and still perfect so far.
And Maple doing such a good job of really sweetening the pie here that they've got going for them. Seems like all the air has been fluffed out of Oasis so far. And in this desert, this desolate wasteland that they're in, seemingly no respite being found here by Oasis, aptly enough. It's Maple and the rest of Order to really secure things, as the timeout has been called, to try and give them a bit of a breather, take some air in their lungs, and they're going to have to fill it because they are shortly running out of time.
Yeah, and Oasis Gaming, they can't afford to completely be decimated into a half. Again, when I look this composition, I feel like they're preparing really for that defending side, that they know what Ronsky has been up to, they know how much space he can make, and perhaps later on they can control it better between the KO and the Astra plus the Raze. But here on the attacking side, the struggles right now because of the clearer sightlines that we get here for Order, and they just have no fear despite what we're seeing from the likes of Wild Oreo, despite getting scanned on out, because it's Order staying one step ahead of the competition, and we saw it in that last round perfectly. Just find those pickoffs, find a way to get rid of one member of Oasis, and then put pressure on the other side. It's pretty systematic right now for Order, and that's why it's working for them. Oasis, that potency is always there, and they're now headed towards that A side from the shadows. A little bit of a scout from Sexta realizes that someone's still lurking from in behind. Ripper will break the TP, but as we go towards A, the Nano Swarm for the stall, giving a chance for Order to go for the re-rotate. Marky though, over at Jenny already. He has the Hero Spectre, a myriad of ultimates right now for Oasis, and they get on site.
We get that information gathered. Yes, Nano Swarms need to try and secure that post plant, but the retake's going to be just so much more difficult for Oasis to try and fend off with what little of an arsenal they do got. Taking lots of damage in that fight. Null Command has been popped here as well. Coco able to back off because of that Cosmic Divide, but Texa making sure that the wine is not going to be sipped. Not by anybody from Oasis's side at least. This barrel could be blown wide open, and Texa gets a kill on the market. A second goes his way there towards that wine, and everything's crumbling down here on hold from Oasis. They get the plan, but that's all they can really have. You cannot reap what you haven't sown. It's going to be Order taking this harvest into the 6th round.
Yeah, they're the ones who sell this hay towards the farmer's market. And we are seeing here Order yet again take another round. It was a good approach there from Oasis. They decided to get on site and they thought they had a chance at this round. The only problem is Order is willing to play the retake anyway, and not only that, play that flank as confidently as possible. Without that firepower there in the hands of Ripper, and without that lockdown pressure in the first place, he had to stay into that wine angle, and it's a tough ask for him to hit those headshots as much as possible. Oasis, we know they can be potent, but Order right now just able to stay a step ahead of the curve in the first place. Texa though, Paranoia Prime right now, and here we go with the push. Texa is not done. The advance is through from Order. Keep moving forward, but Coco will make them take the step back. Marky also finding Disco 2v1. All left out to RDW. He's waiting for someone to peek him out. Precision yet again is his game, is his name, and he is RDW. People say OMG. All I have to say is, well, that's RDW for you.
Incredible round here, won by RDW in a clutch worthy of the title of the man. I thought for sure that could have been Oasis's round, but no, the 7th continued on. And this initial push, great shut down by Coco, yes, because of the pop flash that he had in his hands. That flash drive, not fast enough to try and outrun fate. It's RD who delivers a final message here towards Oasis. You shall not win, you cannot pass.
Yeah, there's a statement there by Order right now. Try to find these 1v1 duels and we'll be able to stay a step ahead. Not the flashiest player there for RTW, but he's absolutely reliable. And unfortunate for Oasis, when they had the man advantage, they couldn't capitalize on it. But this time, they do want to make a play through with the lockdown. RDW finding Marky though to start things off. There's the scan, forcing RDW away from the CT angle. And at least right now the smokes with the blockade, but it's more of a suggestion rather than truly a cure. Here we have the Hunter's Fury also from Envy. Oasis now buying space for them. But in that aspect, real estate now being brought by Order, being bought, and the flank yet again for another angle of opportunity here for the OCE squad.
And to have that B main control is a very important position for a retake, but Wild Oreo is going to go big. He's going to go huge actually here. The peek coming from Texta being shut on down. As Coco finds a double there towards the B main position, but Envy will keep them in check as Oasis finally get a round. A lot of ultimates burned in that round, yes, by the Oasis squad. They get it done, and that's really the crucial point. They were really just, was I guess, elusive from them for so long.
Just big-time players making big-time plays. Black and Blue 2021 trademark it already, and here we go again. There's still that potency on Oasis, and if you line up, if you are spotted by Oasis, it's not going to work out as much as Order will expect, because Oasis has a semblance of that lurking game. They understand what Order is trying to do, especially with the lockdown really being the big beacon of action. But Null Command now the play, and look at the ego state from Order. Gonna try to make the suppressed work. Showstopper though, hitting the wall. It's Maple and Texta on the board. Trades do come from the side of Oasis, giving him an angle towards his B side. It's Wild Oreo finding two. At the same time, patience game here from Order right now. Through the smoke, Maple will try, but Ripper with the deny, he tears apart the opposition. Lacerations there from Ripper, and Oasis, they felt the momentum now in their veins, and they're looking to go for more.
What a scrappy round, but you see, Dax, that even with Order winning 7 rounds in a row, they had to eco after one single loss, because Oasis have been making those rounds quite close, really hampering the economy even if they don't close out the round specifically. Now, Cosmic Divide up online here for Oasis, but Disco, he's got that Null Command, and Maple will have as well the Nightfall to utilize here in this next upcoming round, potentially if he gets a single orb in this case. I will really cut a lot of the noise here being made by either side, but the haunt to be denied is information in of itself. So push up here towards that mid pizza, trying to bake the site wide open, but as they push, Marky finds a kill, but Disco, he can still be rezzed here. Maple trading out immediately is a big important point, and that Nightfall is going to allow him to potentially secure the res back up online. RDW making sure that the lane picture is going to be clear, crystal clear really, as Wild Oreo goes down and Ripperoo follows suit. It's all on the Coco. He's going to have to find the flank, and that he does. He's found a position, but now he's been found out as well. He can't really find any more, searching for a way to brighten up the day, but it's Order who shine darkness all over it.
Yeah, it just seems like for Order there, that stellar star coming in from OCE. And as it stands, 8-2 right now. It was pretty intriguing, though. I kind of feel bad for Disco a little bit. He died for the cause, though. And because Wild Oreo was going after the KO first, it allowed finally Maple to get the retake angle that he wanted in the first place, and added on to Ripper walking into the sight lines, checking those corners. Order yet again getting the hold that they need. And it seems like that's the biggest strength they have so far. If they can break the pace of Oasis from the get-go, Order is able to reset those lines. But if Oasis, on the other hand, there's still that glimmer of hope, don't get me wrong. If they're the ones who can at least get their pace going, get the positions they want on site, and prevent Order from having all the angles that they want, that is their win condition. Instead, it's such a, I'd say, split-second thing, and who is able to take advantage of it obviously wins the round. But not only that, just the amount of time that Order and Oasis have to adjust for each other's positions, and it's what really has been defining this game so far. Order, though, sharper on that steal, and the scoreline doesn't lie. They have that lead right now.
Marky's got Mere Sheriff in hand, Dax. Now, no matter what quick to draw, rather want to have a better weapon in his hands in that case. Maple holding this off angle. Pixel shot connects, and Coco, that's all he sees. The blank blue screen at the end. Maple on the swing, but Envy's going to catch him off guard. Actually, Disco holding down the line, fighting 2, but Ripper will do the same. 3v2. Ronsky lets him pass. There's no real idea here for Marky that what is coming right behind him is going to be his doom and demise, as Ronsky gets the round, and Order are so good in that scramble to converting the round in their favor. Final round here of the half. It's not looking good for Oasis, but we talked about it, Dax. You touched upon how this composition seems to want to impose itself more on the defensive side, but they have to play what they're at in right now. Cannot confuse the forest for the trees.
It just feels like it's timber here for Oasis right now. We've seen this situation before. They're more prepared for that second half. They see the overwhelming scoreline, and it does become difficult to make that comeback happen. And case in point there, Order right now just so confident with the angles. Hard aggressive even from the man that is named Maple. This time though, this defenses will fail him. Ripper able to make the trade work. And it's 4v4 at the moment. Nano's farm though to flush Oasis out just a little bit more. Bit of a bother on the floor. Cosmic Fight into play. Lockdown is there, but look at Order go! They want to contest this. They don't care. Lockdown broken. Disco breaking 2 even! And it's truly shattering the Oasis fold right now. While Dorio and Envy, the only ones left, they use the sacrifice of their teammates to set up towards that A site. And it's opportunity looking to await Envy perhaps. In order to sniff out the Sova so far.
Envy, one of the most potent young players in the Philippine scene. He's gonna have to go big here, but only one he can find really on Aronski. Stacks to make sure it doesn't go unchecked. 1v3. Wild Oreo. Huge implications this round could have moving to the second half. He gets a kill here, but it doesn't even come as Disco dancing all above the competition. Really, man, Order. Impeccable play here on the defensive side, and they have ascended themselves, elevated to a new dimension.
I just realized something kind of stupid, honestly, Black and Blue.
Switching sides.
So his name is Disco, right?
Yes.
If you say it a little differently, it's Disco.
Oh.
And he's on KO.
Oh.
I guess it's meant to be.
Puns?
Yeah, man, it's meant to be.
Goodness. I think it's quite right.
Even though the name's apparently Order has the plan and the man of action. Well, honestly, the men of action here of Order getting the job done again and again. They just don't fold to the Oasis gameplay right now. You can see Oasis, they understand they can scrap it out. They know they can get a big distraction, but the confidence yet again for Order to take the duels and especially in face value, just be willing to contest them as soon as possible is giving Order more of these opportunities compared to Oasis Gaming. And we look at this matchup and said, okay, Order is going to be tested by Oasis in a way that Order's going to be seeing a team that's willing to fight them. And in all honesty, that's a good preview of what Order may face here moving forward. We know in APAC, SEA is the region with the most representatives, and the SEA scramble that gets absolutely chaotic might not be the most suited for teams coming away from the region. But not only does Order have that scrim knowledge, they also show that they have the hot hands for it. And it all starts with Ronsky. Everyone else can go absolutely nuclear right behind it. And Oasis Gaming, they are basically struck here by perhaps some unfamiliarity to the opponent that's willing to fight the game and be able to take a step ahead of them.
They have that information gathered. A team like Order, and sometimes it takes an outside eye looking in to really see how to dismantle something. And for Order, coming from that OCE scene, they see the scramble, they see the mosh pit that the SEA scene likes to throw, and they realize, hey, there's a better way to get this done. They show exactly how, leading the way with their actions. It's Order here in a heavy advantage, Dex. They win this pistol. This game is probably done. This series 2-0 potentially. But Oasis never want to give up in these situations. We've seen incredible comebacks from this team in their local qualifier, and they do it once more here versus an impressive Order.
Come on, the Oasis story has always been one of underdogs, and they found that flexibility lately. They found that comfort with one another, and honestly, the Oasis Gaming communication, it's an absolute vibe check. If things are working out for them, they're happy to go for it. But Ronsky just does not let go whatsoever off the gas pedal. This guy is going initial D and drifting through the opposition as much as possible. 3v2 right now, though. It's Order with the advantage as they get on site. Nice angle yet again taken by Texta with opportunity. But look at Order not even flat. They want to contest up close and personal. Envy though finding a second anyway. Maple the only one left. Ripper coming from above. And this could be perfect timing from Ripper. Oh! Maple! What was that from this mad lad? 11-2, and Order just picks out the opposition, stares him in the eye, and kills him on the spot.
Oh my goodness, Maple. The tragedies of man bestowed upon Ripper in the end. It almost looked like that round should have been his, but no, Order doesn't give it up. It's their decree that stands true. It's only their call that remains to be the absolute end here. Maple comes off with a spike, lands a shot, calm, cool, and collected, and gets it back down. The round here, potentially the series, could be taken away in a storm by Order.
I've heard of sleight of hand, but that was just absolutely ridiculous. Magic made here by Order yet again. Sexta over onto Speedway, but Rimper and Envy have had enough force by situation here for Oasis. They want to throw a wrench in the plans of Order, and it's time for chaos yet again. Prowler though into play. Order with market control. At least they can try and zone out. Go there with an Anuswar, but here we go with the contest. Maple winning it out anyway. The flank is real from RDW, trying to get the off angle. Spectre spraying down to get the takedown. 2v2 right now. Disco though, not overexerting his efforts. Now he goes in to get rid of Wild Warrior as he was pinched. And it's all left to Envy on site, but he's getting off. Casual here, he's moving forward, able to isolate Disco first, dealing with the turret, runs out of bullets now, classic in hand, but RDW with the WIN again for Order, 12-2, match points for Order.
I could have sworn I've seen that exact sequence happen in the past with an Ares in hand and a jumping right click to try and secure it there in that exact spot, and their own local qualifier there for Oasis, but in the end, it's Order who turned back time and really set themselves. They are so good at playing these off angles and off timings. It's really been shaking up a team like Oasis who love to employ that themselves, but this time around cannot get a single read. The force buy here from Oasis, it was the right call to do, Dax, but it doesn't work out in the end. Heavy firepower advantage, a huge cushion for Order to sit on, and Oasis blown out of the water here. Can they fight back at the very least before going down? Do not have a small whimper of escape.
Oasis trying to get their voices be heard, but unfortunately, bit of a sore throat scenario that needs to clear up as soon as possible. But Nightfall now has decided to envelop the site. Disco with a few bursts here and there to try and get a few wall bangs, but beyond that, it's a distraction here by Order yet again. Magic being made here by the Order squad, and these guys are just illusionists at its finest. Nanoswarm gonna be into play too. At least a stall there courtesy of Ripper. And now Oasis has a semblance of idea what is going on. Not only that though, it's not the best buy situation here for Oasis. They have to scrap it out as much as possible, but Texta wins it versus 2. Ripper and Wild Oreo both go down. Ronski pushing on forward. Checks left, doesn't check right. Marky at least getting one here from the side of Oasis, but the advantage is overwhelming right now, courtesy of Order, and Envy will fall in suit. Marky the only one left, but the boys have to land down under. Go over to APAC and get over their first hurdle. Order with a 2-0 in the series. What a debut by Order on the international stage.
The mere prologue here for the OCE scene into the APAC stage, and what a performance from them, a statement outcoming here really, Dax, and they showed that this introduction of theirs is one that should be said with full confidence and full force. Order is their name, and they came here ready with their game. Incredible plays, amazing moments that we saw from them individually. Everybody really stepped up to the plate, and by God, they knocked it out of the park. And for a team like Order, the only representative from that one slot region in OCE, they're making a good case for them to have even more.
Team that has been promised by OCE for oh so long, and overhyped my freaking butt because these guys are ready to play with the best that APAC has to offer. Heartbreaker though for Oasis, the passion project that they try to play out on APAC, eluding them this time. But we know for the Oasis fold, they love to live to fight another day and look for that lower bracket run to give them that glory. That is it though for the series. Order in command, and that is why that they are the law of this set. Zax though here with Black and Blue, we are signing out for now, and when we return here with VCT APAC, it's a panel breaking down all that's happened. Stay tuned, stick around, we'll be right back in just a bit.
Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way it uplifts. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap.
said speedrun, I'm speedrun. Wow! Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Cash Bunny, and Tricks with our jaws dropping as Order just won Ascent with a 13-2. I'm not kidding. 13-2. Tricks, the OCE region is absolutely owning the competition so far.
My prediction is right.
Honestly, yes, Tasha's prediction is right. Thank God, thankfully. And I just think, I wasn't sure what to expect from Order. I know that they've had high praise. I know both teams have had high praise, but Order just really coming out extremely dominant. The way that they were playing, the crossfires that they had, the sheer aggression and map control they were able to take, it was really well executed.
Well, of course, on our defense, though, I just want to say, Trix, is that, again, we mentioned how Order is very well known in their own local tournaments, right? So we haven't really seen much of them in an international stage such as this one, which is why to us, it caught us by surprise. But, and also, we were obviously in favor of supporting our homegrown talent, Oasis Gaming. But Tash, you were absolutely right. Order Gaming, oh my goodness, what a team to behold. What a spectacle, round for round. They were just so orderly, to say the least.
Yeah, so I talked about how chaotic orderly they can be, and for a good reason. It does seem like they're all over the place, but at the same time, if you really look at their positioning, it's not really disorderly at all. You are gonna be seeing someone watch their teammates back. You are gonna be seeing refrags come through, and you are gonna be seeing, like, throughout the entire map of Ascent, they always had someone waiting. Even in those situations where it's a bait and switch, where you think they're gonna be hitting E, but they're actually gonna go hit A, you still see them still playing this in this disciplined situation. Just now when we look at the MVPs here, yes, we're gonna have to give it to Maple, and I love the way that Maple plays Fate. We talked about earlier how, the earlier Fate we saw today, he was playing Maple like a duelist, playing aggressive. But Maple, how he plays it is one of those situations where he doesn't really have to rely on his teammates. He's okay to play alone, and he's okay to use his utilities in a way that's selfish. We just talked about it, Tricks, how Fate is very, very reliant to his teammates. But now, see how Maple played him really changed my perspective about this sort of statement per se, because now it puts Fate in a situation where it's kind of can be played the same way as you see an aggressive sort of Sky. But if you see how this is done as well, these bottlenecks coming in through, it's a situation where it's hard for Oasis to really do anything. You play separated, they get picked up one by one. They play together, they get just picked off in a situation where it's like a firing squad. What do you think, Trix?
In general, for me, I just find that there was a lot of misplacement in terms of the utility of Oasis Gaming. I feel that there are better angles to hold, there are better utilities to be placed, better combinations of all of their agents, and it just felt honestly a little lackluster. I wanted to see more of that team play, more of the bait setups that Oasis can pull off, and better crossfires in terms of when you get that plant down, where do you want to look? You have the information, but for some reason, you're not actually crossfiring the angles at all.
You know who did have that good bait setup? RDW. Am I right?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he actually did. And a lot of situations as well. RDW was insane as a killjoy. He really knows how to swing off his nano swarm bots, and with the idea that he had a combination of maybe an Ares or even an Odin, it's just really scary.
Now, of course, we got Maple as the series MVP. I just need to mention, these guys, Order, they've been making my heart stop every single time, but Maple, he took my breath away, literally froze for a second. I can't remember which specific round that was, but he was baiting the plant, and he shot someone on a heaven.
Oh yeah, that was really quick reaction time.
Yeah.
That was just insane, because I remember, like you said, oh, timing, there's not gonna win that, but suddenly he just stopped. I was just like, wait a minute, how did he time that so perfectly? That's insane. So from now on, Maple, if you're watching this, I just want to say, when I grow up, I want to be a Fate main just like you.
When you grow up, okay.
Wait a minute, Trix. What do you mean by that?
I didn't mean anything. I'm just saying we're all adults here, you know. And
are you sure
can be
that
a
that's
fade
what
maid
you meant?
whenever you want.
Yeah. So for now, I'm just really curious to know, like, out of all the fates we've seen today, which are your favorites?
I really
I got to go
enjoyed
with
AE.
Kush. I really enjoyed Kush.
Your
on the-
Kush? I'm with
Yeah.
Maple for this one.
I think Maple performed really well, showing us how, you know, it doesn't always have to be team play, as you mentioned. But I just love seeing team play. Nothing beats seeing a good execution, players really going off of each other and being able to get that information. Don't get me wrong, Order did
That's
a
what pro play is all
fantastic job.
about.
Yeah.
No, of course, as much as we'd love to sit and chat a little bit more about Oasis Gaming and Order, time for us to move on to the final series of the day. Time flies so fast, especially... Oops. Yeah. He's really excited about that one. But yeah, the first team is the top 2 team from the very sunny Thailand. In their national run, they beat Made in Thailand, a team we've known for their determination. So maybe, just maybe, this team is even more persistent than that team. Here is FW Esports. Here you have it, folks. FW Esports on your screens. Now, I did mention a little bit Tricks earlier that they did beat Made in Thailand, and it's a team that we absolutely enjoyed during the play-in, so I'm excited how this is gonna play out. But I do gotta mention though, I love the IGN Killua. I'm a huge Hunter x Hunter fan. I don't know if you feel the same way, but that's a great anime, and I just wanted to point that out.
I actually didn't know it comes from an anime. So cool. Context for that name. I apologize to any fans out there. I am looking forward to FW Esports playing. I think that similar, they don't have a 100% win rate on anything from their national run, but they do have high percentages on other maps, so I am hoping to see Split or Icebox come out. They did lose to Shersha, however, in the grand finals, but beating Myth, a team that we've seen perform very well, very structured, great, you know, just great crossfires in general. Myth has been known, at least on the panel desk, to have that great crossfire in the sites. So I'm hoping to see how FW Esports does do those executions. I know that a lot of teams kind of come into APAC changing up their lineups a little bit. I've seen it happen on FW Esports' own history, going from that double duelist to trying not to go with a duelist at all. I'm wondering which one they're going to go for. I kind of want to see a comeback of the double duelist setup, but in a more team play setting, rather than just hoping that your duelists are going to get all of the frags there. And in particular, that, you know, just Killua on the duelist, I can't wait.
Absolutely.
Wow.
You know, you did mention double duelist. I'm gonna go back at you guys once again with the double letters, because that was FW Esports with the letter F at the start. I mentioned earlier that we keep seeing double letters, you know, right? So like, their opponent is no different. The second team that starts with the letter F had an adrenaline-filled run that pushed the limits through opponents like Cerberus Esports and Team Big Bang. If we have Twice fans in the audience, well, this team may not make you feel special, but hey, they will make you feel fancy, because here is Fancy United Esports. Here you have it, folks. We have Fancy United Esports, and I just want to point this out really quickly that I love my panelists, but oh my god, they lack a little bit of culture. They do not know twice as much.
Ouch!
No, Hunter. But you know what Cash Bunny does know? He knows Fancy United Esports.
Yeah. Okay, so Fancy United is one of the teams that I first casted for like my first time on VCT APAC Stage 1, and they went up against No Namers, and this is a team that actually lost to No Namers before, and I am really excited to see them back here again. So now when you look at their teams, I think Trix pointed out something really interesting to me. They have very, very interesting lineups. You mentioned before that they had a triple initiator lineup, I believe, and from what I've seen from their previous careers or matches, they're also very comfortable with maybe a double controller even, and I feel like a triple controller lineup they had, as well as maybe a double initiator. And I think this is very interesting to say the least, because if you look at all of their players, just like the other teams as well, you see a lot of flexibility. You see each player having to know at least 2 to 3 different roles, and they're not necessarily a team where it's like, okay, this player 100% will be on Jet, will be our 100% our duelist. And I like that flexibility because it can keep other players kind of questioning what exactly can we learn from this team. And even when you learn something from this team in particular, you kind of like be guessing like, okay, we know this, but what exactly are they going to be bringing to the table? I mean, when you're met in a situation where you have, say, maybe a triple controller, you know how hard it is to break into post plant or even break into a defense with that. That's terrifying.
I can't imagine either how that's going to play out, but they can. And we're going to see a glimpse of that as we move over to our map vetoes. I can't really imagine. I guess it also comes into play what kind of maps we'll be seeing. But off the bat, over here, Trix, what do you think we'll be seeing?
I think that FW Esports might enjoy to play on that icebox. I am hoping to see them play on it as well. Now, in terms of Fancy United, they haven't been playing Fracture, so
no,
I would
they haven't.
I would not be surprised if they decided to ban it. As we know, Fracture is one of those maps where teams are trying to be more innovative, they're trying to be more unpredictable on it, because the map itself is split in a certain way that the only way to play it unpredictably is in order to get that defender spawn in.
I'm a little bit surprised that they banned Split. On the side of FW Esports, they were able to beat Tertia, right? They beat Myth here as well. That whole Breach, Jet, Omen, Raze, Sage composition has been working well for them, but that's not the case. They'd rather go to Breeze here, Tash.
I may have an idea why they want to ban out Split. So when you think about a team like Fancy United, they're a very aggressive team. So throughout, like from what I've seen, successful teams, how they play Split is that they play every round like a tech round. Doesn't matter if you're playing attack or defense. You always talk about how it's heavily skewed to defense, right? For that map. I think when you come out in a team that's just so aggressive, that can take up so much space on Split, you don't want to be put in a situation where maybe you're on attack, maybe you're on defense first, and you can rack as many points as you can, but you're not getting as much, and then suddenly you're on attack and you're not able to mentally kind of like snowball yourself forward, which is what you want to project onto Split. But for now, FWEC Breeze and Bind picks. I'm not surprised that Fancy United chose Bind, because for Bind is one of the highest numbered maps Fancy United have played, 32 in total, and they have so many different lineups for it, which is why that it really shows how comfortable they are playing this map. While some teams really shy away from Bind, I think Fancy United feels right at home.
Exactly. I mean, if you're confident enough to not pull a duelist in your composition and Bind, it just goes to show how much you guys have this down to a science. They usually run the Astra, Chamber, Omen, Sky, Viper. This is exactly what Trix was talking about earlier. Triple controller setups. Now, Trix, you brought this up earlier. You spiked our curiosity, and it just goes to show in the compositions, or like in the stats rather, that they really do pull this off. But I'm curious, Trix, how this is going to affect them on Bind.
Honestly speaking, I'm not sure whether on stage 2 they were just kind of having fun with it, playing that triple controller, because I see it. You have that Omen that we've mentioned before, that you can kind of play more aggressively, more like a duelist. It can reposition, it can flash for the teammates, it has that bait setup potential. You have the Astra, usually paired with a Viper. It's been that way since before on Bind. It's very powerful. It just kind of depends at the end of the day how FW Esports has prepared for this, because I know that they don't have a great win percentage on Bind. I'm a little surprised they let it through against a team like, Fancy United. So I worry a little bit.
But maybe we'll see a little bit of adjustments on their end. Again, the stats, they're there, but what happens off season, we don't really get to see it. They might have been practicing other compositions that they bring out today. After all, APAC, again, is on a whole other league. It's not the same as your national qualifiers, and you definitely have to have your whole preparation. You have to do your homework as you go into this stage.
It's exciting watching APAC. We watch how teams have performed prior. We watch how they are now. Just the amount of growth a lot of the teams have gone through, whether it's like an individual technical skill or if it goes into that team play. Some teams just adjusting the day after. We saw that in the play-ins as well. So I am excited. I'm really excited to see the lineups that are coming in. The amount of time and dedication players have put in and saying, hey, we deserve a spot here, and they're proving it to us, just as Order did like just now.
We were definitely not expecting that one, Trix, but Ash, obviously, really good with the predictions. So you know what? Why don't you share your predictions once again, Trix?
Me,
sorry, I meant Tash. I don't know why my thought process lagged in the middle of my sentence. Again, it's the letter T's. It's the double letters. I'm sorry, Trix. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I did really want Ashley. She got it right the first time. She was being a little bit cocky, so I want to hear her opinion this time around.
I'm gonna give it to Fancy United just because I really like the innovative sort of stuff coming through. I mean, Trix did say it might be them having fun, but they are a team that plays aggressive regardless. Yeah. And for me, any team that likes to play aggressive, I immediately put my money on them, just because when you have a team that's a little bit more proactive, you start to see them control momentum and the tide, and that's exactly what I am expecting from Fancy United.
Trix, I'm so sorry I cut you off.
No, it's okay. I think FW Esports could be able to do it. I feel like the fact that they've taken down a team like Myth, which I have seen perform before, in a level that I was hoping to see in APAC Stage, I think FW Esports could do it, but again, it really depends on how they're feeling today.
Well, you know what, girls? I'm with you. Fancy United all the way.
Wow, woo. Fancy United for her. So let's see, we already have everything locked in now. So it's going to be really interesting because as we know, for APAC, we always saw Thailand as like the powerhouse. That's how aggressive they are. And again, we've seen them go all the way up to, to Masters and alongside, a team like Paper X as well. So now I'm just curious to see if this could change the tide because of how Thailand plays. I believe that they are a team that is just not only innovative, but also high risk, high reward as well. I really want to see a team like Vietnam come up on top because we already saw, Oceania do it. Why not see Vietnam now?
Well, you know what's missing from all of the information that we already released? It's the agent selection. We gotta find out what agents these guys are gonna be locking in. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense for us to do these predictions sometimes without finding out the prior information that we need. But hey, we're going to breeze over here. Once again, we saw the mistakes that were made earlier, Trix, and we're hoping to avoid that.
Wait, is that a cipher?
Is a cipher.
Oh,
it's been a hot minute.
I am so excited because we haven't seen Cypher yet, and we all know that Cypher can do these 300 IQ plays, and I'm really curious to see what exactly this Cypher can bring to the table.
I'm excited to see the Sky. I feel like as much as I love a KO, and I especially loved watching Boom Esports play on that KO on the play-ins, it just felt a little underwhelming so far, the performances of a KO. So whether or not Acerola really comes out on top, or we have that Sky which has more malleable flashes and information that they can take alongside the Sova, I'm not sure what to expect right now.
Oh, okay, I got a little bit cut off earlier because I got excited over the Cypher pick as well. But as I was saying earlier, Trix, what is something that these teams should avoid that, in the previous years we kind of saw happen on Breeze?
They should avoid giving too much space. I think when it comes to playing against any Sentinel, what you want to do is try to cut out the information that Sentinel is able to have so that you force them into certain areas. When you have a good Sentinel, as we've seen time and time again, especially with Frey, you know, they're so malleable and they have so much space around that map. So you want to limit the information and you want to have better crossfires. Pressure the map, but don't overextend to the point where you're getting picked off on your own. If you're gonna pressure, have that refrag ready, and always, please, always peek with the initiator utility.
Well, again, those were the things that we mentioned earlier. You were, I wouldn't say like a pet peeve, but it's something that really caught your eye. That Order was able to punish Oasis Gaming over the lack of the use of the utilities in order to push, the lack of the refrags. It was, again, quite chaotic, but that is why their name is Order, because they want to make sure that the other team is gonna go in scrambles and chaotic. But this time around, it's not them that's playing, it's FW Esports versus Fancy United. So this again is gonna be the last series of the day. I can't wait to get started on this one. So casters, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that, Likeable. It is an absolute pleasure to be back. It's our second day on the broadcast. My name is Konki. This is Komodo. And look, Dion, all I can say is across the day, it's the last series of the day. But it's been 2-0s across the board. I had to leave work early to come home and cast Valorant, which I'm actually kind of excited for. Because how about those Aussies in the last series, hey?
Mate, they were absolutely beasts. I don't think APAC was prepared for that one. And a similar sort of thought process, because we haven't seen a lot of these teams just yet as well through the competition. Of course, a couple of those invited teams into the group stage means, you know, we get presented with them first and foremost here in this group stage. But of course, without any further ado, it is time to get into this match, starting off in the smooth waters of Breeze.
It's an interesting map in the way that it's sort of set up right now. I'm super excited to see how these, agent selections that have come through. You know, the guys on the desk obviously did sort of run us through that and how it's sort of looking. Obviously, we do have that change up between the Cypher and the Chamber. How's that going to be affected? You were sort of mentioning, I guess, in our discussions prior, Komodo, in that there's a potential sort of, counterplay coming out here. So are we going to be expecting to see something like that?
Well, potentially. Both of these teams are playing with comps that they're very familiar with, so you would expect them to have a bit of counterplay in amongst the piece, but it does look like we're going straight in towards the B side. A bit of pinging action off the Sova information, but it's Majesty to start off with Fisio.
Yeah, gonna try and hold back from this position. Yes, I can. We'll be able to drop the other Viper, and now Ace Roller gets another. So looking very, very good so far here. Heisey is tucked into the position. We'll be able to find Majesty. So it's looking pretty easy right now. All left onto Killua, and obviously Tirapong as well, but it's still a tough one to come through with the Poison Cloud going down. Spike down on the site. Do they have time to push back?
Yeah, well, a couple of seconds on the guiding light and some information into Yes I Can. The Sheriff can certainly finish off the frag here. Onward, Yes I Can, just waiting for the charge up on these toxins, but the duel is being fought. The duel is won. Now it's just onto Tirapong to see in a 1 versus 3 what can happen. A bit of decay. The guiding light goes out. It's almost just self-blind in that fun. And Yes I Can will be the closer. The pistol round goes to Fancy United.
Awesome stuff there. Very, very clean and concise onto the site. Effective trades and ultimate just a nice sort of fallback to slot into those post plants very, very cleanly. You know, as we sort of saw from Order, I found that there was a lot of success over towards that B site, you know, utilizing the jet to dash in, get the early control, and then sort of settle back from there. And obviously, in this one, we've obviously got Killua, we've got Fistio. So are we going to be seeing those kind of things? You know, Fancy starting off super strong here, nice and clean. Actually investing pretty heavily into the Vandals nice and early here as well. Only dropping Yes I Can, happy with the Sheriff there, and BMV picking up the Spectre. So they're going to have a very strong bonus if they do manage to keep these ones alive.
definitely getting Vandals out is, you know, pretty potent in a map like Breeze as well because of the open long ranges. But with only the light shield to back them up, a very big chance that the Classics will be able to finish it up. So it's kind of just, you know, spreading your wings at the moment, treading water, seeing what your opponents are going to be doing. I did just notice on that radar that there was a bit of a peak up in B main, courtesy of the Viper and of the Sova over the side of FW. So the engagement's already happening in this regard. The one lesser weapon of FC, Fancy United, that Sheriff, is going to be the one to start us off.
Yeah. Nice and clean in this position. Just the Sova tucked in the corner from Majesty, but Acerola does manage to clear it up. Yes, I can. Gets the shot as well. That's a second with the Sheriff, so looking very clean with that lesser weaponry. Just the 2 members remaining now. Jitboy inside mid. Does have the Headhunter in hand, but whether or not he'll actually be able to put anything down. Tirapong looking to clear as well. Heisey, though, can keep his composure, and BMV too close. So Fancy doing it nice and easy. 5 alive, that's exactly what we talked about. All 3 Vandals are still going to be in play. So what's FW Esports going to be able to put into this 3rd round, leading into the bonus? Because there's actually a further investment too here. Yes, I can. Jumping in on the back of that. Awesome, awesome stuff. And Fancy, they want to strike early and hard now.
It's pretty much an equal buy coming in toward this 3rd round. This quote bonus round that it doesn't even look like a bonus with the Vandals that you mentioned get purchased up in the previous round. And with Yes I Can just charging in with that Sheriff, it does mean that the upgrade into the Vandal in this round is present as well. So just BMV down on the Sheriff, but, you know, the Cypher can play around their own kit of utility, right? So it doesn't necessarily need to be taking a lot of these long engagements, specifically on the attacker's side, no less. So it is an okay downgrade in this round. And again, you mentioned the jet dash straight in toward the B side. We're already up in the thick of things right now, and Fancy United have just steamrolled on toward this B side. Killua at least good for one in the return, but needs more.
Has to do it all right now. The electricity will need to come through, but Heisey gets the trade. Opinia, however, has managed to spot through at least back towards the site. There is a level of control, and it's being brought straight back in. The Viper looking good here with the bite down as Yes I Can recovers the spike, looking to get that one planted. Also here, BMV, but we spoke about that earlier. Just the Spectre looking to slot back. There might be a Vandal available somewhere. He has recovered it, but it's Opinia again. The Viper looking fantastic here, moving in towards the site. BMV does reposition.
They don't know.
He's got at least back into the corner, then looking over towards main here. There's one Jitboy taken, but off the spike, it will be Opinia, and a 4K to secure the 1st round for FW. Awesome stuff. And I've got to admit, Komodo, what a start there. Like, FW, they had 3 members leaning over towards this B site. They were aware of it. They know that's going to be a potential weakened structure, but just the retake, Opinia did it all with that 4K. That was, I believe, like a 3v5.
Yeah, the dismantling really came down from Opinia when he pushed through that toxic screen as well, completely catching off the player playing around the back of the site, and it was just really good timing for FW rather, but for Fancy United, just a little bit awkward. You can see that Yes I Can was spotted jumping down from the site as well to get some protection to try and deny the spike defuse, but Opinia takes charge, takes home, and gets that round for FW to get on the board. Now, with that quote bonus round over, you look toward this new round. Fancy United still a very strengthened purchase, but with all the damage that was delivered, FW were a little bit weaker. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go for a little bit of a different setup, and that being the 3 play over towards the B site again for them. So it kind of is this grace period to see what can happen with the stacking over at that B side. And for right now, Acerola is going to dispatch of Opinia, so that smoke's down.
Massive pick as well, you know, on towards the site through the doors. A starting to be weakened. It's just left onto Jitboy. As a result of that, though, he has picked up the Vandal because the Marshal, that would have been really, really tough to hold into that position. You know, a long way away from that tour de force. Does have the Headhunter in the chamber as well, so that's okay. But now with that ultimate down, you know, it's Opinia. He did have the Viper's pit available. It could have been a big one, but you're exactly right. Killua looking to get in and get some control, but that's a fantastic guiding light to at least allow them some solace back to the B side. Let's equalize the 4-on-4.
Yeah, but will it be settled down for too much longer? Trailblazer in, extra information, and the dash is going to fade from Vicio. Actually manages to utilize it in toward the site, but it's almost position known at the moment. The crunch on towards Tirapong takes him out of contention, and the Killua lurking in the back of the site yet again. It's going to have to be the stronghold. There's one and traded. More trades coming on through, and it's just down to Majesty in this 1 versus 2 position is known, and he equalizes it onto the 1-1, but caught in reload. The shots come out, and BMV will be the clutch for Fancy United.
Very, very lucky there. It was a little bit shaky, but certainly not stirred as the bullets do connect and the round is done. Fancy continued their streak forward. It's going to be resetting that economy of FW, but I love this mid-round aggression to come out. You know, they certainly made an effort. Killua to lock down with 2, but it just wasn't enough. Acerola on that KO putting in massive, massive bits of work. It's an agent that obviously, you know, we have seen for a little while now. Third to last, I do believe, to come into the game. But the impact and the level of play that has been going in over these last couple of months has been awesome to watch and now becoming a staple, of course. So obviously not one picked up for FW, little bit of a counter, but as they are back onto that eco now, got to take the time and hope that they continue to hold this. It's once again going to be Physio on that jet, rolling straight in, but an excellent start from Majesty. That's going to be the null command to knock down as well. Can be resurrected, will be picked up. It's going to be onto Yes I Can now. That's a second in the round for him. Is he going to be able to keep pushing forward?
Well, there's the res on towards the KO. A little bit of damage was found as well in the engagement when the neural theft did come on through. Killua has spotted out Yes I Can, but only a single blade left in the chamber. Can get the refresh off them, and a second one as well. Going absolutely ham around the B side at the moment. There's the third, looking for the fourth, and it is indeed going to happen. The 50 round to come through for FW Esports, and it's on the back of that blade storm, baby.
Oh god, I love Valorant. It's already only 5 rounds into the final series of the day, and we've seen big 4Ks come through. You know, first it was Apina to lock down that round. Majesty started off so nicely, but after that null command went out, the resurrection was there, and Killua was the one to step up to the plate. Certainly reliable in this position. Was sharp, was clean, and getting that closer. Oh my god, the Blade Storm utilized to perfection. And at least, you know, we are seeing this push and pull right now, right? You know, still Breeze a little bit more on that. It's hard to sort of say at this point in time. Really kind of depends on the team, depends on their competition. But, you know, the attacker side still can be challenging. When you can lock down those extremities, a little bit of mid-control further, it certainly does sort of put the pressure down. But look, FW, they're back on. They've got the full buy. Eco now for Fancy.
Yeah, and FW are going back towards this sort of 2-1-2 setup with the chamber in the holes, a little bit pushed down, or maybe he's on the floor, actually, in between the mid doors. It would kind of make more sense to be down in the mid doors at the moment. So let's go with that narrative. It's going to be more of a weaker side towards B, is the main point in play right now. And Fancy United, they are kind of leaning over towards this side of play. More passive, a minute left on the clock, as that's just going to be hit. Physio to get the Blade Storm available. Heisey to start off, though, onto Jip Boys. Will split things up for FW.
Repositioning, Tirapong is there. The guiding line in hand if necessary. Apina also with the pit, but there's Physio opening up. BMV finds another killer, or at least gets the trade, but I'm more a little bit concerned for this position. You know, Physio obviously has chosen to get Yes I Can, that Vandal in hand, and there is also an operator available for BMV too. And look at the spacing, you know, they've managed to just bang it straight over towards this A site. They will be able to find the site and the spike plant. Guiding Light not even going to get the information either, so it is going to be onto Killua. Gets a second and a third, still looking good in this round, but so much has been lost, and it's back into Yes I Can in the 1v2. Tirapong to try and creep around. He's got his eyes focused, knows where he's going to be, and will be able to lock it. Fancy, they strike immediately back and will not let FW sort of get any stability into this map so far.
Yeah, getting shifty in that round to bring out the Thrifty, that's for certain. Lots of damage and a 3 versus 2 scenario at one point in time in this round for Fancy United. Gets, you know, a little bit left, right, and center in it. Killua steps on through with a bit of damage, but then again, you know, the trades come out. It's the 1 versus 1, and I'm thinking for Yes I Can, all right, Viper's Pit is available. Do you have the timing to potentially utilize it? But against the Sky, you know, Guiding Light, Trailblazer, you don't exactly know what's still in existence if your team hasn't seen it just yet, specifically when they've got a full buy coming. So it just takes a little bit of that, you know, information to heart and plays the hand of going for the fight in the end. Gets the right angle, gets the round, and now it's another awkward buy to come through from FW, though getting the real sense that they like to relieve control of mid and just give it over towards Fancy United. It's another round that's happening with this one, and it's just silence, waiting to see who is going to give themselves up for the first fight, and that is going to be Majesty.
Great opening.
Well, 3 versus 3. Toxic Screen is up to go back over towards this B side at the moment. And there is a little bit of a fallback from Apina. No hard rotations just yet for FW. Apina is relatively low here as well. Going to be popping the pit. See if that can be any deterrent on toward the site itself. 40 seconds to go for Fancy United to still play with this one. And I am kind of just wondering, you know, with that dart, it's not going to be revealing anything onto Apinya. Shock dart, however, down to 4 HP. Very vulnerable.
3. One enemy remaining.
Couple of shots to come on through. And it's just going to be Killua now in that 1 versus 2 and revealed by the trap wire as well. Going to have to reposition around the elbow. What do you look to do in this scenario? Both players playing at the back of the site. Not going to be giving up anything. All the information on the back of Killua's hands. Cloudburst still here as well, but really silent around it. There goes that dash. No one's given up information for the side of Fancy United, how they're playing this. There's that dart. The shots start to come on through, but for Killua, it looks like a little bit too much now with time ticking away. Heisy's going to be there, and it's another one over towards Fancy United.
All right, huge stuff. He's able to sort of find their footing now. You know, I guess there's a sense of stability here, hoping that we're actually going to be able to bring something back. Vandals back in play, but I've got to admit, Komodo, you know, this round, Physio, that were just the entries, being able to find, you know, the attacking side operator is always a bit of a challenge to be found in a game like this, but at least with that control, you know, they lock it through, and Jit Boys did try to make something happen, but once more, you know, at least we are going to be able to see a full another fight. FW have kind of got their way back in a couple of times here, but, you know, it's just been fancy with the regular responses, but there's that opening. Jit Boys, with a tour de force, gets one on the entry.
Oh, and Hunter's Fury on the back of a ping as well is going to set themselves up to potentially get a 2-player advantage, but the darts, the bolts from that Hunter's Fury, they're all missing, so doesn't really net anything. A minute 20 on the clock early. Physio down. Who is going to look to be the entry of Fancy United now? Back over towards this B site. The Seekers have expired. So, for Tirapong, not going to be finding too much of a result from that. Guiding Light to elbow misses the mark as well. So, as far as FW are concerned, it's kind of information void at the moment.
Again, that continued lean over towards this B position. Trailblazer up, goes down, has a look. Let's actually get some information as well. So that should allow for a potential set of eyes over towards mid here. There's going to be Heisey keeping his focus accordingly. Apinya also to spot them out. Will put the snake bite down. Should give a little bit of further. Does actually miss the 0 point narrowly. Now the information going in as well. Hunter's Fury to be popped out. Narrowly misses a second. They actually all line up as well. But look at this position. Still inside mid, clearing out as best as he can. BMV, Heisey though opens up, and Tirapong is going to get the response back. It's definitely going to be that Cypher. They've actually looked over him for now. I think there's going to be another one. There we go. BMV will find it. Tirapong though gets aggressive. Guiding Light utilized. However, Heisey will be able to take him down very, very low. Forward thinking over towards CT, but as Jit Boys does get a second in the round here. Spike's going to go down, but Komodo, it's still action. It's all happening, and that is going to be the neural theft in the process as well. Jit Boys has everything to do here. Headhunter out, looks for the shot, but they go up close, and it's going to be BMV on the Cypher. There we go. Another chaotic round where things just do not slow down, but it's the Cypher inside mid, the linchpin there.
The amount of time that was bought on the back of the side as well, that, you know, FW were able to get their reinforcements over toward there to have contention on that retake, to have denial of the spike going down before it in the first place as well. Fancy United seemingly time getting the better of them in the end, but when the crucial piece of utility comes down, that being the 0 point in the 2 versus 1 here, it takes away the primary gun that Jit Boys was actually using, and he was very vulnerable in that 2 versus 1, because if you remember it just then, there was, you know, in that 2v1, one of the players really, really low HP. So it could have been a workable scenario. However, it didn't happen. Fancy United do get the round out in the end, and we have a bit of a pause now in this match to settle down, have a think of how to get back into this, because that is the discussion for FW right now, right? A lot of these rounds coming really down to the wire, and it's just the small things that they need to pick apart. They've realized that their relinquishment of mid might be something that they want to adjust coming into these next few rounds, or the fact that Fancy United are really using this time, you know, to its utmost potential. If they're wasting a lot of that utility early on, they can make it a little bit easier for those retakes. So a couple of discussion points for them to talk about.
It's just this KO, man. You know, the amount of impact that it can have in sort of the narrowest part of the kit, damaging all that ability usage over on the other side. And FW sort of really kind of struggling to keep up. You know, every single moment where they've shown us that they definitely have what it takes here, Fancy do manage to strike back. Fancy obviously first in their respective region from Vietnam. And FW managed to come second.
But no slashes,
big statement, though. Yeah,
with
definitely not at all.
yeah, the teams that they've been challenging and taking maps off and getting some good scores, it's pretty damn good. But for right now,
absolutely.
Donk, we're going in towards the A site, and Fancy United, they've got the opener, they've got the second one, starting to just pull apart things on towards this little eco from the side of FW. BMV got to technically steal away a possible ace that Fisio was looking for, but for Killua, now's the time to go ham, and unfortunately only the one as Fisio ends with 4.
Awesome stuff. Fair few 4Ks in this map so far. We only are into the, what will be the 10th round. But again, it has been all Fancy. Yep, looking very, very strong on this offense. You know, it's been, 4 ecos now, I think, in the position where they've just had to drop back to those pistols and, have really struggled to keep the economy.
One of the rounds that actually came through from FW was on the back of the Thrifty, where Killua went absolutely nuts with the 4K to get them that Thrifty round. So, apart from them, it's been, the first gun round potential that FW did get, that bonus round that they got, not convincingly really either because of the damage that was delivered. And that eco, the Thrifty, we need to see a lot more coming from them, and now definitely needs to be that time. They've got to purchase again. They're looking overlook in the holes. Cloudburst utilized from Fisio to open this metal door, but the containment field around this A site, it's looking potential to be that retake that I was mentioning from FW.
Yeah, look at this. Straight out onto the site now. The 0 point utilized as well. Won't get further info, however. Majesty, Killua, they do get 1 and 2, so at least there is some way back into the rest of this half right now for FW. Killua looking to join the fray again. Spike is going to be planted. Tirapong, who's had a little bit of a rough one, does actually have the frag picked up by Jit Boys there. Majesty for another as well. It's all going to be left onto Yes I Can on this Viper. Trailblazer out, but Majesty already has the focus straight from the door, and they will close finally another round here. But it will be like another answer of, are Fancy going to be able to just immediately strike back? We need to see FW pick this one up, take a second, and potentially take it to, a 4th or 5th round to at least have a bigger chance into the next half.
Yeah.
Well, it's one realistically been on FW, right? Like, just to touch on quickly, like, Killua has been going huge, but no one else has really sort of stepped up to what they need.
Well, it was a nice softer play for them coming in toward this A site, right? Realizing that they can use that retake potential with all their abilities, that if they do, see the world in which why Fancy United do get over toward that A site. So I feel like that was one of the discussion points for them, and it worked out nicely. As to your mention, is that going to happen again? Is it Fancy United just going to step over them in this round? Look, potentially. We'll be able to witness that right now. But I do get the feeling that FW are falling back into this sort of entrapment around, the split-ups from them again. They're very spread out around the map. They're all individualized in their jewels right now. And for Fancy United, they're crumbling on towards this A site. They're absolutely just beaming it into it once again.
Yeah.
And they're just taking space.
Look at Fisio, already super confident to be straight into position. Acerola does pick up another and a second as well. This is what I mean, right? Finally we do see FW pick up something. Big 3K from Majesty in the previous, but straight away we do see Fancy with big things. But what was that from Opinia right there? On the line, looking for more. Does he see the bun? Not quite sure. BMV does secure, and a second as well. There was a world for just a split second where I saw Opinia absolutely taking that one to the moon, but unfortunately, he does have to sort of fall back to earth for a second as BMV, who has had the impact really on this Cypher. But once again, it's that forward-thinking play from Fisio, taking control. Acerola not too far behind, up on the top of the stairs. And yeah, geez, that second shot was just nasty.
Yeah. Absolutely nuts. But of course, we have to put a close to that previous round there, Conky. It's 8 on the board for Fancy United, and we move into the last round of the first half here between these teams. And we've got a comparable buy from both of them, right? It's just going to be Killua down on towards that Spectre. Couple of ults nearing the charge over on the side of FW. If they can get them, that would be beautiful. However, it's another quick hit to be for Fancy United.
Yeah, they haven't really slowed down at all. Majesty, though, will find 2, and Opinia is there as well. Nice and easy. This is exactly what you were hoping for in that final round. 4 may be a chance back in. Majesty gets the close. BMV, though, with 2. I'm not going to count him out just yet. Our drone is out through B main. Should be able to spot, but he does be able to pick up one at least.
Oh, the cage.
Camera. Yeah, some info. Cage down. Does allow him some further solace. He's actually going to be able to destroy the dart too. Trailblazer not out far enough, but now that Hunter's Fury into the corner, they're actually starting to second guess themselves here, Komodo. Maybe thinking that there could have been potential further moving. I guess, though, they've got the spike.
Yeah,
exactly. It's down in the cubby. He's got a lot of work to do.
and he doesn't know if there's any flanks happening at the moment. It's very wise from FW not to be giving BMV a chance to find individual duels at the moment. You technically look at the radar, he is kind of piecing things together the quote right way to get an individual challenge against Jit Boys on that chamber, but will he be expecting this angle? Will he be getting the pre-fire? It's not the chamber using the operator here. The Lion is forced back, however, and that's just time being bought, right? 20 seconds right now. Guiding Light at the deterrent factor has to go for it. It's the last round and a half. Just sacrifice yourself to the wind if you must. Go for a fight. Majesty will close, and that does mean that FW get another round on this defensive side to make the comeback on their attackers a little bit better.
Absolutely, Majesty really stepping up in these last couple of rounds. A 3K, a 4K prior as well. Looking super, super strong. And that's the momentum that you were kind of hoping that FW were going to have earlier in some of those rounds, right? Apenya had a super solid start. I think it was that first round that they did manage to find a 4K on the Viper, locking it down completely solo. But we cannot just be relying on these big individual performances from FW. It really is Fancy that's pulling them apart. All of them firing on all cylinders. We need to see a step up from Jit Boys. Have to see a step up from Tirapong. Even if Tirapong is sort of on that sky, a little bit more supportive, pop-off plays are still there for capacity, right? Everyone can do the shoot on each agent, and everyone needs to be relied upon, especially when Fancy is putting up the result that they are right now.
Well, now's the switch up on toward attackers for them as well. So the importance of the sky just kind of escalates a little bit more for those flashes, for those guiding lights to get in, to get either information or to get positional advantage on, you know, blinding your opponents. It's what the things do, right? So situations now flip for FW where if they can capitalize on that informationally, you know, the combos that the Sova and the Sky can get out, likewise of the Sova and the KO over on the side of Fancy United that we saw them doing. Although, as I mentioned for that, it was really on the back of Physio kind of entering in a lot with that jet dash. However, for FW, right? Will we sort of see more of a structured, slower half come through from their attacker side as compared to Fancy United? Because we just saw, you know, utmost aggression from the latter mentioned team, and it was really only in that last round that FW actually, you know, kind of countered that, right? With the stacking on toward that B site and the frags that came. So a little bit too late in that first half, potentially, sure. Now is the time to step it up, to step back in toward this one, because of course it's not over just yet.
Fancy was just balls to the wall, all guns blazing every single round. And it felt like FW really just sort of struggled to keep up with it, as you mentioned, right? They felt the pressure. The rotations were decent, but, you know, with a map like Breeze, there is so many open spaces, and it really does mean that, you know, as a defender-sided team, you do need to try and at least take some control. We saw that early from FW. It was, I do believe, Killua and Apenya that tried to take a little bit of extra control of B main mid-round, but I believe the counter to that was just Fancy, where, again, just so quick. They didn't have a chance to sort of try and take that real estate because it was already a position where they were locked back into the extremities of the site and trying to defend from a distance.
Yeah, I'm looking at the utility that these teams are going in toward this round with as well, and there's really no one playing with the light shield, so it's going to be onto these ghosts, it's going to be onto the util and the flash to push in for mid-control. Immediately, Fancy United have got mid-control, which we saw FW do kind of once in the whole of their defensive side. So a different game plan already from these teams. No utilization yet from Acerola on that 0 point. So he's got that in case things do charge in towards B. But really right now, everyone's just spreading thin on these defaults. No one wants to give away the first pick, and it looks like it might be happening over towards mid. You can see the fight starting to happen. Apenya needs to be quite careful here with Majesty.
Fancy, again, they're just so happy to try and take this real estate. They end up falling away. Both of them are sort of, you know, questioning their ideas at this point in time. Tripwire is down. Killua will meet that one in just a second. Whether or not he wants to pop it, though, and give that information away, it looks like he's actually going to choose to fall out. Door can be open, but no.
Hang on.
Okay, no one saw that. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, it's all a ruse at the moment, Conky, because things are aligning to the B site. And look at the over-rotation from Fancy United. They're going to be hearing this information. The Trailblazer, BMV is the closest. The Toxic screen is up. Does things shift in towards a bit of a retake right now? Potential. Killua, though, lurking down mid could be the factor in this round for FW. Spike is down, and we've got a 5 versus 5.
Can't believe how happy they were to give up that site. It's going to be Physio to at least get the opening, though, as they entry back in. Tirapong not too far. The Cloudburst will give them some space for now. Killua, though, and Tirapong, here we go. A little bit more of an opening in, but BMV, Physio there to trade. Information gathered. Great camera up and out. Yes, I can. Will they be able to respond as well? So, Killua, Majesty, eyes are on you. Are you going to be able to hold on? Is this lurk coming through from Killua going to be enough? It absolutely is, as Majesty will hold back, allowing for the bait and switch. And FW straight back into it with an opening round here in the pistol.
Yeah, that means that both pistols are being gathered by the team on the attacker's side, so it's going to be able to kind of, you know, propel them in the right direction to start things off here. With the purchase coming on through, of course, you know, wide open ranges. The Marshall was purchased. I did glance that just before these replays appeared as well. So it's good things, good start for FW. You know, you're making mention towards Sirapong needing to kind of have activation really early on, and starting off with the frag, the pistol can bode some good confidence, and, you know, a nice kind of structured round from FW when they do get into the site. The fake sold nicely, all from Killua destroying that trap wire. So a single piece of information and Fancy United over rotate. So they're going to have to be careful about that a little bit later on. But now things do flip over. FW with this purchase are going to be going in towards the A site, and there's really nobody home to contest.
So a little bit more of a relaxed buy, I suppose. You know, just Killua picking up that Vandal, of course. As you mentioned, Jitboy and the Marshall looking to play a bit more of a distance line. They do fall back into a main. And it is going to be Yes I Can, who's up very, very close, just outside the rope in the tunnel. And info gathered already. Opinia does get one, but Yes I Can, good for the trade. Looking for more. Actually gets the dink off with the classic as well. But Tirapong with the Bulldog does manage to close. So far only losing the one member. Acerola will be able to potentially pick up that Spectre. Might be good to at least have a, you know, little upgrade into the next, or just do some further damage on the exit. Majesty looks out, should be able to get some info off the back of that, but no, they actually move into the lane. Tirapong gets his second, so it should be nice and easy so far. Jitboys, here it is, and last man standing in Fisio. 4 will live on for this bonus Komodo. I think that's a certainly decent result. Yep. FW, they're not out of this one just yet.
Nope, and for Fancy United, now's the time for them to get their purchase in with all the abilities, all the shields. So it's going to be the good test for FW to see what this bonus round is going to look like. You know, a little bit of damage done in that round for sure, but nothing to really take away and, you know, print in toward the next round. So for me, I think coming in toward this, again, you know, talking about attackers sided on Breeze with a lot of space, with a lot of deterrent factors, with over rotations for the defenders plausible. I want to see, number one, Fancy United not be over rotating a lot, but their game plans seem to be a lot in the mid of the map, right? It's mid-centric at the moment, and that's going to open up a lot of space and a lot of information for them to play a lot of this retake style. And for their agents, you know, they can do that. So this is where that, you know, fruit is going to be found, right? The purchase here, they're down mid again toward the elbow. And for FW, they're just holding back. They're letting the fight come to them at the moment. Very reminiscent of the pistol round.
Yeah, for sure. And Fancy, they're happy with their spoils, leaving BMV in that control position. Does have the cam available as well. But they do look like they're still pretty keen to keep on moving. Jitboys on the line with the Marshall, just sort of shoulder spotting as well, and actually gives up the goat there. So that's a bit of an unfortunate start in the round. You know, again, Fancy being very much the controllers of this map so far. Now the Trailblazer does go through. Poison Cloud at least to give them some further space. Aldrone does spot one, but they're actually looking to get straight out here. Killua did get stuck. Now concerned that there may be something a little bit closer. BMV picks up another. Once again, you know, FW looking a little bit cautious, a little bit shaken by what Fancy has been throwing at them, and it means that they're still stuck inside the cave. Fisio, Yes I Can. Like, that was just way too clean. There was not a single moment in that round, albeit the bonus, that I thought that there was FW had a chance in actually getting any sort of conversion there.
Well, it's the both ends of the spectrum of, like, the extremes of it, right? On one hand, you've got a team being very aggressive in towards mid to quickly rotate towards B or A, wherever it is, and the other team being extremely passive that, you know, they're kind of at a numbers disadvantage because of how spread they are in all of those fights. Fancy United find the first pick over at elbow, and then they spot down through their mid push, a bit of a rotation for A. That's a heads up to those players to be ready. BMV's little lurk does wonders to get that frag, and then it kind of just falls in, and no one really needs to do anything, albeit fancy from Fancy United. However, this time, the punishment is already there. Jet diff as Killua takes out Fisio, and immediately, we're seeing shuffles from Fancy United already. Are we going to see some aggression from them to get some space back, however? B main is the call for that, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Killua's impact has been so huge, but here we go. Jitboy finally starting to activate. BMV, though, does get the dink through the wall. So that is going to at least force him back for now. Killua has started to creep around. Heisey jumps up, though, on the corner. Beautiful stuff there in top of mid. Excellent. Bit of movement as they do continue up, utilizing the toxic screen, but now they're actually going to change their focus. Opinia does find that opening onto Yes I Can. He has been traded, though. Heisey, great positioning. However, that site is already secured here, Komodo. Heisey and BMV have a lot of work to do on this recovery.
Yeah, and you got a recon dart available for Heisey to spot out a little bit of information, but where do you choose to shoot that in towards right now? It's going to be the close line. It would almost have to be destructed by Jit Boys if it pinged him, but it doesn't, so it's all a false sense of security. There's the counter reveal on the recon dart, and this is just too easy for Jit Boys. Jumping on through, finding the 2, and it'll end with 3. FW, bit more life coming in towards them as they find 7.
Someone we said really needed to activate, and he certainly has in his last couple of rounds, picking up the pieces. Big 3K in the previous, very, very impactful frags as well across the map, and able to sort of close out, lock in that 2 versus 3. Apinya, fantastic control of the halls, and Heisey, despite getting 1 at least at the response, Jit Boys just closed it very, very nicely. So we do have certainly a map on our hands right now, Komodo. It is not as far apart as it was kind of looking. FW are showing that they can really sort of throw themselves against Fancy. I just do feel that maybe if there was a little bit more stability on that defender's side for FW, could even be potentially the other way in the swing. But, you know, showing that consistency, if they can win this first gun-on-gun round, you know, the first one that we can sort of actually think of. Oh, that one has been popped, but Fisio doesn't have to use it. Does miss the shot, though, on the opener.
Yeah, seems a bit jittery with that mouse movement, courtesy of the camera as well. So a little bit to reel in on that one. But again, immediately, first couple of seconds, mid-control-esque space from an elbow push by Fisio. And again, it's FW falling back onto what they seem very comfortable with on the defensive side and the attacker side. It's just team-oriented, passive informational play. And it's not a bad way to be playing Valorant at the moment, but when you've got a team like Fancy United who have tempted fate with sheer aggression round after round, it can bite you back. So we've got to be careful coming in toward the Cypher's trap of B. And there's a big reveal of that recon dart, actually. Majesty opens up onto Heisey, and they do know that BMB was here. Fisio's down as well. And this is just a steamroll in towards the B side. This round is done. That's a save.
Yeah. It's really good because I was kind of just going to touch upon, you know, obviously that slow start from FW. It's almost like they're waiting for Fancy to make mistakes. And effectively in this round, that's not what happened. They sort of waited to see if there was going to be sort of any further aggression in towards mid, in towards B long, and there just wasn't. So they were able to regroup outside the door and ultimately just go as a 5. And massive reveal, as you mentioned, off the back of the recon bolt. And they find the round. 2 alive for Fancy. Maybe they'll find the save. They should. I guess they don't want to really hunt too far, in my opinion. 500, Majesty, 600. It's really just important for them to hold on to what they've got. Jit Boys has actually recovered the operator in the process, has the tour de force available, same with the Hunter's Fury for Majesty. So realistically, it's just like a slow sort of return from FW. They're putting in the hard yakka, and it's actually potentially bringing them back to a lead. You know, they're only 1 round of separation right now and 5 alive to continue.
Well, that was the first round from FW that we've really seen the Lion roar, right? That was convincing, 5 alive, really no damage done. It was patient in the very beginning yet again, and I'll keep making mention to this because it's quite important to see the difference between these two teams. Fancy United are very aggressive from what we've been able to gather. Isolated in this map so far, and for FW, the complete polar opposite in patience. So I wonder if there's going to be a flip of the switch to change it up. It's not a bad idea to do so when you've got, you know, the lesser weaponry starting to come on through, but you still have to be patient. And again, you know, they're spreading their forces thin. Like you mentioned, they're waiting for Fancy United to almost give up the bag, give up a bit of information, get overzealous, and it's happening. They're playing in toward FW's hand if they are able to win these duels. The Owl Drone was utilized. Fisio's down through mid, and Apinya maybe has a sixth sense that things are being crept down towards mid, but no engagements, nothing happening. A minute 10 to play with, and this is the time that we know FW are going to start to group up, and then they'll take the hit together.
Well, that's where you can sort of see that Fisio is certainly feeling that pressure, right? You know, the encouragement to try and make a play, wanting to do big things for his team, to really get that early control. Yes, I can, though. Bit of a spray, a fail spray from Tirapong. Heisey also picks up one in the process. So this is where Fancy can strike, find their way back, not allow that stability to go any further for FW. Fisio does only have the 3 blades available, but they have managed to recover, and now it is onto that 4-on-3. Jit Boys looking to clear up. B has been given. And I think he's pretty happy with that information as well. There was a little bit of a look back from BMV, but only with the Sheriff. He's actually going to have to move forward as well into the corner.
He was waiting for the camera, see where it was positioned to ping it on through, to just find the space for his team, clear it out that there's no challenge and get that pit in. That's the real big power of this pit in this round. You know, the clearances aren't really going to be there for Fancy United. They'd already used the recon dart. They don't have that 0 point at the moment. They do have an Owl Drone, so there is a way for Fancy United to get this retake happening.
MV and Heisey get in for the flank. That was BMB's positioning earlier. Now spotting out Jitboys, but he's looked over towards the corner, but it's not gonna matter because Heisey does absolutely colossal things on the Sova. What a round there. They all line up. There was some focus towards B main from Jitboys, but unfortunately, in this position, it's Heisey to lock down with the 4K. Huge individual performance from the Sova again to bring Fancy up to double digits.
That is just a prime showcase of patience in that round from Fancy United. As I mentioned, right, they had the availability of the Owl drone if they wanted to, and they didn't have the 0 point. They waited to gather it to then shoot them together in unison in toward the site. And with Heisey just getting out the swing at the perfect timing, laying them to rest 6 feet under, absolutely digging a grave for FW in that round. That's the confidence ones that give a bit of shaking back towards FW. The Fancy United's defense isn't slacking. It isn't lackluster. But now we shift in towards a new round again. It's looking for this B main control from FW really early. Again. It's a different space for them, a different look. But for FC, absolutely not, right? Fancy United, they want these early fights, man.
Yeah, they do, for sure. He was so keen to double down. Did obviously have the tailwind pop, so at least he was able to get his way out to safety. But you know, it's again, Fancy really just trying to rely on those early picks, and FW aren't giving it an inch. Really needing to sort of rely on those big individual plays at this point in time. But my eye certainly in these last few rounds has been onto BMV. The amount of space that he's been able to create for these defenders has been huge. However, Jitboys has dropped down the vents. At least he is now sort of back in towards mid. He's going to drop his...
on for it.
Well, yeah, that's it. Here we go. That's that reposition for Fisio. Once again, going for the aggressive pick down towards the elbow. And Majesty has to try and push a little bit further forward. There's that pick from Jitboys, utilizing the rendezvous to get out that he did place at the bottom of the vents, and it seemed to work out for him. So back into a 4-on-4 here now.
That's no Hunter's Fury available for Fancy United now either.
30 seconds left.
But on the flip side for FW, there is one in through the tunnels. We start to go, and it's the opening that Majesty is looking for. But the challenges coming through are all being won by Fancy United. Wow, 3 in a row, just like that, and the 4th to close. Think that maybe FW are going to get back into the site. No, they're shut down yet again.
Yeah. Fancy have worked themselves out now. That repositioning from Fisio. He was so versatile around there. Straight into the elbow for the early pick, then back in towards the back of the site. Just constantly keeping the attackers second guessing.
It's like with the to and fro of aggression that Fancy United are throwing in toward this one. It's like this pendulum is swinging where sometimes it's a hit and sometimes it's a miss, but someone's just grabbed it and they've forced it to one side that is hit, right? Everything that Fancy United are really doing on the back of these aggressive plays, FW don't seemingly have the grasp to get back in towards it. It's kind of falling a little bit flat again. You know, 8-4 half makes it a little bit more difficult. But now, with the Hunter's Fury that I may have mentioned to in the previous round, it's getting ripped for the play down mid. Apinia is going to be taking out Fisio to nullify that play. And we fall into a similar sort of scene that we've seen before, right? It's the 5 versus 4 to FW. They group up and they go to B.
It's an important pick to be found. Information off the back of the guiding light as well. Killua knows he's keeping his focus there. Whether or not they actually want to try and shift through, the cam is still there. Obviously for BMV, but the tripwire will be destroyed in the process. So now the site can be secured. BMV needs to be careful of when he does check that camera because Jitboy's waiting all the way in the back and now the cam's denied completely. This is going to be an almost impossible round for Fancy to get back into. However, yes, I can. May make me eat my words there. Heisey also finding Tirapong, who has had a bit of a struggle sometime, but he is going to be able to respond. And as I say that, 2 very nice frags to be found. FW, they're certainly not done just yet. Will Tirapong be able to close with the 3? He can. The beast has been awoken in the form of the sky. And FW, now 9 rounds, Kimono, 2 away. Certainly anyone's game still.
Yeah, some resilience to get back into this one. That is for certain. Tirapong, a couple of crucial frags to get things happening. Nearly the 2-for-1 in that round as well. But, you know, 9-11 scoreline. It just costs one little slip up from FW and Fancy United can get onto that map point. And then maybe we talk about the overtime territory after such a quick day. Maybe we get cursed to have that. We don't know just yet. But an FW timeout yet again, making the most of this one to just have a discussion yet again, try and get themselves over the line in towards this. And I guess for the side of Fancy United, you know, a breath of fresh air as well, right? Because on this defensive side, they themselves have gone very, very aggressive, and I kind of don't mind that. But at the same point in time, if FW are expecting that and you're falling in towards it, it's kind of, quote, air gifting them some rounds, right? So for Fancy United, might look to be a little bit of a change up from them to play more on the passive route because, you know, they used the Hunter's Fury in that previous round. There's some other ults that they've got available very, very soon. And all they need right now is to not get complacent either. 1 round to get the 12, and that's what they're chasing in this current moment.
Yep, exactly right. Try break that economy. It's kind of a round and a half away at this point, right? Acerola still with 4K.
Well, 2 rounds and it's done.
Yeah. It's more just on FW to try and just clinch that back. Because, you know, if they find themselves getting that, you know, 10th round here, potentially the 11th, you know, maybe even into the 10th if they get it, it might make them start to question whether or not they will go for an eco, but it's actually going to be the control down halls and utilizing Acerola as well. His positioning sort of baiting it out. Ficio gets the opening onto Killua, a very, very important member down again for FW. So that's where they've got to start to be a little bit more concerned and reposition accordingly.
Well, Acerola's just already gone down, was waiting next to the chute, heard the orb picked up in the shop, and now Apinia creeping on through is not expecting Acerola whatsoever, but that's a bit of a whiff if I've ever seen one. The fragment, however, is going to be able to seal the deal and back up. So a 2-player advantage for Fancy Crew, and look how split FW are. It's going to be a very difficult thing to get back into. You've got to contest Cypher utility at the B site and an overlooking operator. If you go A, you've got the Viper util surrounding. So from here on out, this is extremely individually crucial for FW.
Yeah, Heisey in such a tough position as well. You know, it's a one and done. BNB's looking to creep up and try and help him out. Jitboy's on the line, though. Gets the dink onto the first. Somehow still alive. That was, you know, surely going to be that double up to make it really, really challenging for Jitboys. And now Tirapong can get an easy frag. Majesty gets another. It's going to be eyes on Ficio. He obviously had the opener. A little bit of a shake there, but now's the Seekers come out. Sort of forcing their way back. Jitboys drops Ficio. That's the site taking here, Komodo. 2 versus 2. Again, a cannot lose round here for FW, or it's going to be map point rather for Fancy.
Sort of an open plant as well on the back of the site right now as the tour de force is popped by Jitboys. Try and get out of this one. Careful for a flank as well. Though you do have the trademark there. If you get nullified right now by that null command, it might be all over for you from a 5 versus 3. Remember, and now it's a 2 versus 1 in favor of FW doing everything that they needed to get back in toward this. There's that suppression. On towards Jitboys, playing at the back of the side as well. This plant is risky. Now you know where both the players are. Acerola charging on through, and it is denied by Jitboys. What a great recovery in the round from FW.
I was going to say, the chamber of Jitboy there, how well did he play that round, buying so much time for Tirapong to rotate around. You know, Tirapong at the top of mid, managing to clear out that frag from the window, then rotating all the way back through spawn, allowing the time for his teammate to sort of set up. And ultimately, that's when he sort of sets the focus and move back in. So massive, massive stuff from FW. Individual performances, though, again, you know, relying on each other, managing to play it off, and a cheeky little quick scope from Jitboys as well to close. So it's tight, Komodo here. You know, that's that potential swing round that I was talking about. You know, they managed to reset here. What's the go? How do they play this?
Yeah.
The operator has been picked up for Ficio, but they've actually gone for the call for the timeout, which I don't blame them. Because if they kind of half buy here, at least they're going to have a full fight if it does go to 11-11. Or they try and close it out now. They try to get to 12, at least throw it to overtime. Because otherwise, as I said, you know, FW, they have the economy here behind them, right? If Fancy do kind of overstep themselves here and get broken on the economy, that's when FW can potentially just close the match straight out.
Well, we're in a little bit of muddled money scenario for Fancy United now as well, right? They can justify getting him the operator for Ficio because it can be that hero weapon if they do, you know, choose to go through with that for the next round. If they don't, the Blade Storm is available to utilize here. So they're just balancing out their money, or so I thought. They're actually going to be choosing to go in full balls to the wall. So this is, you know, this is confidence from them. They've got the Viper's Pit that can potentially get popped at the beginning of the A cave. So it could be the deterrent factor. And if FW realize that the situation is not, you know, or is wrong, if they're thinking it's an eco and it's not, and they're walking into all these abilities, this not stack at A, but where everyone really is, this could get very dire for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a big individual performance here. I'm keeping my eyes on Ficio already in that flank. Killua has taken control of the site. However, here's Ficio. That's the one I was talking about. Does manage to dash away as well. Jitboys gets at least a response. But now pushing through. Yes, I can. Already all the way around to the back of the side. Opinia responds. It's a very scrappy round here. 3 versus 3 outside of his pit, though. Yes, I can. Will he get the info? He absolutely will. Opinia is dropped. And now looking to get around the pyramids. BMV responds as well. Huge round here for Fancy. Jit Boys has to rendezvous all the way out. Spike in a horrible position as well. This is sort of what I meant. You know, they went a little bit too far in the position and sort of given up their hand to Fancy. I thought Fancy might have potentially overstepped, but now Jit Boy's back up against the wall, has to clear out and try and find these 1v1s, but they're not going to let it happen. Already doubled up, over towards the double doors. He can't even get out of the cave at this point in time.
Oh, the swing
together. Beautiful.
Absolutely love to see it. I love the little change up that Fancy United go in that round and realizing that they can purchase up as well. They have more of a lean towards that A site. They don't pop the pit immediately to kind of lull FW into a false sense of security, right? They pop the pit deeper in toward the site and technically not even play around it for Yes I Can, just using it as a bit of a mind game scenario. Ficio on that flank as well to a key, and with the frags coming in from Fancy United, they only need that last one to get the 12th on the board. And now we got a full gun round for everybody, though we don't have any operators. So for the long distance lines, it's just going to be the sharpness of these aims. And I mean, we've already seen how absolutely phenomenal these players are, but it's going to be the mid play yet again from Ficio right now. And it's a bit quicker towards A for FW. However, Fancy United, they have shut that down yet again.
I was going to say, you know, gave up his position very early on. Killua still tried to dash in towards the double doors and he was punished as a result of it. Now Acerola tagged up, but at least in position, has Yes I Can to support around the other side of the site too. Tirapong will respond with 1. Maybe a bit of an overstep there from Heisey. BMV, however, tucks into the cubby and he will wait. Holding on to that control, doesn't need to go any further. There will be some support from top of mid from Ficio now. So Tirapong is kind of stuck. Remaining 2 members just outside of spawn. And they are looking to at least creep back around towards cave. Spike, though, still a long way away, it feels.
They know Tirapong's still in mid from the 0 point getting that suppression on. And a problem right now for FW is they can't capitalize on these flashes from Tirapong with how far away he is. So just Fancy United getting close towards this entry choke. And this is going to be a big brawl. The guts for them to walk through this poison cloud. FW not even expecting it right now. Or maybe Majesty for the 1. Yes, I can for the trade. And that's a bit overzealous to try and escape with this one. They were 2 versus 2. And the Spike has to get out of 20 seconds. There's no time to get the rotation out. That was the needed frag on Officio.
Oh, no.
And now it's all onto BMV. They know exactly where he is in this 1 versus 2.
That was so confusing. Fancy, they had absolutely everything. All they needed to do was sit still, but they decided to push forward. Now BMV in the 1v2 has to push up straight towards the middle of the side here. It's so rough for him to be found in this situation, but he gets 1. Will he get the 2nd? He absolutely will. Oh, geez, you know, I'm super happy that BMV managed to clutch that out, but my word, Fancy certainly playing with fire as they dive into the cave. But that's a great close. 13-10, opening map here for Fancy, and that wasn't even their selection. Of course, that was the choice of FW, so they've got to be happy with that as they start off strong in this final series of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. 8-4 at the half, kind of set themselves up for victory with that aggressive attackers side that they absolutely loved, you know, carrying that over towards defense as well, and a couple of slip-ups here and there for sure. But really, there was only a small little margin that they gave over to FW for a string of rounds, right? So just a couple of things that you can piece together in that one. And that last round, I don't even know where to start to look at that one. It was just really chaotic and a really big, not a Hail Mary play to push through their own poison cloud, but a gutsy maneuver to try and get the advantage where they didn't necessarily need to. Big props to BMV to close that one out in the end, 13-10. And as you do mention it, Binders around the corner, which, you know, Fancy United having their pick come in towards it gives them more confidence after finding their opponent's map pick here on Breeze. Well, it's going to shape up to be an exciting one again.
Absolutely, you know, it sort of feels like, especially on that second half, there wasn't really any moment where we were sort of 100% secured on who was actually going to pull that one through. But Fancy, in the end, off the back of a very strong start on their attackers side, they do. So we're going to throw it over back to the desk to break it all down before diving back into Bind. We'll see you guys soon.
I just wanna back, cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She know this cause she's the same. She's trying to
problems, they always on road and they stuck. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now, instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we're going.
We're slowing down the pace a little bit over here at VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Probably the closest game that we've witnessed so far today. Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Tricks on the panel, and we just witnessed a 13-0 on the side of Fancy United Esports against FW Esports. Now let's break this game down round for round, starting with the players buying the Vandals as early as round 2. Tricks. This is something we don't normally see.
It's something we don't normally see. I feel that a lot of teams are worried about the kind of aggression that people might have on those handguns, or if the opponents force buy and play those close angles. But I think it's an underrated move. It shows also a lot of confidence, and the fact that it's Breeze, you want to take those aim duels. You want to make sure that the opponents are further from you and give yourself that advantage. And Fancy United definitely doing that on their second round.
Now, on the other side, on FWE or FW Esports, Tash, I could really see Killua trying to carry the team, especially during the first half of the game.
Oh yeah, we saw that big KDA disparity between Killua and the other members of FWE. And honestly, it's a situation where I would say, because the map is skewed more toward attack, that gave Fancy United a little bit more of an edge. However, for FWE, it felt like they weren't really able to hold the site so many times, because sometimes you see Fancy U, they have a lot of, I would say, different strats about coming onto site. They come in from two different angles, whether it be from cave or even from main. Sometimes you see them come in from mid, and in a lot of situations, mid control for Fancy United, especially toward the first half of the game, they had full control of the map, as well as not only just full control, but they were also able to roam around. We see this flip or switch happening toward the second half, where FWE seems to have kind of like found their momentum, and they actually came back, taking up so many rounds in a row. And it's because the situation was that Killua was in a position that he can play as aggressive as he wants. He takes so much space, and you see Tirapong making sure just playing in a way where he just lurks around and tries to get as much information from mid side. We saw a lot of his lurks were in angles that you don't expect him to be, kind of similar to BMV. But Tirapong, when you don't notice him in that angle, he's always good for one or two.
It definitely felt like watching the start of the match. By the end of it, I was not feeling like they were the same teams that started.
Oh, yeah.
You could tell both of them were feeling it out. Like, how do we want to play this? This isn't really working. Let's change something up. And rather than other teams that we might have seen that were very decisive in their playstyle, both teams are constantly adjusting. Mid-rounds, you can see that they're slowing down their paces. They get themselves that advantage even though they're already in a disadvantage, and I found that to be fantastic.
Absolutely. This is why I was saying that I felt the change of pace over here. Very evident on both teams, especially, again, as Ash mentioned earlier, it was very evident once we switched sides. It was really different. Now, I do want to nitpick on a little, on one of the rounds that I was able to really pay attention to. This was one of my favorite rounds. We had this round wherein they were trying to entry from Hall during the first half. BMB and Fisho throwing those smokes in. Ace Rolla with the flash, and then they take site. But the retake was even better on the side of FCY. They really utilized that retake potential. They blocked all other possible entryways. They spread out from the double doors, from cave, spawn, doors, and halls, and they were just able to funnel Fancy United as they did their post plan, and they just basically covered all the bases of A side, and that's how they got that round. Despite that good round, though, overall, in the half, do you think that Fancy United had a good read on FW throughout the entire half, Trix?
I think Fancy United definitely had a good read, but also the fact that they were changing their playstyle. They weren't too stagnant in terms of the way they wanted to play. I know at the start we were worried that maybe some teams were doing the same thing a little too often, but it turned out later on that they were switching it up. They were saying, okay, this is working. This might not be working so much, so we're going to try and pressure this side. You can see in general the areas in which they took information were changing, and also they were pulling back. They wouldn't overextend themselves, which is great to see. And I've noticed that a lot of teams are starting to do this now. They get that early advantage, they fall back, somebody's always watching their crossfire or their flank, and I think that more teams need to be doing that on Breeze.
Yeah, I really agree. And on top of that, I really wanted to say as well, is just that the change in pace is also really good when it comes to just, you know, kind of hiding information for each other. Like Trix and I were talking about it, how both teams were just, you know, changing their way mid-round. And in the situations, it felt like both teams were in the dark. You didn't really see any jewels or shots coming in until you hit about like maybe 40 seconds left, 30 seconds left, because this is where people are just trying to find as much information as possible. We saw Killua just take the whole halls. There was no one there, but he does know there's a trip there. They're like, okay, the information has been relayed. There is one trip here, but where exactly is Cypher? We have no clue. So I want to say that even though we saw FWE, they kind of change it up and play. They did manage to bring it home, but I think the point disparity, especially on the first half, was a little bit too big. It is a tall mountain to climb.
Yeah.
Might be a little bit too little, too late, because as we said before, even though it is an attacker-sided map, you need to make sure that you have enough points to make sure that once you go into the bias side of the map, you can take as much rounds as possible to your advantage.
I think what I love to see is that the Cypher was not predictable with their positioning either. They changed the wire setups, especially after the first time. I think FWE managed to break the tripwire, force the rotation, and they had B side open because there were less players, there less of a stack. And later on down the rounds, we could see that the Cypher started, you know, using a tripwire instead, and instead of at halls, they would use it on the elbow side, they would use it in the side of B, and being able to play around that, he would also leave his utility to play with his teammates to reinforce that kind of crossfire they had going.
Really, I also really liked how exactly the Cypher used his utilities. It's a very interesting situation as well, how he used his cages on himself, just kind of like hide himself and then take it out, move it to another place as well. It's a very interesting way that Cypher would be used. I was worried during Agent Select, just because it was a Cypher versus Chamber, but it looked like it's just more of like mastery of the agent, as well as how you want to, use the utils with your teammates really matter more at this point. But for now, as we move into Bind, I remember how I just said like Fade is the agent for this map. I'm really excited to see Jin actually picking her up.
Everybody loves Fade. Let's admit it. You don't. As mainstream as it may sound, we all love the new agents over here. And come on, FW Esports is bringing the new agent action over here, Trix. We've got the Fade and the Neon.
We do, but I just also want to say Fancy United pulling something different with that triple controller. I love seeing teams challenge the meta or challenge what people think is the meta. But on the side of FWE, having that Fade and that Breach with the Neon just gives potential for those fast plays and really flushing the opponents out, while Fancy United probably being able to play a little more cheeky, get the angles that they want, and hold down the sites because of that Viper Astra duo.
Honestly, I really like the fact that, okay, so Viper Astra is one, and also Astra in general, I did say just now that because of her nerf, she does require, she works a lot better when you pair her with another controller. Now, what I'm really interested to see, I think I have this hunch, I have this feeling that the Omen will be played in a very aggressive way, kind of in a way like what we expect to see from maybe even Maxi or even Envious over on VCT Game Changers, and this is what I really like to see, because technically it is a triple controller. You can play really sneaky, you can play for the for lurks, you can, if there's enough noise coming in from the Astra, you can teleport to the other side of the map and just kind of like come and just play the smoke criminal play, where you play inside the smoke, just like weave in and out if you want to.
Okay, not to mention, wait, I was laughing at the smoke criminal play coming, because I can imagine I am a victim of getting lost inside the smokes. And I'm pretty sure that all of these players have had that difficult experience of getting lost into the smoke too. But imagine getting lost in 3 smokes this time around. Obviously, on the side of Fancy United, they have this down to a science. They've pulled this before. This is not the first time for them. So FW Esports really better watch out. And I don't know, if there was a compass in the Valorant map system, then maybe they would have an advantage over here, but it's gonna be really tricky. I'm really excited though to see the Neon once again here on Bind. I'm not sure how that plays out. I don't often see this being pulled out in this specific map, so I'm very excited for that. But yeah, this is it. Map number 2. I wonder how the pacing is gonna be. Admittedly, it did feel a little bit slower for the first map over at 3s, but again, we talked about the adjustments being done, especially towards the second half. That's why it went that way, or it happened the way that it did. But I'm excited to see how many more adjustments they're gonna make real time. So with that, folks, we're headed over to game number 2 on Bind. So our lovely casters, it's all on you guys. Tell us the story of this series.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. Now, Komodo, I will say, we've seen a few duelist-free comps back in Oceania, but 3 controllers, I don't think I've ever seen that before, so I'm kind of keen to see what Fancy are going to throw at us in this one.
Yeah, and on the same similar sort of merit, FW, we haven't seen a comp from them in this regard at all on this map either. We know that Killer is, Fancy out getting with that Neon, however, first time deployment coming over into Bind. So I think it's extremely new coming in toward it on a bunch of different things in toward this map right now. But the first thing that kind of jumped out to me when you've got a composition like this was something that I will say was a little bit of a problem, and I'll use that term loosely. In the very beginning of Valorant, kind of when Astra came out and everything like that, FPS issues when you've got that much ability around the map.
Well, to give everyone some context along at home, right? Komodo is colorblind, so imagine him casting a Viper and an Astra all at the same time, and we're going to throw in a cheeky little Omen there as well. But look, it makes it exciting because both of these compositions are beyond different in their own ways, right? We've got a Brimstone from Apinya, as you mentioned, you know, back into the Neon, into the Fade, which we're seeing a little bit more come out, and that means Tirapong actually eases off to the Chamber, so it's going to be straight up mid, just outside Hookah, and we actually do see Jitboys trying to get in there. The Prowler already to come out, does actually send them back a little bit, but it looks like there's already going to be a brawl over towards this B side. There is 3 members of FW ready to boogie with it.
Yeah, you can see that it is going to be Kilo over towards the garden, laying in wait. There is one of those, you know, Astral Stars on the floor as well, but he's going to be activating himself in towards, just going out for a little bit of a shoulder peek. It's not a bad idea. You got a little bit of a flank potential as well from Fisio, also on that chamber to mention off of the jet. So another agent that a lot of you know, Jets are comfortable going on, and that's going to be the fight in the showers that Fisio is going to lose. Time to go in towards the B side, it does seem.
That late control already established. Now Kilowatt gets the relay bolt out and able to sort of fall away. So BMV will be slowed by that one. Straight through into this position. However, out Hookah. Smokes will go down. And it's going to be, yeah, a really awkward one. It looks like FW have completely fallen off, just given up the side, because they want to go for the full brawl on the way back in. Killua, though, does pick up another in the round, make it a second. Yes, I can, and BMV, though, ready to respond. However, it's going to be Tirapong to close with his second in the round. 1 at A, 1 at B, and a defusal of the spike here. So a really, really nice opening there. I love that. You know, right as the spike gets planted, that's going to be the Nebula fades over towards Elbow, and they can just move straight on out as a unit. 3 coming out from that position, and FW were just ready to sort of boogie back in that retake.
Well, it was also the fault line that Majesty threw over towards the cutting and segregating the site. You can see it just ping off just there that allowed Killua to kind of step on through. Didn't even need to, you know, use the high gear or anything around the side. He did that to get that spot and get out of there as well. You know, let himself play in toward the retake a little bit later. So the pistol does go over towards FW in this one for the defenders side. And of course, with the spike plant down and a couple of kills, you kind of do question if Fancy United are going to go in with a purchase. But they're going to play a little bit more relaxed here, get those guns out into the next round properly as well, and kind of just have a bit of a brawl in this round. Now, unlike Breeze, you can't be as aggressive on Bind. So I do expect a bit of a shift in playstyle from them, specifically on the attacker side. Maybe when it comes to defense, they'll get their aggression back happening, but for at least right now, you know, kind of just waiting to see if they are going to be doing that.
Yeah, no, for sure. You know, FW, they were very happy to sort of be a bit more complacent back on Breeze. You know, it was much sort of slower starts to the round, allowing Fancy to kind of throw their aggression at them and feel it out accordingly. But now it's a shift into short. The Sky Smoke will fade shortly. They are just going to sit inside it, ready to sort of make their way out of it. So Opinion's going to have a tough task here. Yeah, he's actually dropped back into the lamps, and Heisey, he's going to be able to pick him up, but that's going to be Tirapong finding a second in the round. Spike dropped. Awkward. Will be recovered by Yes I Can, and he can at least find the plant, but that's a good result so far from Fancy.
Yeah, that's some money. That's, you know, one on your ultimate charge as well, and a kill to come through from Heisey. This now shifts into a bit of a problematic scenario. The Seize is available for Jitboys, though, to throw in and, you know, get a bit of info, and the Haunt actually just got to reveal over toward the lamp. Now you couple it with the fast lane as well, and it just makes it very difficult to try and deny, but Yes I Can going for the challenge. The spike is half defused as well, but don't get into your form yet. Don't put it on the spike. You don't even need to, as the shots come out from Yes I Can on this Astra, and the round goes back to Fancy United. They went in with the pistols.
Yeah, that was a round that should never, ever be happening if you are FW. They've completely allowed that. You know, Tirapong already had the open. They fell back to the site, but then it was just a little bit scrappy. Timing doesn't quite favor Opinia, as he does have to fall into the U-Haul, and now Heisey peeks straight out. It was a good utilization of the flash, and yeah, Yes I Can with a 1 versus 3 on this recovery. Great aim, great shots, super clean, and, you know, all off the back of that Spectre getting dropped inside U-Haul.
No, absolutely brilliant plays to come through from Fancy United in that one. And now for the reverse into this new round, the pistols are actually going to be what FW are fighting for. Trailblazer out, a challenge here from Acerola, immediately dispatching of Tirapong, and they kind of just want to step it up, it would seem here. A little bit of denial from utility with the fault line being met with the gravity well as well, but now Showers control is here for Fancy United, and they're just making sure that they're dotting I's, crossing T's. The flank is covered as well from the trademark that now just did get popped from Killua, so things are falling in line nicely for Fancy United in this round, and hey, they might even end it flawless, but Jitboys does at least say no to that.
Was the Vandal that did get recovered for just a second, but that's only the one weapon that I suppose Fancy was lacking in that situation. They had the Spectre, they've been able to swap that over, and now they only need to invest one more. It is going to be the tour de force popped, however, into this round, so we're going to hope to see big things from Tirapong in the one. So, good attacking start so far, that what we can see from Fancy. You know, they are very happy to move as a unit and really sort of get all up in the faces so far of this FW defense. And now with this purchase back in, again, as we mentioned, Tirapong does have the tour de force available. It's going to be weapons dropped over. Majesty did get that one dropped for him. So they really desperately need this one, FW. Yeah, go.
That computer setup looked like mine.
Do very much have the big beast there.
Well, we're going straight in towards the A side again at the moment. I was wondering what aggression we would see from Fancy United. Apparently now is the answer, and they're seeing Killua stuck in towards the showers. Hey, electricity can come in the form of the ultimate a little bit later, but for right now, it's not here. Fancy United are around this containment field of A. They're still trying to establish the spike plant. Flashpoint out, the C's coupled as well. Everything's being thrown. It's too difficult, but the frags are coming out left, right, and center. Fancy United getting a little bit of a grasp of it as the Nightfall does come through.
This is a really tough one, you know, a 5 versus 5 spike plant, but it's going to be BMV again, this time on the sky to put in some big numbers. They were all stuck inside that C's Komodo in the position, but they managed to still somehow hold on. BMV from the showers, he was kind of that linchpin that did manage to keep the sights of FW on him. And despite that opening, despite that start, like, I just cannot believe, you know, sometimes occasionally you'll see the 5-on-5, you know, plant and retake back over on the B side, but on the A side, less common.
Well, that was the fault line going in with the relay bolt, with the C's. If anyone was in that spike position, not only can they not shoot back, essentially, but they've also got a single point of HP courtesy of the C's, and they're locked into that position. A very disastrous occurrence of abilities being thrown at Fancy United. They're just lucky that they kind of weren't in that, that circle of area of effect. So, luckily for them, they do get a grasp on that, and now we go into this new round where it's pistols once more for FW. A little bit forward from Tirapong in the hookah position with the Headhunter looking for the shot, as there's a bit of a gap in the smoke that he can play around, but the timing again, they get across from that, they take him out, and now I do wonder, are we gonna see the overdrive pop from Killua, setting up for near the teleporter of A?
Yeah. Pretty keen to just book it back through the spawn now. All 4 members will be there. Looks like there is going to be the dark cover to at least give that space, and the sneak bite as well. Heisy's actually gone straight in as well. Prowler passed. Heisey teleports in though and jumps up on the top of the box as well. Picks up a couple, looking good. Yeah, exactly right. The overdrive a bit bold to be trying to take that out in this position. But I guess, look, you're looking for frags. You're looking to try and get your way back in on this eco, so it's not too overzealous. 4 alive, Fancy, they are continuing strong, and just the way that they are backing their economy here right now, you know, members up near max cash, that is a crazy position to be in so early on bind. And if they continue this up, it could sort of very much look like a 2-0 here, which I don't think FW would be keen on at all. And, you know, not in their matchup here, not coming in so early to the groups.
Well, you think about the scenario for Fancy United as well, right? With this composition that they've got, it's very information blocking, sight cutting, you know, vision covering plays. And to be able to work wonders with it on the attacker's side at the start, you know, 4 rounds wouldn't actually be that bad to finish on, right? The fact that they're here pretty much unanswered is great, but it kind of feels like it's more of a defensive line. So this composition is very risky, it's very bold, but so far Fancy United are playing it very, very well.
Yeah. Sure. You know, with 3 members over towards this A position, the aftershock goes out, the gravity well to at least fall them back as well, but Heisey, he's up so close, I don't even think Majesty is going to be ready for this one at all. Yes, I can to get the opener onto Killua. 1 back from Jit Boys on the fade, but now moving into Heaven, has no support just yet. We do have Physio sitting inside the showers, keeping the focus over towards CT.
Wow.
But now with the, the Cosmic Divide going down as well, it's just going to make it so hard. And this is where I guess we double down on Komodo.
It's not just that.
3 controllers.
It's the pit as well. So it means that the Haunt has to kind of go into it to get the full-on clearance. It's such a difficult situation to retake in for the side of FW when you don't have any clearance abilities either. They've got the C's, yes, the Haunt was used, it missed, They're waiting for the Cosmic Divide to disappear, but this pit is still potent, still ticking down. Opinion's going to step into it potentially now. Acerola's going to be able to dispatch that one, and a tap onto the spike. Now you have to contest with the Astra Star to get that away from you. Fisio takes out Tirapong, and the round is over towards Fancy United. The deterrent factor of these abilities, specifically those ultimates, is so vivid and wild, man. Like,
That's
oh my
crazy.
lord.
Yeah. I guess this is exactly why it comes out, right? You know, so many choke points on a map like Bind, it just makes it near impossible for them to even get their way back in. And obviously that's why they picked up the Neon, right? Sorry, not the Neon, rather, the Fade. The utility from the Fade can at least clear through those ultimates on the side of Fancy. However, they didn't have the Nightfall in there. As you mentioned, the Haunt did miss. Can get destroyed so quickly as well. The Seize wasn't utilized. So it just made it so tough for a retake.
Yeah.
And they just have to back out. It's an early timeout, and I don't blame them. 5 consecutive now. And I do have to remind everyone watching along at home, it was off the back of a full Eco Classic round, which got Fancy the momentum forward. And they've been driving it with it ever since.
And yeah, 5 rounds in a row. Now the timeout's called from FW Esports, as they definitely need a bit of a conversation between them. And I mean, you know, ever since the addition of the Fade, you know, it kind of makes sense that why teams are adapting it in towards Bind, right? The C's can be used very nicely to clear out U-Haul, which has kind of been a bit of a problematic position for teams a lot of times. You know, flashes were one of the things that they had to try and clear it. So I love the adaptation and the height levels that you can throw that Haunt on as well. You know, when that eye pops, it can see everybody if it's elevated above. So it's really nice. But the problem I'm finding right now for Jit Boys is the aggression and the abilities that Fancy United are throwing specifically at the moment. There's no real counter ability that Jit Boys is able to do. He's finding one pick and falling away, or not even that pick. So a lot of the frags that are coming through from FW, similar sort of fashion at the moment. Fancy United are not really giving them any duels where FW have an advantage. The control is certainly here for Fancy United. And again, you do look at the domain that they've gotten right now in this round, right? They're playing really passive. They've still got that lurk over toward the showers and Fisio, playing a more lean play over towards the B side. Sky Smoke was down bottom of B long, and they're just waiting for that to fade before starting to aggress on.
Prowler out long to try and get some further control, but already Fisio again continuing that lurk position. He's been doing excellent stuff, allowing the focus to be set towards other extremities of the map. It's basically just been him, you know, and they have to keep the interest. There's still 3 members here. Oh, the Opinia. Yeah, the C's has done really well. Opinia's going to be able to spot that one. Acerola also tagged down. It should be another for Opinia, but it won't. They do utilize the fault line to at least get him out of there.
And that was the TP as well from Killua, so able to quickly dash on out of that one. Fisio's lurk is working wonders.
He's taking it solo with an operator.
It's so RDWS right now when he plays Chamber. That's the feeling that we're getting. Majesty, though, however, here with 1 and a Rolling Thunder, specifically over towards Fisio. That's the denial target at the moment. And these rotations, 20 seconds, you've got the defenders here, but they're peeling away again. The false sense of information right now. FW... if they stay here, they have everything in this round. They can deny the spike with the Rolling Thunder, but if they find the frag on the Majesty, he gets it off,
he
but
tried
is
to
going
go
to deny
for
it? 8 seconds. There's still enough time to get the plant. Oh,
the orbital strike, though, at the exact same time. Does he have enough time? No, he doesn't. Excellent utility usage there from FW. They did all the right things here, Fancy, but FW was just a further step forward. It almost looked like they were going to throw it apart, exactly as we mentioned, right? The rotate, the peel back off through spawn. And yeah, just the utility to get it done. I swear, if we did see a split second earlier, that BMV peaked on the back of that guiding light, the Rolling Thunder would not have come out from Majesty. So Majesty and Opinia, just with 2 ultimates, managed to save the round all on the lonesome.
That's the keyword right there, right? In that sentence, ultimates. It's something that is extremely powerful in this game, but when you don't have it, what are you really playing with in this round, in this game? And for FW, they've got that round on the back of the ultimates and a little bit of working timing with the guns, but the pistol round as well, right? They can't rely on the ultimates at all anymore. Pina is going to start onto Fisio, which means it is a great start for them, given by the fact they don't have any of these ults to play off. They need the space. They need these frags. There's another one going their way. Things are coming up hunky-dory for them now.
And the Molotov goes out as well, so that will at least give them some extra space. It keeps them off the spike plant for now. Acerola does get one, but that's Tirapong back into it. I don't know if they were ready for yes, I can. However, though, the guiding light does come back out, but it's a shaky position, not able to hit the shots. Majesty with a couple more. All of a sudden, FW, they feel like they're well and truly back in it with the chance. I guess it's not dissimilar to what we saw in that previous map, right? Obviously, Fancy started off strong on that attacker's side. They were able to really sort of move with it, ending the half 8-4. And now, after finding 5 consecutive off the back of the Classic bye, they have started to get a bit more complacent, I feel like. You know, FW finding their stability, they're much more confident, but the only thing that's sort of throwing Fancy further forward is the fact that they still have so much cash to continue to invest with for these next couple of rounds, and they've called a timeout at the most opportune time.
And look, you think about buying 5 rounds on the attacker side, you're very comfortable with that as well. You know, 7-5 is a very repetitive scoreline when it does come to this map as well. So the fact they've got it early bodes well for at least having padding going into the next half if it does go FW's way from here. You know, Killua has had a little bit of absence coming on toward this Neon. It was the big plays coming through from him in the previous map. You know, you throw it back towards that round where you got 4 on the back of the Bladestorm, right? It was a huge shift round for FW to try and get back in toward that game, but on the same sort of merit, Vicio did the same stuff, and he's also absent on this map. So it kind of balances out in that fashion where you're kind of thinking, all right, who's going to be stepping up in towards this one? And you're flipping it on over. It's the rest of the team that are doing exactly what they need in the fancy footwork, making sure everything's working out. So these are the rounds after that time out there that is really going to define the remainder of this half. This one is going to be an absolutely crucial one for FW, more so than Fancy United to get back into it. Because you got to remember, the money is, you know, on the precipice of being reset for FC. They'll have one more purchase after this, and if they don't get that, it's eco territory, and it's the time for FW to tie things up and take that lead.
Already all the way down, utilizing the Trailblazer, rendezvous out. And I was just about to say, in the famed words of Avril, right? The Neon's either really good or really bad on Bind, and we're hoping for different things from Killua, but you know, that's where the next side, the attacking side, will be the opportunity for him to do so.
All I'm saying is nice hack
very close
on Neon goes good on this map.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, Vicio in, Jit Boy's there to hold it down the fort. No abilities, it's all down to just this crosshair placement, and it's good, isn't it? There's another one coming his way in the round. Vicio for the trade, more trades from Fancy United, and now no one's home for the side of FW. So it's this player advantage and an open plant, but where are they going to look to defend it from? It seemingly is the elbow area that they want to charge into. Aftershock and Fault Line, not going to do too much for now, but what the FW still have to play with lots of abilities, and the challenge is just there early. Yes, I can with the spray of 2. And Majesty and Killua, as you mentioned, earliness, they were not ready.
Yeah, absolutely not at all. Straight into elbow. They go for the peek into spawn, and they were able to secure it. I love that. You know, the utility was really nice to see from Majesty trying to drop down the Fault Line and the Aftershock to at least try and, you know, deny that spike, but it just wasn't enough, and the rotation was kind of lacking. They moved through the Nebula there, and they try to get out the fast lane as well, but it just wasn't enough. Not ready. Now, we really, you know, it was that round that you mentioned. FW had to find it. And whilst obviously we do have the Nightfall available now for Jit Boys, it's still looking rough.
Yeah, it's one of those statements again, you know, if you're only winning rounds where you've got ultimates, you're not really playing Valorant good, you know?
Oh.
But anyways, clearances aside, that is the thing that has just happened. Clearances in towards the A site. Tirapong at least good for 1 in return to equalize us into the 3 versus 3. But the spike is already starting to go down. Jit Boys is lining up this Nightfall, or you would assume so, for going in on the retake.
How long will they settle for? Nightfall has been engaged. He's going to give that information right now. They are seized and stuck inside the U-Haul. It's going to be big amounts of pressure onto Vicio to try and pick up for the rest of his team. Sky Smokes will still be down for a little while longer. All 3 members onto this site now. Still that focus towards the showers. Now the member that we talk about in Acerola, who did wrap around. Eyes set on the prize. He found a 1v3 from this position before, but it's not enough. Tirapong on the chamber, closes with 3 of his own, and FW, they're still not down for the count just yet. 4 secured.
Big ultimates coming through with the Nightfall as well, specifically with those traces on the floor, right? Reveals that there's a couple of players playing in towards the U-Haul and that someone else is on the showers. So when you think that Fancy United might be able to get in towards the start, that pick that came in there from Tirapong, a very crucial one as well to even the odds, make it a little bit better for FW. And then the pressure was on for Acerola in the end. 3 versus 1, and the round did go over towards FW. So it's 4-6, another purchase to come in. No one's economy really shattered at the moment. And for Vicio, I mean, he's got his ultimate to play in with the Tour de Force here as well. So both of them, they are going to be popping them. This is going to be another one of these big rounds. Immediately over towards the B site for Fancy United. But look at the presence that FW have put here as well. The sheer power over at this B long position. And now they're getting the Nova Pulse in to try and get Tirapong off this line. He has to rendezvous out, essentially.
Yeah, that's so rough. The amount of utility that was thrown at him in the corner there just made it so awkward. Now the Guiding Light. Yes, I can does get the trade. Look at this. You don't need a duelist to get moving if you've got abilities. And now Ace a Roller on the side. Drops Jit Boys. And whilst we do have Killua inside Hookah, Majesty, however, drops the spike now. Ultimate's back and forth. Lexing, shifting and bending. My word, Fisio gets another one back. But Majesty all left in this 1 versus 2. However, that spike is dropped. Spotted from the elbow. And Fisio peaks at the right time. Alongside Yes I Can. And my word, that was a tongue twister with the amount that went out on towards that B site. But they lock it in. Fancy continue to keep punching downwards. And FW are struggling to get up.
Mate, the amount of layers that just happened into that round, imagine adding one more of Grey over the top. It just makes it even more difficult. But I gotta say, you know, just all of these ultimates that get thrown through into water. What was it? The Rolling Thunder, the Cosmic Divide, the Viper's Pit that got destroyed immediately, and the Tour de Forces. Problem being, you could see exactly what Majesty was trying to do, right? To jump up on the box to get in towards Hookah, play time. The fact that a frag was found at that location made the slow field around it. That's, you know, one of the things, one of the greatness perks of the Tour de Force. Puts that slow field down. Couldn't get up there. Made him vulnerable.
Yep.
It's rough. So now we move into...
Well, trying to get out that relay bolt. Just got pipped as well. So it just made it so hard in that 2-on-2. But I guess, round. That's right. That's Valorant. That's exactly a perfect round of what we see in this game when all the utilities are used to full effect. And now... Jit Boys up close. Sky Smokes goes down. He's actually going to jump up inside it. Heisey is sniffing it out. He's certainly aware of the potential prospect here, and now they're keeping an eye on the flank as well off the back of Killua's previous round presence. But look at this, Komodo. Right now, Tirapong has Showers control. They've completely left absolutely everything. There's 4 members here. Now the Haunt goes up. It was destroyed, but Heisey straight inside the... oh my god, the Poison Cloud on towards the side. He jumps up onto the top of the box as well and tries to get one more. Ace Roller gets it back. Majesty with 2. Still alive, and it gets the 3rd as well to lock it in. BMV needs to get it. Now into a 1 versus 2. Tirapong, all on his lonesome, was inside the Showers, but now he's looking a little bit dirty.
I know where he is. The Guiding Light, it went that way as well. He needs to try and rinse himself in this round to get it happening. Settle yourself down. Cool yourself off. The 1 versus 2 to get the 5th round on the board. Now the star is on the spike as well. The gravity well will be pulled. Eventually, there's a bit of time. There's 10 seconds for that to actually be utilized. And I love the hand holding at the moment from Fancy United, right? Locking down the choke point, making sure that there's a trade potential, quick on a swivel. A tap on toward the spike from Tirapong expected. Now he's off it. It's the Nova Pulse actually, and a swing towards elbow that doesn't happen. A secondary star. And now the gravity well. Absolutely love to see it. A Guiding Light lined up. This round is almost being 100%ed here in this 1 versus 2 from FCY, and Fancy United will get that 8th on the board that they were desperate for.
That is so tilting. Like, thinking back to the previous metas that we've had of a post plant, right? Like, early days, it was kind of when the Snakebite lineups from the Viper started to come out. Same with the Molotov of Brimstone. But in that position, all they needed was just 2 stars, and he couldn't do anything. Just anything at all.
I love that bait. Running into the Sky Smoke with your Shroud Step available toward the site, and it just so happens that Jit Boys is there trying to shoot at you. It's chaotic. I love Valorant, man. But yeah, the point that you mentioned there as well, you know, you also add on the potential of the Killjoy mollies. You've got the Shock Darts and everything. Post-plant meta was, believe it or not, one of my favorite metas. Because KO was involved in that, but regardless, I mean, understandable.
Well, that's the thing, you know, as more of these agents come in that can counter that, like as we sort of said, right? Viper's so strong, that's why sort of Fade is here to kind of counter that a little bit. But when they've got so much to counter, like FW, they just don't really feel like they have the utility to kind of throw back at what Fancy do have by forgoing that duelist. And now, to everyone watching along at home, this is not something that is going to be 100% effective, right? You know, a duelist can create all that space you kind of need, but that's where it really does peel back to the baseline of this game of Valorant, right? Every single agent can equip a weapon that does the damage to find the kill in the round. The utility that backs them is what often makes that important. So a good duelist, they create that space by, shift down that space by taking the control, and the rest of the team sort of follows and supports them in. But in this unit, this composition position that Fancy have picked up.
Yeah, well,
they're kind of all moving together with their utility.
That's the one thing that I was gonna make mention of, right? Let's play with a narrative right now of you've got no duelists like Fancy United have not, I guess. Who is your entry? Who do you designate as the space creator? Everyone. And it works for them because at any point in time in a round, right, you've got to make sacrifices. You've got to make calls to see what info you've got, what space you've found, and what space you haven't found and want. And if you've got anyone on your team that can go in comfortably and do that or trade together, because we're seeing a really great buddy system for Fancy United at the moment, it makes it so much more of, just a destructive composition to go in with. And now we're going to flip that over on a different narrative, right? For FW, you've got a duelist you can play on the back of Killua, having a bit of a silence map right now, but on the attacker's side is where we're going to see things change up because we can have a lot of aggression from FW. Let's see if we're going to have it starting with this pistol. Yes.
Good response.
There.
So the Viper keeping a firm eye. Acerola down with the spot. It's going to be that haunt utilized. Nobody home in the corner. So they're just slow. Again, this is what we expected from FW early on. Fancy was very much the unit that sort of threw themselves at the extremities on that defender's side. Rotation, though, now to peel around for Fisio. Does have 6 bullets in the chamber of the Headhunter. And now they're also happy, potentially looking to try and get a little bit of extra control down long as well. They are doubled up there in Heisey and BMV. And now they are keen to look for it. There's the information gathered, and now the full focus is set. That is an excellent start from Yes I Can. Nicely done. Acerola, though, has to fall away as the fast lane goes down. Jumping through now. Can't quite find it. Majesty gets it, but Fisio is at least able to afford himself somewhat of a trade, and it's back to a 3-on-3 on this retake. And look at the rotation already coming in from Heisey.
Yeah, that's the problem, though, because he's so just disconnected from the rest of his team, and he's wrapping all the way through the cave as well. He's just out of the action for so long. The paranoia could be really potent in this position as well, given by the fact that all of FW are over at the U-Hole location. So how do you try and get this retake in from Fancy United? Don't have a guiding light either to throw in at the moment. They're just going to throw caution to the wind and try and challenge in towards the U-Hole. There's the paranoia, but out of Headhunter bullets means the Classic is not going to get the job done. Heisey on the 1v2, a tap on towards the defuse, and the smoke is not for himself, really. The deeper cover means Apinia gets the frag in the open. The 4K for them, and the 5th on the round for FW.
Another round relying on those big individual performances. This time it's Apinia, a 4K with the Classic. Massive stuff though. FW get a very well needed, like kind of a desperation round really for them, and that was obviously off the back of the early utility that allowed for the peak. All of the things going up short. But massive round there from Apinia. FW continue to show us that there's something there. There's a way that they can get in and through this series, right? Breeze still somehow, despite a solid start from Fancy, ended up close, but will it happen again here on Bind? Potentially there's a chance, and they're going for the exact same set play, straight into the U-Hole. Killua at the front. The Haunt was sent over the top. Now a relay bolt into U-Hole. They're just clearing absolutely everything, but it still looks a little bit scrappy, doesn't it?
It's a good execution of utility, and the scrappiness comes on the back of that flashpoint. You're exactly right, but the 5 versus 5 in the retake, essentially, you wouldn't be seeing this round go to Fancy United. Oh, hello. How you doing? You wouldn't see it go to them because of the weaponry difference. However, one in with the shorty is always going to be a little bit entertaining. But just as this round kind of comes to a close, it's expected that FW are going to be able to kind of close it out from here. You've got the combination of all those abilities from FW really being laid in nicely there, right? The speed of which Killua can get in on the back of the fast lane and the fault line, throw in the relay bolt and really just disorient your opponents. It's really just chaotic abilities that can make you have really good advantages. And if FW continue to, have a lot of these pocket strategies that they kind of need to deploy here in this match to get back in toward it, it's going to make for some really entertaining Valorant and some really cool plays to come out.
For sure. Already has been. I've certainly seen some new things on my end today in all of this utility being thrown around. The ultimates very much locking down so many portions of each of the sites. And now as it stands, we do have another opportunity. Fancy. Full bite. Ready to rock and roll. How is FW going to be looking with this bonus? Killua, obviously, with the Vandal in hand. Visio's just having a spot in towards mid, and Killua already manic, looking absolutely everywhere, but the Prowler goes in, and the Guiding Light on the response. They are so ready for this here, BMV, but Majesty is a little bit further back. BMV wants to go for the peak, and it comes out as the aftershock is here. Visio does get a response, but it's scrappy. And the play towards Garden, the fight in long, ends in a 1-1.
So now is the situation where you think, all right, your Omen is down for the count. You've got no smokes if you're a normal structured team. I don't think Fancy United are a normal composition team with this one right now. So they've still got coverage ability on the back of the Viper, of the Astra. Now that you've lost your Sky, you've got no flashes to be able to deter in. And remember, this is the first gun round to come through from Fancy United on this defensive side right now. And that is a great challenge for FW to actually win. It opens up the B site. There's 3 versus 2. This could be the bonus going their way. Also, to add to the fact that FW have won both pistols and they're still trailing here, just shows how destructive Fancy United's attacker side was.
So how are they going to go here? It looks like they're not keen at all. Just waiting to see if there was any lurk or further aggression. Acerola is going to head straight through the teleporter. So it looks like they're keen at, potentially spiffing this one out. Want to take as many weapons away as possible, but of course it is just a bonus. And there's Kilo up. Going to be able to drop down. Yes, I can. And now the last man standing in Acerola. He's made the call now. He's going to go for the save. And I think he actually might... No, not going the other way. Didn't get quite spotted out by the chamber utility just down there. So he's going to sit in spawn, wait for the next, give it another crack. Because they desperately sort of need this one into the next round. But look,
yeah.
I'm not going to count Fancy out. They have won a classic round in the past. It will just be that gentle buy into the next here. But, FW, they continue to edge closer and closer towards this position. It's just been such an interesting game to follow, like Fancy, they very much look like the team that has been in the driver's seat for so much of these 2 maps so far, but FW, they're just breathing down their necks.
Well, it's a couple of rounds to start off on this attacker's side, and yeah, as you mentioned, it really get close toward them. Combination of abilities, again, over of that B-long teleporter outside Garden was really nice for both teams to be very reactive towards what was going on as well. But in the end, when you have that individual player going for the peak and you walk into the crosshairs of 2 players, makes it a little bit difficult. And again, the speed at which Killua can just get in towards that B site and take the control there to make sure no one's home. Really well played for FW to lock it down in the end and deny any retake from happening. So Fancy United, this round is one of the half buys. And again, it's going to be this pocket play to get in towards the A site really early on the back of Neon and Breach utility.
Could open up the response with the weapon that was obviously saved from the previous. Can it do any more on the back of this extra investment? Still holding, however, it's going to be a tough 4-on-4. It's a slow walk straight through the spawn here, even through the cave. Will Jit Boys be ready for it? That is going to be the question. He starts to set his sights elsewhere, but, not exactly ready for that teleporter. He is tucked into a very, very good spot, but Apinya finds Acerola in the process. Jit Boy is there, and now BMV does manage to recover the Vandal, but Heisey has to pick up something with this Sheriff. Doesn't quite get it. Apinya still low, but Majesty full HP, and I think this is just absolutely too much. Time is ticking. And BMV, will he even go down? He absolutely will, but that does mean he gets his Seekers into the next round. Somehow, Dion, the scoreline is tied up, 8-8.
Yep. That was a bit of self-flash in the air from in the end there from BMV, so a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, again, the really late flank to come through from Fancy United doesn't give themselves much time to try and get in a retake as well. It almost just shifts down to damage control, try and take away weapons from FW, make them more honest with their economy. However, 4 rounds in a row right now makes it a little bit more difficult to really deny that. We get the pause coming in through, as well as you do mention an equalization of the scoreline. 8 apiece. We've got the purchase to come through from both teams. Fancy United going to be getting in the tour de force for Physio as well. And, I was making mention a little bit earlier, right, Conky, to the defensive side ability of Fancy United. Breeze was so aggressive from them that we're getting the sense of right now, if a map doesn't really come with the aggressive nature on the defensive side, a composition like this, it's a very strange dynamic. However, the fact that they've got a lot of this cover ability is really good, right? The fact that Neon, though, can get in front of that and the breach combos that we've seen from FW, this is, like, my sense of a feeling, without, having talked to the players, that this is a counter pick from FW's composition to specifically try and beat FC here.
Makes sense. Just sort of thinking how it's been, right? You'd think a composition like Fancy's would do so much better on that defensive side, but we're yet to see it so far. And also something that I cannot believe I'm only just realizing is that Killua on the Neon, come on, are you kidding? It all makes sense now, but it isn't activating as it needs to just yet. Certainly picking back up, right? That's exactly what we're expecting. A little bit more challenging to play it on the defensive side, especially when the chamber is there to counter out the utility on the flanks.
Well,
Close.
I'm now seeing that there's 3 ultimates available for FW. If you can combine the Nightfall and the Orbital Strike, you pretty much have control of a whole site here. So for FW, it's going to be real interesting to see if they do a lot to enter the site with that one. You got the Fade setting it up over in the showers for the cross towards the U-Haul, and then you can have the Orbital Strike go in the U-Haul itself. So this is going to be a really interesting round. And again, if this goes FW's way, there's no money in the next round for Fancy United. Here we go.
Same sort of take that they have tried in the past, and it's going to be Majesty to get the opening. Ace Arola very much trapped up in the awkward position. Killua to get another, and Fancy have just been playing maybe a little bit too far forward, and it's getting really, really dicey here in this position. Sure, the Seekers come out, but there still is some utility down to sort of drop this flank out, but I think they're just going to give it up straight away. Yeah, Heisey, BMV, they don't want any single part in it, and they've just burnt those Seekers really with no reason towards that position. So that's going to be FW taking the lead back, and we're potentially on for a chance for the first series of the day to go to 3 maps.
Yeah, potentially. We've seen a kind of, again, FW, I got to really give them credit for their coordination in all of these abilities, right? The fact that they go in with the Nightfall and Orbital Strike, as I did mention, they realize the fact that Yes I Can has that gravity well at the top of short, ready and wait. They just sit in it and they all kind of spray the line that they're expecting. So it's a great little micro adjustment in the round from FW to just take control back in the round. And now, the save that you were trying to do as Fancy United has been completely nullified. So for FW, that chance in that round to get their 9th, get the lead, reset the economy, that is going to propel them and hopefully give them the confidence to take the rest of this map, to send us into the 3rd in Haven.
Oh, man. That's such a rough position to be in from Fancy. It's like we're watching a completely different team. Cannot believe that a composition that is very much set up to look strong on a defense is, playing it so far forward that they're kind of losing their members before they've even had a chance to drop a lot of this utility. They get the early stuff down, it fades, and then FW, as we saw on Breeze, of course, their slower start to the round means that they're not going to get burnt down by that early utility, and then as they sort of reposition, they set forward, they move as a unit, and Killua has been creating that space. He's doing exactly what a duelist does and what they need him to do. And how many times already in this half have we seen, the fast lane down short, straight in towards U-Haul and just locking them back? And because obviously 2 members of Fancy are playing so close up towards short, they've been picked time and time again. And even with that extra showers control, they've been punished. So FW have just been working around it so well.
It's like what I mentioned about the map difference between Breeze and Bind, right? You got a team like Fancy United who is super aggressive on Breeze that we were just able to witness, and they change up their composition and they want to play the composition where its strengths are, in the passive approach, in the informational lines, but it almost just feels like the aggression suits them so much better as a team. But again, you mentioned FWE. They are going again with the same deployment in towards this A site. It's true, tried, tested. It works. And Fancy United, they have not had a single counter to deny this just yet. They're in the site. They've got the plant. There is no one from Fancy United showing face at the moment. And they can, because it's just these pistols to throw caution to the wind and go in with. But for FW, it's just looking super clean at the moment.
Yes, absolutely. Majesty is on the line. It is going to be the Snake Bite to head over the top and the Toxic Screen to lock out short. So maybe a world where they do get back in this, but we do have Killua inside that U-Haul position. He has been punished by BMV, and now that's a Vandal. Now there's a chance back in here, Komodo, as Fisio does get another. Jit Boys and Apinya, they're left in the extremities, inside showers, inside short. They're onto the Spike Diffusal, but Jit Boys now does try to get into it. The Haunt goes up. They line up here, Komodo, but... Ooh, we can breathe. It's tight. It's close. It is just an absolute...
0.42.
Oh my god, a couple of milliseconds. But how low were Heisey and BMV? There was an absolute champion story there for Jit Boys in motion, but it gets denied right at the last second.
Oh, that's tight. It's an eco round that you made mention to a little bit earlier ago, where we've seen Fancy United. It was kind of what kick-started them on the start of this map, right? Getting that secondary round, getting that eco, and propelling them to really make a good attacker's side. But for right now, this is their first round on the defensive side. And it's not even, kind of a fumble or anything of FW. That was kind of just great, chaotic fragging coming through from Fancy United at the end, and sacrifice as well to protect the spike. So they get their round. They've got their guns here to play with again. But I still feel like we're kind of asking more from Fantasy United on this defensive side right now. And not to take anything away from FW, they've had a great start to this attacker side so far. Does that one round, though, give real good confidence over towards Fantasy United to get a grasp back on towards this match? They're playing passive again, throwing out this utility from cross maps, setting up more deployed over towards this B side. And FW, we've seen a little bit of tempt over towards this B side here and there, but this is the first time we're really getting a sense that they're going to continue here.
Slow start again. Only sort of changes the Pinya's up in hookah. We'll have Tirapong join him. Killua, relay bolt out as per usual, but now is that extra flashback in from the guiding light, from the paranoia. Here we go, BMV, your moment is now, and you will shine bright with a 3K. Quickly though traded, Apinya, Tirapong get it back, however Heisey at least able to lock it down. Tirapong though, through the Cosmic Divide, does get one. Spike in hand, 1 versus 3. 2 more left, Komodo. Is he going to be able to find it here?
That was a jack-in-the-box from him, isn't it? Just peeking on through the Cosmic Divide to take the pre-fire. The shots are missing, though, from Fisio right now. And the shoulder peek attempt as well. Is Tirapong going to be bringing out the unthinkable after what we've just seen from BMV? This is all the bait, though, from Fisio to allow his teammate to drop on toward the site. And now the shots are here as well, dancing around this site right now. The shots out from Tirapong, but it's only 3 as Acerola gets the final. And with that defuse comes double digits for Fantasy United.
They desperately needed that one, and it was the hero play again from BMV. I thought he had more in the tank, and, you know, Tirapong certainly made it scary in that 1 versus 3. Already seen a couple of clutches in this series so far, and near misses as well, but that time it's Acerola. He's got the operator. That's going to be dropped into the hands of Fisio, and finally, Fancy do find some stability. But again, Komodo, same story. Look at how much money these attackers do have. FWE, sorry, they've still got so much more to work with. But yeah, BMV, massive stuff in towards long. This time they counter that utility that's been thrown out. But yeah, that was quick. The stutter step. Tirapong, like, imagine if he closed out that round. I would have lost it.
I mean, legendary, that is for certain. Again, though, we can't talk too hard because there's a Neon in the round. And Killua straight in toward the garden. However, his plant has been plucked from the ground right now. Guiding lights going on through. Seekers as well.
So much more.
Mate, these cabbages, I mean, lettuces are expensive right now. You got cabbages? Throw them in.
$10 a lettuce. Kind of crazy. All right. So BMV has got one. Now he's out. Happy with it too. Repositions. A little bit caught though. Didn't realize Apinya was all the way up inside the garden. Rendezvous utilized to get the hell out of there for Tirapong. Does obviously still have the tour de force active. Now with the flashpoint going out. Yes, I can. Good turn. Good response. Gets one as Apinya responds. But in the position, obviously, still low as he heads out from hookah. Apinya up on the top of the site. Is he going to peek again? Fisio just waiting to see if there will be any further aggression. But now Acerola, you know, he's moving in this rotation with a judge. The Viper's Pit was dropped down short earlier, so he's not got much to work with.
Yes, I Can has 2 Astral Stars as well. I thought that maybe use one on towards the denial of the spike, but with teammates not there, it's going to be utilized into the retake as the Nightfall comes through as well. Fisio is going to be getting back on toward this line with the operator. However, Fantasy United, they're locked out by the Sky Smokes right now, and a kind of an upgrade. Better weapon to use in the site denial at the moment from Tirapong. It's time ticking away. Fantasy United have to get in toward this one. Apinya, Tirapong lock it down. It's a full house between the two of them, and it's FW getting double digits as well. 10 apiece. We are tied.
My word, this is so tight. That Nightfall was huge. I actually noticed there was a step into it inside the, you know, sort of spawn position. Elbow it did go into, so that was always going to give away some information, but I felt like it got way more than it was kind of necessary to do so. You know, BMV, especially with an explosive start, the Seekers were destroyed immediately. Apinya also just doing massive things on that brim. 3K, Tirapong to close. Every single member has sort of stepped up to the plate here, and it's a surprising one, right? That Killua sort of is the most quiet, but I guess for all you duelists watching along at home, he's doing exactly what he needs. He's going in first, and Tirapong, though, from the long position, Fancy. I mean, I'm going to calm down. It's just an eco. But still,
it is just an eco, but he makes it look good, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It could have fallen prey towards the flash play at long with the smoke going down as well. You know, it could have been a difference in this round, but Tirapong gone a bit ham, padding some stats, making it look good. Acerola now with a shorty, and everyone's going towards his location in the hookah. Maybe he gave, he's called knife round or something like that. Everyone's bringing out their knives to challenge him. But he's taken out Tirapong, so no ace here. And there's the round done and dusted. FWE getting round number 11 just on that little eco of Fancy United. So the guns are going to be here now, Conky, and this is the time to make sure you get the round. If it goes FW's way, there's no money in the last round of, or the next round for FCY. If it goes their way, however, they will have to contend with a proper purchase again. And we're looking down the barrel of Killua having Overdrive, Apinya having Orbital Strike, Tirapon close towards getting Tour de Force. Scary ultimates to be seeing on that attacker side.
I'm just wondering, have we actually seen a From the Shadows come out at all from Heisey in this one? I don't think it's really been utilized, so super important, you know, if you're taking advantage of all of these ultimates in the fact that you've got the 3 controllers. Very, very important, but now the time is it. They're going on through. There is going to be the star to drop down, and I do think they've got the gravity well down in time. This time, they'll get into showers. They will stay alive as Killua looks to take all of that control. Nobody home.
There's no real retake abilities from Fancy United at the moment as well. So they have to be really careful where they choose to use the stars, the smokes, the wall, if they haven't already utilized it. I think they're still holding on to it. Jip Boys takes out Heisey. So even if you wanted to use From the Shadows to just peek some information around the site, that's denied. But Conky, FW had the A site.
Yeah.
They've fallen back.
And Fisio shouldered that one out, of all things. Apinya has a look. Gets the info straight away. Yes, I can, though. Has a response. It's okay for now. They cannot lose any more members here, the side of Fancy. They need to keep these 4 alive to take those weapons into the next round. They are starting to build their way up towards the ultimates. 2 to force around the corner. 2 more as well for the Cosmic Divide. They have to keep on pushing here.
The fact that FW didn't go in towards U-Hole meant that they couldn't continue in toward the site. There was no one there at the current time as well. So with 20 seconds to go, they have to commit in towards it. And how does Acerola find that frag? It's a little bit of a jump out from Jip Boys, however, for the turning into the post plant. Pre-fire just doesn't work out for Yes I Can. Remember though, 3 versus 3. The Seas is going to miss its mark. Apinya peeks on through. He takes that challenge with Virtue, wins it. And now for Fisio, everything needs to come through in this 1 versus 3. A single bullet in the Headhunter gets the Phantom in possession now. But does he have an idea of how to tackle out this 1 versus 2? Footsteps being heard. Jip Boys playing distance, and Apinya is there for the close. It's FWE finding round number 12. They are now 1 away from sending us into map lead.
Fancy just looking so disconnected in that round on that retake. They've got barely anything to fight with. I think we're going to Haven here, Komodo, you know, unless it does go to some form of crazy overtime. Of course, the irony is, you know, our first series of the day, the last series, we get to manage to jump into 3 maps, which I'm stoked for. That's what we're here for. Good Valorant, exciting Valorant. Every single team here is playing for the bag, playing for that spot at Masters, and it's just that opportunity to show which region of Asia, of APAC, is the strongest. And FW versus Fancy, you know, Fancy coming in as the top seed from their region. FW came second. Looking to push. If they close this, they've got another chance. And again, you know, not once throughout this series until now have I felt like FW were in the lead, were in control.
Well, the attacker side from Fancy United was pretty superb, but, you know, the defensive side has fallen a little bit flat. Now, what's the Reliance going to look like in this round? A bit of elevation for Acerola.
He's so close
if Majesty uses the Rolling Thunder, though, that's going to just be the complete denial. And there it is. It's in. It's going to hit him as well. Yes, I can! Manages to find 2. Acerola pulls out a molly at the wrong time. The Snake's Bite is going to be biting himself. Rotations for Fancy United now. 50 seconds. And they've got a player advantage. The retake is workable.
But they haven't even gone in. Look at Jip Boys sitting back, happy to cruise off. Will be some information about to be taken from Tirapong on the line. Great shot from Fisio. There's a response, 4 and 2. Overtime, a chance around the corner. Spike still in the hands of Jip Boys. They can turn this 2v4 around. Site taken control of now by Apinya. Yes, I can. Has a look, but at least he spotted Jip Boys straight onto that line as well. He knows exactly where that tour de force is. And I feel like Apinya has to try and clear CT. That's exactly what he's doing. Spike will now be planted. But even Yes I Can's ready for it. Will he find it? There's the info. Falls away. Drops the ping. And now they just got to go for the retake as a unit. But Apinya, he's picked up another here, Komodo. There's a world where they keep this control as they are tucked into U-Haul together now in the 2-on-3.
4 versus 2. You cannot be giving individuals fights right now. Apinya and Jip Boys, they have been sensational. Can they hold it down? A Seas to buy a little bit of time. You heard 2 weapons shooting at you as well, so you know that there's 2 coming in from the flank. And Yes I Can from the heavens is able to find his 3rd in the round. Now it's on to Apinya. Position revealed. A guiding light to get him off, and this is just going to be Heisey sticking the defense right now. Or maybe not Apinya for the ace. The timing. He's off the defense.
Oh my god, he's done it!
gets the ace to send us into map 3. What a ridiculous close on Bind.
There is absolutely no way that Opinia has just pulled that off right now. The Brimstone Chad to close it. 13-10 on Bind. Not even their map selection. That was one for Fancy, but my word, Komodo tucked in the corner. The forward, thinking to dive in towards spawn, get that control. He gets the info, and like after the second he was spotted, you would have already sort of thought, okay, they can collapse on in, but that was a 2 versus 4.
Yeah.
That unfortunately Fancy have dropped, and their defending side was so poor when you compare what they had and the agents that they had access to in that one.
And on the flip side as well, from FW, they were having a great, attackers side off the pretty much the get-go when they got onto it, right? They were just locking Fancy out time and time again. Their combination of abilities, that A site, the territory that they were able just to control on the back of the Neon and Breach entering was absolutely stellar to getting them rolling on that attacker's side. And man, it was just an awakening for FW on that map there as well. The fact that as well, 4 versus 2, as you mentioned it. I'm sorry to harp on that fact, but you're giving individual duels towards a player who's just come out, with 2 frags, 3 frags to try and lock it down. You're still individually challenging him. I mean, credit to Opinia to be able to lock that one down, man. The ace to close, Haven around the corner. I am so excited to see who's going to get this victory.
We wanted a banger series to close out the evening on this fine Wednesday. The opener for groups, and we absolutely have that. We're going to send it back to the desk after a short break to let them all run through what we've just witnessed.
Taking them chances, making decisions, I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go session. Cook it up, yeah, it's no pressure. Yeah, how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. My slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more.
Look at this map, isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my composition's unique? Unfortunately, it did not work out for Fancy United. I was really hoping that it would though. That was the unique triple controller setup. And I know that Trix also had her heart set on over that, but it was just not gonna work. Not today. It was a 13-10 for FW Esports going into bind. Now welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. It's Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix again over here. This is the first series to break the streak here. The first game, 3 that we get to see Tash, and Apinya just closing the game the way he did. What a game.
There's always gonna be a game that's fantastic to watch.
Yeah, it's always gonna be a game 3.
Yeah, game 3 is something else.
Yeah, I mean, like, okay, so coming back to what I was trying to say earlier, is that, so Apinya with the ace, I would say that what's really interesting about that was the fact that we saw Apinya really step it up from game 1 all the way to game 3. So I wasn't surprised when we saw him just clinch it with an ace. So now let's talk a little bit about that triple controller setup. I know that Trix was really excited about it, and also was I, honestly. I thought that they were doing so great on attack. I'm like, okay, they have defense in the bag. You have all those utils to buy time to really play in. But surprisingly, it was toward defense that we saw the shift happen toward Fancy United, where it just didn't work out. What Trix, can you kind of break it down? Like, what exactly was going on there?
Well, 2 things. I think FW Esports also being more confident and a little more in their element when they were on the attacker side, and we saw that as well on Breeze, where Killua was also, the Neon was pairing with the Breach, and it was doing really well. But Fancy United in general, they have the triple controller setup, which is great, but I feel like they haven't figured out how they're going to make those proactive plays, how they're going to get that information. We saw them on the lurk or the late flank early on. They were trying to go towards that attacker spawn or attacker cave and getting an early peek on the opponents. But the issue with that is, you know, for me, it felt like an overcommit. You want to take that information, go back, maybe stack the rotation instead, because you got 2 players on the flank. You can just have 1 player marking that flank so they can't rotate back. Then you've got 4 players on one side. If you have that Viper with the pull, Viper pairing with the Astra Gravity, well, as you know, there's a lot of potential there, but I feel like it was just a little underutilized, especially on their defender side.
I really agree with you. And on top of that, when we saw the switch happen as well, Killua, I have to say, Killua was just insane when it comes to taking up space. Just runs in, and in a lot of situations, I was surprised at how aggressive we saw Fancy United play. Like, I was questioning, why did you have to be that aggressive? Why did you have to be all the way up there when you could be playing in the other side? Maybe wait for your teammate, play together. I feel like, as you mentioned before, those teamwork sort of utilization of utilities, teamwork style is just so good. And I just have to say, as soon as Killua was online, taking up space, in a lot of situations, we saw that Fancy United had to give up their space, had to give up sight. And once they had to give up sight, it was so hard for them to retake already.
I feel like, you know, the one time we saw like really good team play coming in from FCY on the defender side was actually when they had that Omen flash ready with the sky flashes. And I was looking, I'm like, is that what they're finally going to do? They finally have a play set up? Because you have so much potential for that bait kind of setup, you know, on the defender side, especially with the triple controller lineup. But it just felt like they were kind of letting it happen. They got picked off a lot. they weren't able to set up the Astra Stars paired with the Viper Molly. It was a little lackluster.
I have to completely agree with you over there. I remember that round that specifically you were talking about. I see Z and BMV, the combo in B long over there, with the Sky Flash going out, and then BMV just gets 3 kills off of that. They had the 3-man advantage over there, and overall they got that round. But I do want to touch up on how they were as attackers, because there were a lot of good rounds, obviously. I still want to talk about that, because despite the defending side not working out for them, we saw the round wherein they had the Viper spit on, the Cosmic Divide, and for me, it was just impossible to retake that, Tricks. But now we're going to be moving over to Haven.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll be seeing the same lineup over here, but what are the necessary adjustments that Fancy United Esports really need to do here?
I think Fancy United really need to be a little more proactive this time. They have to start taking the duels or forcing FW to certain angles, or at least cutting off the rotation. That's one of the best things to do in Haven, is cutting off that rotation, getting that early information. And we have another double controller setup coming in from Fancy United. I'm guessing they just really like their controllers. And hey, Heisey was popping off on that Omen, so I'm not going to belittle that at all.
Honestly, when you think about Heisey, you know, as I mentioned before, as Sorola as well as Heisey on Haven, this kind of setup is just so great to just cover whatever that, you know, the Astra smokes are not able to cover. And on top of that, Heisey can play aggressive if he wants to. He does pop off. He brings in so much value as an Omen. Now coming onto the other side, that Killjoy is just so good. You can either use her as a lurk from if you're going on attack side, not even lurk, just a flanker if you want to, or you can also use it as an anti-lurk as well because of her alarm bot. And on defensive side, I feel like she alone can anchor down C if she wants to as well. So it all comes down to just how you really want to play it, what strat you have. But you see those breaches coming through. I'm really excited to see which breach or which team play will work best with whose breach, because we all know that Haven is a breach sort of situation.
Yeah, of course, you have the breach clearing out a lot of the corners that we can see here on Haven, but I'm really excited how everything's gonna come to play, especially on middle ground. Like, we talk about Haven a lot, we talk about it all throughout the day. There's a lot of potential in B, especially on like thrifty rounds, right? So I'm excited to see how the clash will happen, how much space both of these teams will be able to get at the end of the day, and just overall the execution, something I'm really looking forward to. And hopefully a lot of good surprises come our way, because we always look forward to a good show over here. But with that said, I'm not going to keep you guys waiting any longer. I'm sure that the casters are just as excited as we are, so why don't we go ahead and pass the torch over to them. Back to you guys.
Is that after that last half from Fancy United, I really hope that we see more from them, right? Because it was a kind of lackluster one. They showed up really strong with that triple controller, but now as we move to Haven, it's a much more chaotic map, right? Bind, you're going to be well drilled in your offenses, whereas now it really leaves sort of the defenders a lot more open to try and find those solo plays. Is that going to come out in this map?
Well, maybe. I mean, you're going to have in the back of your mind as well the walloping that Opinia just kind of laid you out with that ace as well to just drop that map, like secure the map 13 on 10 in the end there. 13-10, 13-11, 13-10, one of the two.
13-10, yep.
My brain is gone. 13-10. So they're both 13-10 in the end here as well. Now, one of the things that I kind of always like to do in the little statistical department before getting into a map is see the sort of win rate and see the sort of playment that we've seen from these teams with these compositions. And I'm looking at it, and we've got a 66% win rate rather for Fancy United running this composition with 12 reps played. Flip it over, FW have played this composition twice, and they've got 1 win and 1 loss. So I don't know if that's so much that you can really write home about with that composition specifically, but I think from what they've been able to figure out in today's match so far against Fancy United, it's the denial of that aggression, and if they can do that, they can really run away with the map that we were kind of seeing with their aggressive start on that attacker's side of Bind there. So if they can lay that out over here in towards Haven, which, I mean, you think about it being more aggressive with the 3 open sites, maybe FW are going to be able to come away with this one. We'll have to see as we endeavor into the pistol rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all going to be told off the back of this opening half for Fancy, and we're already seeing the aggression, right? There is going to be FW finding the opening. Majesty gets one, Killua with another, but BMV, Acerola, okay, here we go. Straight on through. And now they're basically trapped up against the wall. We are already going to see Fisio take down mid control. He can actually move into spawn, but might get spotted out by that turret. Jit boys, 1 versus 3. Trapped behind the Nebula. We'll have a little bit of extra time to sort of wait in. It looks like Fisio's actually chosen to go away and recollect with the team, which I like a lot. Acerola tucked into the corner as well. They don't need a peek this, Komodo. They played this to absolute perfection here, really. Fancy. Absolutely loving what we're seeing right now. Now Jit Boy spotted out. The fault line does go through again. And look at them charging on in. There's one, but BMV, he was looking hungry on this breach, and he will open strong with the 4K.
Oh, one thing I'm noticing from the side, of FW with a couple of these players as well. Jit Boys ran in with 3 different agents in towards today, from Chamber to Fade, now on towards Killjoy. So we get to see a little bit of a difference coming on through. Tirapong's going to be getting out that Sky yet again, and we're seeing a similar sort of composition for FW from the previous map there in Binds that they did secure the victory. Pistol, don't know how much we can write home about that one. It was a great little play to come out from Fancy United in the very beginning to get it.
These players, which is
when
exactly
you think the Killer might have been able to do this, his squad with the fast lane didn't really work out in the end.
Lots of changes.
Take the eco coming in towards this line with a bit of this mid space.
Kind of slot in depending on who's strong and who's not. But they're just going to be heading straight up mid here. B control will be established. The Nebula is down. Heisey spots out from the garage. And Killua, that's a good utilization of the aftershock. Doesn't quite go far enough, though. He will be able to get into position. BMV, he's the one to find that opener here. But again, great position. Getting that spike planted is always a welcome start here. And now as the rotation does start to come through mid, will they jump into the window? Because we do have Jit Boys in towards bottom mid. Acerola gets one as the fault line goes out. They're just dropping like flies at this point in time. Fisio gets another. Already onto the defuse. Should be nice and easy to close out. Last in Tirapong. And I think that should just be the round done. 5 alive, flawless. Huge start here from Fancy United.
Yeah, just one of those rounds where it was kind of, the eco to come through from FW. So padding of your stats, making sure you're not dropping any of your weapons. Make sure you've got everything that you need coming into the next round. We saw, Fisio take a knee just to make sure that had enough to work with, reliance upon your teammates, but you can get your Vandal out into this round to be a little bit more challenging against the buy that you're expecting from FW. And this is the round where I've really been kind of, waiting patiently for coming in towards Haven, right? It's to see what defensive structure FCY now have with the Spectres, with the Vandal. Are they going to make use of close proximity angles? Are they going to make sure, that they're taking something different to FW? Are we seeing aggression like we saw on Breeze? And that's exactly what's happening. A walk down mid. That one Vandal from Fisio is completely taking the charge. A great guiding light out, though, as FW are going to find the first pick in the round, maybe even the second one if they continue these challenges.
Yeah, nicely done from Killua there, and also being able to continue to live on. Tirapong does have the regrowth as well to get Jit Boys back to health. And now Heisey still pretty keen to try and find something. Does have that spot in towards mid, but with a Spectre, it's certainly going to be challenging. It's very much going to be on Fisio. Look at how close he is up. Aggression does get one, but quickly traded. Tirapong Killua getting the job done. So it's just left onto BMV and Acerola. BMV so far has done some big things, had some good presence, but they will peel away. Happy to give up Garden, heading back going towards A. And once again, they are just going to try and send this fight down mid, BMV and Acerola as a duo. And then they will be able to start to wrap in on the flank. The alarm body's inside window, though, so that should be able to spot them out if they do continue this push.
2 stars to be able to work with for Acerola as well. He did pick up one off the floor just a little bit ago, but I think that might have been used as well. So into the site, into a plant, and 4 players to cover it as well is looking pretty nice for FW to win out their first gun round as well. But BMV, Acerola, coming together. It's going to be looked after by Tirapong, but the peeling away, it's actually just going to be a Pinya taken down in a Rolling Thunder.
It's the
This
ultimate.
is where things get a little bit spicy. I don't think Killua actually got hit by that, so he's going to be the first line of defense playing over from Long, but great use of the flashpoint as well. Is going to buy a little bit of time, blind them out. They overlook Killua. He's there. Tirapong for the swing and the trade. That's going to be the first round on the board for FW.
Yeah, Killua in the impact position. They're not getting tagged up by the Rolling Thunder, as you mentioned. They didn't clear out Long, and he was just able to hold on, get the trade out. Tirapong gets another. That works. And a round back in for FW. They've got to be happy with that first response. But look, I suppose a lot of damage still dealt in that bonus. You know, they've got to be reasonably happy with that. Now they can get the full buy-in. This round will sort of very much tell the tale in what we're going to be actually looking at. So 3 alive, strong position to be in. It's going to be the operator to be picked up, of course, for Fisio. Much more viable, and a map like Haven does have those long lines, and he will be playing the aggressive one to start. In towards the sewers. Tagged up on the line, fast line straight in. Paranoia to blind up, though. The relay bolt actually might tag its way back into the corner. It absolutely does. Acerola tagged, and there's Jitboys going down as well. Once again, Fancy showing their hand a little bit too early on this defense, and I got to admit, they probably just have to moonwalk their way back out of this one already.
Yeah, it's always going to be difficult when you've got a stampede of players coming towards you at this seaside, isn't it? You don't really have the denial ability. Heisey, Ace roll up, just take it over. A little bit of damage done in the play. However, you have to concede control. You know, a 5 versus 3 where you've got no way to get back into this site. You've got no duelists. Again, you know, FCY running this duelistless comp, which means they're really reliant upon information, deterrence with abilities and everything as well. Space created, they have to do together. And if they don't have numbers advantage, it's going to make it difficult a lot of times. So I expect a different deployment to come in from Fancy United in the next round. You know, different placements of these Astra Stars to really try and hold the fort, hold the force off, and then maybe we even see more aggression from Fancy United. Test the waters, see what they can get away with on this defensive side, because 5 with 3, you're okay to get in another purchase coming into the next round.
Yeah, definitely a good position. But, you know, it's realistically, again, just that response from FW. They are doing so well. They've got the momentum behind them. You know, this time, obviously, we have seen Fancy start as the attackers. The opening 2 maps of Breeze and, of course, Bind. Now with them starting on the defense, you know, potentially that's a world where FW can get in nice and early. You know, they reset this economy quickly. Will make it very awkward for Fancy. Certainly not what they would be looking for. Overdrive, though, now ready for Killua. Can use that to break up the space. Did a fantastic job on Bind, and I don't see that changing at all into this map.
Well, we're
Opening
seeing
onto Acerola there was huge.
We're seeing Fisio push down the sewers here with the operator, so we can see a little bit of lapse of control for Fancy United over on that side, and they need the rotations to come over towards C, because again, it's Killua, fast lane in, and relay bolt, a secondary one now. Acerola, I don't think he was spotted just there, but the guiding lights are through. Killua does get traded on out, but the rest of the squadron is here for FW, and they're actually getting denied. It's a wonder what happens when you've got a single choke point, and you try to bully your way through. When you've got opponents on the other side, makes it very difficult. Now for Pinya in a 1 versus 4, I don't really feel like Conky will be getting an ace out of him this time.
No, that time was way, way better from Fancy. They were really in quick on that retake. You know, even after losing the 1 member in Heisey, they were super happy to kind of move out from that nebula inside the spawn and get out as a unit. As you mentioned, I don't think Apinya will be able to recreate that previous. Have Fisio locking down the flank a well way away. Does clear out the corner, but Acerola ready for it. Great reposition, because we sort of did think that, you know, the second that we saw Killua get onto that site, the double up of the relay bolt. I'm loving their utility as well, you know, popping the guiding light just on the other side of the fast lane. But this time it didn't quite work out, turning away from the flashpoint as well. They all just get mowed down. And a massive round there from Acerola on the Astra.
Well, a good round to come out from Fancy United, and a little bit of, you know, playing on through that C site control means that it's going to be a shift for FW in toward this next round, and it's going to be the container over towards the A side of things. You got a fault line already being lined up for BMV, so this is going to be one of those set plays to get Fisio on the line and see if he's going to be able to find an opening frag. The rendezvous here as well, so on the back of this play, could find Fancy United in with an opening win. Guiding light completely gets him. Killua finds it. Fisio, he was tempting fate to not rendezvous.
He looked like he wanted a turn, but then was just a little bit too late. Get stuck in the corner, made it very, very awkward, as you mentioned. sure why you didn't get the rendezvous out of there. Killua looking for more, but yes, I can this time. Does get the response, and that is an excellent flashpoint. My word, straight out. Awesome response. Now Jit Boys in a 1v2. Was a 1v3. Did manage to get the opener. Now Acerola has to start to fall back. I think they're happy to relinquish the spike control there. Definitely is in a retrievable position for Jit Boys, but now they start to shoulder it together. Are they going to just pop their way out of the garage? It looks like they're pretty keen to fight in Garden. And now they step.
Yep.
Awesome stuff. Well done. Well played as a unit. And even after losing the opening in Fisio, Fancy just looked in control of that round.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well, you don't want to give opportunities to your opponent in 1vx scenarios to get individualized frags. We see exactly what happens with the closer of the last map, right? So go together as a unit, as a team, and you can, make it a little bit easier for yourselves. But yeah, as you mentioned as well, a beautiful flashpoint to go on through, and then just capitalize on the courtyard fight. Everyone peeks out where they need to, and it works out wonders. So another round over towards Fancy United, but another contest that they have to try and contest against, right? FW, guns, ultimates. Killua's down on the Stinger because the overdrive is going to be possibly deployed in towards what is looking like a bit of mid-space control, a potential B-pop as well, because there's only that trademark for Fancy United looking after it. And for FW not having a jet, they can't throw in a cloudburst, they can't dash in. They have to go with different clearances over toward the side, which is going to be that wall to come out from Killua, right? So here's the overdrive. Here is in towards the site with the Trailblazer as well. And it's just an empty B site to get the plant and play a weird post plant.
I was a little bit concerned for just a second. Majesty holding onto that spike for a long while, and with the push up towards a long, thought there was a potential chance where he did get picked off, but that didn't quite happen. Now we do have Jit Boys waiting inside their spawn. It's going to be a very, very tough retake here as they do already start to dive their way in towards this A-Long. How is this going here? Heisey already picked up. Killua gets it. BMV, good response, and another. But there still is one more on towards this side of Pinya. But now they actually know where they are. It's going to be a bit awkward as Majesty's in the last position. Not looking forward towards it. Does get the Rolling Thunder off the back of that. So I now think Majesty can actually lock down the rest of this round. He absolutely will. The linchpin. Awesome stuff. I mean, jumping out from Opinia was certainly a bold play, but as soon as that Cosmic Divide went down, they were all kind of locked out from B. And FW, they're doing some interesting maneuvering, but it's working out for them so far.
Yeah. Killua finds all the space required with, on towards the B site, and then just the plan of action to have essentially your whole team push in towards the A link and only leave one down at the bottom of mid to hold it on through from Jit Boys there. Gets the kill where required as well, because the Rolling Thunder was the sub plan to come out from Majesty. It's one of those, as I said, these strange post plants, right? And that was exactly why I was expecting something weird from FW, because everyone was surrounding that B site. They didn't have anyone waiting at the bottom of mid to kind of defend it from there by the one player in spawn of Jit Boys. So their choice worked out for them in the end, and now they're one away from tying things up here. Another gun purchase to come through from everyone, however, and it's a different look to the round. You're still going to have Fisio over towards the A site by himself, this C side lean for Fancy United. However, for FW, there's no one in deep of mid. They've got the turret to overlook for at the moment, seeing what they want to clear out, seeing where they want to go, waiting for any aggression from FCY, and Fancy United aren't giving them anything yet, Conky. So the minute mark will hit, FW now need to choose what to do.
They're setting their sights on towards the garage. Heisey is going to have a very, very big task at hand. Does have the paranoia, can utilize if necessary, and Killua has walked straight into that one. It's going to be the gravity well as well to throw him off, but maybe a little bit of an overstep there from Heisey, and Jit Boys also getting another, jumping straight in towards the overshock there, aftershock rather. It makes it awkward, and if Acerola gets two back, but Opinia good for the trade. Only downside here is they are low, so BMV and Fisio can potentially find a way back into this one if they're quick towards it.
Well, if BMV finds one kill, that's going to be the Rolling Thunder as well. Position that nicely, could get you back into this round. Opinia, Jit Boys, both low. Killua's the one with the HP, and now he's been taken out, so makes it a little bit more difficult. A star onto the spike, I do believe it's a beta through, and there's that Rolling Thunder. It goes deep enough that it pings them on through. The spike is half defused, and Fisio's just sticking it. He's got confidence in his teammate to hold down the fort, and Fisio will be finding the kills as well. BMV not really required at the end there, but that Rolling Thunder, very, very crucial.
Yeah, perfect run of the storyline there, mate. I give my props to you picking up the frag towards the back of the side, allowing for the Rolling Thunder come in, and obviously that ultimate distance being just long enough to clip them inside C-Long. Awesome, awesome work there. Acerola, though, got to admit, really stepping up into the plate. The 2K and then the dink onto Apinya was enough to kind of give them the confidence there, but well played from BMV. Huge, huge round, and Fisio to close it accordingly. Even after the spike defusal comes in, they know their limits in their agent abilities, and now Fisio's running off the back of that confidence, actually moving down towards mid, and Heisey also there with Yes I Can, looking to take some control of Garage. They should get all of this information early, and now but potential swing round again to take that extra control, because FW, they don't have a whole lot of money. Majesty, he's actually not bought in anything at all, it looks like.
That'll be the trade. So one of the big things in this round for FW is the fact that they've got that lockdown. If they position it where the Aftershock can't destroy it, they'll have control of A side. Just so happens that the trademark was the only thing looking at this side. Eventually it's going to ping off. Doesn't matter. There's nobody here from Fancy United who are going to shift into a full-on retake. It's one of these coin flips for FW that they lucked out a little bit on the site that they have gone with, and now it just turns into a post-plant where there's no Rolling Thunder. There is the Seekers, however, to go in. There is a From the Shadows from Heisey, but that lockdown is late, which buys more time. You can't really destroy that if you miss that Aftershock from BMB, which he doesn't actually have one. Did he already use it? He did to destroy it. So here we go, Conky. Here's this retake.
Full 5-on-5 and El Clasico on the A site here. Apinya 1 and 2. My oh my, stepping up to the plate regularly, and there's Majesty. Doesn't even need a weapon with the Classic. Somehow, with a very scrappy looking purchase, FW, they lock out the round in its entirety. 5 alive, and the economy now of Fancy United is broken, Komodo. They can invest, but I think it's going to have to be all of it. They should take a save. It looks like they will. But Apinya, what a huge play here to be able to turn away from the guiding light. 3 points of HP, locking it in. And then Killer and Tirapong to find a couple as well. Awesome stuff as a unit. That's the thing. You know, Fancy, they seem to have these really bright and brilliant moments where it all seems to kind of mesh together. But FW, you know, big individual performances as well as some pop-off plays as a unit. Fisio does get forced away. And now they go for that same stock plate straight into C.
Yeah, and it's an eco to come through from Fancy United as well. They're relying upon Fisio doing something with the tool.
Oh my god, no way, no way!
Well, he's doing everything that you would ask for and even more. Talk about the weapon to close down one of those previous rounds. BMV was there.
Oh my!
It's his party house right now. He is the gatekeeper, the guardian of this C site. And Apinya, a 1 versus 4. What are you going to be able to do to get back into this one? At the moment, nothing. Fisio back onto the line. And that tour de force, mate. He has just absolutely ripped a new one for FW.
Know exactly where he is now. Apinya tagged up. Acerola with the shorty of all things. I was talking about big individual performances on the side of FW, but we see Fisio stand up to the plate. The save, the tour de force. It is so impactful. You know, not dissimilar, to Jet's Bladestorm, but you know, Killua, even after creating all of this space, look at this. This is absolute perfection. Quick scopes. FaZe Clan, eat your heart out. And it's all left onto just that one in Apinya. After that is done. Oh, a perfect counter eco.
Man, the C site, when you've got Killua trying to charge in by himself, you know, he's quicker than the rest of his team. He can't really get there to have the full assistance. So big props up towards Fisio to get the denial on that one from a tricky location. And now, this is what I mean. Killua needs to make sure he doesn't overextend too hard from his team as the B site is in their control. Plant does go on down as well from Majesty, meaning 1 off the Rolling Thunder. You've got that Cosmic Divide, though, so that can be utilized nicely from Apinya if they want. Another 5 versus 5 coming at us.
Yeah, a couple of these have happened in the last few rounds, haven't they? Acerola up very close. Of course, Killua laying in wait. Jitboys is actually repositioned as well. Back into the spawn. Fisio in the window, does manage to have Yes I Can with him, but it's now going to be the battle of the utility. The paranoia comes out. Yes I Can gets 1 and 2. On the flank, though, it's Jitboys. He's able to find it, and Apinya for 2 as well. All left onto BMV. It is a 1 versus 3. Will he rhyme or will he do time? Looks like he's going to have to fall away because there is no time. and the round is done. Fancy cannot put the pieces together of this round, and Majesty, he makes a quick leap, but unfortunately he is taken. But it doesn't matter, because FW have done big things again. Like, this is one of the few duelists in Killua that, you know, is happy to just be that sacrificial lamb. He gets a couple of picks here and there, but he's not a crazy big fragger on this Neon. He's just getting into the site, clearing out the angles, and allowing the team to kind of follow through, right? Utilizing the speed of the Agent of Neon, just being able to get into those extremities so early into the round where the rest of the team can just focus on other things.
Yep, no, absolutely. He's playing really well to find a lot of that space. He's got his overdrive ready again in this round. You've still got the Cosmic Divide from Apinya if required, but now, you know, it is the last round of this half. Yes, I Can is going to start things off. Killer
Here we go.
again. Now things are starting to happen. Majesty, only good for one. No Rolling Thunder to be utilized today. And speaking of ultimates, Mitch, in this 4 versus 2, Heisey, we haven't been one from the shadows yet.
No. It has been interesting, right?
Player standing.
It was the same in the previous map, not utilizing the from the shadows. I guess it hasn't been overly necessary. Maybe it will start to get utilized on that attacker's side when you can sort of get your way up in towards a heaven. But Spike dropped. Chip Boys gets the one. Now can creep all the way back around. There is no utility to sort of lock it away as the trademark is down towards the A site.
Well,
so it's realistically just going to be on to see if he can find any 1v1s.
Yeah, Heisey will get the dark cover back again. Acerola can even use that Cosmic Divide. It does make it quite difficult for Jit Boys to get back into this one. There's a Nebula. He could technically peek in toward that and try to pick up the spike and make sure he doesn't, you know, accidentally pick up the gun that we can see on the ground, but he's just trying to clear all of the angles and the difference of an Omen, right? When you mentioned on that attacker's side, if Jit Boys was playing an Omen right now, from the shadows available, TP's to the spike and gets it, right? So we might see that come out in the next half from Fancy United. But again, for right now, in this moment, it's 15 seconds. There's 3 defenders that you got to try and get past and get the spike. This round is just done.
Does manage to at least spot out one, but Acerola is going to close. So there we have it. Fancy, strong and composed in the last round of the half. It was a nice little play in towards mid. Yes, I can. Great guiding light down. It was a bit shaky, but Heisey got the trade. And finally, they sort of get something done from that garage position. You know, there was, I guess, a bit of a leak around that sort of C and mid area. A lot of the control was taken by pushing up towards a long, but now the half is somewhat even. 7-5, certainly winnable on both of these positions. Got to admit, though, you know, it does sort of feel like the defending side of Haven can be the one that's a bit more challenging. So having that lean early, moving to what I guess they would consider in their favored attacker's side, where they've looked stronger earlier in the day, maybe now is their time to try and close this, because I would have thought that with the composure and momentum that FW had behind them from the tail end of Bind, especially that big play in the final round from Apinya, I would have thought that they would have started off this one a little bit stronger coming out on that attacker's side. But it hasn't happened. Sides have swapped. And maybe, just maybe, we'll see Fancy close this.
From maps 1 and 2 at 8-4 at the half, right? We've had Fancy United leading. Bind, FW were able to come back, take the victory. 13-10 was the result of both of them. Now a difference in the halftime scoreline, 7-5. So it gives a little bit more, you know, quicker room, I guess is the way you could say it, for FW to play with, right? If they get the pistol in the secondary round, coming into the bonus, they're already tied up. And that would then be on the defensive side, which you make mention to, can sometimes get the better of you, right? It can be a fickle thing over here on Haven. So that is going to be one great sort of start to FW if they're able to get the pistol, get that happening. Brilliant. For Fancy United, you know, we've seen a little bit of struggles. Those to and fro's in that first half, because they were on that defensive side, they're not stringing together too much, really made it difficult for them to kind of get a good grasping on the defensive side. And I guess you could make an argument for FW's attacker side as well. But, I mean, you know, we switch them up now. So it kind of is mute.
Need to see some stability. That's the thing it's been
lacking.
That's exactly, yeah. Fancy have shown us like a whole lot of good, but it's not there the entirety of the map. You know, FW have been finding some gaps. They certainly have, you know, done their research, as we've seen across previous maps as well. Breeze was the opener that really got the tale told at the start of how happy they were to just sort of sit in spawn and allow Fancy to come to them. But this side, this is where Fancy really need to take that control. Haven is brutal, And we've seen it exactly already. 4 straight in towards mid from B. And now the rotation back. They're going to be heading through A-Link. Utility does start to go down. Obviously, it's the double smokes. And yes, I can. Does find some information. Spotting out Acerola. Now, Heisey already here as well. Opening frag. Found by BMV. Now they line up. BMV gets another and Heisey as well. But, no way.
Turret.
The turret's taken 2. It's almost found something back. Jit Boys got to be happy with that one. Up in heaven. 1 in hell. Spotting out. That's a 3rd. Jit Boys on for the ace here. Will he be able to pick up any more? It's going to be on the back of the timing from Apinya. Does drop in, but there's Jit Boys falling. Apinya, 1v2. It's a sharp shot, but Heisey gets the trade. And they've got to be happy with that. Fancy with a strong opener. They almost botched it with that turret, but...
Mate, the turret nearly got more kills than everybody. You know, Jit Boys gets the extra frag to make it the 3rd, but nobody got more than 2 frags in that round. The turret, MVP, absolutely colossal. I guess BMV also did get 2 kills, but turret is where it is at. Pistol round does go to Fancy United, though, which means they got both pistols in this one. So, do we see a force up with the damage that was found? 1 versus 1. You could kind of maybe see the force come through from FW, but they're going to be playing a little bit more respective just with the utility here. Get the guns in the round after this one. And for now, a lobby play in attempt from Fancy United. They're going to be denied from that in the initial get-go. Continue out with this long play. So again, really, in these sort of rounds, you know, we don't need to overhype it, overanalyze it. FW are looking for damage. Fancy United are looking for the round, hold on to weaponry to make the bonus a little bit better in the next one, and they don't need to, you know, overpurchase.
The only time we can overhype these rounds is when Fancy do manage to find it, which they did get that classic round on the second round of Bind, but Jit Boys is close. There's at least 1, you know, that's potential solace forward. The shorty definitely viable at some of these closer angles, but now look at this. 2 members up close, Majesty and Tirapong. Are they going to be able to get anything? Certainly making it awkward, but Heisey in position. Majesty is going to be tough. He's been tagged up and taken down. 3 versus 4 here as they do start to rotate in. We are going to have Killua in heaven. Opinion's picked up a Spectre, so maybe a little bit further damage, but still a bit of an overshot. Really, all they can hope for is to take a couple of weapons away here.
Jit Boys wants at least 1 kill, because then he'll be able to get the lockdown with the death in toward the next round. Jumping out from the heavens, the Killua falls. And Jit Boy won't get that frag. That would have been cool to have in the next round. Because a lockdown coming in to your first gun round, that would be pretty nice to find a little bit of defensive structure. But regardless, now we come in toward the bonus round for Fancy United. For FW, they have their first real purchase to come in towards this defensive side. And one of the things that is kind of always nice for me when I see a Killjoy in the map is when you play Haven, right? There's a lot of those positions you can put those nanoswarms in. We've already seen it around the A side. To buy time when a team tries to get the plant, right? You can push them off this, push them off the plant, push them into a more of an uncomfortable spot. If Jit Boys gets that timing nicely and Fancy United waste a lot of time, it can be, you know, recipe for round successes. But FW, no holds barred, straight out in towards long and immediately traded on through. This is just a chaos already in the beginning stages. There's 3 players alive at each side and there's still a minute 20.
A response as well, at least. Again, the bonus, how important is it to bring through? I don't actually think we've seen a bonus secured or converted in this one so far. It definitely has always, in this series, been the trade back and forth.
No, we did see it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Very good. Happy with that. Need to see it again. 2 Vandals.
Was, so FW, when they got that Eco Thrifty that carried on, and then the technical bonus that was the delayed bonus. But on the same map of binds, it was 5 in a row for FW. Right. So they won their bonus too. Yeah, correct. Technically 2 bonuses won.
There's looking like a potential 3rd. Fistio. Getting that damage back. Pretty well. A little bit too far away. So now both of them, Apinya and Jit Boys. It's a very, very big, tough challenge. Aftershock goes out. It's going to keep them away for at least a little while longer. But now they do start to creep on in. And it's going to be Yes I Can, who is a fair bit away. Yeah, does have it in hand if he wants it. It is out, it is taken, but maybe it's just a little bit too late. Didn't actually tag up one. Jit Boys, it's a team one, it's a team. Oh, Yes I Can, you are to be alive in this round, my friend. That is scrappy. You could see that BMV was maybe a little bit concerned if he wanted to throw it out, and
I think there was hesitancy in
yeah,
that
that's
one as
exactly
well,
what it
was. Waiting in hell, waiting for it, and there was no information from his team spotting out over towards CT either, right? Chooses to use it a little bit later, to the point that Physio was kind of already setting up to be able to peek into all the spawn on the rip of the Thunder. However, lightning struck the wrong direction, right? Hits the teammates, and as you mentioned, it is perfectly said. Yes, I can. Very lucky to still be alive, even though it's a 1 versus 2, and they were still kind of, you know, faulted out, disoriented by the Rolling Thunder. You're already on 13 HP, so
yeah,
it's lucky.
Well, look, all I'm going to say is we'll give BMV a pass because he is 17 and 6 on a breach, which is usually something you never see. It's usually the 6 and 17 breach with 17 assists from all the flashes and fault lines coming out. So we'll give him credit where credit is due because he has had a huge series and very versatile as well. What have we seen? We've seen the Sky, we've seen the Cypher, and he's been putting in big results throughout those maps as well. So Fancy looking strong, 10-5, only 3 away from actually closing this one out. It's the opening map of groups. We've been able to see all of the groups with their opening maps. Of course, you know, coming in. That's right, exactly, isn't it? Or we...
Well, so it's the opening match for all of these teams in their groups, of course, but there's still half of the opening matches to go.
That's exactly
it was one
right,
from each group.
Yes,
so
that's right. So tomorrow we're going to be having the same, and then we'll start to make our way, obviously, down towards the end of the week in qualifications and eliminations. You know, we want to see teams get to that playoffs, onto LAN, right? Like, how exciting is that for so many of these teams? Like, a lot of players, you know, maybe back in a former title have been there once upon a time, but for Valorant's sake, it is still early days for the APAC region to get back on LAN, so very keen to see what is up and around the corner. Around the corner for Jit Boys, there's a frag onto Oasis, a roll-up. Yes, I can, and Physio, they're good on the response here. BMV gets another, and it's looking like it's a little bit out of course here for Killua and Majesty. Majesty gets at least one, but it's only going to be a... cheeky little SMG picked up, so the Stinger, not exactly the best long-distance weapon available.
So there's no damage. There's no damage ability from Fancy United right now to deny that spike from being defused. There's a smoke that's going to act as a one-way, but Killua still does have that wall that he can pop him up. And if that fast lane buys a lot of time, Majesty can throw fault line. He can throw aftershock to the corner, which he's doing a relay bolt as well. There's a recipe that they can get this defused. Put up that fault line. Fast lane. Get the fault line down with the flash as well, and it could be brilliant. However, they're trying to get the utility out to bully their opponents, and it doesn't really work on out. And I guess, you know, there probably would have been a spray through the wall as well onto the spike. So just one thing to try and get yourself over the board. Regardless, it was a bit of an eco to come through from FW. They'll have guns coming into this next round. And if they do drop this here, Conky, that's going to be that map point, series point for the night as well. And they'll be dropping down into the lower part of their respective group.
I like that. They did try to find the fight. You know, they cleared out, obviously, the cubby. Nobody was home. Expended pretty much all of their utility there, so they try to get their way down, clear out the other side that hadn't been looked at yet.
I've got your trail.
They were unsuccessful, but plenty of damage. At least that's really all they can kind of hope for right now, but desperately needing this one, Komodo, as you mentioned. Tirapong up close, Guiding Light destroyed, a little bit shaky, but he's being dragged in. Great gravity well. Does make it scary.
Can't even track it.
Exactly. Already out. Heisy's got another. Flashpoint out. He needs to hold on to this. Majesty gets one, but BMV on the trade. Oh my word, it has just been such a back and forth, to and fro series. And in the final map in Haven, you know, as I sort of mentioned at the half, Komodo, like, Fancy, they get onto their favored attacker's side, and that's where they're doing all the damage. But we have seen 2v4s won in the past. BMV looking to hold away. Jit Boys, he gets back out onto the fault line, but that's okay. They haven't peeked in. He's going to be blinded. Yes, I can to close. And that is going to be not only map, but series point to move on towards the upper bracket.
So many different challenges down in the sewers, just standing over it long as well, that it was going left, right, and center every which way. And in the end, Fancy United somehow managed to get over the board. It was, you know, very rapid utilization of Killua getting out that fast lane as well to try and assist out, but just some good positioning, some good, you know, what's the word I'm looking for here? Some good notification on the site for Fancy United on what exactly was happening within their own ranks, within their own teammates' positions as well, right? Head on a swivel, getting the shots out where required. As you mentioned, it is series point coming into this one. 7 rounds of padding for Fancy United to play around with before it gets into OT, if it gets into OT. And the purchase that FW are going in with in this round isn't really that convincing. Sheriff, couple of Spectres, a Bulldog. Do have some ultimates to play with. 4, in fact. 1 away from the Seekers for Tirapong. So, I mean, yeah, there is a world in which they can get into this relying on a couple of those ultimates, but then that's the first step, right? They are, so far, without a defensive round. It's been 5 attackers in a row for Fantasy United.
It's just such a big task, and with that opening, there's going to be Killua going down. Like, obviously, had to try and make a play on the Neon. Getting out of sewers, fast lane goes down, but the wall bang secured by Yes I Can. Now they do make it lean over towards Garage. No one up towards C. And that's going to be an important factor here. Jit Boys does keep them at bay. Nano Swarm pop, and now he has to go peek. Has to go find a fight, and he's done exactly that. Apinya also responds with one. Jit Boys can get in there as well. Now it's got to be left on Officio and also Heisey. Heisey's found the side, he's found the control, but Fisio has to recover the spike, and he should be able to as the Rolling Thunder does go through. It's awkward, but Tirapong is going to be able to get towards it at the appropriate time, and now he chooses to fall away. Heisey, 20 seconds, has to go quick.
Imagine if he still did have his From the Shadows, he could have utilized it here to pick the spike and then get the plant, but he used it a little bit too early. 10 seconds, and he does have a Shrouded Step to try and get that spike back onto the side. The shots are out. He's taking the fight. He's taking the pre-fire, but it misses out. And Tirapong for his squad, FW, they will hold on.
They need that. They needed that so badly, but after obviously investing everything into that one, they're still going to have a pretty scrappy looking buy. It's going to be Light Shield. It's going to be Spectres. It's going to be awkward as it stands. But look, that was a fantastic round there from Jit Boys and Opinia. They were backs up against the wall. Great utilization of the double up of the Nano Swarms, and also, you know, managing to tag up with that fault line right as he moves in. That means Tirapong can get the catch. He repositions back into Garden. And whilst FW have a chance, it is still such a long song tale, right? Because Fancy are so far ahead, double the scoreline, and just look at the way that they're spread across the scoreboard, right? Every single member has stepped up to the plate, and I think it's the first time that we've really seen that as a consistency from Fancy, right? They're still running in. They aren't running the Duelist, which they haven't now twice in a row, and it's still paying off for them. You know, Fisio's doing great things on the chamber. Why, bro? You know, it's not broke, don't fix it, sort of thing.
Well, some people would argue with you that it is broke and you should fix it, but it's in the game. We're playing with it, and Fisio's playing, playing pretty damn well. That is for certain. But there's a pause coming from Fancy United at the moment just to get everything sorted, a little bit of a settle down. 6 rounds to play with. You don't want to get complacent, of course. Purchases does come in from them again, which is all fine and dandy, but, you know, some exit strategies for FW here still, of course. You've got that Cosmic Divide for retake, for denial. Same thing can be said for the lockdown, so it does come down to what sort of strategy they want to deploy in toward this new round and how they're going to play around it. Bit of long aggression again from both of these sides over at the A site at the moment, and rotations already starting to happen from Majesty to support the boys on the A site. Very early on, lost space, and Fancy United, they're going in.
Yeah. Straight in. Last ditch effort. 3 members here. They need to try and lock it down, FW. And Tirapong's going to do exactly that, but it is traded. Tirapong, he did well with 3, but now it is back to that 2 versus 2. Site secured. All 5 of Fancy making their way in. Yeah, it's the sort of last ditch effort, isn't it? 2 to Forces available. Cosmic Divide available as well. Everything in it. All ultimates up. How do they utilize it? Because it looks like they are pushing. He's close. Acerola, Fisio, double up into the position. They find it. Are they going to be ready for Jit Boys in the link, though? No, they're not at all.
Enemy remaining.
Checks it, clears it.
They were so spread out, and he has cleared it, as you mentioned. But on the ledge, that's a bit ambitious from Fisio. 1 versus 2. You're always going to understand how Acerola got taken out by Jit Boys then. The disconnected retake from Jit Boys and Opinia lend in for Jit Boys to be able to find that one. But Fisio, you know, kind of backing himself potentially a little bit too much in the end. Though, we won't write him off just yet, of course. There's still 5 rounds for Fancy United to play him with, and all of the damage that we're continually seeing, you know, it's going to impact a little bit of the economy for FW, but a couple of rounds in a row, a couple of kills for these players, and they'll still be able to get out comfortable purchases. So just 1 round at a time here, Conky, for FW to get back into this.
Still, yeah, kind of getting my head around that position. You know, really just needed a hide, knew exactly where he was, could have dropped down into a link. Creeped around, but it's okay. We'll leave it. They've still got the buffer. They've still got 5 more rounds to close. They've got cash. They've got capacity. Izzy Get spotted out by the guiding light, but that is going to be the rolling thunder to go on through. And now it does catch Jit Boys, but it doesn't hit Tirapong. Exactly right. Does get one. Quickly traded though. Heisey, good response. But there's more to do. There's absolutely more to do, but Apinya is there. He's done it all. Heisey cannot find any more than 3. And I'm not going to say comeback, but I just did.
You did indeed. It's only a couple of rounds here from FW. Do feel like Fancy United maybe falling into the category of complacency just a little bit right now. They're going in very, very rapid in toward this A side a couple of rounds in a row. Whether or not it's just trying to lull FW to get a bit more of a stack there and make the C side a little bit weaker, who's to say? You know, the C side is a little bit more approachable, and I guess the B side can be seen instead. From what we've seen Killua do with the fast lane, right? It's created space, it's opened up opportunities. We can kind of still see the same thing for Fancy United if they want to, but Killua, again, is already down C-Long, has the info that it's going to be back over in A or in mid, and it is going to be A. Tirapong already falling back. Now, the difference right now is there was no secondary player on this A site for FW. There was only Tirapong. This is looking like a retake.
Yeah. Another 5-on-5 retake, Komodo. And it could potentially be the close of this series. Opening matches of the groups. You see a few more tomorrow. Heisey has the paranoia. It is going to be the lockdown. They should know exactly where that one has been put. But yeah, in position. Yeah, it's actually a long way away here. So now it's going to be the chaos of the ultimates. The Seekers come out. And now the Shrouded step to at least come through. Fisio gets one. Heisey another. But I think that's going to be the close here, Komodo. They're all dropping like flies. Majesty has to try and make something big happen. It's all onto Apinya. 1 versus 4. And that is all she wrote here for Fancy United. 13-8. They close over FW Esports. And as the last round, chaos ensues. They change their pace. They try to move around where they want to be positioned on the map. And I do like that. Fisio kept an eye over towards C-Long. He managed to spot out Killua, who was trying to take that control. But look, all I can say is from Fancy, right? Whilst that was a victory for them, it didn't feel like the cleanest. And I hope they can sit back and rewatch this VOD back and try and iron out a couple of those kinks as they go into the next stage of the competition.
Yeah, I think in terms of map reps right now, a lot of teams that, these guys will be playing against a little bit later on have a lot of information to work with, compositional-wise, if they're going to be running in with the same lineups, how the counterplays will be there, how to position their own comfortable agent picks to be counterplayable. And I kind of get the feeling that FW went in with a little bit of that counterplay, but maybe they were trying to do that a little bit too much and they were a little bit less reactive. We saw that in the later stage of Haven and even the earlier stage, for that matter, where Fancy United were able to get away from them a little bit too much. But still, credit where credit is due. Both teams had some great pop-off moments in that. It was a phenomenal series for us to be able to take you guys through. And we're keen to see what these guys are going to be able to do in the rest of the run.
Yeah, for sure. Look, neither of these teams are eliminated. Obviously, Fancy does get a chance to sort of move their way in towards that upper bracket. They're going to be facing, though, a very, very strong opponent, as we know. There are some very, very exciting top seeds of the tournament that will be obviously playing for their first time tomorrow in those groups. But irrespective, it's been a fantastic day. And, congratulations to Fancy. So we'll obviously see more from these teams coming up. But the beautiful analysts are going to be breaking it down after this one.
Possible we could last forever and ever and ever.
Day number 1, giving us a taste of the competition we can expect throughout this stage of APAC. Back here on the panel of VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, your panelists, Likeable, Cash Money, and Tricks, still at your service. Fancy Esports United ending the day with the bang on Haven. I absolutely love this game, Tash, especially because it really felt like that huge battle of utility.
Oh yeah, the utility was definitely a thing. I think it's more toward the side of Fancy when you think about it. I mean, we saw a triple controller just now. They're like, okay, I think triple controller is too much, so let's go with the double controller this time around. And I think they really found that recipe for success, especially on this map. While we did see a flip from FWE toward the second half, but the lead coming in from Fancy was a little bit too big. It felt like they had a little bit of trouble closing the game. I think they gave like 3 rounds to FW before they finally closed it. But I have to say, this utility usage from Fancy has been great on how they used it, how they played. We didn't really see that aggressive Omen play that we wanted, honestly. But if it works, it works.
Yeah, I feel like Fancy was really able to capitalize, as we talked about Breeze, right? What they could do better for Haven. It was really just about getting those proactive plays in, and we saw them definitely do that on their defender side. They were getting the information, they were getting the intel that they needed. They were able to just capitalize on, punishing the Neon trying to push in through.
Oh yeah.
And the opponents being a little more predictable with repeating their strategies with the Neon as well, like how they use the wall, sometimes the wall going into their own disadvantage.
Now, as early as round number 1, we actually saw the proactiveness that you were really looking forward to see, Tricks. I mean, how often do you see that the entire squad just pushing along and taking out the competition? They were ready for this. They were prepared. They really studied the opponent. Just goes to show how much they prepared for their matchup going up against FW Esports. But overall, Tash, especially on the first half, it was a complete tug of war.
It was, and I think because on the first half, each team was still trying to get that information about how each other play this map. So coming through, I have to say, in a lot of situations here, we start seeing them. I have to say that in terms of how Fancy played defense and attack, they really know how to gain control. They knew that, okay, let's put more people onto B. And because there's more people onto B, depending on the information we get, it's going to be fast rotations to A as well as C. And on top of that, every time we see a team try to get, which is FW, try to get control of perhaps Garage or even B, it's hard for them to do that when there's so many different areas that Fancy United was already prepped for.
It also seemed FCY just having a better refrag setup. They always had their players with them. They had somebody marking the angle, they had somebody else with utility that could assist them in getting those frags. Like in this one, they gave up a long, and then you saw that the Sky used the Trailblazer, and then the Breach used the stun, and even though the Neon was trying to get out, it just wasn't possible.
Yeah, I totally see that going here. But on the side of FW Esports, I think that there were instances wherein they also tried that proactive approach that we were really looking for. And I think that Cash was actually able to spot that too.
Yeah, so for FW, we saw the proactiveness come in toward the second half. I think it's mostly because Killua was enabled in that situation where it's like, oh, it's attack, great, I can play Neon how she's supposed to be played, taking up space. But even on defense, though, I feel like Neon is a little bit more, I would say, loose, where she can just because of her speed, she can go in for these flanks coming through. But we did not see that in the first half from the side of FW. But for now, when you look at here, BMB, I'm not surprised seeing him as MVP. In a lot of situations, his breach plays has been a lot of has bandaged a lot of situations that could have gone bad from the side. And in a lot of situations, if say BMV went down, he still makes sure that he does his job. He put out the aftershock, he put out the fault line, he put out maybe the rolling thunder first before he goes down. And as a breach player, and if you get that out and you already give value to your teammates, that's pretty much all you need.
I'm pretty sure that you were really happy seeing him as the MVP. You were really looking forward to how the breach was going to be impacting the entire Haven map, right? And you got it. BMV really delivered over here. And with him being the MVP for this match, this is where the final series of the day comes to a close. It was a long way getting here. But again, this is just the beginning. Let's have a recap of all the madness that went down on this first day of the group stage. Tash, how's day 1 of APAC treating you so far?
So far, so good. I am surprised to say that game 1 to game 3 was actually a lot faster than I anticipated. I would say that game 1 and game 2 it could have gone either way, but this comes down to like stats when we talked about earlier. Sometimes you see like a 2-0, but the story inside that 2-0 is interesting, where it could have been like a 13-10 or a 13-11. Those are the situations that we saw at least on game number 1 for today. But Oasis and Order, I have to say, was my favorite game for today, just because how Order really surprised all of us with their first time here on APAC.
I definitely wasn't expecting... Actually, I didn't know what to expect from Order. I've heard that they were fantastic, and they proved all of that right. The way that they played, the executions that they had, the control of the map, it was just spot on.
And now we have Group A play-ins, or not play-ins, but group stage. I got a little bit used to last week, but yeah, Trix, looking at this right now, how's Group A looking for you?
I mean, Gaimin with that solid 2-0 on Griffin, pushing Griffin to that lower bracket. I'm excited to see who Gaimin plays against. But I first really want to see Onyx versus Myth. I think really excited about that too. So well, but Myth is also improving just as the days pass.
Now it always feels like
Cash.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was also gonna say that Myth is just one of those teams that really can surprise you, and every single time they go into a tournament, you see different flexibilities coming from them.
Oh, I completely agree. But here it is, Tash. Group B. Remember that invigorating game between Alter Ego and Global Esports?
Yeah.
Anything else you want to point out here?
Honestly, Xerxia, I'm really excited for them. And I feel like for our last stage, you heard about the power outage in Bangkok, and they had to go through the lower bracket, and they still made it out on top. I think that's the reason why I'm such a big fan of the team, just because of that tenacity coming through. They don't really let anything get in their way to get to the top. But then again, when you think about RRQ on the other side, RRQ is also a team that really catches a lot of attention just because of how aggressive they play, how creative they can be with all their lineups.
Yes, of course. RRQ is something we're really looking forward to. But hey, I see Paper Rex over here, Tash.
Oh yeah, Paper Rex. They're a team that I'm very excited to see just because of how flexible and how fast they learn. But honestly, Trix, Team Secret and Bleed, what do you think?
I think Team Secret being more solid than they have been before, but Bleed also being able to take themselves out of those play-ins. They improve, they work on their faults. We see that Maxi and Pit also just playing so brilliantly. And I want to know how Team Secret is like preparing for that match to come up.
Well, speaking of the match to come up, here is tomorrow's schedule. Again, today was just the first day, the first set of matches, the first meeting that everybody had in this stage of APAC. Tomorrow, it's kind of like the same setup. We have 2 teams from every group that will be facing off, that will be seeing each other for the very first time on this stage. But off the bat, Trix, see anything you're really looking forward to?
I think I'm really looking forward to game 1 this time.
I agree.
Really want to see how Myth plays against Onyx.
I think that's definitely like the start, like a great start to the day. But at the same time, the last game of the day was also really good. I mean, when you think about Team Secret, they really struggled trying to come back, make a comeback here. And now that they're here again, there's also a team like Bleed. I have to say, they also pretty much struggled this time around as well, coming in from Malaysia, Singapore. So these teams with these very interesting journeys meeting together as the last match of the day is really going to tell us a really interesting story as to how it will go for a team that goes up and a team that goes down.
Well, I agree. I personally look forward to the Team Secret match, of course. Not just because they're a team that's close to my heart, but also because of the teasers that they've been posting on Twitter. If you guys have not yet checked that out, you better do so. It's very creative.
It's so cool.
It's so cool. I was actually showing Cash all of it just a while ago, and she really enjoyed it too. So for those who are watching right now, I suggest you go and check out all of these players' Twitter accounts and check out what the heck I'm talking about over here. And again, call me a bandwagon if you will, but these boys are from the PH and they're looking as solid as ever. As they said during the PH Challengers, Team Secret is back. But now that all of that is said and done, we look forward to seeing you guys once again tomorrow as we introduce the rest of the teams stepping up to the APAC stage. Remember that this is the last leg of the competition before we determine who will be sent to Masters Denmark. So make sure that you don't miss any of the action. Once again, it has been a pleasure serving you guys the story. It's been Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix on the panel. Thank you and good night.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I try to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding.